In the scorching heat of early August, Chengyuan was squeezed into a bus packed tight like a can of sardines, his gaze empty as he stared at the blindingly white world outside the window, fretting over how he was going to endure the stretch of road from the school gate to the dormitory. There was a kind of heat that made one start sweating just at the thought of it. Coughs echoed one after another around him, and with every hacking sound Chengyuan's irritation deepened. What's with these past few days? Why are so many people catching colds? Could it be some kind of flu virus? As his thoughts drifted, Chengyuan glanced around at the people who kept coughing without even wearing masks, feeling increasingly repulsed. Instinctively he kept glancing at the route map. 17 stops still remained. No, my life comes first. Taking a taxi will cost 30 or 40 yuan, but if I get infected it'll cost money and misery. Resolving himself, Chengyuan dragged his suitcase, calling out excuse me as he elbowed and squeezed his way through the crowd. By the time he finally struggled to reach the door, a surge of emotion rose in his chest. The intensity of resistance inside this night market bus was comparable to a typical street basketball court. If he squeezed through like this a few times a day, he felt he might even qualify as a contender among the nation's kings of the streets. With a hiss of the brakes, Chengyuan dragged his suitcase and leaped off the bus as if escaping, then sprinted toward the bus stop barely 2 meters away. He did not want to stand under this damned sun for even a second. Just as he turned around into the shade, he saw a middle-aged woman in a pink t-shirt tumble out of the bus. Without time to think, Chengyuan released his suitcase and rushed over, trying to turn the woman so that her abdomen faced upward. "Auntie, are you all right?" He did not dare to pull her upright. It wasn't that he feared being falsely accused, but that she was clearly elderly and with a fall like that he had no idea whether she had fractured any bones. If he rashly lifted her and shattered bones pierced her organs, that would be truly devastating. When he flipped her face up, the sight made him shudder. His hand slackened so much he nearly flung her back down. Was there a permanent disconnect between this woman's brain and limbs? When she went down face first, her hands and feet had done nothing to help at all. It was as if every passerby around her had been pure spectators simply watching. Her face looked like a peeled tomato. Her nose was smashed to one side and blood foam spilled from her slightly open lips. After such an ordeal she probably did not have many teeth left. Chengyuan didn't even need to lift her eyelids. The whites of her eyes were already rolled up far enough, making her look like an elderly version of Hinata with fully exposed pupils. Someone who rarely watched horror films could hardly handle this. The only reason he managed not to drop her head in free fall was due to the all-around development he'd had in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor since childhood. He set her head down on the pavement and straightened up, intending to step back. Yet the woman who had seemed lifeless just a second earlier suddenly began flailing and convulsing on the ground, her limbs jerking wildly as blood foam gushed even more violently from her mouth. Ha! At the sudden turn of events, Chengyuan seized his suitcase and retreated behind the bus stop sign, simultaneously looking back toward the bus. Seriously. Leaving aside how badly the woman in pink had fallen, she was now convulsing so violently she was almost spinning in place, yet no one was coming out to watch her help. It felt profoundly wrong. In the next instant a chorus of panicked screams erupted from inside the bus. "What the hell? Why are you biting me? Let go. Don't bite me there. You can't bite there. Driver, open the damn door now. Driver, you're biting me too. No, don't come any closer." The sudden outbreak left Chengyuan stunned as he stared fixedly at the blood-soaked pandemonium unfolding inside the bus. A middle-aged man was clutching a girl in light summery clothes, his teeth sunk into her neck. In moments he ripped out something like a tube from her throat, crimson blood spraying across the window in thick sheets. An elderly woman was clamped onto a young man's face, gnawing without letting go. His nose had already been bitten off. His frantic punches and kicks did nothing. She was like someone who had entered an invincible state. The scene was so gruesome that even a cannibal tribe from the darkest lands would have cried and begged not to be eaten. As Chengyuan struggled to accept what he was seeing and turned back toward the woman in pink lying on the ground, he found that she had already risen, as if testing her own body. Her legs staggered out of sync and drool dribbled from her mouth as she lurched toward him. In that instant the panic in Chengyuan's heart abruptly stilled. Fear ebbed away, the cold numbness in his limbs gave way to renewed strength. The scene before his eyes was like a video that had finally finished buffering, the motion suddenly smooth and crisp. With a fluid forward kick, Chengyuan drove his foot hard into the woman's abdomen. As she was knocked backward, the woman grabbed hold of his foot. Caught off guard, Chengyuan balanced on a single leg, lost his footing and toppled toward her outstretched arms. Staring at her clawing hands and that gaping bloody maw, Chengyuan tightened his waist muscles, relying on his exceptional core strength to alter his falling trajectory, crashing down beside her instead of into her embrace. But the next moment her hands came clawing toward him like a violent storm. By reflex, Chengyuan bent his arm to block, and caring little for any notion of respecting a lady's wishes, seized both of her wrists in turn, temporarily halting her unlawful assault on his person. In the struggle the woman in pink ended up straddling him, her bloody jaws opening wide as she lunged toward his firm, handsome face. At the critical moment Chengyuan's waist muscles fired instinctively. He executed a not quite a standard yet explosively powerful bridge, arching his body in an instant. With a forceful thrust he toppled the woman in pink off balance. Without giving her a chance to react, he followed through, swinging himself over to straddle her waist instead. As she lifted her head to struggle, his right arm threaded under her neck while his left hand clasped his right wrist. Sitting on her waist, his hips became the fulcrum, both legs extended forward in a fan shape, opening like supports to stabilize his position. He locked her neck tight and, leveraging his body weight, forcefully rolled backward. With a sharp crack, the highly agitated Chengyuan instinctively used all his strength, pulling the woman in pink into a rigid bow-shaped arch. The woman who had been thrashing just a second ago fell still at once. Her head sagged weakly against the arm encircling her neck, her whole body going limp. Maintaining the hold for around 10 seconds, Chengyuan waited until he was sure there was no movement. Just before releasing, he gave a final hard pull for confirmation, then loosened his trembling hands. With a dull thud, freed from restraint, the woman collapsed to the ground like a pile of rotten mud. Chengyuan rose unsteadily, his whole body shivering, his emotions blanched into numbness. Did I just kill someone? A chime sounded in his mind. The system activated. Congratulations to the commander on achieving his first kill and unlocking the achievement ground combat with an anti successfully subduing her. System. Did I hear that right? In an instant, Chengyuan's confusion was swept away by a surge of exhilaration. For someone who had been haunting major websites since the 6th grade of elementary school, he prided himself on understanding systems even better than any so-called system itself. Yet now was hardly the time to study any golden finger. The decrepit bus ahead was already on the verge of failing to hold back the zombies, and even the few scattered undead on the road who had noticed him and were now rushing toward him were far beyond what he could handle alone. Fortunately, the 8-kilometer stop lay in the transitional belt between suburb and city. Around him stood only a few scattered self-built houses and a sparse trickle of vehicles along the road. Chengyuan pulled out his phone, picked a shared electric bike and began scanning the code with trembling hands, all the while measuring the distance between himself and the zombies converging on his position. The sensation dragged his mind back to that time in Yuching playing an escape room when a ghost NPC had chased him to a door, and he was so nervous he kept pushing the wrong way, unable to open it at all, that suffocating terror rose up again. Back then it had taken the NPC ghost itself to open the door for him. Now, however, the terror was amplified many times over, because if he was caught this time he would truly die. Beep, bike lock released. Hearing that pleasant electronic chime, Chengyuan let out a long breath of relief. He set his small suitcase onto the scooter's footboard, braced his left foot on the ground, twisted the throttle, swung the bike in a tight circle on the spot, and shot forward like a drawn sword released from its scabbard. He had to admit the acceleration of an electric bike was impressively swift. More than 10 minutes later, clad in an army green sun jacket zipped all the way up, Chengyuan lay flat atop a huge earthen mound by the roadside, pressing himself down like a sea star, doing his utmost to diminish his presence. The mound was ringed by farmland, the view open and unobstructed with scarcely any sign of human habitation. Keeping low, Chengyuan crawled around the dirt hump twice, inspecting it carefully, and only after confirming there were no blind spots did he begin to study his system. System. No sooner had the word left his lips than a blue virtual panel appeared before his eyes, reminiscent of the construction interface in Red Alert. At the top of the panel, bold characters proclaimed war system, written in a font akin to heavy black type. Having just finished a vacation thesis, he had been driven half mad by formatting requirements and now automatically recognized fonts, his mind cluttered with song typeface and bold black typeface. It even feels a bit aloof, he muttered to himself. Chengyuan secretly grumbled, then tried calling out again in his mind, system sprite. System intelligence. War system. The silence stretched on and no response came at all. Well, as expected, the intelligence system companions so standard in web novels were pure fabrication. None of those authors had ever owned a real system. What could they possibly know? Having quickly accepted that his system came without any system sprite, Chengyuan devoted himself to examining the war system within his mind. The interface was strikingly simple and intuitive, as if it had been copied straight out of Red Alert. Broadly, it was divided into 3 main panels: personal, buildings, and unit types. Under personal were subcategories for personal information and troop configuration. Guiding the cursor on the virtual display with sheer thought, he opened personal and found a list of basic data. Name: Chengyuan. Sex: male. Race: human. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 73 kilograms. Strength: 12, racial average 10. Endurance: 17, racial average 10. Speed: 11, racial average 10. Spirit: 20, racial average 10. Seeing his strength and endurance above the average, Chengyuan felt no surprise. For someone who had served in the military during university, it would be abnormal not to exceed the mean. But how could his spirit attribute be twice the average? Was it because he had been staying up late reading novels since the 6th grade? Setting that puzzle aside, Chengyuan opened the troop configuration page, only to find, as expected, a completely empty screen. When he opened the buildings page, however, it defied his expectations. On the vast interface, only a single labeled structure, barracks, sat there in dull gray, solitary and forlorn, evoking the emptiness of a 100-man dormitory with just one occupant. Beneath it, the price was listed as 5,000 in red characters, indicating that the conditions for construction had not yet been met. Well, it's still not bad. Having a barracks at all is already pretty good, he murmured to himself. One must learn to be content, Chengyuan comforted himself as he switched over to the unit types interface. The unit types interface was divided into 3 subcategories: naval, ground, and air. Naval and air were completely empty, but the ground forces panel offered Chengyuan a pleasant surprise: 2 selectable icons. Though both were gray, signifying unusable, at least there was something there. The 2 icons were labeled Disya Standard Infantry Squad 1500. A 10-man infantry squad with qualified military training, forming the most basic component of the Disya National Defense Force, equipped with Disya's mainstream standard issue weapons. Disya Elite Infantry Squad 3000. A 12-man elite infantry squad with solid military training, crafted as a model unit by the Disya National Defense Force, equipped with advanced individual gear used by select armed units in Disya. Reading the introductions to these 2 icons, Chengyuan's breathing tightened. As he had suspected this was akin to red alert, he could directly summon soldiers. And soldiers summoned by the system would undoubtedly have their loyalty maxed out. In chaotic times, having troops makes one a grassroots king, he muttered. People were the most critical resource. Earlier he had worried, what if this was merely a munitions depot type system? That would still be better than nothing, of course, but if it contained only weapons, who would wield them and on whose behalf? Conflict between people was far harder to predict than the claw swipe of that zombie ant just now. After roughly scanning the system interface and gaining a general understanding, Chengyuan turned to the most crucial question: what was the currency of this system? In the upper left corner, the bold enlarged word money stood out. Money too. Not zero. Chengyuan's brows knitted. Could this have come from killing that zombie ant just now? 2 units were far too few. It was unlikely to be a system gift. Judging by current prices within the system, such a starting capital of 2 units was almost negligible. The system could not, or at least should not, be that stingy. Which meant the case was solved. There was only one plausible truth: the money had been awarded for killing that zombie ant. So a standard infantry squad would require killing 750 zombies and an elite squad 1500. I'm not some fishmonger at Darunfa who's been slaughtering fish for 10 years, he thought bleakly. This entrepreneurial threshold is outrageous. A single zombie ant had already nearly cost him his life. The thought of facing 749 more like her made his vision darken. But life had to go on, and compared to most people he already had a glimmer of hope. Forcing himself to perk up, Chengyuan gave himself a pep talk, driving his elbow into the soft earth beneath him and muttering in a low growl, "Be fierce. I refuse to believe there aren't any lone zombies in this wilderness," he thought. Pits, ambushes, blunt force knocks, fire. A dozen clever methods for taking zombies down through guile unfolded within Chengyuan's sharp mind, laid out like a menu waiting to be chosen from. Those stray zombies are mine for the taking, he vowed. If I say so, not even Jesus could keep them from me. After this round of mental self-empowerment, Chengyuan straightened up, ready to close the system panel and begin his venture. Just then he noticed a tiny red dot in the corner of the interface. He discovered it was an icon shaped like an envelope. Guiding the cursor over, he opened it. Host Newcomer Gift Pack 1. Would you like to claim it? The ammunition consumption system can be exchanged. The initial lack of explanation is due to the large amount of ammunition carried by an elite infantry squad that has not yet been exhausted. It seems this damn system knows how to take pity on me, a liberal arts student, and ultimately spared me from having to bear strangle 749 mutated old ladies. Claim it, claim it. Chengyuan was somewhat impatient. Ding. Newcomer's gift pack successfully claimed. The items obtained are as follows: Elite Infantry Squad X1, Captain Supply Box X1. Please select a drop location. As the mechanical synthesis sound finished, a movable virtual cube appeared in front of Chengyuan, roughly the size of half a basketball court, resembling a preset virtual image from a placement game. Elite Infantry Squad. Damn system, I admit my earlier complaints were a bit loud. I probably need to bear strangle 1499 zombies to have it right. 1499. I'd have to bear strangle zombie babies. Chengyuan used his mind to control the preset virtual image towards the road, aligning it like a claw machine, and softly exclaimed, "Claim it." As soon as he finished speaking, the air at the predetermined drop point slightly distorted. It was as if the calm water surface had been gently stirred, and then a steel beast painted in jungle digital camouflage appeared out of thin air. The Mengsher 3 Armored Assault Vehicle. When Chengyuan locked his gaze on the armored vehicle, its name and information automatically appeared before him. Mengsher 3 Armored Assault Vehicle. Dimensions LXWXHMM 5650 by 2380 by 2125. Total weight kg 8000. Max load kg 1800. Max speed 120 kilometers. Max fording depth 1500. Max range km 750. It has a 7.5-liter inline 6-cylinder diesel engine with a torque of 850 Nm, and the overall welded load-bearing body easily protects against infantry mines. With 5 cm thick bulletproof glass and armored body, it can withstand 7.62 caliber bullets and grenades. Looking at the data that appeared before him, Chengyuan felt enveloped by a sense of overwhelming security. This is simply a small fortress with a speed of 120 kilometers. With an 8-ton weight, what could possibly flip it? Never mind, it's better not to jinx it. Kata, the unique sound of mechanical locks echoed. The 5 doors front and back opened, and a squad of soldiers dressed in summer combat uniforms, fully armed, jumped out of the vehicle in various postures, jogging to the side of the armored assault vehicle. One soldier stood at the front of the line and shouted, "Count off. 1, 2, 3. Hearing the powerful counting from the soldier in front, Chengyuan was startled and immediately waved his hand to stop them. Stop, stop, stop. If I let this group keep counting, they'd attract zombies from around, and who knows how many would be counted. Looking at the soldiers who had stopped and were staring at him in confusion, Chengyuan cleared his throat and spoke. This is a critical moment. Soldiers must maintain concealment. Etiquette is important, but we must also be aware of the situation. You must be their squad leader, right? What's your name? Chengyuan looked at the tall, slightly chubby-faced soldier organizing the counting. The soldier saluted and replied at a normal volume, "Report, sir. My name is Jia Sanyo. I hold the rank of corporal, and I am the squad leader of the elite infantry squad." "Good, squad leader Jia. Introduce the firepower configuration of your squad." "Yes, sir." Our squad is composed of 12 members. 3 riflemen are equipped with QBZ-191 assault rifles with QMK-171 white lightscopes 3x. 3 sharpshooters equipped with 7. 62mm precision sniper rifles with 32x scopes a Type 10-12. 7mm anti-material sniper rifle with aiming aids and a 191 precision marksman rifle with QMK-171 white lightscopes. 1 machine gunner equipped with a 5. 8mm QJB-201 squad machine gun with QMK-171 white lightscope. 1 grenade launcher equipped with the QLU-131 35mm grenade launcher with an electro-optical sight. 2 submachine gunners equipped with QCQ-171 submachine guns and 2 urban combat firepower members equipped with QCQ-171 submachine guns. 2 shotgun gunners equipped with the 18.4mm caliber Type 09 shotgun. Listening to Jasania's report, Gu Chengyuan looked at the soldiers' assorted weapons, especially the few with thick barrels, and couldn't help but smile. 12. 7mm 35mm damn. Having served before, Gu Chengyuan was no rookie. These stark calibers represented absolute power. That 12.7 caliber anti-material sniper could shatter a half-meter thick wall from 1500 meters away. What carbon-based lifeform could withstand that? Even a ghost would be blown away. Not to mention the 35mm grenade launcher. Although I haven't heard of this model and it's not produced by the Great Joe, the equivalent caliber Dragon grenade launcher can create a damage radius of 30 square meters at 1,500 meters. One shot, one household registration book. Firepower configuration report finished. Please give instructions, sir. After Jasania stood at attention and saluted, all the soldiers of the elite infantry squad stood upright, heads held high and gazes sharp, looking at Gu Chengyuan. Very good, everyone's morale is high. Jasaniu. Present. Where is my supply box? Take me to get it. Report, sir. Your supply box is in the vehicle. Squad leader Huang Juchi, you will lead the entire squad in vigilance. A burly man with a dark face stepped forward after receiving the order. Yes. All personnel on alert. Deploy immediately. Under squad leader Huang Juchi's lead, the remaining 11 members of the elite infantry squad quickly split into 3 combat groups, moving out 100 meters in different directions from the armored assault vehicle to find advantageous terrain for vigilance. The remaining 2 soldiers held Type 09 shotguns stationed at the front and back of the assault vehicle for mobile vigilance. Gu Chengyuan, who had already entered the vehicle, suddenly felt a surge of confidence, as if he could take on the world of zombies. The interior space of the Mengshur 3 assault vehicle was very large, particularly the 2-meter gap, which resulted in considerable empty space between the seats. Gu Chengyuan's supply boxes were stacked in the middle, 2 black boxes, one about the size of a 50-inch suitcase labeled arms box and the other slightly smaller labeled supply box. Gu Chengyuan first opened the top supply box and glanced through it, discovering summer combat uniforms, winter combat uniforms, spring and autumn uniforms, insignia clothing and more. After taking out a set of summer combat uniform and desert combat boots, he affixed the insignia clothing and began to change. The fabric of the combat uniform was very comfortable, cool and smooth against the skin, and lightweight and breathable. The tactical gloves fitted perfectly with 5 long fingers, not hindering his movements at all. Most importantly, the 3 golden stars on the collar denoting the rank of captain truly shone, adding extra brilliance to the already handsome military uniform. At 182 centimeters tall, Gu Chengyuan already had a perfect body proportion, and his well-defined muscles filled out the combat uniform, making him appear even more upright and resolute. Had the apocalypse not occurred just based on this image and aura, dear readers, you would have to avoid his edge. He opened the arms box, revealing a detachable armored vest with ballistic plates. After putting it on, Gu Chengyuan started to fill his magazine pouch with the fully loaded magazines from the box. 4 magazines, 4 grenades, a water bottle, and a gas mask were all stored. Gu Chengyuan then took out a handgun from the box, checked to ensure the safety was off, secured it with a lanyard, and slid it into the holster on his thigh while also sliding the military dagger into the side sheath. The last item he pulled from the box was a rifle Gu Chengyuan had never seen before, distinct from any rifle from the Great Joe or this world. QBZ-191 assault rifle. The moment Gu Chengyuan saw it, one evaluation filled his mind: it's stylish. As someone who values appearance, Gu Chengyuan firmly believes that looks equate to combat power. Any weapon that does not align with aesthetics must surely lack strength. This rifle also had a 3x QMK-171 white lightscope mounted on the rail, but unlike other soldiers, Gu Chengyuan's was additionally outfitted with a laser sight and even had a transparent red dot sight mounted to the side. From this it can be seen that the system has fully equipped the host to enhance shooting accuracy. After a brief familiarization and confirming he would not make mistakes using it, Gu Chengyuan slung the rifle around his neck and began to ponder his next steps. He was no longer the innocent boy who could only bear strangle. His next plan should be adjusted based on his capabilities. The arrival of the elite infantry squad finally freed Gu Chengyuan from the threat of death. His taut nerves began to relax. Therefore, before planning his next move, he hurriedly took out his phone to call his parents. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the sounds of explosions in the urban area have never ceased, varying in intensity. Just moments ago he was solely focused on survival, but if he didn't reach out now, he might lose signal at any moment. As soon as he took out his phone, he saw dozens of missed calls displayed as coming from his mother, father, and younger brother Gu Chengyuan. The most recent call from his parents was a minute ago, and his brother's was just seconds ago. Gu Chengyuan quickly called his mother back, and she picked up almost instantly. Before he could speak, his mother's anxious and panicked voice came through. "Hello, my dear, are you okay? Why didn't you answer my call? Your father and I were so worried about you." Just now the people on the street went crazy like rabid dogs biting everyone in sight. Oh my. So many people were bitten to death. It's gruesome, but luckily I reacted quickly and told your father to close the rolling shutter. Don't be afraid, find a place to hide your father and I will come to pick you up right away. Don't be scared, my dear dad will be there soon. His father chimed in on the other end of the line. Hearing his mother's voice breaking into tears made Gu Chengyuan's heart tighten and he quickly reassured her, Mom, I'm fine. I had my phone on silent and didn't hear it ring. Don't worry about me, I'm with the army right now, I'm very safe. You shouldn't come looking for me, it's too dangerous outside and the highways are definitely jammed with those things for over 300 kilometers. I'm with the military, you two stay at home and hide, don't go outside whatever you do. Those things can spread the infection if they trust in the great Zhou. The Zhou dynasty has endured for 3,000 years. Just wait patiently for the army's rescue, it won't be long. Despite saying that Gu Chengyuan personally held a pessimistic view, the current Zhou dynasty system was likely in dire straits, especially the Great Zhou National Defense Army. Imagine once dear comrades suddenly turning into corpses, many would likely be too shocked to react. The first instinct would be to control the situation and wait for rescue, not to exterminate. This information gap coupled with the virus infectivity would be devastating to the Great Zhou National Defense Army. However, to comfort his parents he still had to speak reassuringly. Even if he didn't wait for the Great Zhou National Defense Army, he still had his own system in hand. The signal might cut off at any moment, he'll call my brother to see how he's doing in Yucheng. Alright, you should ask him. I just spoke to your brother, he. Hello. Hello. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Gu Chengyuan frowned, thinking the signal might get interrupted, but he hadn't expected it to be so. Fortunately he had called home in time, otherwise his anxious parents driving over 300 kilometers would have led to unimaginable consequences. His brother should be fine. Being able to communicate with their parents indicated that his situation wasn't too bad, at least he was alive. Although he wasn't as quick-witted as Gu Chengyuan, he wasn't a fool either. His physical condition also had advantages. If he didn't act foolishly he should be able to survive. Given the circumstances, Gu Chengyuan felt increasingly eager to grow stronger while also comforting himself. Only by rapidly increasing his numbers and rolling up a snowball effect could he have the strength to protect his loved ones in this apocalypse. After calculating his family's usual food reserves, Gu Chengyuan set a goal for himself. He aimed to accelerate his development as soon as possible with a deadline of no more than 2 weeks to rescue his parents within the province. As for his brother, spanning a province with nearly 1,000 kilometers, he could only rely on his clever mind for the time being. Regarding the upcoming developments, Gu Chengyuan had already selected his next base of operations. That would be his school, Yezhou University. The main reasons for choosing it were threefold. First, its geographical location was advantageous. Yezhou University wasn't situated in a chaotic, densely populated university town. Instead, it was built in a relatively remote cattle farming village by a stream so remote that wild animals like monkeys often roamed the campus. Thus there was only a small resettlement area nearby with a limited number of people. It had resources with low risks, making it quite suitable for early development. Second, the school was large enough with complete infrastructure. As the only key university in the province, Yezhou University could be said to be the pride of Yezhou province. The investment from Yezhou province in Yezhou University was substantial and the school's construction was exemplary. The teaching and living area alone covered nearly 5,000 acres with infrastructure capable of supporting the lives of over 5,000 faculty and students, along with an experimental farm of over 1,000 acres. While meeting daily living needs, it could even be used for farming, which was simply perfect. And the school's surrounding walls, though not particularly high or sturdy, were more than sufficient to block off stray zombies, significantly reducing the pressure of vigilance. Such advantageous conditions and immense capacity had already secured Gu Chengyuan's early to midterm development. Third, the difficulty of occupation was low. Yezhou University would not start classes for another week. Aside from Gu Chengyuan, who returned early for exams, almost no one was around. At most there would be just a few hundred zombies scattered across the 5,000-acre campus. With the firepower and caliber at Gu Chengyuan's disposal, this base seemed like a gift from the system. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan immediately shouted, Jia Sanyu. Here. Order the troops to assemble quickly and get in the vehicles. Prepare to head to Yezhou University. Understood. On the Golden Road, a trio of imposing armored vehicles moved at a steady pace resembling fierce steel beasts. The 7mm caliber machine gun's dark muzzle glinted ominously under the sunlight. Hu Juanping, the marksman and team driver, focused intently on the road ahead, vigilant for any sudden occurrences. Gu Chengyuan comfortably sat in the front passenger seat, which was supposed to belong to the team leader, with the onboard computer supported by a foldable stand directly in front of him. The computer displayed a digital map of the 7 stars along with their current location. As for Jia Sanyu, he had instinctively shrunk to the back seat, huddling with the other soldiers. His small eyes, which always seemed like they hadn't fully opened, warily scanned outside the window, searching for any potential dangers. 13 fully armed soldiers carrying tactical backpacks were crammed into an armored vehicle designed for 10. However, thanks to the powerful air conditioning, the interior remained quite cool even in the cramped environment. As time passed, the vehicle turned off the desolate intercity road and onto the North Stream Road leading to the stream area. Just 2 minutes into North Stream Road, Gu Chengyuan ordered the vehicle to stop. Ahead, a variety of vehicles lay scattered along the roadside, some still emitting smoke while others had severe front-end damage, with almost half of them. From a distance, the charred bodies inside the vehicles were a haunting reminder of their struggles before death. Some vehicles in better condition even had zombies inside scratching at the doors trying to escape. Observing the road conditions, Chengyuan silently praised the leadership responsible for choosing the location of Yezhou University. If North Stream Road was this desolate, it was hard to imagine the scene in the central area of the Stream region, let alone the city center. A massive horde of zombies, a congested road, and survivors in a thriving area with no rescue in sight. The only thing they could do was wait to die. Could they outrun a horde of zombies with limitless stamina? For those with iron wills, they might chase, flee, or find themselves unable to escape. Looking at the current zombie density on North Stream Road, Chengyuan decided to let the soldiers disembark and clear the zombies using the armored vehicle. At this moment the vehicle was quite cramped, making it difficult for them to unleash their firepower. They could barely stretch their legs, let alone ensure shooting accuracy. Although some zombies could still be vaguely seen wandering the road, most of them were trapped inside vehicles. It was unlikely they could even gather a mini horde of 20. Chengyuan couldn't let such an opportunity to harvest go to waste. Everyone listen up. Here. I am issuing a combat mission now. First, form 3 combat teams of 3 members, each designated as Team 1, 2, and 3, to disembark and rely on the armored vehicle to clear the zombies on the road ahead. The specific task distribution is as follows. Teams 1 and 2 will be the main force for the forward clearance, while Team 3 will stay at the rear to guard against any enemy ambushes from the sides. Juanping, be mindful of the vehicle speed. Use the horn to alert if the visibility ahead is unclear and potential ambushes are suspected. Machine gunners on the roof, do not fire without my command. Lastly, 1 shotgunner will follow me. Also, combat teams, be alert if you encounter good condition vehicles with sturdy frames and trapped zombies inside that cannot escape. Make a signal and leave it to me. Today I'm going to unleash a massacre. All units move out. Yes. With his command, the doors on the sides and rear of the armored vehicle swung open simultaneously. Teams 1 and 2 disembarked swiftly, providing mutual cover as they advanced ahead. The team that exited from the rear quickly split up, with 1 member covering the rear and 2 flanking the sides, keeping a vigilant watch. The 12.7mm machine gun on the roof began to move slowly under the operator's control. Bang bang. A series of short gunfire erupted. 2 zombies lunging forward like rabid dogs were instantly knocked back to the ground by the powerful force of the bullets. Jasania, the team leader and main attacker, felt his grip on the 191 assault rifle beginning to sweat slightly. The sudden unpredictability of the zombies was indeed frightening. They had been staggering just moments before, seemingly unsteady on their feet, but upon seeing humans they erupted forward like mad dogs. The astonishing burst of acceleration and the erratic running made it quite difficult to aim even with a scope. The 3 of them fired several rounds before finally hitting the heads of 2 zombies and killing them. Everyone stay alert, prioritize safety, and do not conserve bullets. Just disembarked Chengyuan was equally startled by the scene. This was different from the zombies he had encountered at the bus station today, he thought with a frown. The zombies that had approached him at the bus station were all like short-distance champions. He probably wouldn't have made it. Could it be evolution? Or is the reason they can run now due to just transforming and not having strong control over their bodies yet? With these questions in mind, Chengyuan calmly opened the armored vehicle's door and the shotgun-wielding escort slipped back inside. Let's observe a bit more. Life is precious. Each profession has its expertise. One must also be cautious. Although he had consistently achieved excellent shooting scores during his service due to the nature of his unit, the shooting tests only involved prone shooting at a 100-meter target. Shooting was to him just like how a liberal arts student studies physics merely for understanding. Initially he thought all zombies moved like frail old ladies, planning to bully them and practice aiming in a standing position. But who would have guessed that the experience he imagined would turn out to be sprinters? Moreover, the entire North Stream Road might be filled with athletes. Zombies wouldn't adhere to any martial ethics and would not wait for him to crouch and aim. I might as well wait for Jasaniu and the others to feed them to me. Bang bang, another series of brief gunshots rang out. Chengyuan opened a shooting window on the roof, leaned out halfway and peered ahead through binoculars. Jasaniu and the others had just taken down 3 more zombies that lunged at them like wild dogs. Feeling the slight sluggishness of the armored vehicle beneath him, he realized Juanping was maneuvering the vehicle to push a small car blocking the road aside. Ordinary civilian vehicles were like toy cars in front of this steel behemoth, easily pushed aside. Although they could have chosen to crash through faster, Juanping was concerned about damaging the armored vehicle's paint, so he opted for a gentler approach. In just a short time, the 2 combat teams in front had already taken down over a dozen zombies. From observation, they were indeed athletic. The worst-case scenario he dreaded had occurred, and Chengyuan couldn't help but feel anxious for the survivors living in the bustling area. System, not wanting to dwell on unnecessary thoughts, Chengyuan summoned the system, intending to see how many resources he had accumulated. His eyes sparkled with anticipation like a farmer awaiting a bountiful harvest. What? Where are my resource points? Chengyuan stared intently at the system panel with the notably large word money displayed. Following it was an even larger number 2. He had killed over a dozen zombies, how could he have not a single point? Where are they? Where are they? Must I personally kill to receive them? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The system couldn't be so inhumane. Under this mechanism, if I were to create a battalion, would I need to achieve 1,000 kills to start? No way, no way. I need to activate my clever brain and think about where the problem lies. Right. Guangqiang. Here. The guard holding the shotgun immediately responded. You go down and excavate the brains of the killed zombies, thoroughly check for any foreign objects. Yes. Although Pu Guangqiang's expression was complex upon receiving the command, he showed no hesitation. After disembarking, Pu Guangqiang took the hammer and pickaxe from the back of the vehicle and picked up a piece of plastic from the ground. He trembled slightly as he walked towards a fallen zombie body. Thud. Thud. Crack. You. A dull sound of a blunt instrument striking echoed, accompanied by the suppressed retching of Pu Guangqiang.
He had to finalize the divorce today. If the marriage remained intact, and he then won the lottery, it would leave a huge hidden danger. There was no way Chengyuan's family would give up such a juicy piece.
If one were to overlook the bloody remnants of the shattered watermelon from a bird's eye view, it almost had the essence of Van Gogh's Impressionism. Hey, who would have thought Pu Guangqiang was also a painter? He was just using a hammer and pickaxe to paint. However, Gu Chengyuan was destined to be unable to appreciate this dark artwork of the post-apocalypse. At this moment he felt a strong sense of physical discomfort, his body tingling, limbs cold, and he was also slightly retching. Yet he did not turn away. Instead, he forced himself to keep staring. As if he wanted to deeply imprint the scene into his mind. The post-apocalyptic world would only become more brutal. If one cannot adapt, even holding a system will lead to elimination. Pu Guangqiang, carrying a shotgun, searched diligently through the pool of red and white paste using an extra layer of plastic wrap over his hands, then suddenly shouted. Report, Commander, I found an unknown crystal inside the zombie's head. Before entering the armored vehicle to hand over the crystal to Gu Chengyuan, he skillfully pulled out a water bottle from his waist pouch and rinsed the crystal thoroughly twice. Curious, Gu Chengyuan observed the crystal he received. It was a perfectly shaped dodecahedron, delicate and translucent. About the thickness of a pinky finger, it contained wisps of light gray mist seemingly flowing, giving it a dreamy quality. Tisk, so beautiful. Much prettier than those diamonds with filters. This is true blood diamond. Grown from flesh offered in system. Seeing this, Gu Chengyuan's thoughts were largely confirmed, and he quickly summoned the system panel. Sure enough, as expected, a red dot lit up near the system's money frame, adding a new conversion function. Gu Chengyuan chose to convert. Ding. Found inferior biological crystal core X1. Would you like to proceed with conversion? Convert. Gu Chengyuan did not hesitate at all, feeling a small thrill of confirmation of his thoughts. Ding. Conversion successful. Money 5. At this moment the money on the panel reached 7. Then Gu Chengyuan ordered 2 soldiers from the alert team led by Pu Guangqiang to search for the slain zombies, cracking open their heads one by one. Not long after, Pu Guangqiang cheerfully brought back 5 already cleaned crystal cores. Gu Chengyuan carefully examined each one and found that their sizes seemed identical, as if produced from the same mold. However, the gray mist inside varied in subtle shades of depth. For the subsequent conversions, Gu Chengyuan did not opt for bulk conversion but chose to process them one by one. Ding. Money 2. Money 3. Money 5. Money 3. Money 1. At this point, Gu Chengyuan's total money had reached 21. Through this round of testing, he discovered that the amount of money converted correlated with the depth and thickness of the gray mist in the crystal cores. The crystal core with the deepest and thickest color converted into 5 units of money. In contrast, the crystal core with the lightest color, nearly transparent, only converted into 1 unit of money. Gently he tossed the completely transparent waste crystal core to the back of the armored vehicle. Alert team, spread out and maintain a safe distance. I will now shoot at the crystal core. Once the 3 members of the alert team moved to the sides of the vehicle, Gu Chengyuan disengaged the safety on his 191 assault rifle and set it to single fire mode. With his elbows propped on the armored top of the vehicle forming a stable triangle, he leaned down, resting his shoulder against the stock, adjusting the through the 3XQ MK171 white lightscope mounted on the fishbone. He locked onto the zombie crystal core on the ground. Consciously aiming, unconsciously firing. Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, the pinky thick crystal core was instantly shattered, leaving only vague remnants resembling crushed glass. It seems this zombie crystal core is not as indestructible as described in previous novels. But if that's the case, purging zombies may incur considerable losses. For instance, lightly shooting the zombie's head and accidentally hitting the crystal core inside. Not to mention heavy weapons like grenades or potential artillery that may appear later. Such massive weaponry could evaporate dozens or even hundreds of square meters in a single shot. In that case, using heavy firepower not only has tremendous destructive capability but also results in very low yields. In extreme cases, it could even lead to losses. Thus, Gu Chengyuan decided that unless necessary, he would try to use light weapons for extermination in the future, as the early stages are primarily about development and every resource is incredibly precious. Alpha 1. Alpha 1. This is Alpha 2. Alpha 2. Do you copy? Over. Gu Chengyuan was peering through the roof-mounted firing hatch, scanning the horizon with his binoculars, when the walkie-talkie clipped to his chest suddenly crackled to life. He immediately unclipped the device and pressed the transmit button. Alpha 2. Alpha 2. This is Alpha 1, do you copy? Over. We've identified a Dongfeng Sengchan sedan immobilized ahead, front-end collision. The doors are slightly deformed but remain structurally intact. Inside, one male zombie restrained by its seatbelt. Request tactical guidance. Alpha 1 copies. Alpha 2, mark the location and proceed with mission objectives. Roger that. After securing the radio, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but smile faintly. Tactical guidance, Jia Senio, broad-browed and earnest-faced, had evidently mastered the art of bureaucratic courtesy. Letting him dispatch an easy target was one thing, dressing it up as tactical guidance was another entirely. Yet, truth be told, it did sound impressively authoritative. Junpeng, halt at the marked vehicle on my command. Affirmative. Hu Junpeng responded instantly. The mighty 3 armored assault vehicle rolled forward for over a minute before coming to a stop beside a Dongfeng Sangchan sedan wedged against the roadside barrier. The zombie inside had ashen-purple skin, a slick gleaming scalp, and a formal suit grotesquely wrinkled and strained by its seatbelt. Its pale yellow pusting eyes swam with chaos and ferocity, pupils contracted to needle-thin slivers. Its mouth gaped unnaturally wide, jaws stretched so far the corners had torn open, splitting nearly to the ears, revealing a dense thicket of serrated teeth within. Upon spotting Gu Chengyuan and Pu Guangxiang approaching, it erupted into frenzied pounding against the windshield, desperate to lunge outward. Gu Chengyuan, rifle already raised and safety disengaged, observed the creature for the first time up close, unhurried and with meticulous attention. If, as countless films and novels claim, zombies were born of viral contagion, then what manner of virus possessed such terrifying potency, transforming humanity in less than half a day almost into an entirely alien species? Bang! A gunshot rang out. In the same instant, the creature's head snapped backward, a neat circular aperture bloomed above its nose. Simultaneously, a viscous spray of crimson and ivory erupted from the fist-sized exit wound at its skull's rear, splattering gore across the interior. Having just witnessed Pu Guangxiang's brutal, precise skull-splitting with an iron pickaxe moments earlier, Gu Chengyuan felt no overwhelming revulsion, even though this was his first confirmed headshot. As he lowered his weapon and re-engaged the safety, he called out, "Guangxiang! Here!" Before Gu Chengyuan could utter another word, Pu Guangxiang flashed a knowing grin. "Sir, I understand." He even gave the iron pickaxe in his hand a light, confident shake, the shotgun he'd held moments before now slung unobtrusively across his back. Time passed. Gu Chengyuan's unit advanced nearly 10 kilometers. Above them, the setting sun bled into a rare, breathtaking expanse of fire clouds, deep crimson billows stretching seamlessly across the heavens as if the entire sky were ablaze. The spectacle was magnificent. Had this occurred before the collapse, such ethereal romantic beauty would have flooded social feeds, shared endlessly by commuters and students alike, awestruck and effusive. A quiet pang stirred in Gu Chengyuan's chest. He unlocked his phone and began drafting a post. Day 1 of the apocalypse. Beneath it, a photograph. Gu Chengyuan in full combat gear, cradling a rifle atop the mighty 3's roof, leaning casually against its mounted 12.7mm heavy machine gun. His face was obscured by a black tactical mask, expressionless, while behind him the sky burned with apocalyptic scarlet and the dying sun bled like blood. He tapped send. Failed to send. Please check network connection. A red exclamation mark glowed on the screen. Gu Chengyuan sighed softly, slipped the phone away and retrieved his radio instead. All units, this is Alpha 1. Alpha 1. Acknowledge immediately. Over. Alpha 2 copies. Alpha 3 copies. Alpha 4 copies. Current operation concluded. All units, cease hostilities immediately. Extract zombie crystals. For efficiency, do not count them, but return to the assault vehicle before nightfall. Alpha 4, maintain perimeter security until all units regroup, then withdraw and consolidate. Alpha 2 copies. Alpha 3 copies. Alpha 4 copies. As dusk deepened, Gu Chengyuan opted for caution, ordering full withdrawal. The apocalypse had only just begun, its true nature remained shrouded in uncertainty, and with it untold new perils. Moreover, his soldiers had sustained near constant high-alert combat for nearly 4 hours, brief respites notwithstanding. Mental fatigue had set in deeply. Once darkness fell, visibility would plummet without large-scale illumination, relying solely on weapon-mounted tactical lights offered scan advantage. Worse still, they would become luminous exposed targets for whatever lurked unseen in the shadows, dramatically increasing risk of ambush or attack. Though summoned by system mechanics, these soldiers bore no trace of artificiality in Gu Chengyuan's eyes. Each possessed distinct personality preferences, speech patterns, and even personal histories, fully realized, vividly human. Earlier during their patrol, he'd spoken at length with Pu Guangxiang, the stoic, ever-vigilant guard, who'd shared that his hometown lay in the nation's digital heartland. A high school dropout, he'd spent years working as a bar promoter, surrounded daily by pulsing DJ beats and glittering crowds. His enlistment had been enforced by his father. Initially resistant, counting down the days, he'd gradually grown accustomed to, then genuinely fond of military life. He'd even confessed his preference for sheer power. I love big booms, like Brother Wuya. One shot and the target flies apart. That's the thrill I live for. Faced with such fiercely loyal flesh and blood comrades, how could Gu Chengyuan possibly expose them to needless peril? Approximately 30 minutes later, the squads returned, arriving at the armored vehicle's flank, bathed in the last crimson rays of the sinking sun. Combat teams 1 and 2 each delivered a small water-rinsed pouch of zombie crystals to Gu Chengyuan, cleaned meticulously in roadside ditches before collection. System. No sooner had the crystals touched his hands than Gu Chengyuan summoned the interface, eager to assess today. From their starting point to the current armored vehicle position, they had cleared roughly 80 vehicles. Zombie counts varied wildly, 1, 2, 3, even 4 per car. Some vehicles were empty, either abandoned by survivors or stripped bare after victims were dragged outside and devoured. Gu Chengyuan suspected his luck had run unusually cold, though Shishui North Road naturally saw sparse traffic. He'd encountered not a single survivor among those 80 cars. Or humans simply too capable, having fled beyond detection, or too fragile, not one having escaped. Assuming an average of 2 zombies per vehicle, he'd eliminated approximately 160, subtracting a conservative 5% loss due to crystal damage during extraction. He estimated conservatively that the 2 pouches contained at least 152 intact crystals. Now came the final reckoning: how many would actually convert? Convert to currency. Ding. Conversion successful. 389 credits. Gu Chengyuan watched the bold luminous credit counter surge, its total climbing decisively to 410. Report. It's Guangqiang, sir. What's wrong? Commander, there is seafood fried noodles and Yangzhou fried rice. Which would you like? Gu Chengyuan had just finished tallying today's gains and closed the system interface. Pu Guangxiang arrived carrying 2 steaming paper food boxes. Night had fallen completely. Pu Guangqiang's already dark skin seemed to melt into the darkness, his figure becoming hard to discern. Yet his large eyes fixed on Gu Chengyuan with an unusual brightness. He'll have the Yangzhou fried rice. I can't stomach things that swim. By the way, Guangxiang, you don't dislike seafood, do you? Pu Guangxiang grinned broadly and said happily, I don't dislike it, I don't dislike it. Commander, I actually like it a lot. Good. Eat quickly, tell your squad leader to arrange the guard rotations, rest another half hour and then well board and depart. Yes. After Pu Guangxiang left, Gu Chengyuan began eating the self-heating rice in his hands. The system benefactor had been generous. The squad's provisions were new model individual self-heating rice meals, a significant improvement in variety and quality. Not only were there assorted fried noodles and fried rice as mains, each self-heating pack also contained drink mixes, chocolate, chewing gum, energy bars, dried fruit and more. The taste could not be called exquisite, but compared to other survivors who might still be starving and terrified, Gu Chengyuan could only sigh lavish. Half an hour later, once the sentries had withdrawn and the elite infantry squad had boarded, Gu Chengyuan began issuing the next orders. Soldiers, thanks to everyone's bloody struggle this afternoon, we advanced nearly 10 kilometers along Shishui North Road. We completed the mission to a high standard. We are now 7 kilometers from Yezhou University. Because of the darkness, I choose to advance relying on armored vehicles. During the advance, unless absolutely necessary, no one dismounts to fight zombies. Saying this, Gu Chengyuan glanced at the time displayed on his tactical pad. 2015. We aim to reach Yezhou University before 2130. Find a rest point by 2300. Rest as much as you can while we move. Juanping, as the driver, you must stay alert. Night is complicated and demands more vigilance than daytime. Depart now, Roger. The deep, powerful 6-cylinder diesel engine rumbled to life. The overrating Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle slowly started and rolled into the darkness ahead. At the intersection of Yedou Road and Shishui North Road, a Maybach S680 with a mangled front and a blown left front tire sat awkwardly in the center of the road, its body surrounded by swarming zombies. The culprit for its sorry state was a small dump truck that had overturned and come to rest in the nearby median. 3 people sat inside the Maybach. In the rear sat a burly middle-aged man in fine clothes, his hair neatly combed, his face lost in shadow and betraying little expression. Yet his frequent glances at his watch revealed the anxious restlessness roiling within him. At the wheel sat a hulking man, his weathered face bore a bruise the size of a baby's palm, clearly from the recent crash. There was a raw ferocity in his gaze as he kept sweeping looks at the encircling horde outside as if calculating how to strike. In the passenger seat sat a prim, neatly suited young secretary with gold-rimmed glasses and a scholarly air. His composure was fraying, his face full of panic and dread. The 3 of them, each with different expressions, endured the car's trembling as the zombies pressed and shoved at the bodywork. Silence inside the cabin was broken only by the thuds penetrating in and the Nelson blackboard scrape of claws, each sound seeming to rend at them. With almost every turn of the head, they found themselves face to face with a zombie outside, maw gaping and pus and blood seeping forth. In that maddening atmosphere of despair, the young secretary could not contain himself and asked in a hoarse voice, "Mr. And will the rescuers arrive?" Everyone in the car knew the question was hollow. Under normal circumstances, a traffic officer would arrive within 10 minutes after an accident. But today, calamity had stacked upon calamity. Crashes were happening all around, and the deaths they had seen with their own eyes were more than one. One of those was the dump truck driver. He had barely crawled from the overturned cab alive, only to be surrounded and chewed into a pile of shattered bones in moments. They tried to start the engine to flee, but it failed. Rather than escaping, they made noise that drew the zombies in, costing them even the chance to open the door and run on foot. What can we do? If I knew, I'd have run already. They're not the punks from my high school, I could have fought my way out then. The driver and the secretary were long accustomed to Chairman Kai Angson's coarse outbursts and showed no surprise. Though Kai Anshin projected the calculated, composed image of a leader presiding over Hongtu Group, a company worth nearly 10 billion, those who knew him understood his private manner was very much that of the streets. He loved to reminisce about his days of dominance in high school. It seemed his proudest achievement was not founding a multi-billion enterprise but being the boss of that school. By his account, he was a kind of legend, a school bully from middle school who became the high school's kingpin, nicknamed Batian, the plot of a rousing camp. After high school, he served in the military and upon discharge stepped onto a life that seemed blessed and unstoppable. From hawking fried potatoes beside Yezhou University with friends to presiding over the multi-billion Hongtu Group, he had done it all in less than 20 years. When facing great matters, one must remain calm. At worst, it's death, damn it. And even if you are afraid to die, I'm more afraid than you. I'm afraid for my billions and my dozen or so mistresses. You have nothing, what do you have? Jack. Are you afraid of Jack? If you die it's not a loss, if I die it's a huge loss. I still have at least 20 years to go. So many beautiful girls. Damn. The young secretary, though mentally prepared, felt his head swim from the onslaught. Curiously, the tirade eased his fear somewhat. Never noticed before, getting yelled at by the boss is oddly stress-relieving. Boss, why don't we open the door and fight our way out? The driver Aben suddenly suggested. He had been plucked from construction sites into Kai Angson's service after Kai's rise, previously driving dump trucks at the site. The two were high school classmates. Aben had been Kai's muscle and absolute trusted aide. His pledge of loyalty had been fighting alongside Kai and a band of local toughs in sophomore year. During the brawl the other boys slipped away when it turned sour, but Aben stayed with Kai and the two were pinned to the ground and beaten by a dozen attackers. Kai recalled that it was the one time his proud competitive nature had been humbled enough to want to kneel and beg. Are you an idiot? It's all zombies out there, how can we fight them? You always waste time chasing women and ogling the landlady. If those zombies bite you you'll turn into one too. Can you guarantee you'll emerge whole from among so many zombies? Run out and you become a zombie, that's death. Fail to get out and it's worse, you'll be torn apart alive, do you understand? Eaten alive. Hearing Kai scolding, the fierce-looking Aben sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and said plaintively, Boss, you know I was never good at studies in high school. I don't understand foreign languages, I can't follow those foreign films, domestic ones are more interesting. Do you want me to slap you both right now, do you believe it? You can't make sense of the foreign films on proper streaming apps, yet you devour those sites full of Japanese, Korean and Western stuff like no one else. Listen to me. Stay inside and don't think, if there's rescue the three of us live, if there's no rescue the three of us die together. A 5 million yuan coffin, it might not quite suit me, but if you two get that treatment, isn't that glory for the family? A fitting death, right? No sooner had the words fallen than the secretary cowed and then suddenly excited cried out, Boss, look, there's light. What light is that? Kai Anshin asked, puzzled. Watching his secretary's barely containable excitement, Kai Anshin instinctively turned toward the direction she indicated, and sure enough a faint beam of vehicle headlights shimmered in the distance. Even his own heart stirred with sudden hope, yet he retained his composure and swiftly devised a plan, issuing clear instructions to his driver Aben and his secretary. We must not celebrate prematurely, the situation remains unclear. Observe quietly for now. Also retrieve your mobile phones if these are survivors or rescuers, we won't be heard shouting helplessly from inside the car. Instead switch on your phone flashlights and wave them against the windows to signal our presence. If that fails, Aben, sound the... Never mind attracting more zombies, it may be our last chance. Damn it, let's go all in. Understood, sir. With that all three fixed their eyes intently upon the approaching light like drowning souls grasping desperately for a lifeline on shore. Reality did not betray them. Within 10 minutes, accompanied by the deep guttural roar of a diesel engine, a hulking battle-scarred armored vehicle emerged into view. As it forced its way past a minivan blocking Shishui North Road and prepared to turn onto Yida Road. For a moment the armored vehicle's warm yellow headlights swept across the Maybach S680, trapped and surrounded by shambling corpses, blinding the three hopeful figures inside. In ordinary times such glare would have drawn furious curses, but now that golden light felt tender, radiant, almost tearfully comforting. Quick, flash your phone lights. Press them against the window and wave. Inside the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, Gu Chengyuan exhaled softly upon recognizing this familiar intersection. Once they turned onto Yida Road, just 200 or 300 meters further lay the north gate of Yezhou University. Ger's scattered zombies lunged repeatedly at the armored vehicle, yet under the Mengsher 3's raw power and impenetrable plating they were either hurled aside or crushed beneath its treads. Commander, there's flickering light inside the black sedan ahead. Driver Hu Junping reported abruptly as they approached the turn onto Yida Road. Light. Gu Chengyuan glanced over and indeed saw 3 distinct points of light pulsing inside the black luxury sedan, unmistakably mobile phone flashes with faint silhouettes visible behind the glass. Survivors most likely. A quiet surge of emotion stirred within him. Humans are social creatures. Even amid catastrophe the instinct to seek warmth and unity remains deeply rooted. They must have spotted us and are signaling for rescue. Gu Chengyuan rapidly assessed the operational conditions, though he had crushed and maimed several zombies en route. The assault vehicle's speed remained constrained by repeated obstacle clearing maneuvers, leaving nearly 24 zombies trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, roughly 15 to 20 zombies encircled the Maybach, some already breaking away from the pack, sprinting toward the armored vehicle. Before the apocalypse this area held no dense population centers. So long as noise remained contained the risk appeared manageable and rescue was feasible. Having made his decision, Gu Chengyuan immediately roused the soldiers resting inside. Given the perilous environment, none had truly slept, most merely rested with eyes closed and thus awakened instantly. Junpeng, do not halt the vehicle. The intersection offers ample space, drive straight into the horde, crushing and scattering the zombies to eliminate the majority. All others, prepare for combat. Once Junpeng clears a safe zone, dismount immediately and establish defensive fire positions. Snipers and grenade launchers remain aboard. Affirmative. At once Hu Junpeng wrenched the steering wheel and stomped on the accelerator, charging headlong toward the Maybach. Meanwhile the other soldiers, under squad leader Jia Sanyo's command, began checking gear and deploying tactical formations. Boom boom boom, relentless impacts echoed as the Mengsher armored vehicle surged forward like a colossal bowling ball hurled with full force. Dozens of charging zombies, fierce frenzied, were flung aside without resistance. They tumbled like rag dolls, slamming hard into pavement guardrails and roadside greenery. A few striking the ground headfirst snapped their necks at 90-degree angles, falling instantly still, while others shattered across multiple bones, lost all capacity for coordinated movement. Hu Junpeng kept accelerating, adjusting angle and momentum until a thunderous final impact shook the air. In that instant the Mengsher 3, a steel titan weighing 8 tons, cleared the entire zombie cluster crowding one side of the Maybach. Dismount, establish defensive fire. Watch your footing, avoid the maimed zombies beneath you. Yes, sir. With practiced precision the soldiers leapt out. Pu Guangqian, gripping a shotgun, charged forward at the vanguard. Emerging from the vehicle he swung his weapon toward the fresh wave of zombies converging on the Maybach's opposite flank and fired. Boom! A deep resonant report split the air. The lead female zombie, her face a ruin of torn flesh, exploded like a watermelon, her skull obliterated in an instant. Woohoo! Pu Guangqian let out a wild exhilarated cry, then fired again, boom boom boom, unleashing rapid volleys at the remaining 7 or 8 zombies, the shotgun's recoil making his jaw tremble slightly. Within 5 seconds his magazine emptied, each shot blasting 14 high-density tungsten alloy pellets from the barrel. Against that torrent of armor-piercing metal even the fiercest zombies crumbled on contact, often one blast shredding through 3 tightly packed bodies at once. By the time the rest of the squad dismounted, Pu Guangqian had already eradicated every zombie near the Maybach, leaving his comrades only to finish off those immobilized beneath the armored vehicle's treads. Rat-a-tat, a sharp urgent knocking echoed against the door. Only then did Kaianshin and his 2 companions, stunned by the brutal efficiency unfolding before them, snap back to awareness. Get out, now! Jia Sanyo shouted from outside. Oh, yes. Right away. Hastily flinging open the doors the 3 scrambled awkwardly from the car after hours of confinement. Jean's secretary's legs buckled, she stumbled and collapsed onto one knee, letting out a piercing shriek. Ah! My hand! Jia Sanyo glanced toward the cry, only to see her kneeling directly atop a severed zombie limb crushed beneath the tire. By then the soldiers had already engaged the smaller horde pursuing them, so Jia Sanyo had no time to soothe her panic. He seized her by the collar and shoved her roughly toward the armored vehicle, where Kaianshin caught her and hurriedly pulled her inside. Only after Jean's secretary was secured did Kaianshin himself clamber aboard, limbs flailing. Cover the boarding with machine gun fire, do not linger in combat. Gu Chengyuan ordered over the radio. Rat-a-tat-it, instantly the 12. 7mm heavy machine gun mounted atop the vehicle swiveled and roared to life. Just 2 short controlled bursts, and the remaining dozen zombies surging toward the armored vehicle's rear collapsed like wheat before a sieve. Each 12. 7mm round detonated upon impact, erupting in crimson mist wherever it grazed or struck flesh and bone, parted cleanly, severed in half. Sweeping across the field the gun left behind only scattered limbs and pulped gore. Even Gu Chengyuan paused, momentarily stunned, realizing he had underestimated the weapon's sheer annihilating power. What was meant as covering fire had become total annihilation. Yet he made no move to order crystal core collection, not yet. These corpses weren't going anywhere, returning at dawn would be far safer. As the final soldier boarded the Mengsher 3 reignited its engine and veered smoothly onto Yidi Road, reaching the familiar northern gate of the university's west campus in under 2 minutes. Bang bang through the electric retractable door. Jia Sanyo used a 191 assault rifle to take down a zombie in the north gate security room. The other soldiers in the unit relied on the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle to establish a firepower network on the spot. Tat tat tat, 2 soldiers armed with QCQ submachine guns pulled the triggers briefly and the gun barrels instantly spat out tongues of flame, continuously blowing apart the heads of several zombies. Bang bang bang, Pu Guangqian and another soldier armed with a shotgun fired continuously, each pull of the trigger creating a burst of blood mist in the zombie horde. The bodies of the zombies were as fragile as paper in front of the high-density tungsten alloy bullets. Without firing the heavy machine gun on the roof, the 20 or so zombies trailing behind had already been wiped out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 3-man assault team led by Jia Sanyo worked together to push open the electric retractable door that had lost power, allowing the Mengsher 3 assault vehicle to enter. They then pulled the retractable door back down, completely sealing the school gate. Everyone pay attention. Hu Junpeng controlled the speed of the vehicle. Gunner, get into position on the roof. Elite squad follow in behind the vehicle except for the sniper. Understood. At this moment Kaianshin and the other 2 were huddled in the corner of the vehicle watching Gu Chengyuan give commands through the intercom. They dared not make a sound, fearing it might affect the operation. As the Mengsher 3 entered Yenzhou University, Gu Chengyuan had already considered this place his territory. So before settling in he wanted to take advantage of the earlier commotion to clean the house. He wanted to see if there were any unknown dangers in the school rather than being targeted due to the earlier noise, letting the enemy lurk in the shadows. It would be better to seize this opportunity to see if he could lure them out and eliminate them. From the school gate all the way to the end facing the main entrance of the agricultural college, the stretch of road is called Xiqing Road, about 200 meters long. To the west of Xiqing Road are 9 outdoor basketball courts and 4 badminton courts. Because the road surface is about 2 meters higher than the courts, the difficulty of guarding the west side is relatively low, basically only requiring monitoring of the stairs connecting the 2. The situation on the east side is more complex, with the Adult Education Center, the school's national-level computer laboratory, and several abandoned buildings. Due to the low human activity, there are more weeds and shrubs between the buildings on the east side, and straying animals often appear. As soon as the soldiers dismounted, they pulled down the night vision goggles stuck on their tactical helmets. With the night vision goggles they could observe the surrounding situation clearly, greatly enhancing the soldiers' night combat capabilities. Just as Gu Chengyuan had predicted, the personnel density at Yenzhou University, which was still on break, was very low, resulting in a correspondingly low zombie count. At this point they were about to leave Xiqing Road and only a few scattered zombies had appeared. Almost every time one was spotted it was promptly dealt with by the soldier wielding the 191 assault rifle. With the 3XQ Mk171 white light scope as long as his hands were steady and his heartcom he could almost hit every shot. Bang bang, the occasional gunfire echoed through the vast empty stadium to the west, resonating like firecrackers. Damn! Just as Pu Guangxian was feeling a bit relaxed he suddenly shouted in panic and rolled to the ground. A shadow suddenly lunged from the green belt in front of the empty building on the east side, aiming directly at his head. In his frantic roll he felt the shadow brush against him in midair, sending him flying. What a beast! This was his only thought as he was knocked away. Calm down. As the squad leader Jia Sanya reacted quickly, shouting loudly to prevent his team from accidentally shooting each other in the chaos. At the same time he aimed his gun and directly swept in the direction of the shadow. Bang bang bang, the tongues of flame from the gun spit out and sparks flew up from the ground where the bullets hit. The shadow moved extremely fast, making it almost impossible to track with his gun, let alone hit it. But Jia Sanya's main goal was simply to suppress it with firepower, denying it the opportunity to attack and creating reaction time for the other soldiers. Tat tat tat, the elite infantry squad members had solid military training, and seizing the opportunity created by Jia Sanya, 2 QCQ-171 submachine guns roared to life first. The 12. 7mm heavy machine gun on the roof also turned around, preparing to fire, but was stopped by Gu Chengyuan. This was mainly due to concerns about the shooting target being too close and the risk of ricochets causing friendly fire. PFF, although the shadow was fast it could not escape the pull of gravity. Under the dense net of bullets it was continuously hit. The slender dog-like body was riddled with bullets, greatly slowing its speed, and it was taken down by the incoming bullets. Cease fire and stay alert. Upon seeing the shadow roll to the side of the greenery and stop moving, Jia Sanyu immediately issued a ceasefire order. Under the illumination of tactical flashlights everyone finally saw that it was a dog, specifically a zombie dog. At this moment it lay on the ground panting heavily like a deflating balloon, with dozens of bullet holes oozing murky blood with each breath. Seeing Jia Sanyu and the others approaching with guns, its mouth with completely rotted skin and exposed sharp teeth immediately bared itself, its crimson eyes fixed on the humans before it. Damn, this vitality is truly unbeatable. After taking more than a dozen bullets and spilling its innards all over the place it can still snarl at us. Guangxian, are you alright? After confirming that the zombie dog had lost its ability to resist, Jia Sanyu immediately inquired about Pu Guangqiang's condition. Having seen him fly out and land hard on the ground while rolling several times, it was indeed a severe fall. Under the light of the tactical flashlight, although there were no visible bruises on Pu Guangqiang's face, his left cheek was indeed visibly swollen. It was likely that he had suffered from the impact. Pu Guangxiang grinned and waved his hand, wearing a nonchalant expression. It's nothing, I barely felt it. Can a dog really hurt me? It's just a dog. If it hadn't ambushed me I would have twisted its head off and made a hot pot out of it. Right, I was indeed knocked away by a dog. After that a short soldier next to him holding a submachine gun suddenly spoke up with a distinctive voice, sounding as if he had something in his mouth, and his voice was hoarse. Hearing this, Pu Guangqiang's face seemed to turn a bit red. You little brat. Which pot are you trying to open? Look at this dog, its muscles are all shredded, it's simply a devilishly muscular dog. It's only because I can take it. If it were you with your little frame it would have knocked you back to your hometown in Guangxi without needing a plane ticket. After confirming that Pu Guangxian was fine, Jia Sanya did not pay attention to the two bickering. Surviving such a close call indeed required some form of release. Right now Jia Sanya's back was still chilled. If Pu Guangxiang had not instinctively dodged with the zombie dog's bite he would probably have lost half his head. Report, sir, the zombie dog has completely lost its ability to resist. Should we execute it? Gu Chengyuan, listening to Jia Sanya's inquiry, had his eyes on him but was actually looking at the system panel. Ding. Material activated. New unit added to the barracks, military dog. Military dog. The breed is a genetically enhanced Chinese wolf dog with significant improvements in all physical qualities. Its high intelligence gives it excellent military qualities, allowing it to understand combat intentions and cooperate with soldiers for coordinated operations. Its powerful sense of smell allows for effective enemy identification. Don't hesitate, whoever it bites is the enemy. The drawback is its large size, which is not suitable for special operations. After reviewing the information about the military dog, Gu Chengyuan wasn't particularly interested. Although it had a rather powerful enemy recognition feature, in Gu Chengyuan's understanding the deterrent effect of the military dog was greater than its offensive capability. When it comes to actual combat power, even a little skinny monkey, the ruler of Blue Star, could easily fend off mere dogs with bare hands. It is common to see people running away from dogs purely out of fear and unable to fight back. However, zombies do not feel fear and can also infect. With a military dog engaging in close combat, it is often a one-for-one exchange. Killing a zombie means the military dog gets infected as well. It can be said to be a rather useless existence, unappetizing to consume yet too valuable to discard. Especially with its high price of 500, Gu Chengyuan did not expect much from its combat abilities and could only use it as a biological radar. The dog's keen sense of smell could still be effective against lurking dangers. As for combat, it was out of the question. One could not let zombies worth only a few or a dozen coins engage with a military dog valued at 5. Though it was not suitable for mass summoning, one was indeed urgently needed. If there had been military dogs today, perhaps such dangerous situations would not have arisen. Aside from the new unit military dogs, what caught Gu Chengyuan's attention more was the new unit's activation mechanism. Capturing a zombie dog activates the military dog. Could it be that subsequent planes and artillery also require him to acquire them before they can be activated? After exterminating the zombie dogs, Gu Chengyuan and his group continued onward, sporadically taking down a few more zombies before finally reaching their designated encampment. Apartment 22. The dormitory area of the West Campus of Yezhou University was planned very neatly, with dormitory buildings arranged in pairs spaced 25 meters apart. Every 3 rows had a cafeteria generally located between 2 dormitory buildings. Apartment 22 was situated at the easternmost side of the dormitory area, making it very well located. It was only 100 meters in a straight line from the West Campus sports field, and the school gate was just 200 meters away, with the cafeteria right downstairs. Originally, the apartment was a girls' dormitory with 15 floors, each floor containing 25 rooms accommodating 4 people per room, totaling 1,500 residents. According to Gu Chengyuan's plan, once the troops were stationed, they certainly couldn't survive solely on dry rations, and being near the cafeteria would make cooking more convenient. The spacious sports facilities to the east, including soccer and basketball fields, were very close to the school gate and could serve as a parking area for military vehicles and logistical support. Another advantage was that apartment 22, while serving as a girls' dormitory, was also home to sophomore and freshman female students. Currently, during the vacation period, no one resided there, which saved the effort of clearing out zombies, allowing for immediate occupancy. They could even find bedding and daily necessities readily available as who would take such items home during a vacation. The Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle stopped right at the entrance of apartment 22, its bright headlights dispelling the gloom of the dormitory area brought on by the apocalypse. Due to the design issues of the dormitories, all first floors of Yezhou University's dormitory buildings, except for the dormitory supervisor's residence, had a row of rooms on the northern side set aside as storage and were unoccupied. The southern side, on the other hand, had no rooms, converted into an activity hall furnished with chairs, billiard tables, and other amenities for student relaxation and entertainment. To avoid making the space feel too enclosed, the southern side was not surrounded by brick walls but rather designed in an open style, enclosed by 1-meter-high iron railings. This also meant that Yezhou University had no dormitory access control, often allowing students to freely come and go, treating the iron railings as if there were no restrictions. With people moving freely, it was needless to say about other zombified species. Thus Gu Chengyuan chose the second floor for the troops' dormitory and arranged for the 3 survivors, Kaianshin and others, to stay on the 3rd floor. Hearing this arrangement, Kaianshin and the others hesitated and approached Gu Chengyuan. "Chief Gu, could you arrange for the 3 of us to be on the 2nd floor? I noticed there are still many vacant rooms on the 2nd floor. You know, with the apocalypse we have also been frightened. We feel much safer being together with the soldiers from the Zhou army. I understand their cautious demeanor. If it were me without the system, I would probably feel even more anxious and unsettled in the face of the apocalypse. But the 2nd floor is my private space, and due to the system I cannot allow outsiders to stay. I apologize, Mr. Kai. It's not that I am unsympathetic, but I must keep the vacant rooms reserved. As you can see, we only have 1 class of soldiers right now. According to the group plan, more combat teams will be stationed soon, so I must make room for them. Moreover, in principle, military and civilian cohabitation is also not allowed. And more troops will be coming." Kaianshin and the others were pleased to hear this. They had witnessed the combat strength of Gu Chengyuan's troops while in the vehicle, finding them nearly invincible except for the ambushed zombie dogs that almost caused losses. Now that more troops were set to arrive, the more soldiers there were, the safer the 3 of them would be, right? Only the group did not know which army from the Great Zhou was involved, but the connection to the group indicated that the command system had not been destroyed. The small troop in front of them was not the scattered survivors they had imagined. Regardless of Kaianshin and other speculations, Gu Chengyuan did not intend to clarify and even deliberately obscured the truth to create misunderstandings. Both sides of the apartment had elevators and stairways, but with the power out, the elevators were certainly unusable. Even if they could be used, it was unlikely that any zombies or mutated beasts would take the elevator. Therefore, Gu Chengyuan organized the soldiers to lock the iron gate on the side of the 2nd floor farthest from the dormitory entrance and moved some empty beds to block it. The same went for the 3rd floor, where Kaianshin and the others stayed. They helped seal off the stairwell leading to the 4th floor from the main entrance to prevent anything from upstairs from coming down. Thus a small shelter was established, with the only exit being the stairwell from the 2nd floor to the 1st. Gu Chengyuan arranged 3 rooms near the stairway for the soldiers, while he and Pu Guangxiang stayed in room 204. Although Pu Guangxiang was a bit darker and had a tendency to be stubborn, he had a sunny personality and was quite capable. Gu Chengyuan intended to train him as his guard and aide. "Guangxiang. Present." Gu Chengyuan handed over a pink notebook with a cartoon cat on it. "This is tonight's watch log. 2 people per watch, fully loaded with ammunition. The watch position is at the original dorm supervisor's desk on the 1st floor. You can sit but don't doze off. As my guard, you don't need to stand watch. I've also included the 3 of Kaianshin, so that's 1 additional watch. Take it to your squad leader. Also remember to inform the 3 upstairs, be nice about it, and let them know not to have any resistance. In this apocalypse we are all one family, military and civilians alike." Hearing that he didn't have to stand watch, Pu Guangxiang's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but smile. "Understood." Watching Pu Guangxiang turn to leave, Gu Chengyuan began to undress, intending to take a shower. He had just checked and saw that the water supply on the 2nd floor was still functioning. It was uncertain if it was due to the lower floor or if the school's water control center had activated the backup power. Shampoo, shower gel and even bath towels were all found in the dormitory for immediate use, except for the toothbrush, which he couldn't use but found a substitute mouthwash. By the time Gu Chengyuan finished his shower and came out, Pu Guangxiang had already returned and made the bed for him. The sheets and blankets were pink with cartoon patterns, very much catering to a youthful aesthetic. Guangxiang, stop fussing, while there's water you should also take a shower. Also let everyone know to wash up after a long day, we need to rest. After saying this, Gu Chengyuan climbed onto the bed and the bed sheets and covers seemed to have been washed by the previous occupant before the vacation, giving off a reassuring scent of laundry detergent. With his eyes closed he soon fell into a deep sleep. After Gu Chengyuan and his companions settled down, the dormitory area did not calm down. The commotion they caused upon entering caught the attention of several surviving students. A certain boys' dormitory in Building 19 was packed with people who began observing Gu Chengyuan and the others as they halted at the entrance of apartment 22. Brother Jia, do you think they are from the military? A timid boy with a slender build and fair skin asked excitedly in a soft voice. I'm not sure. Their armored vehicle isn't from the Zhou dynasty and their combat uniforms are different from those of the active military of Zhou. The one referred to as Brother Jia was a tall man around 1.9 meters from the northern regions. He had a keen interest in military equipment which allowed him to immediately notice the differences in Gu Chengyuan's unit. Hesitating for a moment, Zhao Jia added, but we can't completely rule it out. It could be some special forces as their equipment is quite different from the active militaries. However, we must not let our guard down. We need to observe further. In the apocalypse, the darker side of human nature has been unleashed. Everyone who has seen apocalyptic literature or films knows this. The other side clearly has guns. We cannot act impulsively. If we approach them mistakenly, it would be like calling for help without being heard. So brothers, make sure to reassure the other guys in the dormitory, explain our considerations and tell them not to rush but to wait a bit longer. Zhao Jia turned to the other 8 people on the balcony. The apocalypse had suddenly erupted and Zhao Jia and Huang Juanrui, who had remained at school for exams in dormitory 1411, were fortunate enough not to be infected. After a brief panic, Zhao Jia, who enjoyed apocalyptic literature, quickly utilized the large group chat of apartment 19 to contact the surviving residents of the building. He continuously spoke in the group to calm the emotions, enthusiastically teaching classmates how to rescue themselves and organize students to take the lead in rescue efforts, aided by his tall and imposing appearance. He quickly established a leader's image and was elected as the floor leader, with the 8 members of the dormitory being his direct or indirect choices as dormitory leaders, managing 8 small leaders formed temporarily by the survivors. We understand, Brother Jie. We will definitely calm the students' emotions. As a muscular boy about 180 meters tall spoke up from the crowd, others echoed his sentiment. Once these dormitory leaders dispersed, Zhao Jie lit a cigarette leaning against the balcony, his expression dark as he gazed at apartment 20. His feelings about the arrival of Gu Chengyuan's unit were quite complex. Although only a mere half a day had passed, he had already begun to taste the flavor of power. Before the apocalypse, he was treated fairly well by classmates due to his strength and skill in basketball. But now, with everyone surrounding him listening to him speak and executing his ideas, the sense of control was truly intoxicating. If the other side truly was the Zhou military, then all his efforts might be in vain and his ambitions for the apocalypse would dissolve like a mirage. At that moment, lost in his troubles, he did not notice that in the dark dormitory a pair of eyes were intently watching him with a smirk full of derision. In a certain dormitory of the girls' apartment number 16, one girl said to another on the balcony, "Jai, there has been a commotion over at the stadium like firecrackers. I wonder what happened." The girl with a plump figure and radiant skin spoke to another girl. "Jingwen, that shouldn't be firecrackers, it feels like gunshots," said the girl now referred to as Jai, who was almost a head shorter than the 1.72-meter tall Tang Jingwen, with a very cute appearance that belied her mature demeanor. "Gunshots? Could it be that the Zhou rescue team has arrived? Jai, how should we ask them for help? Should we actively seek them out?" Tang Jingwen looked at Feng Jiadi's face full of youthful collagen under the moonlight with a joyful expression. "No, we absolutely cannot seek help right now. We must avoid being discovered. We must wait until we clarify their true identities before we can make contact. Haven't you read any apocalyptic novels? What if the other side is armed thugs taking advantage of the chaos? Wouldn't we be lambs to the slaughter?" If Zhao Jia, far away in apartment 19, were to hear Feng Jia echoing his thoughts, he would surely want to give her a thumbs up from afar, marveling at how heroes often think alike. "Ah." Upon hearing this, the elegantly poised Tang Jingwen slightly parted her alluring lips and exclaimed, "Is there such a You can go die. Stop being ridiculous here. I mean it." Feng Jia looked at Tang Jingwen's outrageous remarks with a speechless expression. "I'm just trying to lighten the mood since I saw your little face frown and your expression grow serious," said Tang Jingwen, pinching Feng Jia's cheek like a rogue and mimicking a fly while making an inaudible whistle. "Ah, you are so annoying. I'm going to sleep." After saying this, Feng Jia turned and fled, instantly breaking the heavy atmosphere. As soon as Feng Jia left, the previously cheerful Tang Jingwen, who had been making jokes, couldn't help but reveal her sadness. Carefully glancing toward the city direction, she gently wiped the corner of her eye, not daring to look more, took a deep breath and quickly followed her in. "Wait for me, my beloved. Tonight I want you to serve me." "No." Feng Jiadi's playful voice echoed in the darkness, and everything seemed to return to the way it was before today. For all the survivors in the western dormitory area, the arrival of Gu Chengyuan's unit was destined to keep them awake. That night someone could no longer hold back and secretly ran over. The next morning, as Gu Chengyuan just got out of bed and finished washing up, Pu Guangxiang, who was already dressed, reported to him about the school survivors. "Chief, the sentry said that 12 students arrived at the dormitory area last night, 8 boys and 4 girls, seeking refuge with us. Gu Chengyuan was not particularly surprised to hear this after all the commotion last night had indeed been quite loud and it was only natural for anxious students to come seeking shelter. It would be strange if no one came. Go gather the students and also call Kaianshin and the others. Gather in the first floor activity hall in 10 minutes, I have something to say. Understood. 10 minutes later in the first floor hall the 12 newly arrived students had various expressions, some anxious, some confused, and a few others resentful and muttering. Kaianshin and her companions were much quieter with the secretary and driver standing silently behind her. Kaiangshin's expression was calm as she quietly observed the sudden influx of people seemingly weighing something. Tap 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 as the rhythmic sound of combat boots hitting the ground echoed. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the staircase. Soon they saw Gu Chengyuan clad in a crisp combat uniform, tall and handsome, walking towards them, flanked by Pu Guanxiang, who was fully armed and carrying a shotgun. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's 3-star military rank, a few of the boys were visibly surprised while the others felt he looked quite dashing. The 4 girls didn't say much, their eyes were clearly brighter than before. Hello classmates. I am the captain of this small team, my name is Gu Chengyuan. You all know the current state of the world. So I won't bore you with details. Thanks to your trust, willing to entrust your safety to me, Gu, I have the responsibility to protect your safety. Hearing Gu Chengyuan's promise, the eyes of those present lit up. They had risked their lives to rush to apartment 22 precisely for this promise. Therefore, for everyone's safety, I must establish some rules. First, boys and girls shall live on separate floors and cannot move between them. Second, implement military management. All actions must follow orders and completely obey commands. Third, food is precious in the apocalypse. A minimum living guarantee quota system will be implemented, ensuring that food above the safety line is obtained based on labor. Those who work more will receive more and those who do not work will receive nothing. Fourth, due to troop strength reasons, we have more important tasks to accomplish. The current survivors will be managed by Mr. Kai. Mr. Kai is the chairman of the Hongtu group, so you can trust his management capabilities. Please cooperate with Mr. Kai in his work and he will work hard. If there are any unreasonable aspects in the management process, you can appeal to me. These are the current regulations. Further improvements will be made to better serve everyone. As Gu Chengyuan laid out each regulation, some in the crowd began to show increasing dissatisfaction. At that moment, a tall, thin boy with glasses couldn't help but speak up. Captain Gu, I think there's an issue. According to your regulations, the military has too much power. We are students, not your soldiers. This is a democratic era. Absolute power breeds absolute corruption. I believe power should be supervised. I suggest establishing a supervisory body composed of students as a third party to oversee the exercise of power. After the tall, thin boy finished speaking, some in the crowd seemed to find an outlet for their grievances and immediately echoed, yes, yes. We are not soldiers. Why should we be required to obey orders unconditionally? Are we supposed to go to our deaths if ordered? Isn't the purpose of the military to protect us? Listening to the increasingly noisy scene before Gu Chengyuan could respond, Kaianshin proactively stepped forward and said, everyone please quiet down and let me say a few words, okay? Everyone here is educated, capable and thoughtful. I understand what you all mean. Power indeed needs supervision. But we are in an apocalypse. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase harsh laws in chaotic times. If we sheath our swords in times of chaos and reduce the deterrent against creating chaos, it will only invite greater disorder. Therefore, my personal suggestion is that if you are concerned about your rights not being protected and want a supervisory body, then establish one to oversee me. After all, I am the one directly responsible for managing you all. The military is a state institution. Morally and logically, we do not have the right to supervise. Moreover, military-civilian integration has always been a tradition of our Zhou clan. Now that the nation is in trouble, everyone has the responsibility and obligation to respond to the call. After listening to Kaiangshin's words, the tall, thin boy's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, seemingly having his thoughts changed. Chairman Kai, you make very valid points. In times of national crisis, everyone is responsible and we all have an obligation to contribute. I am willing to dedicate myself and contribute to the country and my classmates. I was the head of the discipline department of the student union. Are there any classmates willing to help me establish this organization to protect everyone's rights? Immediately, 2 boys who had previously agreed raised their hands and said, I'm willing. I'm willing to work with Minister Liu to protect the rights of our classmates. Seeing this scene, Kaianshin raised an eyebrow but remained silent, turning to look at Gu Chengyuan. Gu Chengyuan also did not express his opinion, as if nothing had happened earlier. He clapped his hands and said, since you have already discussed a plan, I won't interfere too much with the details. You have the autonomy. However, the rules I stated are mandatory. They must be followed. In this apocalypse, I hope everyone will be prudent. If anyone interferes with the execution of military tasks, don't blame me for dealing with it according to military law. The last sentence was a blatant threat and Gu Chengyuan spoke it with particular seriousness. Kaianshin and the tall, thin boy Lu Xingfu repeatedly assured that they would do their jobs well and would definitely not hinder the military. Seeing this, Gu Chengyuan did not waste any more time and instructed them to organize personnel for logistics before leaving to board the vehicle. Interestingly, no one mentioned the previous views of military management being undemocratic and unfree anymore. Lu Xingfu, initially influenced by the college student's mindset, spoke of democracy and freedom, citing personal rights. However, he was clearly no fool. When Kaianshin mentioned harsh laws in chaotic times, he was startled and quickly calmed down. Right, this is no longer a time of peace. If he stands out too much, he might end up as the first to be eliminated. Thus his mind raced, taking advantage of Kai Angsen's intention to shift the conflict onto herself to help Gu Chengyuan. He thickened his skin and self-recommended to gain power. Kai Anshin was thinking that Gu Chengyuan, who held the truth, would definitely not compromise with the students, as that would damage his prestige. This invitation not only showcased his understanding of the bigger picture and gained trust, but also made Gu Chengyuan feel that the students were ungrateful, thus allowing him to strike back, indirectly enhancing his own prestige. When the students thought of opposing him in the future, their subconscious would associate it with opposing the military. However, Gu Chengyuan saw through all of this. Although Lu Xingfu was a shrewd egoist with a veneer of morality, Gu Chengyuan did not like him. Yet Lu Shengfu's emergence made him see another method, allowing the survivors to form internal checks and balances, stepping out to be the referee. In this model, both sides would strive to fulfill the orders issued to them, and their compliance would lower the limits of obedience. It was like being trapped in a competition of flattery. Those who could not keep up would lose favor. To deal with unruly individuals, one should grant them power. When they transform from warriors into dragons, they will sincerely maintain the order of the dragons. Just like how young people reform workplaces, it is merely because they have not yet shared in the benefits of workplace order. As they gradually become beneficiaries of this order, they will, like Lu Xingfu, shift from being skeptics to protectors. Moreover, Gu Chengyuan himself had no intention of managing these survivors as long as he developed the military, while all conspiracies and schemes would be mere trifles. With control over the military, one holds absolute authority. Do. All personnel assemble and board the vehicle. The assembly whistle sounded outside apartment 22, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. The elite infantry squad lined up next to the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle. After confirming that everyone was accounted for, they boarded the vehicle in an orderly manner and headed towards the outskirts of the school. Today's target location was the relocation area of the second phase expansion of Yezhou University, located across from the north gate of the Western District. This relocation area was frequently visited by Gu Chengyuan before the apocalypse, as it became a prime spot for night market stalls in the evenings, perfect for satisfying hunger. Having gone there often, he was quite familiar with its layout. The entire relocation area consisted of 8 buildings, each 20 stories high, with 2 units per building and 4 households per floor. This adds up to accommodate 1280 households, but considering its remote location and the fact that it wasn't fully occupied, a conservative estimate would place the total around 1000 households. Assuming an average of 2 residents per household, at least over 1,000 zombies would still be unturned. Although cleaning one room at a time is quite tedious and slow with limited manpower, this method undoubtedly proves to be the most prudent. In a promising future, what is needed more is a strategic calm that avoids rash actions. As for the zombies present in the school dormitory, Gu Chengyuan simply ignored them. Their density was too low and the returns on time spent too minimal. The Mengsher armored assault vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of the relocation area. Due to the absence of other large housing complexes within several kilometers, Gu Chengyuan felt no restraints. All personnel except for the snipers disembark and prepare for battle. Understood. Upon receiving the order, the elite infantry soldiers swiftly opened the doors and exited the vehicle, assuming tactical positions. Our first phase mission is to clear out the wandering zombies in the relocation area. Everyone take cover behind the Mengsher 3 armored vehicle and construct defensive fortifications in place. Prepare for fire strikes against the zombies. After saying this, Jia Sanya took his team to push the shared electric bikes parked on the sidewalk towards the entrance of the community. One by one they pushed the bikes and laid them down at the community entrance, forming a small barricade against the zombies. Once the barricade was completed, the soldiers stood behind it ready to fire, and Gu Chengyuan issued another command. Hu Junpeng. Sound the horn. Understood. Beep. 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 The piercing sound of the horn echoed at the entrance of the community, quickly reaching the relocation area. Within seconds, the relocation area stirred to life. Roar. Roar. The rising and falling cries grew closer as the zombies wandering mindlessly within the area seemed to have been summoned. Like a shot of adrenaline, the zombies from every corner of the community rushed toward the source of the horn. Bang. Jia Sanya pressed the shoulder of his rifle tightly, and the first zombie appearing in his crosshairs collapsed with a shot. This felt like the prelude to a symphony. More and more zombies began to appear in sight. Bang. 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 The gunfire became increasingly frantic with each shot, almost resulting in a zombie falling. The soldiers armed with submachine guns and shotguns were filled with anxiety as they could not open fire yet due to the optimal shooting distance. Fortunately, this anxious waiting did not last long. More and more zombies gathered, and upon catching the scent of flesh and blood, they all entered a frenzy. Like wild boars, they charged collectively. Roar. Amidst the bloodthirsty frenzied screams, a tide of hundreds of zombies surged forth. The soldiers, numbering barely a dozen, felt like a lone boat in a black tide, seemingly on the brink of peril. Feeling the immense pressure, their expressions turned grave. Among this horde of zombies, several caught Gu Chengyuan's attention. These zombies were at the forefront of the mob, and the distance between them and the horde kept widening, clearly moving much faster than the others. Could they be evolving? Without a moment to ponder, Gu Chengyuan began issuing commands over the intercom. Grenade launchers, find your firing positions and wait for orders. Mount the vehicle's heavy machine guns. Open fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy machine gun on the roof, already eager for action, unleashed a dazzling tongue of fire, roaring wildly. The dense metal barrage swept across like windshield wipers where it passed. The zombies were swept away like raindrops on a windshield torn apart. Several fast-moving zombies at the front were instantly obliterated by the metal whips from the machine guns, their remains splattering on the ground and mixing with the shredded flesh of ordinary zombies. This scene vividly illustrated the principle of equality under the caliber. However, a single machine gun could not completely suppress the small horde, and several zombies still managed to slip through and quickly approach the barricade. Bang! Several zombies broke through the fire net and crashed into the pile of shared electric bikes, causing the barricade to boo! 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 The zombies that failed to break through at first were quickly blasted apart by the soldiers with shotguns, each taking out a large portion of their bodies. The splattering blood and flesh due to proximity even splashed onto the soldiers' combat uniforms. Day. The submachine guns roared to life, suppressing the approaching zombies. While suppressing, they also managed the ammunition consumption, alternating fire to maintain stable output. Under such intense firepower, the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun was about to run out of ammunition. Hearing the intermittent roar of the heavy machine gun, Chengyuan knew it was warning him that they were running low on bullets, and he immediately shouted into the intercom. Light machine guns open fire. Heavy machine gun reload. A sniper who had long set up the QBJ-201 light machine gun immediately squeezed the trigger upon hearing the order. Sweeping towards the tide of zombies that had lost the heavy machine gun suppression, the zombies' advance was slowed down once more. The sniper rifle had little effect in front of the horde, so Chengyuan had pre-arranged for a sniper to use the freed-up light machine gun as a supplementary firepower during the gaps.
Xiaoran could never have imagined that he would be ambushed by his wife's family and hacked apart while still alive. No, this was no mere dream.
The frequency of gunfire diminished as the density of zombies decreased until finally, like the surging tide of zombies, they completely vanished from the relocation area. Watching the last zombie fall, Chengyuan's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. Only by facing the horde directly did he realize just how terrifying these zombies, devoid of fear and pain, completely driven by bloodthirsty instincts, could be when they formed a scale. A horde made up of just over 100 zombies under the alternating fire of light and heavy machine guns and the consumption of distant firepower still managed to crash against the barricade multiple times. Encountering such a horde without any cover with just this single squad's firepower would be utterly insurmountable. Fortunately, with foresight and a steady approach, he avoided a disastrous situation. Having dealt with low-tier scattered zombies for too long, he almost thought zombies were just like that. Yet this mere 100-zombie horde was so fierce. The thought of hordes numbering in the thousands or even millions within the city is simply unimaginable. Report, Commander, the battlefield has been cleared. An hour later, Jia Sanyu arrived before Chengyuan accompanied by a soldier. After counting, we have collected 176 zombie crystal nuclei. Chengyuan opened the black bag handed by the soldier and saw a pile of shining crystal nuclei inside. Chengyuan suddenly felt that this scene was eerily familiar, reminiscent of watching a crime film where criminals divide the spoils after a jewel heist. Clearing his mind of strange thoughts, Chengyuan immediately summoned the system. System. Transform. Since the soldiers were provided by the system, Chengyuan had no reservations. Ding, transforming. Soon a sound of money bouncing echoed in his mind. Transformation successful. Current money 1104. Seeing the system interface displaying a 4-digit sum, Chengyuan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed hopeful that he could summon a second infantry squad today. With these gains plus the upcoming cleanup and collecting the zombie brain nuclei from yesterday's kills on the way back, it would definitely be enough. Chengyuan did not plan to continue exchanging for elite infantry squads. He felt that for dealing with zombies, the cost-effectiveness of elite infantry squads seemed inadequate. Although the weapons used were quite advanced, their idle rate was high. For instance, 3 snipers and a grenade launcher rarely saw action. Thus in the short term, Chengyuan still intended to go for quantity, relying on sheer numbers to build momentum. Virum, the armored vehicle Mengsher 3, started up again and slowly made its way toward the resettlement area. The sturdy, massive special tires rolled over the piles of corpses, the 8-ton armored vehicle carving deep ruts into the remains. The crushed zombie bodies squeezed out juices like rotten tomatoes, and blood seeped along the tracks, pooling into a puddle. However, Chengyuan was indifferent to all this, not even considering having the soldiers deal with the corpses. To improve efficiency, he couldn't care less about environmental pollution at this moment. The vehicle tires left bloody tracks on the ground as it parked next to the entrance of Building 3 in the resettlement area. This time the snipers and grenade launcher were not left in the vehicle. Under Chengyuan's orders, they put down their weapons and picked up shovels and picks. Since the sniper rifles and grenade launchers were ineffective indoors, they might as well serve as logistics personnel responsible for miscellaneous tasks such as digging out zombie crystal nuclei. Chengyuan also did not choose to stay in the vehicle as usual. Instead, he planned to act alongside the elite infantry squad. He divided the infantry squad into 3 combat teams and 1 logistics team. Team 1 leader, squad leader Jia Sanyu, accompanied by a shotgunner and a submachine gunner. Team 2 leader, squad vice leader Huang Zheqi, accompanied by a submachine gunner and a rifleman. The leader of Team 3 was Chengyuan himself, accompanied by a shotgunner and a light machine gunner. The logistics team consisted of 2 snipers and a grenade launcher equipped with shovels, picks, hammers, and a black bag identical to that of a gangster. The remaining sniper, armed with a 191 precision rifle, stayed behind to guard the vehicle. After all, there was still a heavy machine gun and several thousand rounds of ammunition on the vehicle. He couldn't be careless. The 3 combat teams cautiously entered the first floor of Unit 1 in Building 3. After quickly checking the corridor and confirming that there were no wandering zombies, the three teams each selected a door. Gu Chengyuan along with shotgunner Pu Guangxiang and machine gunner Lin Zijuan arrived outside the security door of room 101. Lin Zijuan was a chubby man around 170 centimeters tall, weighing nearly 150 kilograms. His most notable feature was his large head, and he looked quite amiable when he smiled. The reason he was chosen as the machine gunner was that his physique could stabilize the machine gun. Guangxiang breached the door. Received. Gu Chengyuan and Lin Zijuan leaned against the wall beside the hinge of the security door while Pu Guangxiang approached the side near the door lock with the shotgun. Pu Guangxiang concealed himself behind the wall, aiming the shotgun at the door lock, finding the right angle. 3-2. Pu Guangxiang quietly counted 1. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the shotgun, instantly piercing the door lock with high-density tungsten pellets. At the same time, Pu Guangxiang stepped forward and kicked the security door. Bang! The security door was kicked open in an instant. Roar! Inside the room, the zombies, alerted by the noise, lunged toward the doorway. They were a pair of young male and female zombies, likely a couple before their transformation. Bang! Bang! Pu Guangxiang, firmly gripping the shotgun and ready, pulled the trigger again with 2 rapid shots. The shotgun, a godsend for urban warfare, scattered pellets, instantly knocking down the 2 screaming zombies. Due to Gu Chengyuan's orders, Pu Guangxiang aimed for the chest and neck below the head to avoid damaging the brain nuclei. Thus, one shot hit the male zombie's chest and the other shot pierced the female zombie's neck. The 14 pellets obliterated the neck, leaving only a small piece of flesh connecting it to the head. Unable to support the weight of its own head, it was torn off, rolling beneath the dining table in the room. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's team start off fiercely and decisively, the other teams did not fall behind. At the doorway of room 102, where Jia Sanya's team was, the sound of a shotgun breaching the door, the universal key echoed. Team 2, lacking a shotgun, is this universal key worried that rifles and submachine guns would not have enough penetration power, potentially causing ricochet injuries. They turned to the logistics team for help, opting for the more rudimentary hammer method to breach the door. Bang! 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 The hammer struck the latch repeatedly, and the already mediocre security door of the resettlement area was soon broken down. However, this time, instead of the roars of zombies, a girl's sharp scream echoed. "Ah! Don't eat me!" Pu Guangxiang dealt with the 2 zombies that lunged at him, but instead of acting recklessly, he paused momentarily to ensure there were no other movements before cautiously stepping inside. The room was relatively narrow, leaving little time to react in case of any unexpected events, making it highly dangerous. Therefore, the wisest course of action was to create some noise and wait for the dangers within the room to reveal themselves. Pu Guangxiang took the lead, with Lin Zijuan closely following, placing Gu Chengyuan last. Search around to see if there's anything useful. The room was arranged very warmly, with a fabric sofa, some hanging paintings, and adorable ornaments. Next to the TV cabinet was a picture frame, which Gu Chengyuan curiously picked up, discovering a photo of a close young couple. The boy was slightly chubby and smiled shyly, while the girl beamed with joy. Gently placing the frame back, he turned and saw the 2 zombies lying on the ground, and Gu Chengyuan sighed softly. Guangxiang, shoot the male zombie in the neck and let them leave this world in the same manner. No need to thank me, it's all due to this apocalypse. This is all I can do. Lin Zijuan, did you find anything? Upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's voice, Lin Zijuan's broad body emerged from the bedroom with remarkable agility. Report, Chief. I didn't find anything useful, but I did come across some chocolate snacks and balloons. Balloons. Gu Chengyuan turned to Lin Zijuan, noticing his squinting eyes and lewd expression. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "What the hell do you plan to do with those?" Throw them away. Wait. Gu Chengyuan frowned deep in thought. Forget it, let's do a good deed to the end. Lin Zijuan, burn the balloons in front of these doomed lovers. Also be careful down there. With that, Gu Chengyuan led Pu Guangxiang towards the door. In truth, Gu Chengyuan had no expectations for what valuable items they might find in the room. As for food occupying the Yezhou University, the reserves in the 8 canteens within the school were enough to sustain their small group for a long time. Money was a non-issue. Those who understood knew that it was of no use even for wiping. As for gold and silver jewelry, Gu Chengyuan had already tried that, and the system showed no response. Thus, among these residential buildings, what held the most value for Gu Chengyuan were rather the zombies that instilled fear, reeked of decay, and were beginning to rot.
The lottery tickets bore a timestamp, and there was surveillance footage of him completing the divorce procedures at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so this would clearly count as post-divorce property, beyond dispute.
Just as Gu Chengyuan and Pu Guangxiang stepped out, they bumped into Jia Sanyu, who was looking for him. Report, Chief. Room 102 has discovered a survivor. Upon inquiry, it was found to be a student from Yezhou University. Understood, have him wait in the original room. As a resettlement area adjacent to Yezhou University, finding students from the school was not surprising. Many students rented here for convenience. Of course, most were couples, and these rented rooms were humorously referred to as love nests by some classmates. Uncle from the National Defense Army, take me with you. Don't leave me here. The conversation in the corridor was heard by Qin Rao at the door of room 102, and the phrase "wait here" led her to mistakenly believe they intended to abandon her. Uncle. Upon hearing this term, Gu Chengyuan turned his head to look at the door of room 102. Standing at the door was a girl who looked like a fairy, her delicate features eliciting admiration, especially those long narrow eyes which seemed to have just cried, glistening like a helpless fawn. The girl wore a white t-shirt, was tall, measuring around 170 centimeters, with a slim waist and long legs, her bosom full and ample. A fairy. That was Gu Chengyuan's first impression of the girl. However, he quickly regained his composure so much so that the girl whose eyes were red and swollen did not notice any oddity. "Hello, classmate. We are not going to leave you behind. We just have a task to eliminate zombies and it's too dangerous to take you alone. We will take you with us when we return so you don't need to worry." Gu Chengyuan's voice was gentle, calming Qin Rao's anxious and helpless emotions. Once she settled down a bit, she finally had the heart to observe the man in combat gear before her. The man had a high nose, bridge deep and defined features, and his eyes were clear like a pool of snowmelt. Beneath his crisp military uniform was the faint outline of muscles exuding a fierce and cold aura like a leopard. "All right, I'll be good. Please don't leave me behind." The girl's soft, independent tone made Gu Chengyuan's heart skip a beat. Yet remaining impassive, he replied in a very official tone, "Rest assured, classmate, we will ensure your safety. Please return to your room now, stay inside and don't come out and eat something to regain your strength. Then tidy up your belongings, we will withdraw around 6 o'clock. Okay." Watching the girl retreat back into the room, Gu Chengyuan let out a sigh. No wonder they say beautiful women bring disaster. One must still cultivate their heart. After a self-deprecating smile, Gu Chengyuan led his elite team of soldiers to continue the sweep. Leaving 3 teams to clear the remaining room 104, Gu Chengyuan led teams 1 and 2 up the stairs toward the second floor. The combat formation remained the same, with 2 soldiers armed with shotguns in front. His shotguns have a larger spread and fierce close-range firepower, making them more suitable for dealing with sudden situations than rifles. Bang! A pot lid fell to the ground in the hallway on the second floor, breaking the eerie silence. Gu Chengyuan and the others waited at the corridor entrance for about a minute. Not encountering any zombies, they proceeded into the second floor hallway, repeating the process from the first floor. After thoroughly searching the entire floor's corridor and confirming there were no overlooked threats, the sound of the 09 model universal key opening the door echoed. By 1 p.m. Gu Chengyuan and the elite squad had finally cleared the third building, Unit 1. They also rescued 16 survivors from inside the building, including 4 couples, 2 of whom were students from Yezhou University. The remaining survivors were ordinary office workers residing here, primarily young adults. Among them, 3 young men left a rather unfavorable first impression on Gu Chengyuan. Their demeanor and actions were somewhat unruly, giving off an impression of restlessness. 2 of them were not residents but had come to socialize and drink with friends. These individuals were arranged by Gu Chengyuan into 3 other rooms on the first floor of Unit 1, while Qin Rao's room 102 was not designated for any survivors. One couple objected, stating that the 3 rooms were too gruesome and wished to go to room 102, but Gu Chengyuan refused, citing the need to protect the rights of the original tenants. However, Qin Rao actively invited the 2 couples to stay in her room, asking for their help with cooking, thinking that Gu Chengyuan and his team had been fighting zombies all morning and deserved a hot meal. Gu Chengyuan wholeheartedly agreed with this idea. Soldiers are still human, and while the taste of individual rations is decent, eating too much can indeed be quite monotonous. Instead of letting these people remain idle, it was better to ensure the well-being of the combat personnel. He immediately ordered the logistics team to collect ingredients from the cleared rooms on the second floor. The apocalypse had only erupted less than 2 days ago, so even with the power outage, the ingredients in the fridge had not spoiled. Soon they collected several pounds of beef, pork, 2 fish, and some potatoes and vegetables. Due to time constraints, Gu Chengyuan decided to prepare a hot pot, which was simpler. He placed the hot pot base into the pot to boil and then added the prepared ingredients one by one. While the survivors were preparing the meal, Gu Chengyuan immediately arranged for the soldiers to rest on the spot. The soldiers rested in units, heading up to the second floor rooms to find beds for their midday nap. Gu Chengyuan then climbed into the outside of the Hummer 3 armored assault vehicle, while the sniper left behind was assigned to assist in the kitchen, effectively supervising. Human hearts are hard to read, so caution is wise. One must not be poisoned. Since he was alone in the vehicle, Gu Chengyuan did not sit in the passenger seat but instead lay down on the spacious back seat. Comfortably stretching, enjoying the vehicle's air conditioning, Gu Chengyuan summoned the system. At that moment, the word money on the system panel appeared, incredibly adorable to him. Money 1,504. This was the reward he had earned alongside his elite squad after a long morning. Gu Chengyuan controlled the cursor on the system interface and opened the troop exchange page. Standard Infantry Squad 1500. Excited by this option, he clicked to exchange. It wasn't easy. Even though he hadn't saved for long, it felt like a hard-earned accumulation. This infantry squad could give him 2 squads, doubling the speed of resource gathering. The snowball effect could only grow larger. Gu Chengyuan imagined himself commanding an army of hundreds of thousands. Exchange. As soon as he spoke, a virtual blue frame appeared in his view. However, this time Gu Chengyuan saw 2 options on the blue frame, one for immediate placement and one for concealed placement. Concealed placement. Gu Chengyuan was a bit worried about being seen by some corner-dwelling survivor during the exchange, and the system's concealed placement option was just what he needed. The system claimed it was concealed, so it should be reliable. With that thought, Gu Chengyuan immediately chose concealed placement. Ding! Standard Infantry Squad X1. Distributing. Distribution successful. Where is it? Gu Chengyuan looked around in confusion but found no sign of anything happening. After waiting a bit longer, just as he thought the system was glitching, a familiar vehicle head suddenly turned in through the door. What appeared next in Gu Chengyuan's line of sight was another Hummer 3 armored assault vehicle, also adorned with jungle digital camouflage, and it was the high-end version equipped with a 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun. Wow, this system can indeed do some tricks. The price is half off, but the quality of this squad's vehicle hasn't diminished at all. With a screech, the armored assault vehicle came to a steady halt beside Gu Chengyuan's vehicle, reporting in the same manner as the elite infantry squad did back then. However, Gu Chengyuan could still see a significant difference between the two squads. First, in terms of disembarking, while this standard infantry squad was relatively swift, it lacked the grace and fluidity of the elite infantry squad. This may be the difference between being qualified and good in military training as mentioned in the system's introduction. But getting it for half the price with this configuration. What more could one ask for? Moreover, military training can improve over time, especially in this apocalypse where combat is abundant. Attention, reporting Commander. Squad Leader Lu Chong reporting to you. The entire squad of Class 2 is supposed to have 10 members and we have all 10 present. Please give your orders. Squad Leader Lu Chong was very tall, taller than Gu Chengyuan by half a head, standing at about 1.9 meters and was quite robust. Stand down. Yes. Report on personnel and firepower configuration. Reporting Commander. The squad is composed of 10 members organized into 2 combat teams, each led by the squad leader and deputy squad leader, each carrying a portable radio. Each team consists of 3 riflemen, 1 grenadier and 1 machine gunner. The riflemen are equipped with QBZ-191 assault rifles, each with 500 rounds. The grenadier has a 35mm grenade launcher attached. The rifleman has 300 rounds and 15 rounds for the 35mm grenades. The machine gunner is equipped with a QJB-201 Model 5.8mm squad support machine gun with 700 rounds on hand, while the other soldiers in the team carry an additional 600 rounds. Gu Chengyuan was very satisfied with this firepower configuration. Compared to the elite squad, which leaned towards special operations gear, this squad's large and straightforward firepower was undoubtedly the most suitable for dealing with zombies. Have you eaten yet? Lu Chong asked, revealing a bashfulness that was inconsistent with his imposing image, his large hand subconsciously scratching his head. He reporting Commander, not yet. Ha ha. Then organize your squad to go upstairs and find some ingredients. Take as much as you need and let the survivors help process it on the first floor. You all also hurry up and rest. The cleanup of Unit 2 is expected to commence in 1 hour. Received. Upon hearing about the combat mission, Lu Chong stood at attention and saluted Gu Chengyuan. At this moment, Pu Guangqiang hurriedly ran out. Reporting Commander, it's time to eat. The survivors did not complain about the sudden increase in workload brought by the soldiers from Team 2. Instead, they felt invigorated. After enduring days filled with fear and anxiety, they could hardly wish for more soldiers. Gu Chengyuan and the others were extremely satisfied with this meal. Hot pot is inherently versatile, requiring no special skills to make it delicious. With an open feast of ingredients, the soldiers had a substantial appetite. After indulging, they went back to the 4th floor to search again. Gu Chengyuan was very encouraging about this, as it was better to eat than to let the meat and vegetables rot and go to waste in a few days. After both teams had eaten well and rested for a while, Gu Chengyuan issued the combat order again at 2:30 p.m. This time the 2 teams were divided into 6 combat squads, with 3 squads from the elite Team 1 responsible for clearing Building 3 Unit. The 3 squads from Team 2 were tasked with the cleanup of Building 4 Unit 1 next door. With the combat experience from the morning and the Universal Key Shotgun, Team 1 advanced quickly in the afternoon. In contrast, the 3 squads from Team 2 progressed much more slowly. Gu Chengyuan personally led the team to prevent any issues. From a military standpoint, apart from the experienced squad leader Lu Chong, the other soldiers in Team 2 felt somewhat inexperienced. If one had to describe them, they resembled soldiers recently promoted from private to non-commissioned officer. Thus, whether in terms of military training or experience in combating zombies, the gap between Team 2 and Team 1 was quite significant. Gu Chengyuan could only watch to avoid casualties. Although each soldier was merely a cold number in the system, clearly, to Gu Chengyuan they were living individuals, his own soldiers, and he felt responsible for their safety. Yes. Spread out the formation. Don't rush. After breaching the door, you need to swing the hammer faster. And don't fire at zombies until your teammates are in a safe position. Although zombies are fast, they are certainly not faster than your bullets. Stay calm. Are you out of your mind? I told you, even if you kill a zombie after breaching the door, wait another 10 seconds before entering the room. It's too cramped inside if you rush, and what if you encounter one up close? Can you react in time? Zombies have no brains and won't ambush, just create noise and wait for them to come. During the afternoon, zombie clearing the hall echoed with Gu Chengyuan's guidance, and sometimes upon witnessing dangerous maneuvers he couldn't help but, at that moment he truly understood why superiors had a low tolerance for mistakes and were so strict with punishments during his service. In this profession, a mistake might mean losing one's life, and each error was heart-wrenching and intolerable. However, this afternoon the settlement area was not solely Gu Chengyuan's domain. He was not the only voice. They were not alone. Not only the zombies roared, but also the survivors in the nearby residential building. Initially huddled in fear indoors, the survivors were ecstatic to see the military. Standing on balconies or leaning out of windows, they called out loudly, "Help! Quick, save me! I'm trapped in my home. I'm here, look at me!" Various cries rang out, with some even waving their bedsheets and blankets desperately to attract attention. However, these cries did not attract the rescue from Gu Chengyuan's team. Instead, they drew the zombies inside the building. The zombies' roars, coupled with their sharp scratching at the door, made these individuals even more terrified, like drowning people grasping for straws, increasingly frantically calling for help. Faced with the requests from Jia Sanyo and Lu Chong over the intercom, Gu Chengyuan pondered briefly before decisively issuing the order to continue with the mission. It was only the second day of the apocalypse considering the food supplies at home and the strength of the security doors these individuals were relatively safe. In this entire community of 8 residential buildings the survivors were also quite scattered. Attempting a rescue now would not only affect efficiency but also pose safety concerns compared to the current steady approach. Moreover, it was good for them to experience despair. They should not live in a fantasy during the apocalypse but learn to recognize their position and who could truly save them. Gu Chengyuan's firm demeanor disregarding the anxious cries for help from the building caused many to panic. In their fear, anger arose, inexplicably transforming their pleas for help into sharp swords. Why aren't you soldiers coming to save us? I know you're here to save the officials, right? Yes, I often expose this online. The fools on the internet say I'm a spy. Look, this is our Zhou Bang's military. They don't care about our lives. They say sweet words but only protect the officials when danger strikes. Some even resorted to a destruction mode, throwing pots and bowls at Gu Chengyuan. Damn it, if I can't live, none of you will. Everyone throw things that way to lure the zombies. Let's die together. Watching this chaotic scene, Gu Chengyuan's expression remained stern and his aura dropped to an extreme low as if he were trying to suppress his anger. But in reality he felt nothing inside, even wanting to laugh. Yes, just like that, the more chaotic the better. If you don't create chaos, how will there be further psychological pressure on me? At the scene, many rescued survivors couldn't help but feel a surge of anger starting to stand up for the military. How can people be so unreasonable? Is the military superhuman? Can't they save everyone one by one? Not saving you is a conspiracy. What logic is that? Is saving you also a conspiracy? They are just a group of self-interested individuals claiming to act for the common people. What? Just because we were saved first, I, a construction worker, have become superior. Am I now an invisible hand? I'll smash you with a hammer. What is the army doing? Are they just being bullied by these fools? Yet did they forget to fight against these idiots while fighting zombies? Is this not a troublesome matter? What time is it and they are still causing infighting? For a moment the emotions of the rescued survivors reached a peak, with some suggesting that the military should not intervene and let them die here, almost angrier than the military itself. In response, Gu Chengyuan's silence was the greatest response. This made many survivors feel even more pity for Gu Chengyuan's troops, who were the true Zhou Bang army, enduring insults without retaliation, protecting the common people. As dusk fell, Gu Chengyuan's Team 2 had already reached the 18th floor of Building 4 Unit 1. According to Jia Sania's report over the intercom, they had finished clearing Building 3 and were currently cleaning the 4th floor of Unit 2. As the cleanup continued, survivors were gradually rescued, but even in the face of their endless gratitude, Gu Chengyuan's expression remained cold. Li Kuan. Please respond. Received. Please ask the survivors if any of the cars parked downstairs belong to them. We need to requisition them for personnel transport. We expect to wrap up here in half an hour. Understood. Sir. Li Kuan was a sniper specially left behind by Gu Chengyuan to temporarily oversee the survivors. With the apocalypse upon them, public sentiment was volatile and a show of force was necessary to maintain order. Putting down the intercom, Gu Chengyuan addressed the soldiers from Team 2 who had just finished clearing the 18th floor and were waiting for his next instruction. There are 2 floors left. Once we finish clearing, we will prepare to return. Do not let your guard down. Ensure a safe wrap-up. Understood. Half an hour later, Gu Chengyuan gathered the troops downstairs to organize the survivors to board the vehicles. Fortunately, this area is a resettlement zone where the residents' consumption level is not very high. Most families own SUVs along with some 4-seater sedans. If it were a villa area, all they would have are 2-seater sports cars, and to transport these survivors they'd have to let them ride on the roofs. Actually, they could also walk there since the school is just across the street. However, with so many people gathered together and exposed outside, it would inevitably attract mutated creatures. The experience of the zombie dogs ambush that night had already served as a warning for Gu Chengyuan. As the 30 survivors queued to board the 4 SUVs, those who had been noisy all afternoon, now exhausted, began to stir again. This time, however, their attitude had noticeably softened, with some survivors even starting to plead, "Please don't leave. I beg you, save me. Yes, I'm different from those morons who yelled at you this morning. I'm brain damaged. If you don't believe me, let me show you my medical record. Please save us. The children are innocent. My child is only 2 years old, commanders." Looking at these people, Gu Chengyuan felt it was surreal. The ones who had cursed the most fiercely in the morning were now the ones begging for mercy and shifting blame after slowly realizing the truth. Seeing them reminded Gu Chengyuan of the netizens who were swayed before the apocalypse, making him deeply understand the meaning behind Lu Sun saying, "Pity their misfortune, anger their inability to fight back, which contains so much helplessness." However, from start to finish, this situation was deliberately allowed by Gu Chengyuan. If he did not guide them to the top, how could he suppress them through their mistakes? Crushing their arrogance. Now that things have turned chaotic, if he rescues them, most would definitely be grateful. This is human nature summed up in one word: cheap. What comes too easily is never cherished. Only after going through hardships do they recognize the kindness of others. Gu Chang. Yes. Tell them to come back tomorrow and not to run around. Understood. Pu Guangxiang received the order and conveyed the news to the pleading survivors, who immediately erupted with excitement. The atmosphere was lively, as if they were eagerly awaiting the return of a king. Soldiers, go back and rest well. Don't tire yourselves too much. We'll wait for you here. Absolutely won't run around. Yes, we fought zombies for a whole day. Everyone needs to rest. Well, we can't be selfish. Soldiers are also human. If we don't care about our own troops, who will care? Gu Chengyuan didn't listen to the chatter behind him as he got into the passenger seat. Once everyone was on board, he directly ordered the troop vehicles to start. Thus a convoy led by Gu Chengyuan's armored assault vehicle with 4 SUVs in the middle and ending with a number 2 armored assault vehicle slowly drove out of the Night State University resettlement area. Just as they exited the gate, Gu Chengyuan sent 5 warriors from both the elite and regular teams to retrieve the zombie brain cores that were killed last night. But not long after, a report came through the intercom from the retrieval team. Report, Commander. The retrieval team found that the brain cores of the zombies killed last night are all gone. The heads have puncture holes from different sharp objects. Hearing this news, Gu Chengyuan's expression turned serious. Understood. Team, return and be careful on your way back. What kind of creature is picking the fruits? There were no signs of human activity when he went there this morning. Could it be some mutated animal? Different sharp objects. Gu Chengyuan mulled over this term carefully. From this clue, it seemed that the entity picking the fruits was not just one but a group. Although he couldn't be certain, Gu Chengyuan leaned towards the belief that it was some unknown mutated monster. It's not that Gu Chengyuan looks down on humans, but given that the apocalypse has only erupted for less than 2 days, it's already impressive that they can gather to ensure their own safety. Don't even mention actively attacking to steal inedible brain cores, especially at night. The brain core serves no purpose other than for the system, and Gu Chengyuan has yet to develop any uses for it. Ironically, the brain core of the zombie dog from last night is still in his pocket, and he had conducted various experiments with it this morning, including but not limited to meditating with the brain core, concentrating his thoughts on it in an attempt to absorb it, and even secretly dripping blood on it. All that's left is to smash it and drink it directly. As he pondered, Gu Chengyuan's group had already arrived at the entrance of apartment 22. Hearing the commotion, Qianxin and Lu Xingfu immediately led people out from the building. As soon as Gu Chengyuan got out of the vehicle, Qianxin rushed over to report on the day's work, while Lu Xingfu, although he had nothing to report, also stood by his side. Commander and soldiers, you've worked hard. Now please follow me to the 5th cafeteria. After sealing off the dormitory corridor today, I had my people clean the back kitchen, and I personally killed 2 zombies. To make his words more convincing, Qianxin pulled up a corner of his bloodstained shirt as he spoke. Yes. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chairman Kai is indeed formidable. Lu Xingfu affirmed him from the side. Today's scene had indeed shocked Lu Xingfu, not just the zombies but also Qianxin and his driver. After finishing the chores in the dormitory, this group discussed and decided to clean out the cafeteria, as eating dry rations every day was not a sustainable solution. Gu Chengyuan had a warm meal with the soldiers in the cafeteria. Due to the relatively small number of survivors, there was no division of labor. The meal was cooked collectively by all the remaining survivors. Those who could cook took care of the pots and utensils, while those who couldn't helped wash the vegetables and prepare the ingredients. Although the dishes were not abundant, the group worked together well. The meal consisted of common dishes like sour shredded potatoes and stir-fried beef with green peppers, but they were quite tasty, leaving the soldiers smacking their lips. Of course, there were unexpected situations, such as Qianxin and others not anticipating the sudden increase in the number of people. However, the previous survivors welcomed these newcomers, as people tend to band together in times of danger. Moreover, the addition of an extra squad of soldiers greatly enhanced their sense of security. After finishing the meal, Gu Chengyuan entrusted the arrangement of the survivors to Qianxin and no longer dealt with these trivial matters. Gu Chengyuan believed in focusing on military matters while outsourcing daily life tasks to reduce energy expenditure. In the apocalyptic environment, there was no such thing as a power struggle as long as one held military power. Authority was merely a thought away. After returning, he made some modifications to the guard roster in his room, removing Qianxin and her team and adding the new squad. Thus the defense work was fully taken over by his subordinates, making it more professional and easier to manage. Gu Chengyuan washed up and lay in bed contemplating development plans. He thought of his parents and younger brother slowly drifting into sleep. When he got up early the next morning, he smelled the aroma of steamed buns and rice porridge in the hallway. At first he thought it was an illusion until Pu Guangqi entered the room holding a plate. Chief, it's time to get up for breakfast. Kaizong just brought breakfast: large meat buns with fillings of cabbage and pork and beef. I got you 2 of each, a bowl of millet porridge and a box of milk. Hearing this, Gu Chengyuan's appetite was instantly stimulated, and he casually asked, did they make these? Yes, 2 of the survivors rescued yesterday are chefs. After dinner they approached Kaizong, offering to take over the cafeteria. Not bad, it seems there are still people with initiative. Let the soldiers start eating, we leave in half an hour. Understood. Half an hour later, Gu Chengyuan and the others boarded the vehicle and returned to the resettlement area. The survivors, who had been eagerly waiting in their rooms, were overjoyed to see the familiar armored vehicle arrive, welcoming them enthusiastically. The 2 squads continued their combat groupings from yesterday, swiftly engaging in battle. This time Gu Chengyuan did not join them after the clearing operations from the previous afternoon. The second squad had accumulated enough experience and no longer needed his guidance. Whether he was there or not made no difference, so he might as well rest well and fish for a while, enjoying the air conditioning inside the armored vehicle. Although Gu Chengyuan was lying down, he did not completely lose focus on the 2 squads, as the radio occasionally transmitted updates on the clearing progress. From these reports, Gu Chengyuan could clearly sense that the second squad had made significant progress compared to yesterday, and their clearing speed was now very close to that of the first squad. This was to be expected. Using a gun to open cans wasn't a highly technical task. Once the steps were clarified, it was quite similar to solving problems using formulas. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Chengyuan brought food over, the two squads had cleared Building 5. At this time Chengyuan's funds had also reached 1314 and he estimated that he would be able to gather enough for a third squad before the Chengyuan organized the survivors to dismantle the rear seats of yesterday's SUV to convert it into a food delivery vehicle, increasing the capacity and making lunch more plentiful. The meal included beef stew with potatoes, dry-fried green beans, seaweed and pork rib soup with rice and steamed buns as staples, along with 10 boxes of mineral water and 5 boxes of Red Bull. The provisions were quite adequate, which made Chengyuan even more satisfied with Chengyuan. Originally the plan was to scrounge for a few things in the building like yesterday, but unexpectedly lunch was proactively provided. After filling up, Chengyuan led the team to collect the dishes and the 6 combat groups resumed their cleaning tasks. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon the third squad had been exchanged for by Chengyuan. Just when he thought it would be another 10 people, upon opening the vehicle door Chengyuan discovered that 11 people and a military dog had come. The reason for specifying a single dog was that if Chengyuan had not repeatedly checked the information of this creature through the system, he might have mistaken it for some kind of large ferocious beast. This military dog had physical characteristics similar to a Chinese wolf dog but was vastly different in size, as robust as a small calf when standing. Its head nearly grazed Chengyuan's chin. It was fully equipped, wearing stab-resistant armor and an exoskeleton-like assistive device that greatly enhanced its ability to withstand blows while also increasing its strength. Its forepaws were equipped with dark steel claws that glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Sitting among the team, it held its head high and proud, its eyes conveying an air of confidence resembling not a military dog but a majestic lion. However, when faced with this fully armed military dog with steel claws, even a prairie lion might not necessarily win. Another person was a communications soldier assigned to Chengyuan, forming a complete infantry platoon with him and 3 infantry squads. In the following days Chengyuan's team diligently swept through the second resettlement area of Yezhou University. Along the way they encountered several zombie dogs, as many people with the improvement of living standards chose to keep dogs as companions. However, once the obedient and gentle pet dogs of the pre-apocalypse transform into zombies, their destructive power is astonishing. Often when encountering zombie dogs, they are usually the only undead creature in the entire room, having devoured all flesh and blood, including their owners, leaving nothing behind. From the scene where all the blood has been licked clean, it is difficult to determine whether the owner had transformed before being eaten, having evaded the virus but not the betrayal of their beloved dog. When it comes to transformation, there are clear distinctions between humans and animals. Zombies, although greatly enhanced in strength, endurance, pain perception and even vitality, seem to be weakened because their essential wisdom for survival has been extinguished. Animals after transformation similarly only have enhanced vitality and physical qualities while losing the sensation of pain, yet they achieve a qualitative leap. The zombies that humans become give Chengyuan a sense of being the lowest tier of consumables in this apocalyptic world, akin to the slimes in the novice village of a video game, the wild dogs at the village entrance, or the millions of minions that die daily in the canyon. Thus the warriors prefer to face a siege of 20 zombies rather than one zombie dog, as the latter is simply too fast, too strong and possesses too much vitality. It is similar to the spray of words from the pre-apocalypse. Even if you beat it into a state of confusion, this creature's jaws remain tough and can still bite. As the number of personnel under his command increased, so did the number of zombies cleared each day. For safety reasons, Chengyuan set the daily combat task for each squad to cover one apartment building, which consists of 40 residential units. Yesterday he exchanged for another ordinary infantry squad, and with the cooperation of 4 infantry squads they were able to clear 2 buildings daily, roughly yielding around 1100 in monetary profit. However, this profit would last only for a day. Yes, by this afternoon the second resettlement area of Yezhou University would end its occupation by zombies and be completely reclaimed. Chengyuan lay in the armored assault vehicle enjoying the air conditioning while the communication device occasionally transmitted progress reports from various squads, all delivered by the squad leaders. Due to the expansion of the troop size, it was no longer suitable to micromanage each 3-man combat team, so Chengyuan returned command authority to each squad leader. The benefit of this approach was to grant the squad leaders autonomy to better adapt to situations while also reducing Chengyuan's workload. Today's clearing operation went exceptionally smoothly with almost no resistance encountered. In a cheerful mood, Chengyuan patted the enormous head of the dog lying beside him. Xiaohei squinted his eyes in delight, continuously rubbing his head against Chengyuan's palm. Due to the combat role of the military dog Xiaohei, Chengyuan did not deploy it to clear zombies but kept it beside him for protection, which was essentially for the sake of petting it to relieve boredom. After all, with the internet down and no means of entertainment, lying idle without battling zombies can also be quite dull. Moreover, Chengyuan had always loved dogs since childhood, but it seemed there was some sort of curse at home, as every dog he raised would die, none lasting more than a month. With the mindset of loving something means not harming it, Chengyuan decided to refrain from raising dogs and thus had not owned one since, yet he often indulged in virtual dog petting online due to his fondness. He even sneakily followed trends, posting nonsensical phrases like fat baby, hajime, hajime, and often fantasized that once he graduated and found a job he would rent a cozy apartment, set it up warmly, place a lounge chair on the balcony and raise a dog. Every day after work he envisioned himself lounging in a chair with a dog by his side, gazing at distant scenery while drinking until he felt tipsy. Now with the arrival of Xiaohei, one of his wishes was fulfilled, albeit while lying in an armored vehicle, and beside him was not a wineglass but a 5.8mm truth. Such whimsical thoughts did not linger for long, as he soon heard the sound of a report. Upon hearing the commotion he immediately sat up. It was the team coming to resupply ammunition, with 2 armored vehicles parked, turning the area into a temporary ammunition supply point. Next to it was a completely stripped Link Co. 05 SUV with all the removed seats piled high with food, bottled water, various sports drinks, Snickers, chocolates, beef jerky and vacuum-packed Riaditoat meats. This was also a support vehicle arranged by Chengyuan specifically to provide energy supplies for the soldiers executing combat missions, and the vehicle was equipped with 4 accompanying volunteers. Typically after resupplying ammunition, soldiers would come here to refill their water bottles, grab some food to stuff into their backpacks, and take a moment to rest. Thus this vehicle was humorously nicknamed the Strong Army Combat Vehicle by the soldiers. By around 5 in the afternoon, the various squads gradually completed their tasks and returned to the armored command vehicle. The first to arrive were Jia Sanyu and his squad. Although they had 2 fewer combat personnel in the building due to 3 snipers and a grenade launcher, they were still one of the elite squads with solid military training that followed Chengyuan earliest. Their combat strength was undoubtedly the strongest. Upon returning to the supply point, Jia Sanyu first reported to Chengyuan and then led his squad straight to the Strong Army Combat Vehicle. After completing their combat tasks, the soldiers enjoyed coming to the Strong Army Combat Vehicle not only for the food and drinks but also for the company of volunteer ladies who could chat with them. They spoke eloquently and amusingly, making the soldiers absolutely fond of this place. As it neared 6 in the afternoon, with the last squad returning, the entire resettlement area was completely liberated. Watching the rescued survivors board the vehicle with expressions of having survived a disaster, some were in tears, endlessly thanking the soldiers maintaining order beside them. An elderly lady even knelt and bowed her head, saying, "I thank you, I remember you. You saved the lives of this old woman and my son and daughter-in-law. Please get up." Jia Sanyu hurriedly waved his hands in fright. Seeing Jia Sanyu's flustered expression and the heartfelt gratitude of these survivors, he suddenly felt that clearing zombies held more meaning beyond mere development. On the way back, Chengyuan sat in the passenger seat of the Mengcher 3 armored assault vehicle, gazing at the setting sun in the west, his eyes slightly. Thinking about how the resettlement area had been completely cleared, he suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, and the voice of Squidward echoed in his mind. "Mr. Krabs, I'm off work." Due to the completion of the settlement area cleanup, Chengyuan decided to give the soldiers a day of rest. Although these soldiers are products of the system, aside from their absolute loyalty, they are no different from ordinary people and can also experience psychological issues. Without professional psychological counselors, Chengyuan could only relax the soldiers by giving them time off. So the next day, Chengyuan let the soldiers sleep until 10 in the morning before blowing the wake-up whistle, allowing them to fully rest and replenish their energy from several days of intense fighting. Then, except for essential personnel on duty, all other soldiers could freely engage in activities at the gym next to the dormitory. The gym at Night State University has 3 floors with an indoor area the size of 3 football fields, including facilities for table tennis, basketball, badminton, volleyball, a gym, climbing, and combat sports. Such a variety of venues allows each soldier to find activities that interest them. Moreover, after learning about Chengyuan's plan for time off yesterday afternoon, Chengyuan worked overnight to collect entertainment props, turning the taekwondo gym filled with soft mats into a game room. Inside there were many game props collected from the female dormitory, including chess, Gamoko military chess, Monopoly, Werewolf, and 3 Kingdoms Kill. They even collected 10 laptops with built-in single-player games to create a small gaming room. Chengyuan strolled through the gym in a jungle-colored combat uniform and comfortable sports shoes, his pant legs casually unrolled. Accompanying him were Chengyuan's secretary Jean and the head of the supervision department, Lu Xingfu. "Chief Gu, look here, this is what we prepared overnight for the soldiers to rest. You see this restroom? It originally had shower facilities for the soldiers to wash off after exercising, but it cannot be used due to a water outage. During the arrangement meeting last night, Secretary Jean thought of having water delivered to the rooftop water tank and modifying the plumbing so that these showers can continue to be used." Upon hearing this, Chengyuan reached out and turned on the faucet in the shower room, finding that water indeed flowed out. Not bad, Secretary Jean is quite resourceful." Secretary Jean, hearing this, was excited and repeatedly shook his head. "Chief Gu, you can just call me Xiao Jean. I must thank you for providing this platform. It's thanks to Director Kai's usual guidance that I had the opportunity to use these little tricks." "Haha, too modest." As Chengyuan exited the shower room, Chengyuan and the others hurried to catch up. Chengyuan, half a step behind, continued, "Today we invited you, Chief Gu, for inspection, mainly to see what areas need improvement. First, the arrangements were made in a rush, so there may be omissions affecting the soldiers' rest. Second, our thinking is often limited and we cannot always align with the army's needs. We need your guidance." If it were before the apocalypse, anyone seeing Chengyuan, the leader of Hongtu Group, speak so humbly to a company commander would probably be shocked. Given Chengyuan's social status, even a military commander would usually interact as equals, not in such a humble manner. However, times had changed. The apocalypse had erupted for almost a week and there had been no official actions or even news, which made smart people like Chengyuan sense something unusual. That is, it was likely a true apocalypse. Previously, though he respected Chengyuan, he did not need to be so humble. He only thought to rely on Chengyuan for protection temporarily, hence the respect. But now it seemed that whatever came next would likely depend on this young man in front of him. Thus he quickly adjusted his mindset. As for dignity and pride for someone like him who had risen from the bottom, those were for showing off when in power, not for climbing up. Who doesn't bend down when climbing a mountain? So even though he was humble before Chengyuan, who was nearly 3 generations younger, he felt no psychological burden. On the side, Lu Xingfu watched with disdain, looking down on a big boss with no integrity, but if given the chance he would also want to flatter. However, the supervisory agency, although able to participate in everything, had no voice before anything went wrong, which led him to find it hard to join the conversation and show his face. He could only laugh along with everyone and follow their gaze, playing the role of a background character. "Stand up." "Hello, Chief." When they arrived at the game room, as soon as Chengyuan appeared, a soldier spotted him and shouted, "Stand up." The other soldiers quickly stood up from their seats and greeted him in unison. Don't mind me, everyone, continue playing. I'm just here to see how everyone is resting, Gu Chengyuan said casually, waving his. Although he said so, the other soldiers still looked at him with respect. Gu Chengyuan didn't mind and strolled around the game room checking what games were being played on the computers. Oh, Guangxiang is still playing Red Alert. Kuner is also playing. Are you two teaming up? No, Chief, I'm just playing casually with Li Kuan. Which of you plays better, huh? Kuner. Li Kuan, seeing Gu Chengyuan looking at him, forced a shy smile on his pockmarked face and replied, well, a bit better. Hearing this, Pu Guangxiang immediately protested, Chief Li Kuan is just bragging, I just gave him a beating. Being rebutted like this, Li Kuan's expression became even more awkward, stammering that match was. I let you win. You lied to me and said you wouldn't win. Seeing the stubborn expressions of both, Gu Chengyuan secretly laughed. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together, two hard-headed ones. Worried that the soldiers might not feel at ease, Gu Chengyuan didn't stay long and left. Passing by the basketball court, he saw several soldiers playing basketball. He didn't go in, but suddenly remembered something. Director Kai. I'm here, Chief. What instructions do you have? Please don't call me Director Kai, that was before the apocalypse. You saved my life, as the ancients said one should repay a life-saving grace with oneself. You probably don't want this old bone of mine, but you can just call me Lao Kai. Calling me Director Kai really embarrasses me. Kai Anshin still preserved a bit of dignity and didn't open his mouth to have Gu Chengyuan, who was more than 30 years younger, call him Xiao Kai. Haha, then I'll call you Lao Kai, that feels more friendly. Right, Chief, what are your instructions? It's not really instructions, I just saw the soldiers exercising and suddenly thought of something. You see, in this apocalypse the threats to human survival have suddenly increased so much. I feel it's very necessary to improve the physical quality of the survivors. After all, zombies don't challenge us intellectually, they won't be eliminated just by sitting in an office drafting proposals or making PowerPoint presentations. Therefore, we still need to improve the physical quality of the survivors. Not to say that they can fight like soldiers, but at least it can improve their survival rate. We must not lose our sense of crisis. We don't know how things will be in the future. Watching the worried expression on Gu Chengyuan's face, Kai Anshin deeply agreed. With the apocalypse upon them, the mode of human survival had undergone profound changes, unlike in peaceful times when one could rely on intellect to survive. Rest assured, Chief Gu, I will gather the personnel for a meeting to come up with a specific and feasible plan to enhance the physical fitness of the survivors. I trust you to handle this. As the two were talking, Lu Xingfu suddenly saw a student running over, standing not far away with a hesitant expression as if he had something to say, but Gu Chengyuan and the others clearly hadn't noticed. Lu Xingfu immediately waved for him to come over. After a few questions, he learned that the cafeteria's meals were ready, and fearing the taste might be affected if delayed, the student came to call the leaders for lunch. Alright, I got it. I'll handle it. Lu Xingfu gave the student a reassuring look. The student looked grateful upon hearing this. He had been quite anxious and somewhat intimidated about speaking to the leaders. Now that he had passed this tricky matter off, he immediately looked delighted. Thank you, senior. It's nothing, this kind of thing is for seniors to handle. We're all from the same school. Lu Xingfu smiled warmly, and the student's goodwill towards him instantly soared. Watching the student run away with a grateful expression, Lu Xingfu felt a bit of pity. Some people always regarded opportunities as challenges. After adjusting himself slightly, he revealed a limited edition smile he used when facing school leaders and slowly walked over. Stopping half a step behind Gu Chengyuan, he bent forward, lowering his eyes and slightly tilting his body, resembling an elegant butler, and said, Chief Gu and Xiaolu. The cafeteria is ready, what do you think? After a day of rest on the second day, Gu Chengyuan arranged a new task to clear the West Campus. The purpose of the task is to establish a safe zone free of zombies, allowing survivors to engage in activities and even production in the West Campus. The current situation is different from the beginning. Now Gu Chengyuan has 5 combat teams under his command, enabling precise localization of rooms that had people active before the apocalypse, using the leave records from the dormitory offices. Targeted personnel searches and zombie clearances are being conducted. Besides Gu Chengyuan's troops busily preparing for battle in the morning, survivors have also been organized, unlike before when most were idle and after hearing Gu Chengyuan's instructions yesterday, the Survivor Management Committee led by Kai Anshin held an overnight meeting and devised a physical enhancement plan for all survivors, which began implementation this morning. At 6 o'clock, all survivors were awakened room by the Survivor Committee led by Kai Anshin, thanks to Gu Chengyuan's previous methods in the resettlement area. Although many survivors showed dissatisfaction and even grumbled, none dared to directly defy the orders, as everyone understood that the people here would not indulge them. Under the organization of Kai Anshin and others, all 316 survivors, excluding children under 10 and seniors over 70, as well as the cooks preparing breakfast, participated in morning exercises without exception. Divided into about 6 formations, each consisting of around 50 people, they energetically ran on the rubber track outside the gym, with Kai Anshin leading the way. Seeing Kai Anshin, a little old man in his 50s who was once the head of Hongtu Group, running so vigorously, the resentment of the other survivors gradually dissipated. After finishing his morning arrangements, Gu Chengyuan casually walked to the sports field, standing to watch for a while, reassured by their spirited performance before heading back. After breakfast, the troops set off according to the established plan. Due to the short distance, only 2 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles were sent, serving as ammunition supply points and heavy firepower in case of emergencies. Except for the drivers, the others did not ride in the vehicles but chose to follow behind on foot. Fully armed soldiers with tactical helmets and bulletproof vests carrying various weapons flowed behind the vehicles like a stream. Gu Chengyuan walked alongside the team, leading his military dog Xiaohei while continuously assigning tasks. As he issued combat orders Team 1 to Building 21 Team 2 to Building 20 Team 3 to Building 19 Team 4 to Building 18 Team 5 to Building 17, the teams called out their names and began jogging toward their objectives. The scene resembled streams branching out in all directions, the entire process well trained and pleasing to the eye. Team 1 led by Jasania was the first to reach Building 21. Approaching the dormitory, Jasania raised his hand to signal a stop, then issued orders to unlock safeties and advance tactically. With a crouched posture, Team 1 soldiers positioned their rifles against their shoulders, faces pressed against the cold gun barrels, eyes peering through the 3XQ MK171 white light scope, always locking their sights on potential danger. Silently approaching the dormitory manager's room on the first floor, Jasania first listened at the door, then gestured to the rear, took a deep breath and kicked fiercely at the door lock. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was instantly kicked open, and as Jasania dodged aside, gunfire erupted. Bang bang! The transformed dormitory manager had no chance to react before being struck in the head by two 191 assault rifles, with two bloody holes appearing on her forehead and a massive hole opening at the back of her head, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After shooting the dormitory manager, Huang Jiechi swiftly advanced to the doorway in a shooting stance, quickly peering around for two swift checks confirming no other zombies were inside the dormitory before gesturing an OK to the rear. As he secured his weapon, he casually slung it to the side and began rummaging through the office desk. Team leader, I found the list is here. Jasania looked at the A4 paper handed to him, which contained the names of the students who remained on campus. Glancing at the distribution, he realized there were only 21 students in the entire building, evenly distributed across the 14th and 15th floors. To save time, he divided the team into two combat groups, one led by Vice Captain Huang Jiechi and the other by himself. After the groups were divided, Jasania led Combat Group 1 up the stairs to the 15th floor. Even bearing nearly 30 pounds of gear, the soldiers climbed 15 floors with only slight breathlessness. While it may seem challenging for an ordinary person, for these elite infantrymen it was not insurmountable, merely a moderate effort. After all, during training, their daily warm-ups before morning exercises included at least an 8-kilometer interval run, accumulating nearly 30 kilometers of running by the end of the day. Running 3 kilometers armed, 5 kilometers armed, or even 5 kilometers heavily loaded was routine. The training did not necessarily make their strength surpass that of ordinary people, but their endurance was certainly beyond the reach of most. Moving silently through the corridor, the four arrived at the iron door leading to the hallway, gently pushing it open, and Jasania poked the muzzle of his gun through. In the corridor, 4 zombies were gathered in front of a dormitory, frantically scratching at the security door.
My name is Yi Ching and I am in a state of panic. The apocalypse has been erupting for almost a week.
Initially I was very excited, feeling that my era had arrived, that the unchanging society had come to an end. As a practitioner of the sacred path of survival, I have recalled countless plots from post-apocalyptic novels during this time. I firmly believe I am the most radiant golden scale, and as long as I muster the courage to step through this door, I can transform into a dragon upon encountering a zombie. I have even started imagining the incredible skills I would gain after killing zombies and extracting their brain cores, picturing how many campus goddesses and stars from before the apocalypse I could attract. But cruelly, I still do not dare to touch the door handle that is so close at hand. The worst part is, having finished off my snacks, I have been licking the bag for 3 days and still do not dare to go out. Just moments ago I stumbled and knocked over a chair due to hunger attracting a zombie that began banging on the door. If only I had mustered the courage sooner. Now I am so weak from hunger that I lack the strength to fight. Lying on the ground, Yi Ching felt so weak that he did not want to move, watching as a gap was scratched open by a zombie and the security door gradually expanded. Even with his vision spinning, he could focus on the rotting face of the zombie, its bulging big eyes and a mouth filled with pus and yellow liquid almost splitting from the corners to its ears. Am I the supreme Yi destined to perish in such a disgusting mouth?
Although the zombie's appearance was abstract, Yi Ching could still recognize it as his classmate Zhao Xiaopeng.
Damn it, you used to borrow money from me and never paid me back, always teasing that you were going to drain my marrow, and now you really are going to drain my marrow. If I become a ghost, I will definitely go report you below. Yi Dadi, who shares the same name as me. I am your multiverse counterpart. Please lend me your supreme power. Let me kill Zhao Xiaopeng. Lend me money and then eat my flesh. Bang. Just as I was dazed and rambling, I seemed to hear the sound of firecrackers. Where is the firecracker? Bang bang bang. Then the sound of continuous firecrackers erupted. Damn, not dead yet and you're already planning to eat me. Whatever, I'm so hungry, can I at least have a bite before being buried? I am useless. Don't shoot, it's alive. After a day of cleaning, by 5 p.m. the dormitory area of the West Campus had been declared complete.
The scattered zombies under the assault of fully armed soldiers stood no chance of resistance.
Thanks to the generally homebody nature of college students, most of the zombies were found locked inside dormitories, appearing very weak due to the lack of fresh blood to sustain them. More importantly, the small number of students remaining on campus and their scattered distribution were key factors that facilitated the cleanup. The reason it still took nearly a day was primarily due to the zombies being spread out, causing significant time consumption in the back and forth. The harvest from a day's cleaning was the annihilation of over 400 zombies, allowing Gu Chengyuan to recruit another infantry squad. After recruiting an infantry squad, his system account still held 562 units of currency. Gu Chengyuan allocated his reserve funds to maintain a baseline supply for the current troop strength to prepare for emergencies.
The most feared aspect of the apocalypse is the zombie tide.
In both movies and novels, the overwhelming and endless tide of zombies is a calamity that is hard to resist. Thus Gu Chengyuan must ensure he has ample ammunition prepared, even if it slows down his development speed. It is of no concern. Having fewer people is manageable, but lacking ammunition is fatal.
Even if the number of people doubles without sufficient ammunition, encountering even 100 zombies would force them to flee. Zombies may lack brains, but they are ferocious. With immense strength, boundless stamina, no sense of pain, and an absence of fear, they are beyond the power of human beings to resist. Currently the troop strength under Gu Chengyuan has reached 2 squads, and with the addition of another squad the actual formation can reach a company matching the rank of first lieutenant he currently holds. Gu Chengyuan had a vague feeling that when the actual formation reached the peak corresponding to his rank the system would undergo significant change. In addition to the income from exterminating zombies, he also rescued 113 students, and coincidentally among them were over 10 of his classmates. Several classmates upon being rescued immediately spotted Gu Chengyuan standing next to the armored assault vehicle Mighty 3 in combat gear holding onto Xiao He. At that moment Gu Chengyuan was sitting by the flower bed petting Xiao He while listening to the radio operator Zhang Jichuan report on the battle situation. Zhang Jichuan was short and stocky, and what stood out was his black and white mixed hair, typical of a youth from Guangdong, speaking in a soft tone with a unique ending sound O. For example, "Chief, the situation is like this O." This contrast in tone made Gu Chengyuan quite intrigued. Meanwhile Pu Guangqian was vigilant, holding a shotgun and keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings, fulfilling his duty as a guard. Admittedly, this was one reason Gu Chengyuan liked Pu Guangqian. Despite his various quirks, he was very serious about his responsibility. "Chengyuan." A slightly anxious voice came from a survivor being escorted by a soldier to the safe zone. Gu Chengyuan raised his head in confusion to look in the direction of the voice. Upon turning, the voices in the crowd grew more excited. "It's me. I'm Zhao Jie." Zhao Jie. Gu Chengyuan was somewhat surprised to see the tall and muscular Zhao Jie, but not entirely unexpected. Zhao Jie was the sports committee member of the class Gu Chengyuan was in after returning from military service. He was outgoing and enthusiastic with excellent sports skills. Gu Chengyuan had played many games with him and had a good impression of him. "Chengyuan, have you been recalled?" Upon seeing Gu Chengyuan in combat gear, Zhao Jie looked envious, subconsciously thinking that with the apocalypse breaking out, Gu Chengyuan as a veteran had been recalled by the Ministry of National Defense. This made Zhao Jie secretly delighted. His earlier feelings of confusion about the future were significantly alleviated by Gu Chengyuan's. In fact, he wasn't very familiar with Gu Chengyuan. He just thought Gu Chengyuan seemed lonely after returning from military service, often inviting him to participate in activities together. However, he never delved deeper into knowing him, only knowing that Gu Chengyuan was good at sports and was particularly handsome. Since he played basketball with Gu Chengyuan, many classmates and seniors from both his and other colleges would often come to him for contact, and, to be frank, he felt a bit jealous and often invited him to play simply with the thought of wanting to show him up. Yet all those complex emotions dissipated the moment he saw Gu Chengyuan turn around, only leaving behind an overwhelming sense of familiarity. That feeling was akin to when a teacher checks homework and one finds their own assignment blank, feeling anxious but suddenly spotting that their deskmate's assignment is also blank. Thus the way Zhao Jie called out Chengyuan was filled with genuine emotion. More or less. "What are you doing here?" Gu Chengyuan chose to change the topic without explaining in detail. Since they were currently classmates, explaining would inevitably lead to more questions. When he eventually discovered it himself due to identity reasons, even if he didn't understand, he wouldn't dare ask directly, only burying the doubts in his heart. "I was revising for exams at school since I have to take the postgraduate entrance exam." Oh, you should follow them for now. We need to regroup the troops here, and he'll find you to chat when we get back." Okay. "I won't disturb you then." Zhao Jie was also afraid of interrupting Gu Chengyuan while he was on duty. He had heard that military discipline was very strict and was worried that his presence would cause Gu Chengyuan to be punished. Although he was also wearing combat gear, Zhao Jie knew from playing basketball and chatting that Gu Chengyuan was merely a volunteer soldier. He was at the very bottom of the military rank system with veteran squad leaders and a whole bunch of people above him. Greeting Gu Chengyuan was purely a sense of camaraderie and shared misfortune, and he hadn't thought too much about what kind of relationship he could gain. After the conversation with Gu Chengyuan, the survivor group led by that soldier headed back towards Building 22. He didn't even notice why the whole group had stopped for him to speak. After Zhao Jie left, Gu Chengyuan vaguely felt that there were some ambiguous gazes in the crowd watching him. Just as they left in the survivor group, a muscular man over 1.8 meters tall Zhao, who couldn't help but speak up, "Wow, Jiego, you even have acquaintances in the army." Right, Jiego has a wide network. "You have to take care of us in the future." Although there was no intention of taking advantage, this flattery still made Zhao Jie feel secretly pleased. He intentionally didn't elaborate, pretending to be profound, and lightly replied, "It's nothing, he's a very good buddy of mine, just happened to run into him." The others were even happier upon hearing this. They had followed Zhao Jie for quite a while after the apocalypse broke out, initially thinking Zhao Jie would be in trouble with the army arriving, but unexpectedly it seemed like he had a stronger backing. Amidst the excited crowd, 2 girls were whispering to each other. "Aika," hearing this name, is that Gu Chengyuan from the Internet of Things class you mentioned? The girl called Aika had a head of wavy light yellow hair, a delicate face, red lips, and bright eyes, standing about 1.7 meters tall, exuding a sense of heroism, making her stand out among the girls. "Yes, it's him." Aika's hoarse voice carried fatigue and distraction. "So handsome, how did you manage to be so indifferent back then, not even wanting to reply to messages?" "Oh, and what does being handsome matter? There are plenty of handsome guys around me, I'm never lacking in that department. I met him at the academic affairs office the day he was still trying to accumulate credits in his senior year. Do you think someone like that is worthy of me? But he served in the military, look how handsome he is in combat gear." "Served in the military? I'm not an ignorant girl. First of all, we can't discuss how he performs inside. Even if he's strong, so what? He's still just a private. Forget about him, we should be thinking about what to do when we get to the new place. Ai's expression was indifferent, her eyes hiding worries about the future. After being brought to Building 22, Zhao Jie and the 113 new survivors were greeted by Kai Anshin. Kai Anshin first made a brief self-introduction and read the rules of the shelter to the new survivors as well as the red lines that must not be crossed. For instance, it is strictly forbidden for men and women to change floors. Sexual harassment is absolutely prohibited and fighting is not allowed. If found, the consequences range from confinement to immediate execution. Students, we do not have a prison here. There are no opportunities for reform. Once you cross the line, we do not accept repentance or change. You just need to be prepared to start anew in your next life. Finally, the Survivor Management Committee is always recruiting. Anyone interested in serving the community and possessing certain professional qualifications can come for an interview. After saying this, Kai Anshin began organizing the survivors into groups of 4 which essentially formed a dormitory. She then led them orderly to the 7th and 8th floors. Over 70 girls were assigned to the 7th floor, which was a privilege for them as it meant fewer stairs to climb. During the free grouping time, Aiku and Owen stood together, so they were assigned to the same room. Upon entering the room, Aiku frowned slightly at the items on her bed and quietly complained to Owen, "I should have brought my blanket and sheets when I came over. There's only a mattress on this bed and it hasn't been slept on for a long time. Who knows how much dust is on it?" Owen pointed to her own bed and said, "You can sleep on my bed. Instead, I have blankets and sheets." Owen indicated her bed, explaining that the condition of the beds was a matter of luck. Some previous occupants left their belongings behind while others took everything home for washing. In contrast, those with more particular previous occupants probably took everything home to wash, just like the bed Aika was assigned to. Owen's words made Aika somewhat tempted, but she couldn't bring herself to let her friend suffer, shaking her head. "It's fine, I was just complaining. I can manage, I'll sleep here." At that moment, the other 2 roommates also finished organizing their beds and started talking. Unfortunately for them, they had only bare mattresses. The only luckier one in the dormitory, A1, had secured her status right from the start. "Hello, I am Tang Jingwen and this cute one is Feng Jiai. We are majoring in economics." Tang Jingwen, with her curvaceous figure and radiant skin, had a mature voice that carried a subtle charm. As she introduced herself, she playfully ruffled Feng Jiai's hair as part of the introduction. "Tang Jingwen. Don't mess with my hair, I won't grow taller that way." Feng Jiai, having her hair ruffled, frowned with displeasure. "Hello, I'm Aiku. I recognize you, you're the goddess of the economics department. This is Zhang Wenwen, you can just call her A1. Aika looked at Tang Jingwen and introduced herself on behalf of A1. Tang Jingwen smiled in response, saying, "I can't accept the title of goddess in front of the campus bell. I've heard of you from the art school Aiku, you are the host for many school events." The 2 quickly became familiar in this atmosphere of mutual flattery, and the dormitory ambience gradually shifted from unfamiliar to friendly, with them soon referring to each other as sisters. As for Feng Jiai and Zhang Wenwen, they were merely accessories lacking any independent thoughts. As long as the relationship between Tang Jingwen and Aiku was harmonious, the whole dormitory would be harmonious. As they became more familiar, the girls couldn't help but gossip. "The one who was talking to the boys in line earlier, that soldier is Gu Chengyuan from the Internet of Things class, right? Why is he a soldier again? Didn't he return to the Internet of Things class?" Tang Jingwen asked curiously. "Who knows? Maybe he was recalled, considering how the world has turned out now. There's no signal on the phone, so I have no idea what's going on outside." Seeing Aika showing concern, Tang Jingwen comforted her, "Don't worry, trust Zhou Bang. Besides, they have dispatched rescue troops to the school, so other places should be okay too. Look at how powerless the zombies are against the military." As Tang Jingwen spoke, she nodded to herself, seemingly comforting Aika while also reassuring herself. Let's hope. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy at this point. After such upheaval, everyone rescued was filled with worry for their families. "Don't you think Gu Chengyuan is handsome? Someone posted his basketball photos on the school's confession wall, and a lot of girls in our class are his fans. Right, Jingwen?" Feng Jiai seemed to sense the change in atmosphere and quickly shifted the topic to Gu Chengyuan. What Jiai said is indeed true. There are indeed many girls in our class who are infatuated with his looks. She is the biggest Gu fan in our economics class. Ha ha ha. So what if I'm the biggest fan? Being handsome is a lifelong asset. And now that he's joined the army, he looks so cool in his combat uniform. I'm even more in love." Feng Jiai seemed to be lost in memory, her face full of infatuation. Aika didn't comment on her words, but felt that being obsessed with looks was too superficial, or perhaps there were other emotions involved. "He is indeed handsome, but it doesn't have much to do with us, does it?" Feng Jiai immediately wanted to respond, but at that moment an announcement came from the hallway about mealtime. "Everyone gather in the corridor by dormitory groups. Line up and get ready to go downstairs for dinner. Woohoo, it's mealtime. I've had enough snacks these past few days. I want chicken." The announcement about dinner made Feng Jiai completely forget about her rebuttal against Aika, her eyes filled with longing for food. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, the boys rushed out of their dormitories in a hurry upon hearing the announcement. No boy could resist the temptation of food. If you're not eager to eat, there must be something wrong with you. Among the new survivors on the 8th floor, most were those who had been hanging out with Zhao Jie in Building 19 after the apocalypse, so as they lined up in the hallway, Zhao Jie was the center of attention. A crowd surrounded him, continuously talking to him, but Zhao Jie was somewhat distracted, deep in thought about one matter. What is the current state of the world? Is it as completely out of control as the apocalyptic novels depict, or is it under government control? This information was crucial for him. If it was under control, he could continue to be a good student as usual and wait for order to be restored. If it was as described in the novels with order collapsing, he would need to find a way out, and the best opportunity right now was to join the military. Compared to being an ordinary person, becoming an armed soldier in the apocalypse undoubtedly afforded a higher status and greater security. Whether it was about obtaining information about the outside world or joining the army, the key lay with Gu Chengyuan. As a lowly soldier, Gu Chengyuan wouldn't be able to help him enlist, but surely he could recommend him. Zhao Jie thought to himself about how to strengthen his relationship with Gu Chengyuan further. As the survivors lined up one by one to enter the first floor of the cafeteria, the spacious hall gradually filled with people. It was now past 7 in the evening and the sky outside was darkening, casting a dim light within the cafeteria. With nearly 800 people packed into the first floor of the cafeteria, it was noisy everywhere and visibility was low. Upon finding a spot, Yak and her companions couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at the scene. Isn't this just like the refugee camps we've seen online from some country? The same dimness, the same noise, just like the uncertainty of their future. Especially upon hearing the conversations around her, her mood worsened. Brother Wang, how are your parents? Were you able to contact them? I remember they lived in Yonghui community, right? Contact. No way, there's no signal. I think the situation is dire. It's been a week since the apocalypse began and the authorities haven't made a move. They must be struggling to survive themselves. Sigh. Isn't that right? Our Great Zhou has always been known for its efficiency, yet there's been no response for so long, it's worrying. A middle-aged man nearby chimed in, I think the same, and furthermore. He lowered his voice significantly, wearing a mysterious expression. From my guess, the troops that are currently rescuing us might be the only military force in the entire night market. At this, someone nearby immediately scoffed, dude, that's not right. Haven't you noticed that the number of troops is gradually increasing? Perhaps the military district is continuously reinforcing, planning to take Night State University as a stronghold for counterattacking the urban area. The middle-aged man immediately became displeased upon hearing the rebuttal and his voice unconsciously rose a notch. Counterattack the urban area? How could you even think of that? Do you think this is the eastern coastal region? The extreme western plateau? Or the northern capital? There aren't enough troops to launch a counterattack. Don't forget, this is Night State. Located in the southwest of Zhou province, it's mountainous. We don't need any defense forces. If the night market can station a battalion, that's already overkill. Count the total number of residents in the community and how many are infected, then double that death ratio and apply it to this regiment. How many are left? These soldiers here, even if they're not the entirety of the night market's forces, make up a significant portion. Can you expect these few to launch a counterattack? The barrage of words struck the fragile hearts of several people like a Gatling gun, causing everyone to feel utterly defeated. The atmosphere grew tense and a sense of despair began to spread. Most of these survivors were residents from the resettlement area, predominantly local people with family and blood ties in the city. Everyone initially hoped that their missing family members would also be rescued, or at the very least they could wait for the troops to regroup and launch a counteroffensive for rescue. But the middle-aged man's analysis was like a bucket of cold water, dousing everyone's hopes. Does that mean those in the urban area can only wait to die? A thin young man in the crowd said unwillingly. But no one responded. The answer was already obvious. With so few people expecting to rescue anyone in a provincial capital with a population of over 10 million was foolish. At the very least they'd be counting on their fingers. Doesn't that mean Chief Gu is likely one of the most powerful individuals in the current night market military system? He looks barely in his 20s. No way, he's just a captain leading a single company. The district's armed director is a colonel. What good is that if he has no... Do you think it's like before? It's the apocalypse now. Do you understand the importance of firepower? That may be true, but... The topic quickly shifted to a strange place, from worries about the apocalypse to debates over Gu Chengyuan's current position. Meanwhile, Yak and her 3 companions remained silent in their seats, especially Yak, whose family was from the local area. Initially hopeful, she now felt nothing but despair after listening to the discussions. In contrast, Tang Jingwen and Feng Jiayi were not feeling as down, as one was from the eastern coastal area and the other from the northern capital. The eastern coastal region had Zhou's strongest eastern battle zone with over 500,000 troops equipped with the most advanced weapons, while the northern capital had 200,000 of Zhou's elite garrison troops for protection. In comparison, their families had a higher survival rate. Zhang Wenwen, however, felt little impact. She had been an orphan since childhood, growing up in an orphanage carefree, and had made it to Night State University with support from the Zhou government and caring individuals. It wasn't that she lacked gratitude or didn't worry about those who had helped her, it was just that the forces that aided her weren't specific individuals but rather a community, making it hard for her to feel concern for certain individuals. Her worries were more about the entire Zhou and society rather than individuals. While they were each lost in their thoughts, a sudden commotion arose as the cafeteria lights flickered on from left to right, illuminating the cafeteria as if it were daytime. The gloomy hearts of the crowd seemed to be brightened by the radiance of the lights, feeling less heavy than before. Hey hey, Kai Yangson's voice echoed through the cafeteria via a loudspeaker, crackling with static. Could everyone please quiet down? Could everyone please quiet down? The survivors in the cafeteria turned towards the source of the voice and noticed a table had been added at the front where Kai Yanxing stood. Standing around 1.7 meters, he was not particularly tall, with a big belly that somehow gave off a sense of strength rather than clumsiness. Due to the generator's unstable voltage, the flickering lights cast a mix of shadows on his face which had a rare inverted triangle shape with deep narrow eyes reminiscent of a viper known as the Mongshan Lao Tai. Hello fellow survivors, my name is Chengyuan. I believe everyone should recognize me by now. Some might have known me even before the apocalypse or my Hongtu group. But that's all irrelevant now, it's all in the past. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, all identities have become mere memory. I, due to some superficial management experience, have been entrusted by Chief Gu and now serve as the director of the Survivor Management Committee at Night State University. Tonight I won't elaborate on myself as I believe I will be interacting with everyone frequently in the future. At this point Kai Angsen's voice suddenly rose. Now let us warmly welcome the guardian of the night market's people who risked his life alongside the soldiers to save us. Chief Gu Chengyuan. Please say a few words to us. Let's give him a warm welcome. Applause erupted throughout the cafeteria. The enthusiastic atmosphere nearly threatened to lift the cafeteria's ceiling. Hello Chief Gu. Thank you Chief Gu for saving my life. Chief Gu. When Chengyuan mentioned the name Gu Chengyuan, several survivors felt their hearts clench tightly. As Gu Chengyuan, dressed in immaculate combat gear, stepped onto a stool and stood before all the survivors, Yak and Zhao Jie gasped in unison. Gu Chengyuan. How could it be him? They stared incredulously at Gu Chengyuan standing on the table, their faces filled with disbelief. At this point the voltage had stabilized and the incandescent lights no longer flickered, shining on him like a spotlight. With a high-nose bridge and well-defined features in the shadows after days of battle, his piercing gaze was filled with determination, sweeping over the crowd with a hint of calm. Gu Chengyuan initially thought he might feel stage fright as he had never spoken in front of so many people. However, when he actually stood on the table, his heart instantly calmed. Looking at the few hundred people before him felt like staring at a sea of wooden stakes, and his gaze gradually turned predatory. Gu Chengyuan is actually a chief. Zhao Jie first felt shocked, then excitement surged within him. Initially he thought any help from Gu Chengyuan would be sufficient, but now it seemed he could soar directly to great heights. The other boys surrounding him cheered even more excitedly. Wow! Jie Gu, you're amazing. Your brother is actually a chief here. Jie Gu is amazing. We'll definitely soar from now on. Me too. Jie Gu is amazing. In contrast, Yak was filled with disbelief. She never imagined that the man she had previously ignored and looked down upon, who was merely handsome and seemed useless, had transformed into the so-called chief. Her mind was a blur and the discussions from the crowd echoed in her head. He might be one of the most powerful individuals in the night market's military system. It felt a bit exaggerated, but her reason told her it didn't seem that far-fetched. Gu Chengyuan stood at the dining table and did not say much, only mentioning the execution of the cleaning tasks and the results acquired, essentially just making an appearance. As the ancients said, only tools and names cannot be entrusted to others. Although Gu Chengyuan did not wish to engage in tedious management, he could not afford to have a low presence. Reputation is useless in normal times, but it is crucial at critical moments. His goal was to shape an image of being low in involvement yet high in reputation and formidable in strength. After his appearance, the focus shifted back to Chengyuan at the dining table. Tonight's speech was not merely a formal appearance, there were indeed significant changes to announce, including systemic reforms that would affect everyone's interests. As the troops cleared the area, the number of rescued survivors increased, and now the survivors in Building 22 had swollen to nearly 800, leading to a continuous rise in food consumption. The average daily food consumption reached about 1 ton, and due to a week-long power outage, vegetables and meat supplies had been effectively cut off since yesterday, only ensuring provisions for combat personnel. Currently, the staple food remains primarily rice, with the only preserved vegetable being potatoes, complemented with pickled vegetables and spicy sauce. Chengyuan and others had implemented a new supply system which had already received Gu Chengyuan's approval to be enacted throughout the western campus shelter of Yezhou University, transitioning to a rationing system. For the greater good and long-term sustainability, even knowing this would spark discontent among survivors and potentially chaos, the system must be enforced. Currently, the number of survivors is still relatively small. Although normal supplies could be afforded, it is precisely because the number is small that it is easier to make adjustments. We must prepare for the worst, plan ahead and design the system well, otherwise when the population grows to thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, reducing benefits at that point will face substantial resistance. One cannot expect most people to have a broad perspective and a sense of the bigger picture. People are inherently short-sighted, and the vast majority will only think based on their own positions and interests. Just like a saying Gu Chengyuan often saw online before the apocalypse: my monthly salary is 3,000, why should I care? While the necessity is clear, Gu Chengyuan certainly would not take on the role of the villain, so Chengyuan, as the head of the Survivor Management Committee, would have to play that part. To respond to potential emergencies and the few emotionally charged survivors today, the soldiers did not remove their gear and came to eat armed and ready for action, prepared for bloodshed. As Chengyuan read the announcement, she also altered her usual gentle demeanor, adopting a stern expression and a resolute tone, showing no signs of negotiation or consultation. Because he understood that reform is not a casual affair, one careless step could lead to conflict. The more accommodating the approach, the more those harboring hopes of luck would be incited, potentially leading to a stronger backlash. This reform of the material distribution system mainly involves changes in personnel treatment, shifting from a communal meal system where everyone eats as much as they can to a system of distribution based on labor and matching benefits to contributions. This reform is driven by two reasons. One is to alleviate the logistical burden and increase the survival rate of the majority. The apocalypse has already arrived, which is evident, but when it will end and how long it will last, there are no answers. Thus, to ensure long-term survival, we must be meticulous in our calculations and prepare for a protracted battle. We cannot consume the food that may save lives tomorrow for the sake of enjoyment today. Therefore, the reduction of your basic benefits has become inevitable. Secondly, it is for fairness. Absolute egalitarianism is the greatest injustice. Those who cannot work should not be given benefits while those who can work must give their all. In the end, if the treatment remains the same, what sort of situation would that create? Who would still be willing to work? As she spoke, the kitchen staff in white uniforms behind the cafeteria window could not help but nod or express agreement with their eyes. Currently, the most exhausted individuals among the survivors are them, as their previous experience in related fields means they now rise before dawn to prepare breakfast and go to bed later than most to prepare ingredients for the next day. Meanwhile, other survivors either sleep or boast leisurely complaining about their cooking skills. Damn it, why do these people have to toil like beasts when the treatment is the same? Some may question, since everyone is a victim of the disaster, shouldn't we strive to ensure everyone's well-being? To promote humanitarian spirit. But everyone. The world has undergone profound changes. Commander Gu pointed out in a recent meeting that the apocalypse is no longer just a disaster. Instead, it is the new daily life that each of you must adapt to. Therefore, our shelter's disaster relief operating model must also undergo corresponding changes. In order to survive in the apocalypse, all of you must abandon the mindset of victims. Do not wait for rescue or handouts. You are no longer disaster victims. You must transform into producers as you were before the apocalypse. We must be self-sufficient. Otherwise, who will distribute supplies? Zombies. Rescue organizations. Or will you wait for things to fall from the sky? Everyone must utilize their specialties to create value within our current survival framework. In a grand sense, it is for the continuation of humanity. In a smaller sense, it is for yourselves. If the skin does not survive, how can the hair cling? After Kaianxin finished speaking, the room fell silent. The survivors wore various expressions. Some were confused, some terrified, and others were indignant, but no one jumped up yet, all waiting for the specific policies to follow. Now I will announce the specific adjustments to the benefits. There will be a posting in the cafeteria and dormitory bulletin board shortly. If you forget, you can go down and take another look. Ordinary survivors i.e. those who do not undertake any tasks assigned by the shelter will receive a total food ration of 500 G per day. Contribution type survivors i.e. those who take on tasks assigned by the shelter, such as cooks and administrative staff, will receive a total food ration of 2000 G per day. High-risk survivors i.e. those who engage in combat and provide logistical support will receive the same treatment as combat personnel. High-skilled survivors i.e. those who can enhance the shelter's overall capabilities will also receive the same treatment as combat personnel. Note: infants can apply for special nutritional products such as formula and milk. Those under 10 will receive benefits as contribution-type survivors. The current tiered treatment system is simply a differentiation based on contributions. Those without contributions can only receive the minimum living standard, making it impossible to be fully fed, which is also designed to reduce free riders. By using benefits to motivate these individuals to take action. Otherwise, if they lay idle in their dorms all day, eating when full and sleeping when tired, they would still be able to enjoy leisure at the gym. Except for the lack of mobile networks, wouldn't they be living even better than before the apocalypse? What would Gu Chengyuan's department become? Would they be the slaves and laborers of these individuals, coming here to serve the masters? Thus, establishing tiered systems is indeed necessary, and the soldier's status must be subtly elevated through special treatment. This is also a consensus among Gu Chengyuan, Kaianxin, and others. As for the children, although there are no immediate benefits, the more important aspect is long-term investment. Humanity cannot end with this generation. The future depends on the next generation. Choosing the age of 10 as a dividing line is also a thoughtful consideration. Children under 10 are relatively vulnerable, and the medical standards in the apocalypse have plummeted, so it is better to ensure they have a relatively comfortable life to reduce mortality rates. After the age of 10, they should start facing the rigors of the apocalypse. This period is a golden opportunity for shaping their worldview, to prevent them from developing a sense of entitlement and to cultivate a sense of crisis, so they should not take the benefits they received before 10 for granted. With this system in place, who knows if there will still be children who keep dreaming of growing up. After dinner, Gu Chengyuan and Pu Guangxiang encountered Zhao Jia on their way back to the dormitory. The moment Zhao Jia spotted Gu Chengyuan approaching, he immediately broke into a warm smile. "Brother Yuan, what a coincidence, we've just finished eating too, and indeed. Since we've run into each other, let's walk together." And Gu Chengyuan paid no mind to the shift in address from Chengyuan to Brother Yuan, nor did he question whether the encounter was truly coincidental. Instead, he waited patiently to hear what Zhao Jia intended to say. From their pre-apocalypse interactions, Zhao Jia had struck Gu Chengyuan as a decent fellow. Though his knack for networking among students carried a faintly negative connotation in the adult world, it was in fact a valuable trait. They had once shared a modest rapport. So long as Zhao Jia's request remained reasonable, Gu Chengyuan was more than willing to lend a hand. As they walked, Zhao Jia took the lead in conversation, reminiscing about campus anecdotes and recalling the very first time he'd met Gu Chengyuan. It wasn't until they reached the dormitory entrance, where parting was imminent, that Zhao Jia finally lost his composure and voiced his request. "And Brother Yuan, you know me, I'm restless by nature, drawn to action rather than stillness. Director Kai's speech earlier deeply inspired me. I refuse to be a passive parasite waiting for handouts. I want to contribute, to serve this shelter, to create real value. Would you consider letting me join our military? I want to slay zombies, I want to wield weapons and protect everyone." Gu Chengyuan studied Zhao Jia's anxious face, thoughtful. He had assumed Zhao Jia sought special treatment, or perhaps a measure of authority, but never imagined he would ask to enlist. At present, however, Gu Chengyuan had no intention of integrating ordinary civilians into the armed forces. First, the arms issue remained unresolved. System-issued weapons could not be individually redeemed. Though ammunition supplies existed, distributing bullets alone, without proper firearms, was absurd, like handing someone a hammer and expecting them to fire it. Second, loyalty was unassured. The military remained small. Arming civilians whose allegiance could not be guaranteed posed significant risk. Moreover, most civilians lacked combat competence, even basic firearm proficiency, and their inclusion would dilute operational effectiveness while heightening danger to the unit. Thus Gu Chengyuan dismissed half the proposal outright, yet called it only half because he harbored a compromise. He envisioned a logistical auxiliary force akin to ancient support troops, tasked with sustaining the regular army, transporting supplies, hauling equipment, extracting zombie brain cores, even accompanying frontline units directly. Recent zombie clearance operations revealed how much time battlefield-adjacent tasks consumed extracting brain cores, establishing temporary shelters for survivors. Each diverted precious hours from combat readiness and eroded overall efficiency. At that moment Gu Chengyuan spoke in. "I'm sorry, Brother Jia, but we currently have no plans to recruit combat personnel from among civilians." Zhao Jia's heart sank instantly, a chill spreading through him. Though he braced himself for rejection, hearing it aloud left him hollow, a quiet collapse of hope. Oh right. Brother Yuan, I was just curious. No big deal if it doesn't work out, I'm happy to contribute elsewhere too. Seeing Zhao Jia strain to mask his disappointment, Gu Chengyuan abandoned further suspense and that said, "While formal combat recruitment is off the table, we are launching a militia initiative. Would you be interested?" Militia. Zhao Jia's eyes lit up anew. And yes, operating alongside the regular forces but without direct engagement against zombies. Your duties would center on battlefield support, supply transport, logistical assistance to combat personnel. Also, should the regular military later open recruitment to civilians, priority selection will go to qualified militia members. The militia functions as a reserve corps. Gu Chengyuan now dispensed such promises effortlessly, perhaps an innate skill acquired upon assuming leadership. Curse the leader, understand the leader, then become the leader. So, what do you think? And absolutely. Yes, and Zhao Jia's emotions careened like a roller coaster. Despair gave way to elation, and the compromise suddenly felt like a triumph, not least because it spared him public embarrassment. Then where do I report, Brother Yuan? Ha! No need to report anywhere, you simply report to yourself and ha. Watching Zhao Jia's bewildered expression, Gu Chengyuan stopped teasing and continued seriously, "And this militia is still just an idea, for now you must turn it into reality. I recall you're well liked among your peers. Effective immediately, I appoint you commander of the militia squad. You'll handle recruitment and administration. Your first mission, assemble 50 members. Do you have confidence?" Zhao Jia's head buzzed with heat, adrenaline surged. He'd hoped merely to become a foot soldier, never dreamed he'd be entrusted with command. This authority wasn't self-proclaimed nor conferred by childish vote, it came via official appointment. To all survivors, Gu Chengyuan's faction represented legitimacy, the embodiment of order, authority, and trustworthiness. Had they been merely an armed gang, Zhao Jia might still have rejoiced, but inwardly he'd feel the hollowness of a self-crowned emperor in a mountain ravine, powerful yet illegitimate. "I have full confidence, I will not fail commander's trust." Eyes glistening, Zhao Jia slipped seamlessly into his new role. Watching Zhao Jia's unfeigned exhilaration, Gu Chengyuan nodded in quiet satisfaction. True emotion could not be feigned, not at Zhao Jia's age. Ultimately, Gu Chengyuan cared little who led the militia, so long as the task was fulfilled and no delays occurred. In truth, he had no plans to arm the militia, not yet. The title militia sounded dignified, but in practice they were frontline laborers, support staff attached to the army. His directive to recruit 50 members was deliberate, primarily to alleviate food shortages. The cafeteria's reserves were dwindling, passive consumption was unsustainable. Before his 2-week deadline to rescue his parents, Gu Chengyuan planned a decisive operation. After all, food in hand meant peace of mind. He recalled a military supply store on Zhonghuan Road in Shishui district and intended to seize its provisions. There the militia would prove indispensable. Soldiers would engage zombies while militia members handled cargo, hauling grain and essential supply. Eager to share his good fortune and to savor the prestige of his new managerial role, Zhao Jia hurried back to his room after bidding Gu Chengyuan. Youth, after all, demands a certain flair. Without exclamations of awe and admiration, even joy feels strangely muted. After selecting the leader of the militia team, Gu Chengyuan did not continue to focus on it the next day, completely leaving it to Zhao Jia to handle. Zhao Jia benefited from the foundation he laid during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. After all, he had been a floor leader for a while, coupled with his eloquence. Gu Chengyuan painted a bright picture for him, and Zhao Jia did the same for his former classmates, gathering 32 members for the militia team that night, all of whom were students from Yezhou University. This was actually intentional on his part. Although the militia team currently offered no concrete benefits, many people would not refuse to join a violent organization in the apocalypse. However, recruiting a large number of civilians would clearly hinder his management, as seasoned individuals from society were much harder to deceive than these classmates. Thus, after consideration, Zhao Jia decided that the initial members of the militia team would primarily be students, making it easier to solidify his leadership. The remaining spots would then absorb a small number of civilians, leveraging the majority of students to ensure that the minority obeyed the majority, thus gaining full control of the militia team. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Zhao Jia excitedly came to report to Gu Chengyuan that the militia team was now fully recruited and presented a training plan for Gu Chengyuan's approval. Gu Chengyuan looked at the seemingly impressive militia training manual in his hands and asked Zhao Jia where it came from. Zhao Jia said it was compiled by his group based on their understanding of military training. There would certainly be a significant focus on drill formations which are essential for enhancing troop obedience along with various military subjects such as first aid tactics, grenade throwing and light weapon shooting. After reviewing, Chengyuan immediately reduced the training proportion for military subjects to just 1 day a week. He maximized the focus on drill formations and physical training as the purpose of establishing the militia was merely to assist regular troops and perform miscellaneous tasks. Their combat attributes were not strong. What was urgently needed now was a militia that could follow commands, obey orders and had strong physical capabilities enabling them to effectively perform support tasks. For example, carrying ammunition where the standard size for light weapon ammunition boxes is 25 kilograms and transporting injured individuals who weigh about 60 kilograms. Thus the physical requirements for the militia exceed those for military skills. Especially with upcoming military actions, these would be the main force for carrying supplies. If their physical capabilities were poor, they would struggle after carrying just 2 bags. After revising the outline of the militia training manual, Chengyuan emphasized the importance of physical training to Zhao Jie, ordering him to adjust the soldiers' conditions over the next 2 days to ensure that the upcoming logistical support would go smoothly. Zhao Jie immediately patted his chest and promised to fulfill the tasks assigned by the leader. He was already an exercise enthusiast, enjoying watching sports videos in his spare time, so he considered himself somewhat of an expert in physical training. After reporting to Chengyuan, he gathered the militia team members and led them to the sports field for training. The group of 50 arrived at the soccer field in a disorganized manner, but having served as the sports committee member since middle school, he quickly organized the formation. Next he called out Zhao Hu from the team. This boy, sharing the same surname, had been known to him since his sophomore year and had experience with the reserves. Although through chatting he learned that this guy was a slacker in the army, having gained little knowledge during 2 years of military life, mostly thinking about how to slack off and when to discharge. However, he had spent 2 years in the military, and while his personal abilities may be lacking, he understood military protocols better than an outsider such as drill training. Like many leaders, Zhao Hu himself might not excel, but he could demand and critique. For Zhao Jie, having such a knowledgeable advisor despite his limited skills was perfectly fitting. Even if he entrusted all military training to him, he was not worried about it threatening his own position. Privately, he had instructed Zhao Hu to maintain strict training standards which suited Zhao Hu's mentality perfectly. Previously, due to his average quality, Zhao Hu had often been the one reprimanded. Now, with an opportunity to train others publicly, he was eager for it. Consequently, during the morning's 3-hour drill training, Zhao Hu's demands were exceedingly strict, and any militia member with improper posture faced his sharp tongue. Tighten your thighs. Tighten your thighs. Wang Hongbing, are you a girl? Can't you keep your legs together? Zhao Hao, run. Why are your legs shaking? Is your leg weak? Come on, run 400 meters. Work on those legs. Oh, Zhang Guifan, are you about to faint? This is just the beginning. The more you look like this, the more I'll train you. Keep your eyes wide open, stand tall and straight. Show me your spirit. After this episode, by noon, the entire militia team except for Zhao Jie looked at Zhao Hu with varying degrees of anger. What a show-off. He really thinks he's in charge. If it weren't for the captain saying he should be the military instructor, I'd have knocked him out. Right, usually he looks so defeated, now he dares to mock me. Laughable, his military posture is worse than my grandma's. How can he have the face to criticize us? Let's just keep quiet or he might take revenge. Who knows, he could end up being the military instructor for future training. A small grievance can disrupt a grand plan. After finishing training, the group tiredly made their way to the cafeteria, eager to sit down. To their surprise, Zhao Hu's voice immediately rang out. Who told you to sit? Did I give an order? Everyone stand up. Have you all forgotten about obeying orders from this morning? You are no longer civilians but militia combat personnel. Stand upright. The loud commotion drew the attention of other survivors dining in the cafeteria, who looked over in astonishment under the gaze of the crowd. Zhao Hu felt increasingly pleased, his self-esteem greatly boosted. Especially when he noticed several beautiful female classmates who usually didn't even glance at him now admiringly staring at him, he felt even more impressive. One by one the militia team members stood up reluctantly, their faces filled with discontent, while about 10 simply remained seated, not moving at all. Just as Zhao Hu was about to scold them, Zhao Jie immediately spoke up. Wang Wei, are you guys feeling unwell from the morning's training intensity? If you're feeling unwell, just hang in there. I'm also sore all over. It's just a matter of standing for a bit. If it's really too much, you can take a break this afternoon. Zhao Jie's voice was also quite loud, and seeing the eyes of the surrounding people, especially some girls, Wang Wei and the others promptly stood up. Originally they had decided to explode if Zhao Hu confronted them again, but Zhao Jie's sudden intervention gave them a feeling of deflation. Firstly, Zhao Jie was their captain, their direct leader, tall and imposing, and they respected Zhao Jie's authority. Secondly, the training was not organized by Zhao Jie, so they couldn't just lash out at him. Moreover, with Zhao Jie saying this, everyone was watching. If a commotion broke out, others would think they couldn't endure hardship and were physically weak. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu felt that Zhao Jie was backing him up, which made him feel even more smug. Sit down. As the newly formed militia team officially started their meal, a brewing storm dissipated. After finishing their meal, everyone had a normal afternoon break, and at 2 o'clock they gathered again and were taken to the athletics field for physical. This time the main instructor was Zhao Jie, as Chengyuan mentioned that there would be tasks soon and requested that they adjust their conditions. Zhao Jie did not organize high-intensity physical training. Instead, he led everyone on a light jog running 5 kilometers, followed by simple strength training such as push-ups and sit-ups. The rest of the time was spent doing reaction and speed training games. The afternoon training undoubtedly provided the team members with a clear comparison. For every insult directed at Zhao Hu, there was inevitably praise for Zhao Jie. Through this back and forth of criticism and praise, Zhao Jie quickly established a good image within the militia team, gaining the heartfelt recognition of almost everyone in the team. Zhao Jie's militia team entered into a fervent training while Gu Chengyuan's regular troops were also busy. After finishing breakfast, a total of 62 soldiers from 2 squads fully armed and carrying various types of firearms quickly gathered in front of the building with digital camouflage tactical bags filled with magazines and various combat supplies. Now with Gu Chengyuan's forces expanded to 2 squads, the personnel were arranged in squad formations divided into 2 small square formations. The command issues arising from the increase in personnel were resolved during the military meeting last night, which included all 12 squad leaders and their deputies. Following Gu Chengyuan's nomination, the entire personnel voted to appoint the original elite squad leader Jia Sanyu and deputy squad leader Huang Zheqi as the squad leaders of the 1st and 2nd squads respectively. At the moment they were appointed as squad leaders, the system's supplies also arrived and Gu Chengyuan received 2 sets of supplies for the squad leaders. These included the insignia uniform of a 2nd lieutenant, a specially assigned Type 92 pistol for officers, a walkie-talkie for establishing squad command, and 2 copies of the infantry squad tactics training and command manual. The personnel vacancies created by the promotions were filled after Gu Chengyuan spent 600 currency. The promotion of Jia Sanyu and Huang Zheqi ignited a flame of desire for advancement among the other squad leaders and deputies present, as no one wanted to be left behind. However, no one was envious or felt it unfair that 2 were promoted from 1 squad, especially since Huang Zheqi jumped 2 ranks. This was because the appointments of Jia Sanyu and Huang Zheqi were undeniably justified. In terms of qualifications, they were the earliest to follow Gu Chengyuan, and in terms of strength they both hailed from elite infantry squads with exceptional military qualities, which made everyone accept this appointment wholeheartedly. On the road in front of dormitory building 22, 6 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles were arranged in 2 columns parked neatly along the sides of the road. The soldiers stood resolutely in formation, their stern expressions attracting the attention of passing survivors. The gazes directed at them were filled with curiosity, envy, respect, and awe, emotions that instinctively made the soldiers stand even straighter as if accepting the scrutiny of the people. Jia Sanyu and Huang Zheqi, now wearing the insignia of 2nd lieutenants and with Type 92 pistols tucked into their tactical vests, were assigning combat tasks in front of their respective squads. The military meeting last night not only addressed personnel appointments but also focused on discussing today's combat plan. With the clearing tasks in the Phase 2 resettlement area and the West Dormitory area completed, the strength of the troops had significantly expanded from 1 squad to now 2. The increase in strength allowed Gu Chengyuan to assign the next combat mission to the area along Shuefu Street adjacent to Yezhou University. Shuefu Street is a commercial street built to serve students, primarily focused on dining and entertainment, with only 1 gym and 1 cinema, while the rest are almost all food establishments. The main structures along the street are high-rise buildings with the 1st and 2nd floors designated for commercial use, while the upper floors are for residential sale and rental. This means that although the street is primarily aimed at serving students, it also accommodates many social residents with over 800 households. For the upcoming combat mission, Gu Chengyuan had made it clear to the squad and squad leaders that the main objective was not rescue but the extermination of zombies to build strength. The nature of the combat mission determined the method. This operation would not adopt a house-to-house carpet clearing approach, as it was too dangerous and inefficient. Instead, it would primarily use a concentrated extermination approach for the entire street, similar to the method used to eliminate wandering zombies in the Phase 2 resettlement area. First, they would seek advantageous terrain, then establish a defensive line, create disturbances to attract the zombies, aiming to achieve a tactical goal of massive extermination of the zombies in one blow. Gu Chengyuan stood aside, and after Jia Sanyu and Huang Zheqi conveyed the combat intentions, he immediately issued the command for everyone to board the vehicles. The convoy of Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles with the vehicle Gu Chengyuan was in leading the way maintained a distance of 20 meters between each vehicle, and with the roaring sound of diesel engines they headed towards Shuefu Street with a murderous intent. The weather in September was perfect, crisp and clear skies, gentle breezes carrying serene warmth, and fluffy white clouds drifting lazily across the azure expanse like clusters of spun sugar. The convoy advanced along the broad avenues within Yezhou University, flanked by dense groves of emerald trees swaying softly in the breeze. Gu Chengyuan sat in the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle, lowering the window to let the wind rush in, cool and invigorating, while scanning the terrain ahead and mentally refining his tactical deployment for the imminent engagement. Within moments, the convoy swept past the moon lake before the university library and swiftly arrived at the Western Gate 1, the portal linking the campus to Shuefu Street. This gate possessed an unusual dual-door structure. The passageway connecting the university to Shuefu Street featured 2 independent gates, one erected by the university, the other built autonomously by Shuefu Street. Shuefu Street's gate was a simple iron-barred structure, whereas the university's was constructed of reinforced concrete, requiring passage first through an automated barrier gate, then through the iron gate itself. By sheer coincidence, the route from campus to Shuefu Street involved no fewer than 3 checkpoints. No wonder students of Western Zone 1 wryly joked that exiting the university felt akin to stepping out of prison. For the 20-meter stretch between the main campus road and Shuefu Street's gate had been deliberately designed as a pedestrian-only path, its entrance blocked by massive concrete spheres, rendering even electric scooters unable to pass. Thus, Gu Chengyuan's unit was forced to park their Mengsure armored vehicles along the main thoroughfare and proceed on foot to Shuefu Street's gate. No sooner had they disembarked than 2 squads under the command of Jia Sanyu and Huang Zheqi immediately deployed into tactical formation. Squad 1 of Platoon 1, serving as the vanguard fire team, swiftly cleared and assessed the security booths, one guarding the pedestrian path, the other stationed at Shuefu Street's gate. The booth beside the pedestrian path stood empty, judging by the arrangement of objects inside. Its occupant had likely fled and survived. Inside the guardhouse at Shuefu Street's gate, however, 2 zombies clad in security uniforms were discovered, bearing the insignia of Chengduan Security, clearly university property guards. A sharp crack, then another, pierced the air. The zombies roaring with feral hunger upon spotting living prey lunged violently but were effortlessly cut down through the windows by Squad 1's disciplined volleys. Blackish gore and milky viscous fluid splattered across the pristine lime-plastered walls of the guardhouse. Since the outbreak had erupted in daylight, both the University Gate and Shuefu Street's gate stood wide open, saving precious time otherwise spent forcing entry. Yet precisely because they gaped so openly, the gunshots had already drawn the attention of nearby zombies, several now shambled inward through Shuefu Street's yawning iron gate. Squad 1 reacted instantly, establishing a rudimentary firing position behind the university's reinforced concrete gate. The moment the undead and soldiers locked eyes, it was as if ancient enemies had met, fury blazing in their gaze. Those shambling figures, limping only seconds before, now erupted into frenzied rage, drooling, bearing jagged fangs, lolling grotesque tongues, hurtling forward like rabid hounds unleashed from their chains. With merely 5 meters separating the University Gate from Shuefu Street's gate, the elite soldiers of Squad 1 did not falter, instinctively raising their rifles and opening fire as if guided by muscle memory alone. Crack! Crack! Boom! Boom! As the thunderous reports of Type 191 rifles and Type 09 combat shotguns tore through the air, 7 charging zombies collapsed instantly, 3 struck dead center in the skull by rifle rounds, dropping like stones into eternal slumber. The remaining 4 vanished entirely, obliterated at close range by the devastating spread of the Type 09 shotgun. Jaws and throats exploded like overripe melons under the storm of lead. Move, now. All personnel of Platoon 1 exit the campus gate immediately and establish a defensive line between the 2 gates. With the initial wave neutralized, platoon leader Huang Jueqi barked orders and her troops surged forward to seize advantageous ground. They exited the campus gate, a near impenetrable barrier of concrete pierced only by 2 narrow single-person apertures, and anchored their defense at Shuefu Street's gate. This decision was strategic. The university's gate was too constricted, even deploying a single squad proved difficult, whereas Shuefu Street's iron-barred gate offered ideal firing ports. Its gaps allowed precisely 1 full platoon to take position without crowding. Open fire at will. As more zombies poured from Shuefu Street like ants swarming from a disturbed nest, Huang Jueqi issued the immediate suppression order, then unclipped her radio and reported crisply, "Command, this is Platoon 1, we are engaged." Bang bang. Under the command of Huang Jueqi to fire freely, the entire squad unleashed their firepower with over 2,191 assault rifles achieving almost precise fire under the assistance of 3 times QMK-171 white lightscopes. Every shot fired meant a zombie fell to the ground, and the slope directly facing the school gate was barely 8 meters wide, with rifle fire completely covering the area, even exceeding in firepower. This led to the 3 machine gunners being called to stop after just a few shots. Although national strength had grown and military funds were ample, the concept of conserving ammunition remained deeply ingrained in every soldier's mind. You lot are wasting bullets. Light weapon firepower is more than sufficient. Any more would just be waste. Snipers, grenade launchers. Get to a higher point. Climb onto the school gate. The large gate built by the school included a guardhouse, so while it was called a gate, it resembled a small house blocking the gap in the school wall. At 3 meters high, 2 snipers interlocked their hands to form a platform, while another sniper lightly stepped onto the handhold, pushed off with force, grabbed the eave and pulled himself up with all his strength. Using this method, another sniper made it up, and then the 2 on top pulled the remaining snipers up. Several snipers lay in succession on top of the security room, briefly communicated to delineate their tasks, and began to maintain vigilance in different directions. In theory, the sniper position was clearly not in line with tactical thinking. The concealment was poor and they were clustered together. Any military knowledgeable person would spit at such an arrangement. However, the environment was indeed limited, the main combat target being zombies without long-range strike capabilities. Therefore, Huang Jueqi adapted in command, using snipers as riflemen. Bang bang. Amid the continuous gunfire, the entire academic commercial street began to resemble water coming to a boil, with the movements of living beings inside growing louder. Zombies continuously emerged from the streets, hotpot restaurants, bubble tea shops, supermarkets, and community greenery, converging towards the school gate. Boom. As the row of soldiers was shooting, they suddenly startled, vaguely seeing a shadow flying from the sky, followed by a loud crash as a zombie broke through the firepower net in the 20-meter vacuum zone at the gate, crashing into it. Splattered with foul blood, the surrounding soldiers were immediately hit by a nauseating stench. From a relatively far distance, Jia Sanyu quickly fired, eliminating the zombie that had crashed into the gate and was struggling to get up. What the hell is that? Zombies can fly. Just as the words left his mouth, several black shadows flashed by. Bang bang bang, damn it. Fire. Jia Sanyum's urging mixed with those shouts created chaos in what had been an orderly position. 2 zombies that crashed into the soldiers had their necks broken with multiple fractures in their bodies. Their heads, lacking support, dangled and swung erratically as they crawled on the ground like aliens still attempting to launch an attack. Bang bang. Several gunshots rang out within the position. These 2 zombies that had fallen from the sky ended their painful existence with their brains splattering across the dark asphalt road, emitting a horrid stench that disturbed the soldiers' nerves. Medic! Medic! Hurry! Quickly transferred the injured to the security room. After shouting this, he quickly took off the intercom. Snipers, check the situation. Zombies can fly. Whether it's flying or jumping, bring them down. Damn it, you all are now anti-aircraft gunners. Received. Just a few seconds later, Jia Sanyu's intercom crackled. Report to the squad leader, the sniper team has spotted a target. The sniper team has spotted a target. It's not that zombies can fly, but there's a very strong large zombie tossing other zombies. Boom. Before the words fell, an explosion sounded, shocking Jia Sanyu. Then a slightly calm voice of the sniper came over the intercom. Report to the squad leader the target has been neutralized. The large zombie's upper body was blown apart by a Type 10 anti-material sniper. End of report. A big zombie. Gu Chengyuan was taken aback. Could it be a strength-type evolved zombie? Throwing ordinary zombies as weapons. Although a zombie is severely decayed, it should still weigh around 70 kilograms, able to be thrown over 50 meters. To put things into perspective, during his service a normal soldier could be considered excellent for throwing a 260-gram Type 822 grenade 40 meters. At that time he was among the top in his unit for throwing at 54 meters, though it was also due to the fact that his unit was an equipment unit with a different focus. However, individual soldier quality would not differ too greatly, at least representing a physique slightly above average. Roughly calculating, if a zombie is considered to weigh 35 kilograms, to throw at the same distance as Gu Chengyuan would require nearly 130 times his strength. The strength of an ordinary adult is almost equivalent to their body weight. Based on Gu Chengyuan's 73 kilograms, this big zombie's strength must have reached at least 9 tons in a moment of explosive power. This made Gu Chengyuan involuntarily gasp. Terrifying indeed. One could only say it is terrifying. Even if his strength doubled in an explosive moment, his regular strength in everyday actions would still be nearly 5 tons. What does 5 tons mean? A regular small car weighs only around 1.2 to 2 tons. In the eyes of this big zombie, those cars are mere toys. In close combat with it, one would likely witness scenes reminiscent of a power struggle. A single punch could pierce a stomach, shatter a skull, and send limbs flying. In the face of its absolute strength, a human's body would be no more resilient than a block of tofu. But there is no what if. Thanks to the presence of firearms, Gu Chengyuan didn't need to engage it in hand-to-hand combat. Did he hear that it was immensely strong? I have a 12.7 anti-material sniper rifle. Wang Chang, who operated the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle, was overjoyed, thinking he finally had a zombie worth shooting at. The previous zombies were too small, even ordinary rifles could penetrate them. Using an anti-material sniper was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. After all, the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle was initially designed to target light armored vehicles, personnel, fortifications, and radar systems from a distance of 1,000 meters. The appearance of this big zombie truly delighted him. It made him want to shed tears. While his comrades had already taken down nearly 100, he had been in this world for over a week without firing a shot. He was often teased by other comrades, saying carrying a shovel would be more useful, as he could also dig out zombie brain cores. Now he could finally hold his head high. Just now the sniper beside him with a 5.8 precision shooting rifle couldn't even breach the big zombie's skull. When he took his shot, he went for the neck of the zombie to avoid excessive power, but unexpectedly part of the chest was also shattered. Previously he mostly trained by shooting targets. This was the first time he experienced the sensation of his weapon striking a carbon-based light. The blood and flesh erupted upon impact, and Wang Chang saw it all clearly through the combination of the white light sight and infrared imaging intelligent aiming scope. After easily taking down a target that his teammates couldn't breach, he even took the time to imitate the calm tone of a cold-blooded killer from the movies, trying to impress the squad leader. Haha, satisfying. Wang Chang silently cheered. His rich inner thoughts were unknown to Gu Chengyuan, who had no interest in probing, as a new trouble had now emerged. According to the reports from the guards deployed by Team 2, a mutated troop of monkeys had appeared in the nearby forest, seemingly observing, slightly agitated and eager to try something. Monkey troop. Gu Chengyuan frowned upon hearing this in the security room. He knew there were monkeys around Naichou University, and there were quite a few. They often wandered into the student dorms in Zone West 1, scavenging for food and drink, earning the nickname Senior Brother. The main reason for this is that Naichou University is indeed located in a relatively remote area. The surroundings are not just suburban, the geographical environment of Naichou province is also quite mountainous. This has resulted in many rarely visited mountains and forests around Naichou University. After all, as people have become wealthier, the economic activities that depend on the mountains have decreased. Anyone can survive by just finding a job in a class, so who would be willing to take the risk of venturing into the mountains? This has led to a greater population of wild animals such as monkeys in the surrounding mountains and forests, but it's just that monkeys are more active, often entering living areas, making them more notorious. Moreover, according to what Gu Chengyuan understood from campus legends, there are not only monkeys among the well-known wild animals in the nearby mountains and forests. It is rumored that when night falls, many students experience a retrogressive phenomenon and retreat into the mountains, transforming into a type of wild mandarin duck that only appears in pairs. After the activities of these wild mandarin ducks, they often leave behind essential industrial products like rubber, which, unlike that sourced from rubber trees, can indeed be considered a local specialty of the mountains surrounding Naichou University. According to the report from the 2nd Squad of the 1st Platoon, the monkey group consists of about 50 individuals, which disrupted Gu Chengyuan's plans. The original plan was for the 1st and 2nd platoons to alternate in the sweep and, depending on the battlefield situation, even advance the front line, with both platoons conducting fire sweeps simultaneously. However, the appearance of the monkey group forced Gu Chengyuan to reserve the 2nd platoon as a backup force to guard against a potential attack from the monkeys. Gu Chengyuan left the 3rd Squad of the 2nd platoon as a rear guard for the 1st platoon and led the 2nd Squad up the stairs to the rooftop of the Zicheng building located to the right of the school gate. Seeing Gu Chengyuan ascend, the squad leader of the 1st platoon, Ho Xian, immediately approached and saluted Gu Chengyuan. Report, Commander, the monkey group is in the woods ahead. Taking the military binoculars hanging around his neck, Gu Chengyuan looked toward the forest behind the Zicheng building and indeed saw many monkeys gathering at the boundary between the forest and the school. They seemed to be attracted by the gunfire scattered and standing atop tree branches, gazing into the distance. Based on Gu Chengyuan's observations, these monkeys did not appear to be zombified, but they had visibly undergone some unknown changes. Firstly, their size had increased. Monkeys that used to only reach waist height when standing were now nearly as tall as a person. Secondly, their fur had fallen off, leaving them bare and white with their muscles greatly inflated, resembling nightmarish creatures from an American TV. The arrival of Gu Chengyuan and his team quickly attracted the attention of the monkey group, with pairs of bloodthirsty red eyes staring in their direction. Suddenly, the largest monkey in the group let out a roar, and all the monkeys turned to look at the rooftop of the Zichang building, bearing their massive fangs. Unlock safety, prepare for battle. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Chengyuan immediately issued the command to prepare for combat. In his heart, Gu Chengyuan was actually unwilling to provoke this group of monkeys, especially without understanding their capabilities, particularly at this critical point of clearing the zombie-infested Academy Street. However, the monkey's reaction forced Gu Chengyuan to be cautious. Still, he did not intend to fire early, planning instead to continue observing the monkey's intentions. Hiss. At a distance of about 100 meters, the Monkey King continued to bare its teeth in intimidation towards Gu Chengyuan and his team. At this moment, the soldiers who had completed their battle preparations had at least one light machine gun and 4 or 5 rifles aimed at it. Roar, unable to endure the provocation from the humans, the Monkey King let out a sharp cry. Then in a flash it leaped to a height of 4 stories, charging towards the rooftop of the Zichang building. It seemed that the monkey group received the command to attack, as over 50 monkeys leaped towards the Zichang building from various treetops, the lowest jumping at least 2 stories high. The sudden assault from the monkey group fell upon Gu Chengyuan and his team like rain. Fire! Gu Chengyuan issued the command to open fire, and the weapons in the soldiers' hands roared to life. Tat 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 tat. 2 light machine guns with a 5.8 mm caliber spat out flames, and 2 orange-red belts of ammunition lashed out like whips towards the charging monkeys. In the air, the mutated monkeys struck by the bullets exploded into clouds of blood mist and fell directly to the ground. However, due to the monkey's strong jumping ability and rapid movement, which was almost unpredictable, the damage inflicted was still quite limited compared to that on the zombie horde. Many monkeys, even if hit by the rifles, would simply grunt and continue to charge forward as long as they were not critically injured. The soldiers' gunfire did not frighten them, rather it provoked their ferocity even more, causing them to screech and dart about. Wah 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 wah. As Gu Chengyuan continued to aim at the Monkey King, he finally caught a glimpse of its trajectory at the moment it took off, emptying his magazine through the 3x scope. Several small blood flowers burst from the Monkey King's abdomen, but it seemed largely unaffected. Upon landing, it quickly climbed up the trees surrounding the Zichang building. Other monkeys quickly followed suit, and after the loss of over 10 of their kind, they managed to approach the base of the Zichang building. Grenades! Jia Sanyu shouted. Part of the soldiers armed with the 191 assault rifle stopped firing, drew out 822 grenades from their sides, pulled the pins and threw them down. These soldiers didn't even look down as they pulled out the pins and let the grenades fall freely, then continued to retrieve the next one, repeating the BOMM. Boo! Boo! After 2 or 3 seconds, a series of explosions erupted at the base of the building, accompanied by the screams of the monkeys. Each explosion of the 822 grenade was accompanied by the scattering of 1,600 steel balls, which made the monkey group suffer greatly. In just a few seconds, over a dozen monkeys were killed or left incapacitated, lying on the ground and struggling to survive. Caught off guard, the Monkey King was also hit by one, and the dense steel balls scattered across its back, leaving numerous black holes on its white skin resembling a honeycomb, which would give anyone with a fear of holes a severe case of goosebumps. However, as the Monkey King's skin rapidly turned as red as burning steel, the steel balls were abruptly forced out of its skin and the original holes healed completely. Nonetheless, its skin seemed to have turned even paler. Chief, you should retreat to a safe place first. Huang Jiechi suggested immediately for Gu Chengyuan's safety as he saw the battlefield flames approaching the rooftop. Gu Chengyuan, upon hearing this, did not insist on staying. After all, in the age of cold weapons, one must heed the dangers of swords and blades, let alone modern firearms. A wealthy heir should not sit idly by. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan obediently retreated behind the others, withdrawing into the building under the protection of Pu Guangxiang. As soon as Gu Chengyuan entered the building, a monkey jumped onto the rooftop, and the Monkey King, seemingly affected by the earlier grenade, had its red eyes become clear, suddenly displaying a heightened intelligence. No longer charging recklessly as before, it retreated behind the monkey horde and began directing them through their howls. Awo, the monkey that had just landed on the rooftop, let out a tragic cry, becoming a target of concentrated fire riddled with holes and collapsing onto the ground, oozing black blood. Following closely, another 7 or 8 monkeys jumped up simultaneously, some clutching stones in their hands, hurling them at the soldiers. Even before 4 or 5 stones, each the size of an adult's fist, were violently thrown by the monkeys, catching the second row of soldiers off guard, causing several to groan and fall to the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. However, the monkeys that threw the stones seemed to have expended their last burst of energy, and the relatively narrow rooftop restricted their movements. Soon they were riddled with bullet holes and fell to the ground. Following 2 consecutive failed assaults on the building, coupled with prior casualties on the way, the monkey horde of over 50 had suffered losses of more than 30. The remaining dozen monkeys were all injured and hesitated while climbing the pipe leading to the rooftop. Awa, seeing this, the Monkey King displayed a humanoid fear and hatred in its eyes, letting out a mournful howl. The monkey horde swiftly retreated from the pipe, jumping into the jungle under the Monkey King's lead. Huang Jiechi waited for about 2 minutes and, seeing no movement from the monkey horde, discovered when sending someone out to scout that the monkeys had already vanished without a trace. Report, Chief, the monkey horde has been repelled. 4 personnel were injured, 3 lightly and 1 suspected of a leg fracture. Gu Chengyuan, standing on the rooftop with a binocular in hand, observed the surroundings for a while, confirming there were no signs of monkey activity before issuing commands. Quickly transfer the injured to a safe location. Notify Kaianshin to form a rescue team based at the West District Clinic. Ensure proper treatment for the injured. Leave a necessary guard force to prevent a monkey ambush and the rest should quickly clean up the battlefield. Understood. After receiving the order, Huang Jiechi immediately organized personnel to clear the mutated monkeys from the rooftop and below. Bang bang, the occasional gunfire was from the soldiers executing finishing shots on the mutated monkeys. Knowing the formidable vitality of mutated animals, the soldiers would fire a couple of shots to the head before approaching the corpses to extract the brain nuclei. After about 10 minutes, Huang Jiechi returned to Gu Chengyuan with a small bag of brain nuclei. Report, Chief, the cleanup of mutated monkeys is complete. A total of 32 mutated monkeys were killed and 30 brain nuclei extracted. Among them 2 were found to be shattered upon inspection. Gu Chengyuan took the small plastic bag from Huang Jiechi, opening it to reveal yellow rhomboid crystals which differed in color from zombie brain nuclei, appearing slightly darker. System, convert the crystal nuclei. Ding. As the system's voice sounded, the color of the brain nuclei instantly turned transparent, with the substance inside being completely extracted. Gain money 1515. Damn. These monkeys are worth so much. If I had known, I would have been more aggressive earlier. Gu Chengyuan instantly felt he had lost a fortune, calculating that each monkey was worth nearly 50 currency. He suddenly felt that the row of zombies he was currently encircling was not appealing anymore. If only these monkeys were as numerous as the zombies. No way. No way. Thinking this, Gu Chengyuan shook his head. These mutated monkeys had strong combat capabilities with exceptional physical attributes, intelligence, and sharp claws. Had they not inadvertently encountered Gu Chengyuan's gun, they would likely dominate the entire Shibei district. Ordinary survivors would probably only meet their end. Around noon, the supplies for the soldiers arrived at the gate of Zone West 1, escorted by the militia team led by Zhao Jie. Along with the supplies came all the members of Zhao Jie's militia. This 50-member militia unloaded all the meals for the soldiers from the vehicle, and to facilitate the soldiers' dining, these meals had already been portioned in the cafeteria. After unloading, the militia team, having received no further orders, began to roam freely, gradually moving toward the direction of the gunfire. Most of the militia members had never even seen a gun. The only time they had seen one was on the soldiers coming and going. The sight of guns used against zombies was surreal to them, so they immediately moved closer at the first opportunity. However, they did not watch for long before their faces turned pale and they instinctively turned away. A few steps later, some of them were already squatting by the roadside vomiting. The scene of zombie cleanup was exceptionally gruesome, with brain matter splattered everywhere and the corpses of zombies lying on the ground stacked in layers, each death more horrific than the last. A glance revealed that the best among the corpses had their heads shattered, with a large hole, red and white brain matter oozing out. A whiff of the wind blowing from the direction of the corpses was enough to make the militia members roll their eyes, repeatedly teetering on the edge of nausea. Brother Jie. This is just too terrifying. It's nothing like the computer games before. Zhao Wu, who considered himself quite brave, dared to watch horror movies alone and even faced the corpses of the deceased. Though he had prepared himself for the gore, he thought his years of playing various zombie-themed games would give him some immunity, but he realized he had overestimated himself. He had anticipated horror, but he never expected it to be this horrifying. Even while talking to Zhao Jie, his face was still pale and his calves trembled. Zhao Jie, squatting silently while smoking a cigarette, did not say a word, but from his heavy breathing it was evident that he was trying hard to suppress. Seeing that Zhao Jie remained silent, Zhao Wu thought his performance was too pathetic and had displeased Zhao Jie, so he planned to force a joke to salvage his image. But Brother Jie, I must say that brain matter really does look like tofu pudding. It's quite authentic. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jie, who had almost suppressed his nausea, suddenly had a vivid image in his mind, and the meal in his stomach erupted like lava, splattering Zhao Wu, who was squatting beside him. Looking at the vomit on himself, Zhao Wu could no longer hold it together, and the two of them began to vomit uncontrollably by the roadside as if in a competition. When Gu Chengyuan arrived and saw the mess on the road, he couldn't help but frown, wondering if there was something wrong with the lunch, perhaps food poisoning. After calling over the pale Zhao Jie, who was unable to vomit any further, Gu Chengyuan found the situation somewhat amusing but also expressed understanding. Having just witnessed such scenes himself, he did not lay any blame but instead directed them to quickly take the meals to the hall of the Zichang building. The piles of vomit were indeed unsuitable for dining. After the soldiers took turns eating lunch and rested briefly, Gu Chengyuan replaced the soldiers of the second squad while the first squad served as a guard force to rest. As time passed, the density of zombies decreased, and when Gu Chengyuan estimated that the zombies on Xuefu Street were nearly depleted, he issued an order to proactively advance, sending a firepower team to clear the zombies on Xuefu Street. At this point, there was no need for a guard. All soldiers from the two squads except for 6 injured who were sent back were fully mobilized to head to Xuefu Street. As the gunfire gradually became sporadic, Gu Chengyuan ordered the militia team to take protective measures and enter Xuefu Street to collect the zombie brain nuclei. 50 members of the militia team were dressed in various collected raincoats, wearing bright yellow fire-resistant shoes from the major buildings of the West Campus and donning dishwashing gloves from different cafeterias. With colorful plastic bags in their left hands and in their right hands holding fire tongs, hammers, shovels, and pickaxes, tools capable of breaking heads, they appeared anxious, some even displaying fear. Looking at this rabble of a team before him, Gu Chengyuan did not show any disappointment. As ordinary people, they had the courage to stand here. Though their legs trembled, their intentions were commendable. Being able to assist in collecting the brain nuclei would save a significant amount of time compared to the soldiers doing it themselves. Their performance would surely enhance efficiency. Before this assembled militia team, Gu Chengyuan emphasized 2 points. First, they must pay attention to protection. If they accidentally cut their skin, they must report it immediately for disinfection. No concealing of injuries. The army will not abandon any unturned person. If concealment of injuries is discovered, execution on the spot for crimes against humanity. Secondly, all zombie brain nuclei must be handed over without exception. No private possession is allowed. If private possession is discovered, execution on the spot for wartime theft of particularly important military supplies. Gu Chengyuan's 2 statements of execution on the spot were delivered with a commanding tone, instilling a chilling aura. Those with wandering eyes in the crowd suddenly became much more obedient, though some remained unperturbed, thinking Gu Chengyuan was merely trying to scare them. After all, since modern times there have been no documented cases of troops shooting civilians in Zhoubang. However, Gu Chengyuan did not concern himself with their thoughts. The hardline stance had been made clear, and they were warned not to say they were not forewarned. As the militia team entered the scene, the soldiers had basically completed the zombie cleanup on the first and second floors of Shuefu Street, leaving one squad behind to protect the safety of the militia, while the second squad, exhausted, made their way to the strong army battle vehicle outside. They began to select some snacks and beverages for relaxation and energy replenishment. Scientific studies have shown that snacking indeed helps to ease tense nerves. As the sun was about to set and the sky darkened, Zhao Jie finally approached Gu Chengyuan. Report, Commander. All zombie brain cores have been cleared, totaling 813 pieces. Zhao Jie saluted Gu Chengyuan in a military manner, then had the 2 militiamen behind him bring over the black duffel bag. Gu Chengyuan did not rush to open the bag to check the zombie crystal cores. Instead, he encouraged Zhao Jie, who looked weary but had a noticeably different spirit from 2 hours ago, by patting him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. I didn't expect the militia team to complete their first mission so well. It truly exceeded my expectations. Trusting you to lead the militia team was indeed the right choice. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's admiring expression, Zhao Jie felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that all his efforts were worth it. He even felt an impulsive urge to regard him as a kindred spirit. College students are indeed easier to persuade than seasoned veterans in society. Although they boast about their autonomy and superiority, all it takes is sufficient respect and acknowledgement to move them to tears. Not hard at all. Serving the people. Looking at Zhao Jie's proud chest, Gu Chengyuan continued to encourage him. There's still some time before we return. You should inform Kaianshin that tonight the combat personnel will have an additional meal. Let's treat the militia brothers well. There were no casualties in the militia team, right? Hearing this, Zhao Jie's spirited demeanor suddenly darkened as he said with some guilt, there were 2 injuries. One occurred when we were moving a zombie and I misjudged the sharpness of its claws, resulting in a cut. The other happened while extracting the zombie brain core, where someone unfortunately slipped on the slick corpse pile and was pierced by broken bones. It's my lack of diligence in ensuring safety. Please punish me, Commander. Looking at Zhao Jie, who moments ago was proud, now bowing his head like a child who had made a mistake, Gu Chengyuan did not chastise him too harshly. Safety accidents can only be prevented, not completely eliminated. Perfection is unattainable in everything, and Gu Chengyuan had long anticipated that casualties might occur among the battlefield logistics personnel. You are new to this and have done very well. Do not be too hard on yourself. Since problems have arisen, think about how to solve them. The isolation and treatment for these 2 individuals must be handled properly without any slip-ups. Also, let's not spread news of this incident until everything is resolved. Looking at Gu Chengyuan's meaningful gaze, Zhao Jie immediately nodded, indicating he would explain things to the militia team. Although this unexpected incident was no one's fault, the first mission of the militia team had encountered unexpected casualties. If not handled properly, it could inevitably create a very negative impact among the survivors. If survivors inadvertently regard the militia team as a high-risk profession, it would be difficult to say whether anyone would still be willing to join in the face of life and death. Gu Chengyuan preferred to gently guide the survivors to participate in the war against the apocalypse. This is not just Gu Chengyuan's war or the war of a particular group, it is a people's war, a war for survival. Therefore, in addition to system soldiers, all available forces should be mobilized. If the survivors are scared off from participating right at the start, then strong measures will have to be taken to compel them. Although it could be done, it was not what he wished to see. Clearly it was for the survival of humanity. Why make himself a pariah? Isn't it better to approach things amicably? Thus, guiding public opinion is extremely important. This also served as a reminder to Gu Chengyuan. Perhaps establishing a mouthpiece similar to a broadcast should be prioritized, as there are nearly 1,000 people in the shelter now. A certain great person once said that public opinion is also a battlefield. If you do not occupy it, others will. With the zombie crystal cores in hand, Gu Chengyuan no longer lingered. He found someone to siphon gasoline from a dozen abandoned cars by the roadside and poured it all over the densely packed corpses on Shuefu Street. A convoy of 6 armored vehicles accompanied by a dozen civilian cars broke through the darkness under the bright headlights, driving into the deepening twilight. Behind the convoy was Shuefu Street, engulfed in thick black smoke, with orange flames curling into various shapes atop the corpses, greedily devouring everything in sight. Every now and then the crackling sounds of explosions echoed through the empty streets as the black smoke drifted high, with the wind scattering into ash upon the earth. In this apocalyptic scene, a pair of crimson eyes watched with malice as the convoy gradually disappeared into the night, leaping forward to follow, merging into the darkness. At dinner time, Kaianshin arranged for the kitchen to provide extra meals for the combat personnel as instructed by Gu Chengyuan. Although fresh meat was no longer available, it was replaced with vacuum-packed marinated beef, sliced and plated, with each militia member receiving a bottle of juice. The heated marinated beef was distributed onto each combat personnel's plate, its unique aroma mingling with the scent of the marinade wafting through the entire cafeteria. Other survivors in the cafeteria, smelling the aroma, couldn't help but swallow hard. After days of eating vegetarian meals, their mouths felt bland, and the enticing scent of the beef had tempted them countless times. To enhance the contrast and encourage the survivors to participate actively in military operations, Gu Chengyuan did not separate the dining areas for combat personnel and ordinary people. He was not worried that the difference in food would cause discontent among others. He wanted all survivors to understand that only those with the courage to face zombies deserved to eat meat. Without courage one only deserved to survive. He had no extra food to spare for the idle. Unlike the system warriors who had grown accustomed to the blood and carnage, the militia members had no appetite at the sight of the fragrant beef, feeling a bit nauseous instead. Looking at the deep red marinated beef, the militia members couldn't help but frequently recall the gruesome scenes from that afternoon. Brain matter, blood pooled in a pit, dark red dismembered body parts. Gu Chengyuan did not spend much time observing their state. Humans are the most adaptable creatures in the world, and he believed they would soon overcome this trauma. He had more important matters to attend to now, which was to return to his dormitory and digest the gains from today, converting them into strength. In the dormitory, a black tote bag sat in front of Gu Chengyuan, filled to the brim with zombie brain cores shimmering with a mesmerizing glow under. Even diamonds known as symbols of love would pale in comparison to this bag of brain cores. After all, this was truly a treasure that one could only possess once in a lifetime. Imagine if a man would willingly let something like this grow inside his head. For you, what else could that be but love? System exchange for money. Ding, exchange successful. Money 4,060. Total money 6,173. Gu Chengyuan felt a surge of excitement at the current amount. Over 6,000 money could summon 4 squads. But he couldn't summon them all. With the expansion of the troop size, he needed to keep enough money for emergency supplies. System summon an infantry platoon. Understood. The infantry platoon will arrive at the host side within half an hour. Ding. Host troop actual organization is fully staffed at the company level. Host permission upgraded. System functionality upgraded. Please wait. Upgrade completed. Military rank promotion company commander. Host military rank promotion lieutenant colonel. The troop template of the infantry company upgraded. Combined battalion. Additional recruitable units increased. Battalion level rewards distributed. Battalion headquarters 20 people x 1 deputy battalion commander 1 battalion platoon leader 1 military doctor 1 clerk 2 communications personnel 3 guard squad 7 people. Catering team 5 people. Mengsure 3 armored command vehicle x1 Mengsure 2 battlefield ambulance x1 Mengsure 3 communication node vehicle x1 Shanxi 2190 transport vehicle x2 catering vehicle x3. I hit the jackpot. Upon seeing the system rewards, Gu Chengyuan's only thought was that he had struck gold. The system, which had been quite stingy, suddenly released so many rewards, not to mention awarding 8 military vehicles of various functions at once. Moreover, it also provided a battalion headquarters with a 20-member structure. It included 3 officers in addition to the basic platoon leader. There was a technical officer, the military doctor, and a command officer, the deputy battalion commander. The role of the military doctor goes without saying. Injured soldiers were still lying in the medical office in the western area after simple treatment. It wasn't that Gu Chengyuan didn't prioritize this, it was simply that he lacked medical talents beneath him, so he was powerless. The arrival of the military doctor had fully resolved the urgent need, allowing the injured soldiers to receive professional treatment. The deputy battalion commander, being a specialized military command talent, was exactly what Gu Chengyuan urgently needed. In the end, Gu Chengyuan was just a small volunteer soldier. His understanding of company-level command and management was superficial, merely having seen pigs run. Cough cough, after all he had often been commanded. But now the troops were about to expand to the battalion level without the support and guidance of professionals. If the troop size increased, their combat effectiveness might actually decrease. This wave of rewards from the system could truly be called a timely help. No wonder he was so excited. Claim. After Gu Chengyuan claimed his promotion reward, the system notified him that personnel from the battalion headquarters would arrive alongside the 3rd platoon within 30 minutes. When Gu Chengyuan reopened the system interface, he found its layout had transformed. A new unit template option appeared under the troop type menu, and his current template was labeled Combined Arms Battalion. I wonder if new unit types will be added. Gu Chengyuan mused, brimming with anticipation. Though infantry units remained sufficient for now, who wouldn't desire a richer, more versatile arsenal? Relying solely on infantry felt undeniably thin. As Gu Chengyuan entered the Combined Arms Battalion template with cautious excitement, his heart surged wildly at the flood of newly unlocked units displayed across the screen. Template: Combined Arms Battalion Tank Company, Mechanized Infantry Company, Fire Support Company, Air Defense Company, Combat Support Company, Logistics and Sustainment Company. He couldn't help but blurt out an astonished expletive upon seeing this overwhelming array, so vast it nearly overflowed the system's display. The sheer breadth of available units left Gu Chengyuan momentarily questioning whether he'd unwittingly spoken a cheat code aloud in his sleep. Happiness arrived with breathtaking suddenness. He'd merely sensed his force composition lacked depth, and yet the system had not only anticipated his need but already provided the solution. Were the system capable of speech, Gu Chengyuan would have knelt and declared, with solemn reverence, having wandered half my life without finding a true sovereign, if your grace deigns to accept me, I humbly beg to call you father. After a brief surge of exhilaration, Gu Chengyuan eagerly opened the tank company interface. After all, if one cannot pilot a Gundam, a main battle tank makes a most worthy substitute. Massive, powerful and formidable, who could resist? The tank company interface was starkly minimalist. As if aware of decision fatigue, it offered no selection options, only a solitary tank icon, its thick imposing cannon barrel pointed resolutely forward. Type ZTZ-99A main battle tank 8000 credits 10000 for first-time recruitment. The ZTZ-99A. The ZTZ-99A. As a devoted military enthusiast, he knew this legendary tank's effective armor thickness reached an astonishing 1000 millimeters, a figure bordering on the absurd. Dubbed the wall of size, it stood among the world's elite main battle tanks. And as Gu Chengyuan gazed upon its icon, comprehensive technical data flooded his mind. Type ZTZ-99, a main battle tank, in total weight 55 metric tons in length 7.3 meters in width 3.5 meters in crew 3 driver commander gunner and power plant 1500 horsepower turbocharged diesel engine. Maximum speed 80 km/h, operational range 600 kilometers. Equipped with an advanced fully automatic hydromechanical integrated transmission system enabling zero radius 360-degree pivot turns and dual flow drive capability. Armament: a modified 125mm smoothbore gun, the largest caliber among currently operational main battle tanks with a 48 caliber length. Fires tungsten alloy armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding Sabat APS rounds capable of penetrating 800mm of rolled homogeneous armor at 2000 meters. Features automated target acquisition, tracking, and fire control. Ammunition load 41 rounds. Also mounts a 14.5mm anti-aircraft heavy machine gun, effective against both aerial and ground target. Armor: triple layered configuration, innermost inclined base armor, middle composite ceramic armor, outermost modular explosive reactive armor. ERA. Utilizes externally mounted constrained composite armor technology, allowing rapid localized replacement of damaged modules. Effective armor protection 1000 Integrated battlefield situational awareness, real-time data exchange, and friend-foe identification systems. Truly the king of land warfare, the pinnacle of Eastern Dragon engineering, the ultimate synthesis of armored combat technology. Upon absorbing these specifications, Gu Chengyuan found himself utterly captivated by the ZTZ-99A. Deploying such a machine would render him unstoppable. With its 125mm main gun firing tungsten APFSDS rounds, what carbon-based lifeform could survive even a single hit? Its 1000 equivalent armor, augmented by explosive reactive plating, meant even zombies or mutated beasts drawing near would suffer catastrophic injury upon contact, let alone penetrate the two inner armor layers. An absolute battlefield fortress, unyielding in defense, devastating in offense. Against all known zombies and mutated beasts, none possessed the strength to so much as scratch its hull. Formidable. Unmatched. Desperately coveted. Yet the crimson price tag beside the tank momentarily tempered Gu Chengyuan's fervor. What? 8,000 per unit. An excellent and absolutely worth it and perfectly understandable, and but why does the first-time recruitment cost 10,000? Is the extra 2,000 a mold fee? And fine, I'll accept it. And with less than 2,000 credits to his name, Gu Chengyuan wisely turned his attention to the next unit type. Mechanized Infantry Company. And never mind the armor, surely adding infantry to the title implied affordability. Like the tank company interface, this one offered no selection options, only a single armored vehicle icon. ZBD-04A Infantry Fighting Vehicle Squad 4000 credits 6000 for first-time recruitment and relief, only 4,000. Having just seen the tank's price, even though this squad remained beyond his immediate reach, the psychological contrast made it feel almost economic. Another 2,000 mold fee, and alright, fair enough, and suddenly that inexplicable surcharge no longer seemed unreasonable. If resistance is futile, then surrender gracefully and spare oneself unnecessary suffering. At that moment, full technical data for the ZBD-04A squad streamed into his consciousness. ZBD-04A Infantry Squad Organization: 10 personnel, 3 crew members, driver, commander, gunner, 7 dismount infantrymen. And vehicle specifications: and length 7.2 meters. Weight 24 metric tons in power plant 440 kilowatts 6-cylinder turbocharged diesel engine, maximum speed 90 km. Armor: base armor reinforced with modular add-in plates, frontal arc resistant to 30mm, armor piercing incendiary rounds at 500 meters, side arcs resistant to 14.5mm, armor piercing incendiary rounds at 200 meters. Armament: a low-pressure 100mm rifled gun carrying 40 high-explosive fragmentation shells, maximum range 4000 meters, and 8 laser-guided gun-launched missiles. A coaxial 30mm autocannon, mounted parallel to the main gun, for engaging lightly armored vehicles, slow-flying or stationary aerial threats, and other soft targets. Ammunition load 500 armor-piercing rounds. A coaxial 7.62mm machine gun position left of the main gun, optimized for neutralizing personnel at medium to close range. Ammunition load 2000 rounds. 10 smoke grenade launchers. Amphibious capability: large bow wave deflector and twin water jet propulsion units mounted beneath the rear ramp enable aquatic mobility. This is exceptionally capable too. A 100mm main gun, gun-launched guided missiles, respectable armor protection, and priced at half the ZTZ-99's cost. Gu Chengyuan suddenly conceived a strategic insight, though far less potent than the ZTZ-99A. This mechanized infantry squad represented optimal value. Given his current lack of armored assets, its capabilities were already sufficient. He quietly elevated the ZBD-04A squad's recruitment priority above that of the ZTZ-99A. Since neither the ZBD-04A nor the ZTZ-99A faced threats, they couldn't defeat the ZTZ-99 as superior firepower constituted redundant overkill, wasted potential. One ZTZ-99's cost could recruit 2 full ZBD-04A squads. The final armored unit was the Fire Support Company. Upon opening it, Gu Chengyuan saw the PPL-05 120mm self-propelled mortar howitzer. This self-propelled artillery system rides on the WZ-551-66 chassis with a combat weight of 16.5 metric tons and a standard ammunition load of 36 rounds. Elevation range 4 to 80, traverse full 360. Crew 4 commander, gunner, loader, driver. Amphibious operation 320 horsepower engine land speed up to 80 km/h water speed up to 8 km/h maximum range 500 km. Fully enclosed turret housing a 120mm rifled gun and a 12.7mm QJC-88 vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Ammunition includes standard 120mm high-explosive mortar shells and rocket-assisted high-explosive rounds. Rate of fire 68 rounds per minute for howitzer mode, 10 rounds per minute for pure mortar mode. After reviewing the armored units, Gu Chengyuan turned his attention to the Combat Support Company and the Logistics Support Company. Combat Support Company Engineering Platoon 5,000 experienced earthwork combat soldiers. They forge paths through mountains and build bridges over water. Skilled in using various manual and automatic tools. When there are no large machines, they are the most reliable engineering machinery. Transport Platoon 5,000 the veterans familiar with various battlefield environments able to speed through even the worst terrains. Communication Platoon 10,000 technical personnel for battlefield connectivity and information exchange capable of establishing communication networks through wired and wireless means from shouting to computers. Reconnaissance Platoon 10,000 the ghosts of the battlefield experts in various infiltration and stealth techniques capable of bringing you information from beyond the sand table. Logistics Support Company Medical Platoon 10,000 the medics who can heal with just a glance, the angels in white on the battlefield skilled in various rescue techniques greatly reducing your casualty rate. Repair Platoon 10,000 the ingenious mechanics are the best doctors for war machines. They may not always fix them, but they can certainly get them moving. Catering Platoon 5,000 though they are oily, dirty and a bit plump, their excellent food supply is undoubtedly the second fighting force for the soldiers aside from their guns. Transport Platoon 5,000 as drivers for the logistics unit, they can drive far beyond just the roads. After reviewing, Gu Chengyuan noticed that these two companies had a significantly different exchange method than the previous ones. Tanks and armored vehicles including infantry can be exchanged as individual squads, but these two companies can only be exchanged by platoon. However, this is not the main point. The key is that each platoon consists of 3 squads. The price of the squads in these two companies is higher than that of ordinary infantry squads. The ones priced at 10,000 are not even worth mentioning. Reconnaissance soldiers are akin to special forces, while medical, communication and repair units belong to high-tech troops, and their higher cost is justified. But regarding the transport platoon, they can definitely drive far beyond just the roads. Does being skilled in physical fitness count as a plus? After a moment of internal complaint, Gu Chengyuan exited the system interface, leaning back in his chair, stretching his arms and letting out a long sigh. Now that the system has prepared everything, all that's left is for me to exchange the lives of the zombies. Pu Chang. With this thought, Gu Chengyuan stood up. Here. Pu Chang's voice came from the neighboring dormitory, likely playing cards in the next room. After completing a day of combat tasks, Gu Chengyuan typically does not impose any other requests, allowing the soldiers to have free time. So after dinner, many soldiers usually choose to relax by playing cards or chatting in their rooms. Sir. What are your orders? Pu Chang stood at attention in front of Gu Chengyuan. Call the first platoon and come with me to the playground to pick up the new personnel. Also inform Chengyuan to have the cafeteria work a bit harder and prepare a dinner for 60 people and to clean out enough dormitory space for 52 people, including a separate room for the deputy company commander. Sir, are there new brothers coming? Pu Chang asked excitedly. Yes, hurry up. Gu Chengyuan replied with a smile, feeling good about the upcoming 52 new personnel. The first platoon was elite. Within 2 minutes they had already donned their gear and assembled downstairs fully armed. The passing survivors, seeing Gu Chengyuan and his team, couldn't help but speculate what was about to happen. From their observations, this unit that protected them rarely went on missions at night. However, Chengyuan was very happy to receive the order, knowing that 52 new soldiers were on the way. Her sense of security significantly increased. She immediately instructed the staff of the Survivor Management Committee to organize people to clean the rooms and to notify the cafeteria chefs to start cooking. The cafeteria chefs, who could have rested, were not impatient about the overtime but instead excitedly took on the task with great enthusiasm. Similarly, as soon as the notice for cleaning was given, a group of people immediately volunteered to participate. This high level of enthusiasm naturally has its reasons. If before the apocalypse money represented security, then after the apocalypse nothing instills more confidence than armed soldiers. Hearing that a large group of military personnel was about to arrive, the entire 1,000-person shelter also became slightly excited, as if gossiping about some juicy news. In AIK's dormitory they were also discussing, but their primary concern was Gu Chengyuan's status. Have you heard? A troop of over 50 is coming soon. Feng Jiai said mysteriously. Ah, if I had known earlier I wouldn't have organized people to clean the rooms just now. It's great that they are coming. That means there will be more people to protect us. Today I heard those militia teams say it was terrifying. The entire Shuefu street was littered with severed limbs. They are just doing some odd jobs, but the psychological trauma they bring back is immense. One can imagine that without Gu Chengyuan's protection we probably wouldn't survive even a single episode. Seeing how exhausted and strained they are every day, having a new troop is a good thing. It can help share the burden. Tan Ra with her curvaceous figure sat on Feng Jiai's desk, swinging her long fair legs. It may be good for us but not necessarily for Gu Chengyuan. I just heard that a separate room needs to be cleaned out for either a battalion commander or a deputy battalion commander, and they were told to be meticulous. That battalion commander or deputy battalion commander must hold a higher rank than Gu Chengyuan. I heard a few boys chatting earlier saying Gu Chengyuan is a captain. At that time they might even try to take Gu Chengyuan's position. Feng Jiai said seriously with a concerned expression. Tang Jingwen hearing this pinched Feng Jiai's face which was full of collagen. You the dog-headed military strategist are getting all speculative. Worrying is Gu Chengyuan's burden. Why are you frowning and looking glum? Do you have feelings for Gu Chengyuan? It's how they portray it on TV. Two tigers can't share one mountain. I definitely hope Gu Chengyuan stays on top. After all, he's a classmate from the same school, so he should take care of us a bit. What's wrong with liking someone? Who doesn't like a handsome guy? That does seem to make sense. Gu Chengyuan must not fall. If a stranger comes to lead, what if he turns out to be a lecher? In this apocalypse with humanity in decline, we would be at the mercy of fate. Who would be the first to serve? Ignoring Tang Jingwen's nonsensical ramblings, Feng Jiai's words and part of Tang Jingwen's remarks indeed plunged Aiku and the others in the dormitory as well as Tan Rao who came to visit into silence. In times of danger, people always despise the unknown changes. Gu Chengyuan was unaware of the thoughts of the survivors, or rather he didn't care even if he did know, as they understood nothing about the system. Gu Chengyuan, accompanied by a group of elite soldiers, walked with flashlights through the pitch-black night and soon arrived at the playground. Considering the training needs of the survivors and the distance to the school gate, Gu Chengyuan decided not to set the vehicle area on the rubber track but instead chose the basketball court adjacent to the school gate. Upon arriving at the basketball court, he arranged for several soldiers from his team to wear reflective vests and guide the soon-to-arrive deputy battalion commander and others. After that, Gu Chengyuan casually found a place to sit. Pu Guangxiang took the remaining few individuals to stand guard nearby, preventing any unforeseen dangers. Gu Chengyuan raised his eyes to look around only to find that everything was engulfed in darkness. Not even a hint of light seemed to shine from the direction of the city. At this time of day, the streets would usually be bustling with traffic and dazzling lights. Even the basketball court where he now sat should have been filled with the lively voices of energetic basketball youths. Now what lay before him was a desolate and broken darkness that gave Gu Chengyuan a sense of a long-endured apocalypse. He gazed up at the sky where the stars were becoming brighter by the day. He couldn't help but recall a summer from his childhood, a hot evening in a backward town in the southwestern mountains when his father took him to the riverbank to catch dragonflies, and on the way home he held a bowl of shaved ice he had longed for with a sky full of stars above. And now as the stars faded with age, it seemed they were returning. Gu Chengyuan pondered whether the stars of the apocalypse shone only because humanity had dimmed. His melancholic thoughts, influenced by the environment, were soon interrupted by a voice from the walkie-talkie. Report, Commander, the lead vehicle of the deputy battalion commander has arrived at the school gate. Quickly regaining his composure, Gu Chengyuan grabbed the walkie-talkie and replied, "Ensure the guides are ready to direct the convoy into the vehicle area." Received. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright beam of white light shot out from the darkness nearby, and with the sound of engines approaching, more and more lights appeared, forming a not-so-mighty band of light, yet enough to pierce through the darkness before him. Seeing this scene, Gu Chengyuan suddenly cursed fiercely, "Damn it, even if humanity's stars have dimmed in the apocalypse, I will use artillery, tanks and armored vehicles to make the stars shine once more. Even if the shining is the light from explosions." Without making Gu Chengyuan wait long, a convoy led by a Hummer 3 armored command vehicle drove into the basketball court under the guidance of the directing personnel. Following that were Hummer 2 battlefield ambulances, Hummer 3 communication vehicles, 2 6-wheel Shaanxi military transport vehicles, 3 cooking trucks and 3 Hummer 3 armored assault vehicles bringing up the rear. The orange turn signals, red reverse lights, the shouts of the directing personnel wielding 3 colored traffic command lights, the beeping of reversing vehicles, and the unique sound of the transport vehicles' air brakes. The entrance of the convoy instantly brought life to the previously deserted basketball court, dispelling Gu Chengyuan's sudden gloom. Watching the Hummer 3 armored command vehicle that had entered the parking space, Gu Chengyuan along with Pu Guangxiang approached it. The passenger door opened and out stepped an officer with the rank of major, around 36 or 37 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, with a robust physique, a square face, a mole on his chin, and narrow danfang eyes radiating a piercing brilliance. A soldier with a very distinguished presence was Gu Chengyuan's first impression. Upon seeing Gu Chengyuan, the major officer immediately raised his hand to salute, reporting, "Commander, Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin and a team of 51 soldiers report to you." Gu Chengyuan returned the salute. "You have worked hard on the way. After the vehicles are in place, organize the soldiers to go to the cafeteria for a meal. After eating, staff will arrange accommodations." Understood. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin turned and called over the squad leader from the battalion's headquarters and the squad leader from the 3rd platoon, issuing Gu Chengyuan's orders. This temporary team of more than 50 quickly organized their supplies and, led by driver Hu Juanpeng, headed to the cafeteria for a meal and settling in. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyuan left the remaining personnel of his team to guard the vehicle area and planned to set up a lookout post there later. With an increase in equipment and supplies at the vehicle area, it was necessary to allocate forces for protection, otherwise it would be troublesome if supplies were lost or vehicles were damaged. After arranging everything, the deputy battalion commander accompanied Gu Chengyuan, following closely behind him, to the cafeteria, and they began to chat along the way. Through their conversation, Gu Chengyuan discovered that this deputy battalion commander's background was also quite remarkable. He graduated from the Red Infantry Academy known as the West Point of the East, started from a squad leader, and participated in many large-scale international and domestic exercises. He had received multiple awards for his achievements, and during his time as a company commander he was recognized as one of the top 10 exemplary soldiers of the Army by the Ministry of National Defense of the Great Xia, earning 3 second-class personal merits and 4 third-class personal merits. Later he was promoted to battalion commander, leading 2 companies that received collective second-class merit, and was awarded the title of Best Combat Cadre in the Group Army. With such an extraordinary resume, it was no surprise that Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin would eventually become a general. How could such an impressive figure be demoted to serve as my deputy? Gu Chengyuan suddenly felt a sense of unworthiness, but at the same time his worries about being insufficiently capable were completely laid to rest. He thought, it's just me and the deputy battalion commander slaying foes. As the lights went out, the survivors of Night State University concluded their day and drifted into dreams, leaving the campus quiet except for the sentinels at the gates of Building 22 and the parking lot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city in Jingyang District, the fierce sounds of gunfire signaled yet another sleepless night. At the Inner Guard Brigade located on Fuxing Road in the southern part of Jingyang District, the office building was brightly lit with personnel in Inner Guard combat uniforms bustling about, while outside several diesel engines continuously emitted a bothersome roar. In the operations command room, Major Liang Yumming with graying hair and a weary face sat at the main seat, rubbing his brow with one hand. Several captain-level staff were constantly marking data on the large screen in the operations room via computer, showing real-time updates on the battle situation. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a door being pushed open echoed. Colonel Liu Zhanping, the brigade's chief of staff, hurriedly entered. The loud noise startled everyone in the operations room. Old Liang, the captain of the 1st Battalion Wu Yuan, just called. The situation at Cross Street is becoming untenable. Requesting support. Ammunition is depleting rapidly and casualties are increasing. Hearing this, brigade leader Liang Yumming's eyes widened. Even if it's untenable, we must hold. Damn it, they always boast about how valiant they are and how they can fight tough battles. At a critical moment, are they thinking of abandoning me? What about the thousands of civilians who are currently evacuated? What? You don't dare to speak directly to me, thinking this chief of staff is easy to talk to. Shall Wu get me the captain of the 1st Battalion? Yes. Upon hearing this, a captain-level staff member picked up a wired intercom. With communication cut off, the troops relied entirely on the telephone lines laid by the wired soldiers for contact. At Cross Street in Jingyang District, over 100 Inner Guard soldiers in forest combat uniforms took cover behind some car wrecks, firing wildly towards the northern part of the street. However, the bullets sprayed into the mass of corpses as if thrown into a raging sea, with an endless tide of zombies surging forth. The zombies at the front, having just had their heads blown off, were immediately replaced by others pushing forward. Under the immense pressure of the zombie horde, few Inner Guard soldiers could stabilize their emotions enough to aim at the zombies' heads. Most bullets struck the zombies' bodies and limbs, causing damage far less than the volume of fire. Bang bang. The crisp sound of 35mm grenade launchers echoed continuously from the 1st Battalion's position, followed by bursts of flames in the zombie crowd, each explosion knocking down dozens. Yet often among the dozen or so that were blown down, 7 or 8 would struggle to rise again, a sight that sent shivers down the spine of Captain Wu Yuan. These bastards just want die. Watching the dismembered zombies sway as they charged toward the position, Wu Yuan couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, several black shadows appeared in the sky, prompting Wu Yuan to shout, "Beware of airstrikes." Indeed, Wu Yuan felt it was absurd, utterly absurd, that these living dead had truly evolved to launch long-range attacks. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 or 8 black shadows accurately struck the position. The zombies thrown from above looked as if they had been inflated like giant balloons, their bodies swollen to the point of bursting, their skin stretched taut and glossy as if they could rupture at any moment. As they hit the ground, these self-exploding zombies detonated instantly, unleashing a force akin to a methane explosion, instantly shredding several nearby soldiers who were caught off guard. Bits of flesh and limbs scattered everywhere. Soldiers positioned slightly farther away were splattered with the green goo from the exploding zombies, possessing a corrosive power comparable to sulfuric acid, causing their combat uniforms to emit hissing black smoke. Those unfortunate enough to be splashed on the skin screamed in agony as the green goo quickly burned through their epidermis, followed by infections. Dazed, their pupils dilated, their sclera turned red, oral mucosa sloughing off while secreting copious amounts of yellow pus, the muscles at the corners of their mouths uncontrollably pulled apart, tearing their lips back to the roots of their ears, sharp teeth bursting forth like bamboo shoots from within. Losing control of their bodies yet feeling the pain clearly, the soldiers wailed, pleading for their comrades to put them out of their misery. Away, kill me. Quickly kill me. I don't want to become a zombie. It hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. Bang bang, the crisp sound of gunfire rang out from the position as a tearful comrade pulled the trigger at the forehead of his mutated friend. Wu Yuan turned away with reddened eyes, unable to bear the sight. From a battalion of 500 before the apocalypse, only about 100 remained, and that number was rapidly dwindling, likely to drop into the double digits soon. These losses were not just cold statistics but familiar faces that had shared daily life. Captain. A call from the brigade leader. A communications soldier ran over holding a wired telephone. Wu Yuan, feeling apprehensive, placed the phone to his. Hello, Chief, this is Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, I am Liang Yumming. I'm telling you, there's no reinforcements. You better hold your ground whether you can or not. Think about your oath when you enlisted. Think about the thousands of civilians currently evacuating from Jingyang District. I'm asking you now, can you accomplish the mission? Listening to the roar from the other end, Wu Yuan's neck veins bulged as he shouted, I guarantee to complete the mission. Before the two fell into a brief silence, just before hanging up, Wu Yuan choked softly, Uncle, take care of yourself. On the other end there was no response, only a sigh followed by a busy signal. At first light the next morning, Gu Chengyuan rose early. After washing and dressing, he affixed the lieutenant colonel insignia, 2 bars and 2 stars, onto his combat uniform, the mark colloquially known as 2-2. On his way out to exercise he met Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, who was also bound for the drill ground. They paired up and walked together, talking about the unit's future developments as they made their way to the parade ground. Commander, I did a quick walkthrough last night and wanted to offer some suggestions, Wu Bin said, choosing his words with care. A smile tugged at his lips and the corners of his almond-shaped eyes slanted upward. Oh. Excellent.
I'm by no means a professional. I urgently need the counsel of someone like you. Gu Chengyuan replied with pleasant surprise. He had not expected the deputy commander to prove so useful so soon.
I'll be direct. First, our unit's management is not rigorous enough.
This shows most clearly in crude ammunition handling, insufficient guard forces, and mixed military-civilian housing. Our soldiers carry live weapons. When I inspected the barracks last night, I found serious safety hazards, firearms and ammunition, not separated ammo boxes piled at will. One lapse could lead to disaster. History has taught us bloody lessons in this regard.
Guard strength is lacking. Posts that should be manned are left empty or are only staffed at night.
I do not think we can skimp on a few combat personnel. Critical points such as the vehicle yard and our living quarters must retain standing guards around the clock.
Finally, mixed military and civilian accommodation.
As a fighting force, it is inconvenient to cohabit with civilians. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the school. I suggest we separate them. Hearing Wu Bin point out so many problems, Gu Chengyuan felt no offense. On the contrary, he was pleased, thinking the system's reward had been well worth it and that Wu Bin's remarks were quite reasonable.
This is indeed my oversight.
After breakfast, we'll hold a brief joint meeting with the Survivors Management Committee and organize a cleanup. It will also give you a chance to meet the committee's administrators. As they spoke and arrived at the drill ground, they found it crowded. The unit's soldiers were running in platoon formation. Hundreds of survivors were arranged into several blocks doing morning exercises. Leaders of the Survivors Management Committee led from the platform. Director Chengyuan stood at the center. Though a little corpulent, he still carried out the routine with convincing authority. Because they had missions later that day, Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin did not linger in training. They jogged roughly 3 kilometers and then headed toward the mess hall. After breakfast in the dormitory administration office of Building 22, Gu Chengyuan convened a meeting. Attendees included officers of platoon rank and above, along with leaders from the Survivors Committee such as Chengyuan. He began with brief introductions of Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, Battalion Platoon Leader Chen Chang, and the military Dr. Fang He, primarily for the benefit of the Survivors Committee. During the introductions, Chengyuan was secretly surprised. He had expected one of Gu Chengyuan's superiors. The previous night he had been pondering how to ingratiate himself with any new leadership to secure his position. He had not expected a deputy to arrive, and seeing Gu Chengyuan wearing the lieutenant colonel insignia startled him. Wartime promotions were understandable, but skipping 2 ranks at once was shocking.
Gu Chengyuan did not indulge in speculation about others' thoughts. Following Wu Bin's recommendations, he set the tasks in motion. First, relocate the unit from Building 22 to the Management College across the way. The Management College comprised 5 floors with more than 40 classrooms per level, restrooms, conference rooms and offices, everything necessary. Most important, it featured a large underground garage. By replacing desks in some classrooms with beds, it could fully satisfy the unit's accommodation needs. Moreover, the college's underground garage had been constructed to nuclear, biological and chemical shelter standards. Both entrances had half-meter thick sealed doors. Parking tanks and armored vehicles inside would be secure, and they could be started from below, enabling faster response. In terms of comfort, the college's offices and conference rooms had once served the faculty. In both comfort and professionalism, their facilities far outclassed the dormitories, and meetings would be more spacious. They would no longer be lumped together in the dormitory administration's cramped rooms like overcrowded students. Next was the issue of male and female dormitories separated by building, women in Building 22, men in Building 21. Residents could form their own roommate groups or wait to be assigned. Allowing self-formed groups was intended to soothe people's nerves.
The apocalypse had driven many to psychological collapse. Living with familiar faces might offer some comfort. But under no circumstances should the opposite sex be present in each other's dormitories, perhaps once a slogan at dormitory doors before the end of the world.
Female dormitory males keep out. Male dormitory females keep out.
When Gu Chengyuan spoke of this, he rapped the table, stressing the rule as ironclad. Anyone found violating it would be shot on the spot. Chaotic relations between men and women were the root of all disorder, at least that was how Gu Chengyuan saw it. Whether a man breaks into a woman's room or a woman into a man's, treat them the same, he declared.
Execute them.
Gu Chengyuan said with grim determination, a statement that jolted the committee leaders present.
This regulation was not born of heartlessness. In the present circumstances, if relationships were left unchecked, many dark outcomes could emerge: abuse of power, coercion, betrayal, seduction, an array of problems.
Gu Chengyuan's priority was development. He lacked the energy to police such matters, so he resolved to eliminate those likely to cause them. With internal issues settled, Gu Chengyuan allowed the survivors' leaders to leave and then closed the door to continue a military-focused meeting.
The discussion turned to next steps and plans for the afternoon.
The relocation could be accomplished within the morning. Now Gu Chengyuan was racing against time. In 2 days he would have to honor his fortnightly agreement and send people home to rescue his parents. The thought cast a shadow over him. He could not help worrying whether his parents were safe at that very moment.
2 days, enough time to raise an armored infantry platoon perhaps. 14,000 in currency.
Gu Chengyuan did a quick calculation of crystal cores versus zombies and concluded that to muster an armored infantry platoon he would need to slay roughly 3,000 zombies. After a moment's thought, he decided to change. His approach was not the essence of the war system, the snowballing of mass recruitment. For the next 2 days he would conscript ordinary infantry squads. The greater the manpower, the greater the returns. First, build up troop numbers, keep a small reserve, and ensure on the final day he could recruit an armored infantry squad. They were still weak. Blindly pursuing such costly units now would hinder growth.
The firepower of ordinary infantry squads was sufficient for the moment. Summoning a single armored squad would serve as adequate firepower augmentation. After the meeting, Gu Chengyuan, having considered the suggestions of Deputy Commander Wu Bin, decided to place the next combat area on Chaoyang Street in the eastern district of the school. Chaoyang Street consists of two roads, Upper Street and Lower Street, featuring self-built bungalows from decades ago. Due to its proximity to the east campus of Yezhou University, it has developed into a dining street bustling with a significant flow of visitors, which is advantageous for quickly obtaining zombie brain cores. Moreover, Chaoyang Street serves as a connection between Yezhou University and Shishui District. Typically, students must pass through Chaoyang Street if they wish to visit the bustling areas of Shishui District. Thus, from a geographical perspective, it is crucial to secure Chaoyang Street as a base for establishing a defensive line and to choke off the westward advance of the zombie hordes from Shishui District. After waking up from the afternoon break, Gu Chengyuan gathered his troops and headed towards Chaoyang Street in the eastern district. This was the first time the entire company conducted a military operation as an organized unit, deploying a M3 armored command vehicle as the command center, 3 M3 armored assault vehicles for fire support, 1 M2 battlefield ambulance for medical rescue, and 2 Shaanxi military trucks for personnel transport and ammunition. In terms of personnel arrangement, he and the deputy commander along with 2 communication soldiers rode in the M3 armored command vehicle, while the military doctor and 2 medics took the battlefield ambulance. Class 1, Class 4 and Class 7 boarded the M3 armored assault vehicles. The remaining 6 classes were grouped into 3 classes per Shaanxi military truck, which also transported ammunition. Initially, Gu Chengyuan planned for everyone to travel in the M3 armored assault vehicles, which would have amounted to 10 vehicles and 9 12.7mm heavy machine guns. Additionally, with the light and heavy weapons carried by the soldiers aside from the absence of artillery, Gu Chengyuan felt confident enough to engage in skirmishes with smaller towns. However, this idea was dissuaded by Deputy Commander Wu Bin, who argued that Chaoyang Street, being an old street, had only 2 lanes that were quite irregular. Civilian cars could barely pass each other, but with the large armored assault vehicles, 2 could not even drive side by side. If there were too many vehicles, they would either get stuck in the street or have to park within the east campus, which would not only negate their firepower advantage but also limit the troops' mobility. Gu Chengyuan, recognizing the validity of the professional combat analysis, took heed of Wu Bin's advice. The M3 armored command vehicle carrying Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Commander Wu Bin led the convoy as they exited the underground garage, followed by 6 various military vehicles. The dark reflective gun barrels on the vehicle's roof glimmered under the sunlight, emanating a subtle aura of danger. While driving on the campus road, Gu Chengyuan first conducted a line check with the vehicles behind via the onboard intercom, then used the onboard computer's map to confirm the upcoming battle deployment with Deputy Commander Wu Bin. Due to the disruption of the satellite network, the onboard map could not provide navigation, but it could still be used as a regular map. Gu Chengyuan, who had undergone training in military map usage, and Wu Bin, a military academy graduate, had no issues understanding the military map. However, if an ordinary person were to attempt it, they would likely be lost, possibly unable to even determine their location on the map. The two adjusted the map, ultimately deciding to place the battlefield at the small gate in the eastern district which connects the school to Chaoyang Street. Chaoyang Street has a general Y shape with Upper Street and Lower Street branching off at the top, while the bottom of the Y connects to the road leading to the small gate in the eastern district. Positioning the front line here would increase the density of zombies, narrow the combat area, enhance unit firepower, and better exert penetrating and destructive force. The crowded environment would also help restrict the movement of zombies. After all, when zombies run, they behave like unleashed wild dogs capable of rapid bursts of speed. As the convoy entered the east campus area, sporadic gunfire erupted. The eastern district had not been cleared and some zombies were still wandering around, mostly elderly zombies with gray hair. This was also because the eastern district was relatively close to residential areas where retired individuals often treated the east campus as a park for activities coming in to walk or dance. Bang! Gunfire rang out, and beside the fountain in front of the auditorium, a tall, thin, elderly zombie fell to the ground, blood splattering onto an overturned wheelchair. If the virus did not extinguish the host's consciousness, it would truly be a miraculous medical remedy. Gu Chengyuan recalled that old man who was said to be a retired faculty member of the school, paralyzed for over 10 years, often pushed by his spouse to watch the other elderly dance. This incident had even made it to the campus confession wall, and Gu Chengyuan had laughed for quite a while after reading it. Little did he expect that this zombie virus would allow him to stand up, although he had now fallen again. As they approached the eastern district gate, the command vehicle Gu Chengyuan was in began to slow down, while the 2 M3 armored assault vehicles behind accelerated ahead, crashing into the 2 barriers at the gate. The vehicles blocked the entrances on the left and right, and suddenly a rear window in Class 1's vehicle rolled down, revealing the barrel of a Type 191 assault rifle, firing unhesitatingly at the security booth wedged between the 2 vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots rang out, and the 2 security zombies within the booth fell backward, their bodies colliding with scattered debris inside, creating a cacophony of sounds. The slowly wandering zombies in the street turned their heads in unison at the sound, and upon confirming the presence of humans, they seemed to activate, sprinting towards the 2 armored vehicles with their gaping, oozing maws. Roar! Roar! The 2 machine guns mounted on top of the M3 armored assault vehicles began to operate under the gunner's command, the ammunition belts rattling as they were fed. The gun barrels swung towards the direction of the zombie horde, eagerly unleashing bursts of bright yellow flames. Tat 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 tat. Tat 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 tat. The 2 machine guns fired simultaneously, but since the density of the zombies was still low to conserve ammunition, they did not engage in sweeping fire but rather short bursts. With the aid of the machine guns' 3 times magnification, each short rapid burst was able to tear apart several zombies, causing large intestines, kidneys, and other entrails to scatter in irregular motion around. Meanwhile, other soldiers inside the vehicle wearing masks and carrying tactical backpacks swiftly disembarked, crouching low and moving into tactical positions to pull the triggers and solidify the defensive line. The defensive line has been preliminarily established. The voice of Class 1 squad leader came through the intercom. Gu Chengyuan picked up the intercom and issued the next command: all combat personnel deploy according to plan. Class 3 establish a defensive line behind Class 7's armored assault vehicle. Class 3 received. To be safe, Gu Chengyuan allocated one platoon's strength to guard the rear. Although the scattered zombies in the eastern district seemed to pose no threat, it was unnecessary to assign an entire platoon for defense. However, as the ancients said, caution makes a ship last for 1,000 years. Gu Chengyuan's approach emphasized stability, aiming to eliminate any risks at the cradle. Moreover, given the constraints of the battlefield area, adding this one platoon would only slightly increase the clearing speed, but in case of a surprise attack from the rear, it could lead to the collapse of the front line. Move. Move. Follow me, now. Advance and seize the firing positions immediately. Damn it, Zhou, if I catch you swaying your ass again, I'll kick you right in the ribs. The remaining 4 squads from 1st and 2nd platoons leapt down from their transport vehicles under the urgent commands of platoon leaders Jia Sanyo and Huang Jieqi, sprinting swiftly toward the civilian houses flanking the east side gate. Breach hammer, now. Blow that door open. Platoon leader Jia Sanyo led his squad to the 3-story civilian house on the right, barking orders at the sealed front door while simultaneously opening fire on the encircling zombies. Here it is. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the soldier wielding the breach hammer let out a sharp cry. His hammer's head crashed into the security door's lock with a thunderous boom and the door burst inward. Go. 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 2nd squad, cover 3rd squad's entry. Watch for zombies inside the building. Bang. 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 2nd squad's gunfire steadily suppressed the tide of zombies surging from the residential compound. Shielded by 2nd squad's covering fire, 3rd squad entered the building in rapid succession, ascending the stairs with practiced tactical precision, exactly as drilled in urban assault training. Within moments, gunfire echoed from within the building. Bang. 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 As squad leader Wang, who led his team through successive breaches, eliminating 7 or 8 zombies wandering the corridors. Just as they prepared to ascend from the 3rd floor toward the rooftop, an anomaly erupted. Owing to its proximity to the university, many homeowners had renovated their residences into simple student dormitories. Each floor contained 4 or 5 rooms, nearly all occupied by tenants. The cramped quarters forced students to pile clutter, shoe racks, book suitcases into the narrow corridors, rendering the passageways treacherous and chaotic. Having cleared the first 2 floors with ease, squad leader Wang, who grew complacent. At the stairwell entrance, he dispatched only a few lanky strap-wearing female zombies lingering in the corridor, then rushed upward, eager to reach the roof. Unseen behind the jumble of debris, a grotesque creature emerged, a Doberman-sized Pomeranian, its skin stripped bare, sinews and pulsating muscle nodules exposed, saliva dripping from its jaws as it lunged. Shit. As Wang, who turned to climb the stairs, a crushing force slammed into his back, hurling him forward down the steps. Agony seared his neck. Consciousness faded amid the staccato of gunfire and distant cries calling his name. Zhang Jin, trailing closely behind, saw squad leader Wang, who flashed an OK sign and instinctively assumed the 3rd floor corridor was clear. In the split second his rifle muzzle swung away, a black blur shot past. When he registered what had happened, his squad leader was already pinned beneath a naked tumor-riddled abomination, its flesh rotting, oozing sores. Zhang Jian hesitated, frozen by fear of hitting Wang, who just one fatal second. In that single heartbeat, the slick, revolting beast sank its teeth deep into squad leader Wang, whose throat. Bang. 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 Belated bullets struck the zombie dog's torso, erupting in crimson blossoms, but the creature, long severed from pain, tore through Wang, whose carotid and trachea without pause. After severing Wang, whose throat, the zombie dog whirled and launched itself at Zhang Jian. At such close range, its explosive speed robbed him of any chance to react. In panic, Zhang Jian sprayed wild shots at the airborne beast, bullets thudding into its torso, raising only faint sprays of blood, utterly ineffective. Bang. 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 Fresh gunfire erupted, the zombie dog convulsed violently midair, then crashed onto Zhang Jian, its head lolling sideways as it collapsed lifelessly upon him. Zhang Jian squeezed his eyes shut, yet felt no pain. When he opened them, the monster lay sprawled across his chest, its cavernous maw inches from his face, bristled with needle-thin fangs crusted with shredded flesh, reeking of putrid decay. Are those shreds? Squad leaders. A bizarre thought flickered through Zhang Jian's dazed mind. Zhang Jian. Are you all right? Squad Deputy Wang Weifeng's voice pierced his haze. I'm fine, Zhang Jian replied, voice trembling. The second time death had brushed so near, once as he watched his squad leader torn apart before him, once as his own throat nearly met the same fate. Once his squad leader fell before his eyes, once his own life hung by a thread. Then get up, now. Wang Weifeng dashed toward Wang, whose body crouched beside him, and studied the palm-sized jagged wound gaping at his throat. His trachea and carotid artery had been brutally ripped apart, the blood pooling beneath him into a dark, still puddle. Wang Weifeng paused silent, then gently closed Wang, whose wide-open, disbelieving eyes with gloved hands. He murmured softly, whether to the dead man or himself it was unclear. No one truly believes death will claim them. Yet we are, after all, just ordinary people. Ascend the stairs. Damn this apocalyptic hellscape. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a bullet hole appeared in the center of Wang He's forehead as Wang Weifeng led a group of soldiers up to the rooftop without looking back. Soldiers carrying the 5. 8mm caliber squad machine gun quickly found a gap in the railing on the rooftop, set up the support and thrust the barrel out. Under Wang Weifeng's command, the other soldiers swiftly took their positions without unnecessary movements, and Wang Wei directly issued the order for free fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Within seconds, dense gunfire erupted from the rooftop of the opposite guesthouse where 2nd Squad leader Huang Jiaqing had taken his team to seize the high ground and was striking at the horde of corpses. The advance of the horde was instantly halted, and they were visibly pushed back by the metal barrage coming to a standstill about 10 meters from the small eastern gate. The two central squads, in coordination with the two 12.7mm caliber heavy machine guns mounted on top of the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, fiercely hammered into the crowd of corpses. The three fire points formed a ferocious trident of firepower, with wildly flickering tongues of flame weaving together a massive web of fire that tore through the horde, causing the corpses to fall like wheat in a storm. In front of the 12.7mm tungsten core projectiles, the zombies were as fragile as rice paper. As the barrage swept through, it erupted in bursts of blood, mist the air thick with the stench of blood, while shattered flesh and organs were scattered everywhere, transforming the once leisurely and bustling Chaoyang food street into a meat grinder, relentlessly grinding the approaching horde. Bang! Standing on top of the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, Lin Zijuan felt a strong wind whip across his scalp, followed by a loud crash from behind, prompting him to instinctively glance back. An electric motorcycle crashed into the garbage pile behind, smashing a hard plastic trash can and even chipping the hard cement ground, creating small pits. At this moment, Gu Chengyuan's voice came through the intercom: "All units on the position, be aware, a strength-type zombie has appeared in the horde. Be cautious of thrown objects. Snipers, get to work. Locate it within 1 minute. Eliminate it." Sniper team acknowledged. Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin were sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, looking at the military map on the onboard computer, marking points based on real-time data sent back by the observers. The first casualty has occurred just now. 1st Squad leader Jia Seni Yunia reported that 2nd Squad leader Wang, who was killed in action during the assault due to carelessness, ambushed and sacrificed by a zombie dog. Now Squad Deputy Wang Weifeng will take over the squad leader position and continue the command. Hearing the report from Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, Gu Chengyuan paused for a moment before speaking. "How about we treat Wang, who is a typical case? After this battle is over, it is necessary to give everyone a warning education lesson. Sacrifice is the highest price for a soldier, but it is not the greatest contribution a soldier can make. Such avoidable sacrifices must be learned from." After hearing Gu Chengyuan's words, Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin's eyes were filled with approval. When he received this news, he was worried that Gu Chengyuan would not be able to accept it. After all, just a few days ago he was still an ordinary college student. However, Gu Chengyuan's performance now clearly exceeded his expectations. Compassion does not control troops, righteousness does not control finances. A qualified commander learns to see through phenomena, to grasp essence, finding meaning in the surface. When casualties occur, the first response is not to look at the casualties themselves, but to think about the meaning behind them or the value beyond the casualties. This is not cold-bloodedness on Gu Chengyuan's part, rather all soldiers have an awareness that they must be prepared for sacrifice at any time. If one were to lament and whine about personal sacrifice, then after a battle the commander would have nothing to do but cry from beginning to end without ever feeling satisfied. Contact 3rd Squad leader Lu Chong. Have him increase vigilance. I have a bad feeling. Understood. The communications soldier in the vehicle immediately conveyed Gu Chengyuan's orders. At the school's fountain, Lu Chong led 3rd Squad's men, using the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle as the firepower center, to construct a rear defense line. Listening to the dense gunfire at the school gate, Lu Chong felt a twinge of excitement. As the former 2nd Squad leader who had just been promoted to squad leader after the military expansion meeting, he was eager to prove himself. Damn it, it's so intense up front, but there's hardly a soul here. Ha! Are there any souls? Little Aben. Show me what you've got. I think we should send our 3rd Squad up too. Leaving just one squad here is enough, otherwise it feels like we're just stealing kills from zombies. While Lu Chong was chatting idly with the communications soldier, a light noise suddenly occurred, as if something had struck the communications soldier's tactical helmet. Who the hell threw something at me? If you're a dog, bark. If you're human, come out. The communications soldier, being a rough character, cursed immediately. Seeing this, Lu Chong pointed at the communications soldier with a hand like a fan and laughed. You're overreacting. Who would throw something at you? There are hardly any zombies here, it's probably just a pine cone that fell from a tree. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Lu Chang's tactical helmet was struck as well. A fist-sized rock hit it, and despite the shock-absorbing layer, Lu Chang's head still tilted from the impact. You bastard. Who the hell threw that at me? Come out. I won't let you off the hook. Cursing, Lu Chong raised his QCQ submachine gun hanging around his neck and disengaged the safety. Bang bang bang! A shadow flew from the sky, and upon seeing this, Lu Chong shouted, "Air raid." Then, in a surprising display of agility that belied his large frame, he quickly rolled to the side of the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, but the other soldiers focused on shooting zombies were not so fortunate. Several were caught off guard and screamed in agony. Although wearing tactical helmets, the rocks were not fatal but still hurt enough. Damn it. Where did those rocks come from? That hurt so much. Damn it. I'm in so much pain. From the trees in the northeast direction. 9th Squad, keep an eye on the ground. Zombies. 7th and 8th Squads fire at will. Lu Chong, who had ducked behind the armored assault vehicle to escape, quickly determined the enemy's position based on the trajectory of the rocks flying in. Damn it, it's that group of wild monkeys from last time. Seeing the attackers clearly, Lu Chong cursed angrily, shouldering his rifle, and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger towards the tree line in the northeast. At this moment the Monkey King behind the troop of monkeys at the treetops let out a shriek as humans pointed sticks at him. The troop of monkeys began to scatter and retreat into the depths of the forest. Dense bullets rained down towards the monkey troop, but thanks to the timely retreat of the Monkey King only a few unfortunate monkeys were hit and let out some cries. Not a single one was taken down. Damn it. You guys can't shoot for shit. Not a single one fell. When we get back tonight we need to practice aiming with the guns. Lu Chong cursed in exasperation, but at the same time his vigilance towards the monkeys reached an unprecedented height. The previous skirmish on Shuefu Street had led Lu Chong to believe that these foolish monkeys had contracted a virus rendering them mindless and only capable of charging recklessly towards the gunfire. However, it turned out that these monkeys actually understood guerrilla tactics. They would strike and then flee, showing no desire to engage in battle, and their behavior suggested they held grudges. If it weren't for the precautions set by the superiors, if this fellow were to launch a surprise attack from behind there would likely be casualties. What troubled Lu Chong the most was that these monkeys seemed difficult to handle, lurking in the shadows, occasionally darting out to jab at you before retreat. This was extremely vexing. If they deployed enough troops for defense the monkeys would feign an attack. But if they didn't allocate enough forces they feared a strong assault. Forget it, let the higher-ups worry about it. In just a small squad leader, thinking too much will just lead to baldness. With that thought, Lu Chong supported his forehead, attempting to smooth over his receding hairline while calling out to the communication soldier beside him, "Xiao Aben, give me the walkie-talkie, I broke mine earlier." Sir, this is Lu Chong. This is Lu Chong. Go ahead." Hearing the calm and magnetic voice of Gu Chengyuan from the walkie-talkie, Lu Chang's agitated heart instantly settled and his tone became steady. "My squad was attacked by a mutated monkey troop earlier, but there were no casualties. Initial assessment indicates it was the group from Shuefu Street. The monkeys threw stones at us, missed, and then retreated decisively. The monkey troop must possess considerable intelligence." Received. Continue to strengthen vigilance. Listening to the usual calm from the walkie-talkie, Lu Chong opened his mouth to emphasize something but ultimately did not press the talk button. Gu Chengyuan was not surprised by the appearance of the monkey troop, as cousins of humans. Monkeys are inherently intelligent and possess strong vengeful instincts. During that skirmish, Gu Chengyuan had suspected that the mutated monkeys had intelligence. After all, compared to the similarly infected zombies, monkeys could still run, which alone was telling enough. However, the damage caused by the 3 squads guarding them was limited. Currently a more pressing issue arose. According to reconnaissance, zombies from the creek area near Tsinghua Tai'an and Wanshui streets were trending towards their location. The combined number of zombies from these streets might reach tens of thousands, and if this trend continued, localized cleanup would quickly turn into a defensive battle. If the situation escalated, the cleanup on Chaoyang Street might trigger a wave of zombies from the entire Creek North area, leading to hundreds of thousands of undead. Not to mention having just a single company of soldiers, even a battalion would struggle to hold the line, let alone a mere squad. The only viable strategy now was to resolve matters quickly to minimize the time spent cleaning up the battlefield. Gu Chengyuan had already called for Zhao Jie, preparing to have the militia team come over. If they could clean up the zombies while simultaneously clearing the battlefield, it would prevent a futile effort should a massive wave of undead truly form. Zhao Jie brought the militia team over quickly. In less than 10 minutes they arrived, donned protective gear, and under Zhao Jie's lead entered the scene with bags in one hand and picks in the other. The militia members entering the battlefield had experienced the cleanup on Shuefu Street. They thought their endurance had improved, but they clearly overestimated themselves or underestimated Gu Chengyuan's trust in them. Even though the soldiers instinctively elevated their gun barrels to avoid stray shots as the militia team entered to clean up the battlefield. For the militia members squatting amidst piles of zombie corpses, moving and trembling as they collected zombie brain cores, this task was far too overwhelming. Who understands this? Leaders. Calling in to search the bodies and crack cores was one thing, but what was with the bullets flying overhead? Gu Chengyuan sat in the command vehicle watching the visibly declining collection speed, feeling somewhat helpless, but he did not urge them. After all, he felt it was indeed unfair to have them work under such gunfire. Their ability to overcome their fear and enter the battlefield was already commendable. I hope a zombie wave doesn't form. Let's collect as much as we can. As for the gunfire here, temporarily set aside, the few remaining survivors in the nearby districts of Chaoyang Street were more excited by the gunshots than they were by zombies. For instance, the survivors currently inside the Yonghui supermarket on Tsinghua Street. Yonghui supermarket is a 24-hour convenience store located at the end of Tsinghua Street. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhang Chao, who had been working late at the Kaiwa nightclub with his 4 brothers, was sitting in the supermarket disheveled and sleepy, enjoying the cooked food he had just purchased for lunch. Another important reason was to appreciate the Tsinghua high school girls in their short skirts and school uniforms coming in and out of the supermarket. As a prestigious private high school, most students at Tsinghua High School come from well-off families. As the saying goes, money nurtures people. The girls from Tsinghua High School generally possess good qualities, exuding confidence from within with graceful figures that seem to have stepped out of a comic book, many of them wearing delicate makeup. The advantage of youth and the distinction in temperament make them appear less worldly than the girls from the nightclub, even in the same attire. Every time Zhang Chao mentioned taking his subordinates to see the high school girls, he harbored a secret deep within. He was indeed looking at the high school girls, but only at one. Xiaomuting, a girl so radiant that even saying he liked her felt like blasphemy to Zhang Chao. Yonghui supermarket is run by a retired couple known for their delicious cooked food, which attracts many students who prefer not to eat in the school cafeteria, often finding various excuses to skip class and buy food. And Xiaomuting was someone Zhang Chao had encountered by chance in the convenience store. From that moment on, the radiant girl had deeply embedded herself in his heart, becoming the one thing he could never utter. On the day of the apocalypse, Zhang Chao as usual took his little brothers to Yonghui supermarket just before class ended. Sitting at the dining table looking dissolute, he was joking around with his brothers, occasionally commenting on passing girls with their lewd laughter, causing the girls to frown. Yet his attention never wavered from the supermarket entrance, and each time the welcoming voice echoed, Zhang Chao instinctively turned to look. When the 48th welcoming voice rang out, a beam of light shone at the entrance in Zhang Chaos' eyes, and time seemed to slow down. A girl wearing a white shirt and a blue plaid pleated skirt with her hair tied in a high ponytail walked in, wearing round-toed shoes, bringing with her a breeze scented with gardenias. The girl, towering at about 1.7 meters, had long legs that seemed to have walked out of a manga, a slim waist, and her shirt was stretched tightly over her chest. With a fair face lightly adorned with makeup, her sparkling eyes and high nose bridge, her ruby lips and pearly teeth, and the occasional smile while chatting with her friends in line shone like the sun, captivating Zhang Chao, who didn't even hear his brothers calling him. But this beautiful scene was torn apart the next second. Suddenly a frenzied crowd splattered blood and flesh, and cries of agony turned this dreamlike noon into a dark red nightmare. And among the instigators of it all was Xiong Yuding. She had turned into a corpse. Her bright eyes were now filled with a lifeless gray, her slender fingers had grown long sharp black nails, and her once alluring lips and teeth had transformed into a gaping maw filled with sharp shark-like teeth. But what did that matter? Zhang Chao still revered her as a goddess. With a meat cleaver from the supermarket's operation table, combined with the brutal training from years in a martial arts academy and his desire to protect her, Zhang Chao went mad. After the chaos subsided in Yonghui supermarket, he leaned against a shelf, breathing heavily with a serrated knife pointed downwards, dripping dark red blood. Zhang Chao gently brushed over the deep flesh, revealing scars on his face. His finger, stained with warm fresh blood that still bore the scent of iron, brought it to his lips and gently licked. This was the most striking image in the eyes of the survivors that day, far more intimidating than the gruesome zombies, for Zhang Chao had single-handedly felled 8 zombies with a single knife. This also became a legendary painting that was passed down among the new and old survivors of Yonghui shelter. As the richest resource hub in the area, Yonghui supermarket was the first choice for many survivors fleeing. Thus the number of survivors in Yonghui supermarket had been steadily increasing over the days of the apocalypse. With the increase in numbers, the composition inevitably became mixed. During this time there were also those who against all odds wanted to take advantage of the female students in the Yonghui shelter. However, when his head was placed on the supermarket counter replacing the lucky cat, the atmosphere in Yonghui shelter suddenly became exceptionally courteous and humble. "Why do I hear firecrackers?" Wang Kaisen, huddled in a corner of the supermarket, suddenly opened her eyes and pressed her ear against the wall. After a moment her voice rose another notch, trembling slightly. "There really are firecrackers." "Ha! Firecrackers! You must be kidding. Where? Let me listen." In the blink of an eye, the Yonghui supermarket, once dead quiet, erupted with excitement. Although Yonghui supermarket was stocked with supplies, the dark closed environment made everyone feel like they were on a deserted island, with oppression and fear of the future being the main themes here. Now, hearing the commotion outside, the survivors in the supermarket were all filled with excitement. "That's not firecrackers, that's clearly gunfire, and it's very dense gunfire." A member of a shooting club from before the apocalypse shouted excitedly. "Gunfire! The army is coming. Holy shit! Are we going to be saved? Woo woo! They're finally here. I can barely hold on any longer." Upon hearing the news of the military's appearance, many survivors in the supermarket burst into tears of joy. Were these days of despair and oppression, where hope seemed invisible, finally coming to an end? While everyone in the supermarket was immersed in this joyful atmosphere, Zhang Chao in the break room frowned. The setting sun was blood red and the horizon glowed golden. The twilight immersed the land like water, slowly obscuring its contours, with an unknown crow cawing mournfully. Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Commander Wu Bin sat in the command vehicle, each holding a lunchbox, silently eating. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The gunfire at the small door in the eastern district remained dense without any sign of weakening. It had been over 6 hours since noon, and the density of zombies showed no sign of decline. The narrow end of Chaoyang Street had completely turned into a hell on earth, with zombie bodies piled high almost 2 meters tall, and the stench of rotten blood flowed like a river, surging in the old drainage ditches on both sides of the street. Gu Chengyuan had no idea how many zombies he had killed. All he knew was that they had supplied 2 rounds of ammunition, and the entire company had consumed over 1,000 in currency. Of course, the gains were also quite impressive. At this moment the system displayed a monetary amount that had surpassed 10,000, reaching 13,452. "Report, Commander." Outside the vehicle, Zhao Jie's voice rang out. Wu Bin opened the door, and after taking a bite of his meal, Gu Chengyuan looked at Zhao Jie. "Commander, these are the zombie crystals collected, totaling 282 pieces. Zhao Jie said as Pu Guangxiang, standing outside the vehicle, reached out to take the black handbag from him. "Have the militia team members eaten?" Gu Chengyuan did not mention the crystals, but instead inquired about the situation of the militia team. "Report, Commander, the militia members are taking turns to eat to ensure the efficiency of crystal collection. 10 members go to eat at a time, and now 30 have finished their meals." Hearing this, Gu Chengyuan showed a satisfied expression. Good organization and orderly execution are essential. By the way, no one got hurt, right? "Report, Commander, after the lessons learned from the last injury, we have made significant adjustments. Now everyone entering the field wears cotton pants and jackets, and we also wear 3 layers of gloves. It may be a bit warm, but safety has greatly improved. This adjustment is well done. You are a capable person. I trust you with the militia team." Hearing Gu Chengyuan's praise, Zhao Jie felt a surge of emotions. He had been striving hard to lead the militia team well just for this moment of recognition. With Gu Chengyuan's acknowledgement, his position became even more stable. After Zhao Jie left, Gu Chengyuan exchanged the crystals in the black bag for system currency in front of Wu Bin. "System exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Money 1,410. Money 14,862. Looking at the system displaying 14862 currency, Gu Chengyuan directly chose to recruit an armored infantry platoon. System recruitment of an armored infantry platoon. Ding. Please select placement. Stealth placement. The armored infantry squad will appear beside the host in 10 minutes. Please be ready to receive. Hearing the successful summoning system notification, Gu Chengyuan's solemn expression eased significantly. Originally, according to plan, all this money was to be exchanged for infantry squads which could directly form an infantry battalion. However, based on the current battle situation and reconnaissance feedback, it seems that the movements of the zombies in the entire creek area have been stirred by his butterfly effect, subtly trending towards this direction. This for now can be said to remain in the realm of speculation, but it is a fact that zombies from several surrounding blocks are converging towards this area. Otherwise, from noon until now, it is not just that the zombies on Shaoyang Street haven't been completely eliminated, but even their density hasn't changed much. Faced with what seems to be an endless horde of zombies, even Gu Chengyuan, who holds the system, cannot help but feel anxious and irritable, sensing a lack of firepower. Thus he discussed with Deputy Camp Leader Wu Bin and decided to switch the infantry battalion to an armored squad specifically for the 100mm smoothbore cannon and laser-guided artillery missiles on the infantry fighting vehicle. This would significantly enhance their firepower. After all, with only machine guns as heavy firepower, he still felt uncertain in the face of potential unknown situations. About 10 minutes later, a rumbling sound of tracks grinding against the ground echoed as 404A infantry fighting vehicles with their night lights on emerged from the shaded campus road in the eastern district like fierce beasts. The third squad, serving as the alert force, immediately sent someone to stop them, drawing the attention of the militia members who were resting and eating. Hey, hey! Old Tang! Look! Here come the big guys again! A militia member holding a lunchbox and sitting on the curb excitedly nudged his friend with his elbow. Wow, armored vehicles! This is awesome! The man called Old Tang exclaimed excitedly, attracting the attention of other militia members. Look at that cannon! It's way better than a machine gun. One shot and the zombies will be crying for their mothers. I was thinking we might need to retreat, but it seems like they are determined to take down Shaoyang Street. Old Tang whispered to his friend beside him. This thought was also a consensus among the militia members, who all felt that it might not be possible to take down Shaoyang Street and that a retreat was necessary. After all, the shells raining down since noon had almost piled up into a small mountain, and the density of zombies showed no signs of decreasing. Anyone with eyes wouldn't believe that this small unit could sustain an endless supply against the zombies. There's hardly any cost-effectiveness, although they don't know what use these broken brains might have when collected. They certainly can't be turned into ammunition. In the case of disproportionate input and output, retreating is the best choice, but unexpectedly 4 more armored vehicles arrived. Old Tang, where do you think this troop came from? I didn't see them before. They probably came from some military base. It's best not to inquire too much about military matters, they're confidential. Be careful or you might get shot. Gu Chengyuan, unaware of the survivors' thoughts, had already arrived at the checkpoint set up by the third squad with Wu Bin. He saw 5 people disembarking from the first armored infantry vehicle, 11 from the second and 10 from the other 2. Upon seeing Gu Chengyuan approach, the entire armored infantry squad quickly lined up into 4 ranks, with 10 people in the first to third ranks and 5 in the fourth. At ease. Stand at attention. Reporting to the Commander, Armored Infantry Company, Commander Li Kuan, leading the armored infantry squad to report to you. For armored infantry fighting vehicles. A company commander. At this moment, Gu Chengyuan realized that the initial summoning of 2,000 gold coins was likely the summoning cost for company-level officers meant to establish the command framework, and it even came with a command vehicle. At ease. Yes. Gu Chengyuan excitedly looked at the armored infantry squad. 2 captains and 1 lieutenant corresponded to the company commander, deputy company commander, and squad leader. Wow, he had just silently complained about the system being unfair, but unexpectedly the system was actually like a mountain of paternal love. With 2,000 gold coins, he acquired 2 company-level officers and a 4,000 value infantry fighting vehicle. This wave was like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric wire. He hit the jackpot. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Boo. Boo. Bang. The battle continued until 8 in the evening, and the sky had completely darkened. The entire eastern campus was devoid of light except for the beams from armored vehicles and the tongues of fire from various weaponry. Occasionally during the pauses in fire, the sound of artillery fire would resonate, followed by massive fireballs exploding among the corpses, with the dazzling flames illuminating a good portion of the street. After being violently torn apart and destroyed by 100 caliber shells, the remnants of human tissue would scatter in irregular motions. Tactical squads blocked at the street corner might be favored by the goddess of luck and receive some unknown charred objects falling from the sky. For instance, a piece of charred animal skin or a small animal bone, which would have drawn significant societal attention before the apocalypse, but this is the end of the world. Unfortunately, the soldier struck by these animal remains could only pick it up and exclaim in surprise, "What the hell, a relic?" In the next moment, he tossed it aside like trash and tightened his grip on the trigger, hoping to make up for the few seconds lost with a faster firing rate. The density of zombies remained unchanged, and the battlefield trend was developing in the direction predicted by Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Commander Wu Bin. What was initially planned as an annihilation battle had already turned into a protracted fight. The two, having confirmed this situation, did not panic. Although the development of events exceeded their expectations, reality was not like an RPG game where the storyline unfolds as predetermined. They had long been prepared for this. Inside the Hummer 3 armored command vehicle, the rear seats where Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin sat had been reclined halfway. The two leaned back on the seats and the dim yellow light from the car roof created a somewhat tranquil atmosphere inside. Just received a report from the drone squad. According to the reconnaissance photos in the northern area of the creek, the zombies have coalesced from a dispersed state into clumps. Now this clumped horde acts like quicksand. Wherever a piece is missing, others will flow towards that spot to fill the gap. And Chaoyang Street has become the outlet for this quicksand. However, the good news is that most of the zombies are unaware of the situation on Chaoyang Street. They are aimlessly filling in gaps, and only when they enter the northern streets of the creek is there a slight stir. As for the aggressive attacks, they can only be triggered by entering a few streets surrounding Chaoyang Street. As he spoke, Wu Bin handed over the printed photos taken by the drone to Gu Chengyuan and continued, "We now have two options. One is to ignore this sandglass outlet of Chaoyang Street and withdraw directly, allowing the quicksand to leak out. As long as we escape quickly, they will be sufficiently dispersed and digested by the eastern campus. Alternatively, we can fortify the defense line at Chaoyang Street, turning it into a firepower stronghold with a permanent garrison, relying on the narrow terrain to firmly choke the zombies' necks and let them bleed out continuously. But the downside is that we would be restraining most of our forces in the early stages, risking a full-blown outbreak of zombies due to unforeseen circumstances." After finishing these words, Wu Bin fell silent, and the only sound inside the vehicle was Gu Chengyuan gently flipping through the photos. This silence lasted for about 2 minutes until Gu Chengyuan stopped flipping through the photos, handed them to Pu Guangcheng in the back seat, and looked at Wu Bin with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "I want both plans. What is our purpose in exterminating zombies? Is it to liberate the enemy-occupied areas? No. Is it to collect resources? Not entirely. Is it to rescue survivors? Only as a secondary goal. Our main objective is to acquire the zombies' brain nuclei. We need to plunder resources from the zombies to develop. Now we have the opportunity to choke this still-thin blood vessel on Chaoyang Street and safely bleed the zombies. How can we let go? If we do, the zombie tide will enter the eastern district and the impact of the horde will expand hundreds of times, turning this blood vessel into an artery. With our strength, not to mention choking it, we wouldn't even dare to touch it. The western district would also be oppressed, and we would live cautiously like mice, afraid of provoking them. Our development would also turn into something like a mouse stealing food, only daring to take a little from the zombies each time while needing to avoid being discovered, or else we would either lose our nest or be crushed by tens of millions of zombies. But what if we hold on to this blood vessel?" Gu Chengyuan paused, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Wu Bin. "We can fend off the enemy outside. The vast and complex area of the eastern campus, combined with its distance from the western campus, creates a massive buffer zone. The narrow terrain of Chaoyang Street, along with the zombies' current quicksand-like state, can completely turn into a place where zombies continuously bleed out, allowing us to stabilize the output of brain nuclei, a brain nucleus mine. So why not adopt both plans together? If plan 1 is a brain nucleus mine fails and the zombie horde riots, we can execute the other plan when we can no longer control the situation. And right now what we need to think about is how to construct this place into a qualified mine." Beep beep beep. Please be cautious while reversing. The taillights of a muddy transport truck blink red in the darkness. Hurry up. Make way, make way. Reverse. Reverse. Keep reversing. Good. The brick moving team carry the bricks to the wall building team. Move quickly. Each member of the cement team carry one bag towards the sign. Kaianxin shouted through a loudspeaker while standing on the fountain near the east gate. Everyone be quick. The zombie horde is advancing rapidly and we are racing against time. We must establish a defensive structure before dawn. To survive. For the wives and children back home. After finalizing the blood mine plan, Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin immediately informed Kaianxin through radio to organize personnel for execution. However, considering the impact, the purpose of the blood mine plan was publicly claimed to be to defend against the uncontrollable zombie horde and protect the safety of survivors, even renaming the plan to Wall of Hope Project. To ensure work efficiency and to consider the emotions of the survivors, the danger and urgency of the zombie horde on Chaoyang Street were exaggerated, making survivors feel that a breakthrough could happen at any moment and they could be overturned at any time. This approach has proven to be remarkably effective. The radio broadcast at 9 o'clock yielded results within 10 minutes as the first batch of nearly 100 construction workers had already arrived at the East Campus. Half an hour later, survivors from the nearby construction site began to arrive with engineering transport vehicles loaded with building materials. Almost all 638 able-bodied men from the West District were present. Kaianxin, who initiated the project, displayed exceptional on-site command capability. Since most survivors were students or office workers, he appointed a few construction workers as the leadership corps. By allowing the experienced to guide the inexperienced, the survivors quickly adapted. Coupled with his centralized command and coordination, this hastily assembled engineering team worked in an orderly fashion. The smooth progress was primarily due to the looming threat of zombies, with death hanging over everyone. No one dared to falter. Additionally, the defensive project was not complex, requiring little technical skill, merely strength to move bricks and mix cement. This project mainly involved building a sufficiently reliable barricade on the 3 roads leading from the small square at the East Campus entrance to the interior of the campus. Phase 1 of the barricade project aimed for a height of 6 meters, roughly equivalent to 2 stories, with a thickness of half a meter facing the zombies. There would be 2 layers of shooting holes on the wall, and the top would be sealed to prevent zombie airstrikes. Phase 2 would involve constructing fortifications based on the barricade, providing a place for stationed soldiers to rest, wash and eat. 3 fortifications would connect to form a line trapping the zombie horde in the East Campus square. The most critical aspect of the blood mine plan was to build an electric sliding door at the small entrance of the East Campus. When the number of zombies killed in the small square reached a certain threshold, this sliding door would close like a reservoir gate, temporarily blocking the influx of zombies. Militia and other support personnel could then enter the small square using a combination of manual and mechanical methods to transport the zombie corpses to a safe area for brain extraction and incineration. This not only increased the safety of the support personnel extracting the zombie brains but also helped control the accumulation of zombie corpses, reducing the risk of disease outbreaks in elevated terrain. Inside the armored command vehicle of the brave warriors 3, the soft yellow interior lights cast a gentle glow. Gu Chengyuan lay on a fully reclined seat covered by a military green blanket. He had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by a report from outside the door. Startled, he instinctively raised his hand to check his tactical watch 213. At the same time, a white streak flashed across the horizon, illuminating the trees outside the window with a ghostly brightness, immediately followed by a deafening thunderclap. Kara, as if a silver snake had swept across the sky before the apocalypse. Gu Chengyuan would have been startled by the sudden sound, but now just hearing the cannon fire was enough to make his ears nearly calloused. There was no way he would be startled by such noise. Come in. After receiving permission, the person outside opened the car door. It was Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia was clad in a blood-stained raincoat, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, illuminated by the distant lightning, resembling a murderous fiend from a novel set on a rainy night. Report, sir, this is a new zombie brain. Zhao Jia said as he handed the travel bag in his hand to the guard standing at the car door. Pu Guangxiang. His hand holding the bag appeared surprisingly clean, as if it had been deliberately washed, in stark contrast to his disheveled attire. Gu Chengyuan ignored the nauseating smell of rot emanating from Zhao Jia and asked with concern, "Didn't I say to have 3 shifts? Why haven't you rested yet?" "Report, sir, I have conveyed all your orders, but everyone is aware of the zombie tide crisis. The militia brothers are all voluntarily requesting to work overtime. Although I don't know what help the zombie brains provide, seeing hundreds of brothers in the West District working tirelessly through the night, we also want to do our part." Faced with Zhao Jia's flushed but resolute eyes, Gu Chengyuan could only shake his head helplessly. "If you feel unwell, make sure to rest promptly. Your health is paramount." "Yes, sir. I'll continue to extract the brains." Watching Zhao Jia hurriedly leave, Gu Chengyuan opened the travel bag that was stuffed full. System exchange. Ding. Converting. Conversion successful. As the words fell, the brains in the travel bag instantly lost their luster and became dull. Money 7786, total money 10332. In a world devoid of mystery, a pure apocalypse unfolds, free from the grotesque and supernatural. Thunder rumbled as silver lightning sliced through the thick black clouds, revealing a shadowy glimpse of the distant mountains. The torrential rain poured down like a broken dam, pounding against the eaves of the trees, collecting into a waterfall that hung from the eaves of the Yonghui supermarket. The howling wind screamed like a wailing ghost, swirling the rain into a maelstrom on the streets, where sheets of rain clashed violently against one another from different directions. In the restroom of the Yonghui supermarkets lounged the corpse of Xiong Yuding, lay submerged in the bathtub with only her head protruding. Her face, pale and lined with delicate green veins, was covered in twisted dark red scriptures written in brush strokes. Her mouth, torn apart by the transformation, was obscured by a mask made of red rope fashioned into copper coins. Zhang Chao knelt before the bathtub, draped in a black robe. His right arm, marked with countless knife scars, remained calm as he muttered incantations. The sun and moon opened the ghostly clouds, defying heaven's will. In this apocalyptic world, he believed he could finally possess Xiong Yuding, but in her zombie state she had transformed into a mindless, bloodthirsty beast. This drastic change was something Zhang Chao could not accept. He could not accept that she, who once was so beautiful, had now become a monster confined to a... If I can turn Yuding into a zombie, she should be able to regain her intellect, right? With his low cultural background, Zhang Chao found himself without direction, placing his hopes on the mysterious side. To him, this apocalypse seemed like a calamity descending from the mysterious realm. Zhang Chaos thoughts were influenced by his family's legacy. His ancestors had all been yin-yang masters, but his father's generation marked the end of this tradition. After all, being a rogue Taoist was far less lucrative. Although he did not practice Taoism, Zhang Chao grew up as a left-behind child under his grandfather's care, reading not Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales but strange books like 300 Explanations of Yin Corpse's Secret Techniques of Raising Corpses on Mang Mountain and Illustrated Guide to Yin Corpse Dual Cultivation. At the time, Zhang Chao thought these were ordinary, but now they unexpectedly proved useful. He buried Xiong Yuding's corpse in the restroom's 4 Yin grounds, using the bathtub to create a dilapidated setup. The soil used for burial was dug secretly by Zhang Chao from beneath an ancient locust tree near the public restroom, while the copper coin mask on her face was crafted from 5 emperor's coins he found at a nearby pawn shop, set to trap the last breath of the dead. Zhang Chao aimed to nurture her corpse using feng shui and the copper coin mask to gather energy. In order for Xiong Yuding to recognize her master after transformation, he even switched from feeding her crow's blood to his own blood. Tonight at midnight, during the transition of 2 days and the inversion of yin and yang, was the day for the zombie's rebirth. Yuding, am doing this for your sake. I believe you will be alright. After finishing the incantation, Zhang Chao maintained his kneeling position, his eyes filled with tenderness as he slowly reached out as if to caress Xiong Yuding's terrifying face. Ding ding! At that moment, the supermarket's clock struck midnight and the hour chime echoed. Xiong Yuding, whose eyes were tightly closed, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing only the whites. Zhang Chao, witnessing this, felt no fear. Instead, he let out a low, ecstatic laugh. Ha ha ha! Yuding, you finally woke. Whoa, Yuding, from now on no one can separate us. Yuding, you must be hungry, right? Incoherently speaking, Zhang Chao stumbled to his feet, but in his haste the black robe slipped off, revealing his severely decayed flesh. The skin on Zhang Chaos' upper body had rotted away significantly, exposing his crimson ribs glued with shredded flesh, the beating of his heart faintly visible, while his back, still intact, was wrinkled like dragon scales. Yet Zhang Chao felt nothing, rushing to grab a fruit plate nearby piled high with dozens of translucent crystal cores reflecting an eerie red glow under the dark red candlelight. He picked up one of the cores, gently feeding it into Xiong Yuding's mouth, which was split open to her ear, his expression akin to feeding her a grape. Yuding, you need to eat more so you can recover quickly. Crackle. A flash of lightning illuminated Zhang Chaos' sinister face, revealing the countless green veins writhing beneath his skin. Prime Minister Town, located in the southwestern part of Yezhou Province, is a subordinate township of the Southwest Ethnic Autonomous Prefecture, originally named Makhang Town. However, a century ago a man named Liu Yu rose to prominence and served as Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Empire twice. During Liu Yu's administration he provided substantial policy support to the southwestern region. As a result, Makhang Town, his hometown, experienced significant development, transforming from an obscure remote town into the second largest township in Yezhou Province with a permanent population nearing 300,000. The infrastructure of Makhang Town is considered luxurious, guarded by 2 4-star scenic areas dotted with orchards, hotels and farmstays, and even planned for modern transportation facilities such as an airport and high-speed railway station, which are typically absent in county-level cities. In gratitude for Liu Yu's contributions to the development of his hometown and to enhance the cultural landscape of Makhang Town, which primarily focuses on natural scenery, efforts were made to diversify its development and improve its competitiveness in an increasingly competitive tourism market. 2 years ago, Makhang Town was officially renamed Prime Minister Town and the Liu Yu residence was restored as a tourist attraction. Gu Chengyuan's family resides on the pedestrian street of Prime Minister Town, where his mother runs a small supermarket while his father works as an ordinary civil servant in the empire. Nearly 2 weeks have passed since the apocalypse broke out and the once picturesque and tranquil Prime Minister Town has been utterly shattered. Charred wrecks of cars lie scattered across the streets, blocking the escape routes for countless individuals. Dark red splatters of blood are visible everywhere, with hordes of aimlessly wandering zombies filling the streets. However, any slight movement will draw them in like sharks detecting blood. On the South Ring Road of Prime Minister Town, which is a focal point for future planning, government agencies have already moved in. Since the planning and construction have just begun, the South Ring Road area remains quite desolate, home only to government institutions and some under-construction resettlement communities. Fortunately, due to its desolation and sparse population during the outbreak, the police near the town government led by Chief Fang Wu quickly gained control of the situation and initiated timely rescue operations. This allowed the government institutions present to retain some vitality amidst the apocalypse, preventing them from being wiped out. Under the leadership of the surviving government, Prime Minister Town initially established a small gathering place relying on the South Ring. However, a series of challenges soon followed: how to conduct rescue operations, how to utilize government resources, and how to organize effectively. Faced with the monumental changes to human civilization, the grassroots leaders rooted in the small town found it difficult to navigate from their limited abilities and experiences. Merely maintaining the operation of the small gathering place and addressing the influx of survivors from various regions has already exhausted their energies. Not to mention issues regarding the base's development, survival, and planning to send rescue forces to the cities. At this moment, Chief Fang Wu of the town police station had a sudden inspiration and thought of Gu Jiangwo, who was on leave at home. As the mayor of the neighboring Tianzi city, he is a significant figure. Not only can he lead the entire town's rescue efforts, but he is also capable of overseeing the work of the entire autonomous prefecture, which poses no issues in terms of rank and qualifications. Gu Jiangwo, who was rescued by the police, gladly accepted the invitation and began to lead the work at the gathering place. In the Prime Minister gathering place, Gu Jiangwo had just finished a day's work. He turned off the desk lamp, stood up to stretch his sore neck and shoulders, and slowly walked to the window of his office, gazing quietly into the northwestern distance, his brow furrowed with an indelible sorrow. Click. The sound of a lighter igniting broke the silence, illuminating a flickering red dot in the dimly lit room. As the misty smoke filled his lungs and was exhaled through his nose and mouth, Gu Jiangwo felt much of his stress dissipate. After his rigorous efforts to restore order, the previously chaotic gathering place began to stabilize gradually. However, having been deeply involved in the operations of the gathering place and witnessing the devastation caused by the apocalypse, Gu Jiangwo grew increasingly worried about his 2 sons. In a county with such a low survival rate and sparse population, how could his 2 sons survive in a large city with a population of over 10 million? Although he is still a local leader, the resources at his disposal are minuscule compared to what they were before the apocalypse, so limited that even in a gathering place with just a few thousand people, there are many forces and individuals with whom he must compromise. Especially among these forces, there are also sinister elements that dared not show their faces before the apocalypse. Just as the gathering place was stabilizing, the flames of power struggles began to reignite as many desperately tried to seize the benefits for themselves. If he cannot even consolidate power within the gathering place and feels overwhelmed, how can he hope to rescue his sons? Recently, Gu Jiangwo contemplated leaving abruptly, taking his wife to search for his children. However, when he thought of the ordinary people in the gathering place, he realized that even with the power he held before the apocalypse, he couldn't provide adequate protection. If he were to leave, wouldn't those brutes become even more uncontrollable? Moreover, as time passes in the apocalypse, the Great Zhou Court has fallen silent and the rogue elements within the gathering place seem to be growing increasingly audacious. Particularly during the meeting today, even the police chief who had always supported him displayed subtle changes in attitude. Gu Jiangwo understood the reason well. He had ordered the execution of the chief's distant relative, a lazy thug before the apocalypse who had believed himself to have risen to power after the chaos. Collaborating with a group of friends, he had the audacity to assault a middle school girl in the gathering place, which undoubtedly touched Gu Jiangwo's sore. Ignoring Chief Fang was pleased for mercy, Gu Jiangwo executed the perpetrators resolutely, but this action left a rift between him and Fang. Gu Jiangwo had heard some rumors of discord suggesting that Feng Wu was loyal while Gu Jiangwo showed no mercy and treated Feng as merely a dog. The shift in attitudes within the armed groups of the gathering place has led to a rapid decline in Gu Jiangwo's control and deterrence. Family and citizens, he seems unable to take care of either. Thinking of this, Gu Jiangwo felt a heaviness in his chest of frustration that could not be released. The potential of a person is limitless. Sometimes one does not realize how exceptional others are until they are pushed. Gu Chengyuan, who was inspecting the construction while having breakfast, deeply resonated with this statement. The project was nearing completion and hundreds of survivors were orderly carrying out the finishing touches like marching ants. Kaianxin, who was introducing behind Gu Chengyuan, was drenched with the wet white shirt clinging to his corpulent body, clearly outlining the rolls of fat around his waist. What was even more eye-catching was that the wet white shirt had turned semi-transparent, revealing his tender flesh and coarse chest hair, along with 2 points that required censorship. However, Kaianxin was not concerned, as everyone present was drenched from last night's heavy rain. In the face of survival, not only was wetness tempting, but the people present could even run naked. Chief, the project has now entered the final sprint phase and it will be completely finished in at most 2 hours. If it weren't for last night's downpour, it would have been completed by now. The impact of uncontrollable factors is understandable, and this progress is already quite fast. You've worked hard. But when can this project be put into use? The situation on Chaoyang Street is becoming untenable. As he spoke, Gu Chengyuan's face revealed concern. This statement wasn't an intimidation tactic from Gu Chengyuan towards Kaianxin, rather the situation on Chaoyang Street was indeed becoming critical. It wasn't due to a decrease in firepower, but rather the accumulation of zombie corpses was nearly overflowing onto the street. Even though the defense line was being pulled back repeatedly and the militia was continuously clearing away the bodies, they still couldn't keep up with the speed of zombie deaths. Before Gu Chengyuan arrived in some areas, the bodies had already piled up to nearly 3 meters high. Gu Chengyuan's words caused Kaianxin's heart to tremble. After a serious consideration, he said, "A report to solidify the structures to withstand a certain impact. It will probably take until noon at the earliest." Noon. Gu Chengyuan glanced at his watch, 8:33. With 4 hours to spare, he thought that at worst he could mobilize all the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles from the car park. 9 armored vehicles and 4 infantry fighting vehicles should be able to hold the line for a while, right? Alright, let them finish up quickly so we have more time to clear the area and deploy personnel and weapons. Understood, I will arrange it now. Good, I trust you to handle it. I will head over to the front lines now. Keep a close watch here. Chief, take care. After Gu Chengyuan turned to leave, Kaianxin took the loudspeaker from Secretary Jean and quickly walked to the fountain located at the engineering. Kaianxin's arrangements were no longer a concern for Gu Chengyuan as long as the final result met his requirements. That was sufficient. When Gu Chengyuan returned to the Mengsher 3 armored command vehicle, Pu Guangqiang reported that during his absence Zhao Jie had sent over a bag of zombie brain nuclei. Recently, the yield of brain nuclei had surged and Gu Chengyuan was no longer as concerned about the quantity as before. Brain nuclei. I'm not interested in brain nuclei anymore. Gu Chengyuan opened the travel bag and directly chose to exchange. Money 5442, money 15774. Seeing the amount of over 15000, Gu Chengyuan decided to summon an infantry company directly to test whether summoning a whole company at once would unveil any hidden mechanisms. If summoned according to the original mechanism, platoon by platoon, the company and battalion leaders would have to promote from among the soldiers themselves. Although they could manage, they would still have a significant gap compared to officers who had undergone professional command and combat training. If armored infantry can send command personnel, why shouldn't I as a regular infantry be able to do the same? System, summon 1 infantry company at once. Ding, summoning. Item not found for this summoning. Ding, infantry type, column updating. Update successful. Summoning. Please choose between immediate summoning or concealed summoning. Concealed summoning. Ding, summoning successful. The 2nd infantry company will arrive at the host's location in 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed quickly. Soon Gu Chengyuan received a report from the 3rd platoon leader Lu Chong stating that a company had appeared at the rear checkpoint inquiring whether to allow passage. While giving the order to allow passage, Gu Chengyuan along with Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin also walked towards the small square by the fountain in the eastern district. When Gu Chengyuan arrived at the location, he saw new Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles quickly parking in place under the guidance of the 3rd platoon soldiers. Gu Chengyuan roughly counted and upon discovering there were 10 vehicles couldn't help but smile. It seemed his guess was correct. Summoning in full formation indeed came with benefits. Originally there were supposed to be 9 Mengsher armored assault vehicles, but now there were 10. The extra one should be the command vehicle for the company. Thinking this, Gu Chengyuan was not disappointed as the lineup was formed. The entire armored infantry company was divided into 4 small formations, 1 small and 3 large. Each of the 3 large formations had 12 men in the 1st platoon, while the 2nd and 3rd platoons had 10 men each. In the 1st platoon, the extra 2 individuals included a lieutenant officer serving as the platoon leader and a communications soldier carrying antenna equipment. The small formation consisted of a lone line with only 6 people standing there. Likely the company headquarters, as the platoon leader was a captain who should be the deputy company commander, while the company commander was organizing the formation and reporting to Gu Chengyuan. At ease. Stand at attention. Report to the Chief Infantry Company 2 led by Zhu Jun has arrived with 103 men. The captain stood upright serious as he reported to Gu Chengyuan. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyuan was also sizing up the officer gifted by the system. Zhu Jun was not tall with a baby-faced appearance, his skin slightly darkened from long exposure to the wind and sun. His eyes were sharp and resolute, carrying a hint of iron-blooded determination. Not simple. This was Gu Chengyuan's first impression of Zhu Jun. At ease. Yes. Comrades, you've worked hard on your journey here. We will hold the welcome ceremony when we return. However, the situation is extremely tense right now. The brothers of Company 1 have not slept for nearly a whole day and night. So I won't say much. Zhu Jun. Yes. Upon hearing his name called, Deputy Company Commander Zhu Jun replied loudly, his eyes fixed on Gu Chengyuan, seemingly eager for the upcoming task. I'm here to assess the combat capabilities of your company. I'll give you 10 minutes for pre-battle preparations. After 10 minutes, bring your company forward. Can you complete the task? Report. We guarantee to complete the task. Action. As soon as Gu Chengyuan's words fell, Zhu Jun saluted and took over command. All units prepare for equipment adjustments and material preparations before the battle. Gather here in 5 minutes. I will issue the combat orders. Dismissed. After he spoke, the entire company under the guidance of the squad and platoon leaders dispersed in an orderly manner, jogging towards their respective armored assault vehicles. Zhu Jun led the headquarters personnel towards the small door on Shaoyang Street, likely to scout the battlefield situation. Watching Company 2 swiftly enter battle readiness, Gu Chengyuan turned back to smile and asked Wu Bin, how is it? Wu Bin also smiled, his Danfeng eyes narrowing into long lines. It seems their combat capability should not be weak, they may even be stronger than Company 1's overall strength. They look good. Whether they are effective will only be known through combat. Ha. Hearing this, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but laugh. The arrival of Company 2 made the previously strained manpower situation much more abundant, lifting his spirits like clouds parting to reveal a clear sky. At 1 in the afternoon, the soldiers from Company 1, having exited through the small gate of Chaoyang Street, organized themselves into 3 squads, each preparing for battle behind a barricade. Gun barrels of varying thickness protruded from the shooting holes in the wall, glinting with a deep metallic sheen that emanated a dangerously lethal. After a morning of rest, the soldiers of Company 1 had taken a short nap for a few hours and were now well fed and energized. Although their sleep was far from sufficient, it was already a luxury during combat. Most of the soldiers had regained their spirits, adjusting their weapons and preparing to shoot while chatting with their comrades to relax. The shooting wall was divided into 2 levels, with a squad stationed on each level and any extra squads reserved as a backup, ready to rotate or act as support during urgent combat situations. Although facing an endless assault of zombies for the next 24 hours, the number of personnel still felt inadequate, yet this was the maximum they could muster at present. Just now Zhao Jie had delivered the crystal cores collected by the militia, but this time they only exchanged for over 2,000 in currency, mainly due to the increasing accumulation of corpses on Chaoyang Street, making it impossible to halt the advance of the horde. Looking at the sharply reduced returns, Gu Chengyuan also ordered the militia to withdraw from the battlefield and rest in the rear. Continuing to collect was not worth the risk and could cause fear and resistance. It was better to let the militiamen who had been working for nearly 24 hours take a break, as they were still the main force opening the skulls of zombies for the Bloodmine plan. After the militia completely withdrew, Gu Chengyuan's command vehicle followed suit and retreated to the East District Stadium behind the barricade. No one from Company 2 can be left behind. All must orderly withdraw through the small gate in the East District while the main gate is closed. Remember, you only have 5 minutes to retreat from the Bloodmine. 5 minutes is the interception time for the main gate. The retreat route is along Shuefu Road, where the gate of the barricade has already been opened. Report immediately after the troops complete their withdrawal preparations. Received. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Zhu Jun immediately communicated the evacuation order to the entire company and initiated the withdrawal plan, while instructing the messenger to notify the commander of the Armored Infantry Company, Li Kuan. All members of the rear guard from Squad 3 boarded their vehicles, and 3 camouflage Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles lined up along the roadside. As the sound of the machine gun's drive mechanism echoed, the gunners took their positions in the armored vehicle. The 404A infantry fighting vehicles parked nearby roared to life, their tracks crushing the asphalt of the school entrance, forming shallow ruts as they formed a trapezoidal formation outside the East District school gate, leaving 2 gaps for the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles to pass through. Zhu Jun. This is Li Kuan. The first squad of the Armored Infantry Company is ready to receive you and can withdraw. Received. Company 2 commence withdrawal. Firepower from the high points on both sides return to the vehicles. All squad leaders must keep track of their personnel, not leaving anyone behind. Report any emergencies immediately. First squad received. Second squad received. As soon as the order was given, in less than a minute, the soldiers from the first and second squads poured out from the building doors on either side of the small gate, led by their squad leaders wearing helmets and goggles, carrying rifles and sprinting towards the fountain in the East District, consciously keeping the scopes of their rifles away from themselves as they ran. To facilitate the withdrawal, the previously deployed Mengsher 3 armored vehicles had already been driven away by Company 2, while 2 Shangqi transport vehicles were left behind. When the 2 squads arrived, the transport vehicles had already started and the rear doors were open. The 40 soldiers from the 2 well-trained squads quickly boarded the vehicles, with the Shangqi transport vehicles turning around without hesitation, heading along Shuefu Road towards the barricade. The gunfire at the East District small gate not only did not diminish but became even more intense with the withdrawal of personnel. The gunners on the 2 Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles unleashed a furious barrage from their heavy machine guns. The surging horde of zombies was blasted apart by the 12.7 caliber machine gun rounds, creating waves of bright red mist. However, the speed at which they killed zombies could not keep pace with the advance of the horde.
As the horde was about to push up to the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles, Zhu Jun heard Gu Chengyuan's voice over the walkie-talkie. Company 2 armored units immediately withdraw along the designated route. The armored infantry company led by Li Kuan will provide cover. Execute immediately. Received X2. As the 2 Mengsher 3 armored vehicles opened fire with their machine guns, they began to accelerate in reverse, quickly passing through the trapezoidal formation of the 04A infantry fighting vehicles. Watching Zhu Jun's troops retreat, Li Kuan no longer hesitated and grabbed the internal intercom to issue the firing order directly. Prepare armor-piercing rounds. Fire. Boom boom boom. With several successive explosions, the recoil from the smoothbore cannon caused the rainwater on the battle vehicle to jump. The unmatched kinetic energy propelled 3 tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds towards the horde. The first zombie that came into contact with the armor-piercing round instantly exploded into a mist of blood, followed by the second, third, and fourth. A series of blood mists erupted like signal lights. The 3 armor-piercing rounds plowed effortlessly through the horde. Any zombie they grazed burst into blood mist and shattered into pieces. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive trenches of flesh and blood appeared in the densely packed horde. Li Kuan couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked through the vehicle's imaging device. This is really something amazing. If this were a crowd instead of zombies, wouldn't the entire clan be dragged to a military tribunal? Supply ammunition. Let the artillery fire freely. What the hell, where's the machine gun? Start roaring. Are you all dumb? In just a few seconds, boom boom boom, several more loud explosions erupted. As the smoke from the cannon dissipated, more blood trenches were carved into the horde, which had been dense just moments ago, now resembling the thinning hair of a middle-aged man. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun spat out yellow flames, initiating a frenzy. The East District small gate, which had been precarious due to the withdrawal of Company 2, stabilized immediately and furthermore pushed the horde back several meters. Armored Infantry Company. Armored Infantry Company. The gate will be closed immediately. Withdraw now. Withdraw now. Hearing Gu Chengyuan's order over the walkie-talkie, Li Kuan, who had just been enjoying the moment, wore a slightly resentful expression but did not hesitate to issue the withdrawal order. Ka-ka-ka. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed as a thick 30 centimeters alloy sealed door dismantled from an underground parking lot in the West District slid out through the newly constructed ground track, completely sealing the small gate. Li Kuan's armored infantry squad showed no hesitation as the 04A infantry fighting vehicle made a sharp turn, with Li Kuan's vehicle leading the way, gradually accelerating along Shuefu Road towards the barricade beside the East District Stadium. Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin stood atop the barricade watching the last 04A armored infantry fighting vehicle drive out, sealing the gate complete. Once again picking up the walkie-talkie control room, prepare to open the main gate of the East District. Let the guests in. Received. At this moment, the barricade gate, being furiously scratched by the horde, slowly retracted to the right, revealing a gap. The corpses piled up here and stepping over each other like a small mountain surged in like a burst river, rushing into the East District. Watching the horde flood in like a tidal wave, the soldiers behind the barricade subconsciously tightened their grips on their weapons as if it would bring them some sense of security. As the horde spread to within 20 meters of the barricade, Gu Chengyuan calmly spoke into the walkie-talkie. Proceed as planned. Fire. 3 barricades simultaneously unleashed dozens of fire lines, weaving into a massive net of fire that ruthlessly reaped the rampaging zombies, causing the horde to fall like grass being cut. The originally darkened campus pavement was instantly stained red by the flying limbs and blood, with the foul dark liquid flowing along the asphalt grooves into the drainage ditches on both sides, soon turning into a gentle stream. Li Datio and Zhang Fuchuan, who were waterproofing on top of the first barricade, stared blankly at the scene before them, somewhat dazed. What the hell? The two regained their senses and looked at each other as if wanting to say something, but ultimately could only express a sigh. Time flew by as swiftly as the life of a zombie, and soon an hour had passed. Gu Chengyuan looked at the thousands of fallen zombie corpses in the blood mine and issued a command to the control room to shut the gate. Screech at the East District school gate. A piercing friction sound arose. Under the powerful thrust of the motor, the heavy closed gate slowly slid along the track, gradually but inexorably pushing the horde aside. One unfortunate zombie got stuck between the wall and the closed gate, and after a brief stalemate of 2 to 3 seconds, it was directly crushed against the school wall at a certain critical point, bursting open like a ripe tomato with a pop against the gray wall. The horde behind the barricade was cut off, losing their reinforcements, and under the slaughter of modern weapons they were consumed at an alarming speed until the last few zombies fell and the sporadic gunfire finally quieted down. The gates of the 3 barricades opened simultaneously, and construction vehicles such as bulldozers and transport trucks began to enter under the control of the militia members. The militia members, who previously engaged in related work, skillfully operated the construction vehicles, first pushing the scattered corpses into a pile as if pushing potatoes from various angles. Meanwhile, the driver of the bulldozer manipulated the scoop, quickly loading the corpses into the dump truck, one scoop after another. Occasionally the scoop would accidentally crush 1 or 2 zombie corpses, and the driver could only silently express apologies in his heart before continuing to work vigorously. There was no respect for the bodies here, as the commander had already stated that efficiency was paramount and no losses would be counted. Under the joint operation of more than 10 large construction machines, the bodies that had fallen in front of the barricade were quickly cleaned up. Several dump trucks laden with overlapping zombie corpses slowly drove out, with the foul black blood flowing through the gaps in the barriers. The massive tires crushed the ground, leaving behind streaks of blood. Survivors who had not yet returned from watching the commotion on both sides of the road behind the barricade covered their mouths and noses, with the more timid ones already terrified to the point of trembling legs and dizziness. Damn. This is too bloody. Damn. Ugh. Had I known, I would have gone back earlier. I'm such an idiot for staying to watch. Ugh.
Qiango, I think I saw my great-grandmother. Don't be ridiculous. It's broad daylight, don't scare me, it's giving me the chills. No, I mean there seems to be my great-grandmother in that dump truck. Damn. Let's go check it out, see if we can recover her, at least leave her with a complete corpse. Qiango, let's forget it. I'm scared. My legs are shaking, I can't move. Alright, how about this? Do you have a photo? There are my buddies in the militia. I can have your grandmother made into soap for you. What scent do you want? Can it be strawberry? That's quite girly. Qiango, no way. The construction vehicles transported the corpses to the basketball court in the East District. Due to historical planning issues, there was a huge pit about 10 meters deep next to the basketball court, and Chengyuan decided to use it as a cremation pit. The extraction of the zombie brain cores was conducted on the spacious and flat basketball court. The iron mesh wall between the basketball court and the deep pit had been dismantled, making it very convenient to simply push the processed zombie corpses into the pit with a cart. The engineering vehicle carrying the corpses entered the basketball court, and immediately militia members dressed in white protective suits came over to guide them. With the beeping alarm from the rear of the vehicle, the truck bed rose, dumping the corpses at the designated location. Surrounded by fully armed militia members in white protective suits, they immediately surged forward, sorting the zombie corpses according to their assigned tasks and extracting the brain cores. After several days of intense work and high psychological stress, the militia members gradually adapted and began to take it in stride. What might have terrified them before the apocalypse has now made them accustomed to the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. People may not learn from others, but they certainly learn from experience in one go. Now extracting zombie brain cores was as simple for them as adding chocolate chips to Fun Doo Doo cookies or poking holes in soda crackers. First they used a sharp pickaxe to pry open the skull, enlarging the wound, then reached in with hands clad in 6 or 7 layers of medical gloves to the searching process was also very simple: grasp the brain and crush it. The hard part is the zombie crystal core, while the crushed material is the useless brain tissue. Of course, this was the work of a brain core sorter with average talent, relying solely on brute force. A talented brain core sorter typically wields tweezers able to locate the brain core by feel. They insert the tweezers into the zombie's brain gracefully and precisely, extracting the zombie brain core. Of course, this level of master only emerged once among the 50-member militia squad, and that was the leader, Zhao Jia. This nearly artistic skill brought Zhao Jia immense satisfaction, and gradually he no longer felt disgusted by the blood. The bloody piles of corpses seemed to be his material library, from which he selected one after another as if he were creating something. The zombie brain core is the crystallization of life. Extracting this crystallization must be done with reverence for life and with exquisite, almost doll-like techniques, ensuring that life is not profaned to the greatest extent possible. Zhao Jia was honing his skills with this mindset, striving for perfection, finding joy in it, and even becoming obsessed with it. Gu Chengyuan observed the operation of the blood mine until 5 in the afternoon. After confirming its stable functioning, he boarded the Warrior 3 armored command vehicle to return to the Western District. Meanwhile, Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin remained stationed as 2 infantry companies and an armored infantry platoon were left at the blood mine, making it unsuitable for the 3 equally ranked company commanders to determine command. Moreover, the blood mine is currently Gu Chengyuan's most crucial project, producing nearly 3000 zombie brain cores daily, but this is far from the limit and is influenced by personnel. After all, with only 50 militia and having suffered casualties due to unforeseen injuries, even if they swung the skullcrusher with great force, they could not keep pace with the army's slaughter of zombies. Thus the next focus of work lies in civilian affairs, ideally mobilizing 200 people to participate in this monumental task of skull removal, but Gu Chengyuan could only think about it. Having transitioned from a civilized society to an apocalyptic one, if someone actively participated in the work of skull removal, Gu Chengyuan's first thought would probably be to capture them and see if they were some sort of psychological deviant. Therefore, the only approach is to guide, cultivate, and habituate a 3-step method, but the main focus remains on an incentive system. As the saying goes, there are always people willing to engage in the business of killing. No one engages in a losing proposition. But how to attract ordinary survivors to undertake this dirty work? Offering money. Even that would be considered too harsh. Providing food. That might work for general labor, but for the bloody task of skull removal it likely wouldn't suffice. Currently, the meal standard set by Gu Chengyuan can barely ensure that an individual is somewhat fed, at best a little more vegetarian. Would anyone really come to remove skulls just to have a bit more to eat or to have some meat? However, apart from food, Gu Chengyuan truly cannot find any other methods to enhance incentives in this apocalypse. Since the potential for increased compensation is quite limited and the incentive strength is insufficient, he could only lower the basic standards, reducing the individual food rations to compel survivors to actively participate. Nonetheless, this is considered the worst method, and it still depends on whether the survivors are willing to respond to the call. Gu Chengyuan silently hoped that everyone would have a stronger spirit of contribution, otherwise they would have to be forced to contribute. Besides civilian issues, there is also a significant manpower shortage in military affairs. Although many soldiers have been conscripted in the past 2 days, it is still quite tight. Firstly, regarding the blood mine, the 2 resident companies plus 1 armored infantry company as firepower support may seem substantial, but the number of zombies requiring guarding reaches tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Any unexpected event could instantly drown them in a tide of corpses, especially with some evolved zombies. Strange evolved zombies. The concept of zombies evolving has already been accepted by Gu Chengyuan's troops, having seen similar types such as the large brutish zombies multiple times in different locations, which essentially eliminates the possibility of special mutations. Based on past experiences from films, it is likely that they will encounter a greater variety of zombies in the future. Perhaps now at the onset of the apocalypse they are still quite rare. However, with such a vast number of zombies to defend against in the Eastern District, quantitative changes could lead to qualitative transformations. Who can guarantee that bizarre powerful zombies or mutated beasts that current weaponry cannot handle will not emerge? Thus in Gu Chengyuan's plan, at least one infantry battalion must be stationed at the Eastern District's blood mine as a cleansing force, along with one armored infantry platoon and one tank platoon. Only then can there be a semblance of security. Another issue is the current security situation in the Western District, where nearly 1,000 people reside. Due to the blood mine in the Eastern District, all armed forces have been redirected, barely maintaining operations, leading to a complete lack of station guards in the Western District. This is an urgent problem that needs addressing. Although the Western District has been swept once, there is no guarantee that mutated creatures won't appear like that vengeful group of monkeys who might be lurking in the shadows. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan opened the black bag next to his seat, which contained the harvest of 845 zombie brain cores collected from the blood mine's operation that afternoon. Without hesitation, Gu Chengyuan chose to exchange. Ding, money 5070, money 6457. As Gu Chengyuan was observing the system interface, Pu Guangxiang, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. Report, Commander, just now when our vehicle passed through the academician forest, I vaguely saw several shadows jumping among the trees, feeling as if they were following us. Could it be mutated monkeys? Pu Guangxiang's words made Gu Chengyuan's heart tighten. Speak of the devil, had those monkeys really come? He just didn't know whether they were merely tracking or planning to attack this small unit. Juanpeng, be alert. Everyone prepare for battle. Yes. As soon as Gu Chengyuan's voice fell, the 4 accompanying guards and a communication officer in the vehicle were startled, beginning to check their combat gear. The Warrior 3 armored command vehicle arrived safely at the current military building, which was formerly the Management Academy building, amid a slightly tense atmosphere. Only after the armored command vehicle had completely entered the underground garage did the security personnel inside finally relax. Originally, upon discovering the traces of a monkey group, Pu Guangxiang intended to call for support from Bloodmine but was stopped by Gu Chengyuan. The reason was that with the defensive capabilities of the armored command vehicle, even if the monkey group suddenly launched an attack, it could withstand until reinforcements arrived. Given the current uncertainty, there was no need to make a fuss and complicate matters. Chief, we've arrived. The driver Hu Juanping said to Gu Chengyuan, who remained silent in the back seat after parking the vehicle steadily. Don't get out of the vehicle yet, let me be quiet for a moment. Upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's words, the other soldiers exchanged glances and stopped their movements of organizing their gear to get out of the vehicle, quietly sitting back down and striving to avoid making any noise that would disturb Gu Chengyuan's thoughts. Gu Chengyuan sat quietly in the passenger seat, his eyes slightly closed, his slender white hand gently rubbing the grip of the 171 assault rifle in his embrace. His beautiful brows furrowed slightly, revealing his inner turmoil as if he were waiting for something. About 5 minutes passed in this manner when a panicked voice suddenly came from the intercom on Gu Chengyuan's chest, accompanied by crackling static and various chaotic shouts. Chief. Calling Chief. This is Kaianshin. Ah, help. Don't come over, the Western District gathering place is under attack by mutated monkeys. Requesting protection. At this moment, Kai Yangson's heart was completely in a state of disarray, and the calmness that usually adorned his face had vanished. Just earlier he had been inspecting the dinner preparations of the Eastern District Defense Forces in the cafeteria when he suddenly heard a scream from outside, followed by a massive outbreak of chaos. Just as he furrowed his brows and leaned out from the second-floor window of the cafeteria to loudly reprimand those causing the chaos, the bloody scene before him stunned him. He saw a group of long-limbed, hairless humanoid creatures outside the cafeteria, brutally hunting down the fleeing survivors outside the building. Even strong adult men appeared like toys in the hands of these monsters, easily caught after just a few leaps. In the face of their claws, which extended several centimeters, human skin was no more resilient than thin paper. In the brief moment he was dazed, he witnessed a burly middle-aged man being pursued from behind by a slender humanoid monster as its metallic claws pierced through his back and emerged from his chest as easily as poking tofu. Crimson blood gushed from the wounds, splattering everywhere, exciting the humanoid creatures further. With a powerful motion of its claws, the monster tore apart the man's upper body with a loud tearing sound. The mutated monkey reached out its slender clawed hand toward the man's head. With a gentle twist, it was as easy as picking apples at an agritainment. The man's head was twisted off by the humanoid creature, with the trachea, various blood vessels, and esophagus still entangled like a jumbled mess of cables on a construction site, stubbornly connecting the severed head to the torso. From a distance it seemed as though the man's neck had been elongated. The humanoid monster extended its anteater-like long tongue to wrap around the entire bundle of connecting tissues, pulling it into its mouth to bite and chew. From over 10 meters away, Kaianshin could almost hear the crunching sound of the creature's chewing. The humanoid creature casually tossed aside the shredded remains of the man as if discarding a useless ragdoll. It picked up the severed head and brought its mouth to the wound on the neck, catching the dripping blood as if drinking coconut water. Then it sucked on the wound, and the rapid movement of its cheeks made it clear it was vigorously sucking on this fresh head. With a final gulp, the man's eyeball shrank as whatever was in his brain was drawn into the mouth of the mutated monkey through the severed neck. Watching the mutated humanoid creature standing there chewing vigorously with red and white fluids dripping from its mouth, Kaianshin nearly retched. The creature had sucked out everything from inside the severed neck. Did it really have such suction power? Even the visual organs, the eyes which weren't fully in the brain, were sucked away. Or did it use that long tongue resembling an anteater's? But who the hell cares about that? Chengyuan shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel his strange curiosity. Mutated monkeys. After enduring severe psychological trauma, Chengyuan had gradually regained his composure. As a senior official of the gathering place, he had heard of mutated monkeys, and although he had never seen one, these monsters matched the description perfectly. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the intercom and called for support from Chengyuan. Chief. Requesting assistance. Mutated monkeys are attacking the gathering place. The casualties have already exceeded dozens. Chengyuan, hearing the tremor in the intercom, shouted in shock, the gathering place is under attack. Has it caused dozens of casualties? I now command you to organize personnel to resist immediately. You must control the casualty situation. Ensure your own safety. Reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. Received. After putting down the intercom, Chengyuan was frantic. In the brief time spent on the call, several more survivors had been knocked down and killed. However, the speed of the slaughter had noticeably decreased. One group of survivors wandering outside had nearly been wiped out, while the mutated monkeys were enjoying their spoils. Quickly. Hide in the kitchen operation room. Seal the doors. At the same time, notify the news broadcasting room. Sound the alarm. Personnel should find sturdy shelters and hold their ground while waiting for the troops to return. The news broadcasting room immediately sounded the air raid alarm upon receiving the order. The shrill and piercing alarm echoed from the tops of the dormitory buildings and cafeteria, startling the mutated monkey group into momentary stillness as they stood alert and looked around. Mutated monkeys are attacking. Mutated monkeys are attacking. All survivors, please seek shelter and hold your ground while waiting for rescue. All survivors, please seek shelter and hold your ground while waiting for rescue. In the command vehicle in the underground garage, Chengyuan heard the air raid alarm outside his mind settling into the system interface. System, summon an infantry squad. Ding, please select a summoning method, immediate summon or concealed summon. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chengyuan hesitated for a moment. Concealed summon. Ding. The infantry squad will arrive at the host's location in 10 minutes. Having completed all this, Chengyuan turned off the lights inside the vehicle, plunging it into darkness. Wubin, continue carrying out the blood mine mission. Understood. Wubin had just received news of the attack in the Western District and was preparing to apply for support, knowing that with the distance between the Western and Eastern Districts he could reach in 5 minutes. After ending the call, Wubin maintained the action of cutting off the intercom until the screen went dark. Deputy Battalion, are you all right? Seeing Wubin's strange demeanor after the call, the communications soldier beside him felt a bit worried. Deputy Battalion. Ah. I'm fine, I might just be a bit tired. Wubin shook his hand, signaling that he was okay, and then led the communications soldier to the corpse barrier to assess the situation. Inside the Warrior 3 command vehicle in the Western District underground garage, apart from a few blinking red indicator lights stubbornly resisting, the rest of the space was engulfed in darkness. For all the survivors in the West District, today marked the darkest day since they entered the gathering place of Yezhou University. This was also the apocalypse's response to all survivors, those who believed they could rely on the army for protection in the gathering place, those who thought the apocalypse was just a passing phase, and those who sought to idle away their lives, all met with a brutal reckoning. Outside the 5th cafeteria of the West District, hairless zombie monkeys wielded their sharp claws, wantonly slaughtering every living creature in. The survivors, like lambs disturbed by a pack of wolves, had no courage to resist, only screams in desperate flight, while the scattered limbs of their kind served to intimidate any who might dare fight back. At this point in the massacre, the nature of the situation had shifted. Survivors no longer focused on battling the monsters, but instead began to turn on one another, realizing they did not need to outrun the mutated monkeys, only their companions. Yi Qing felt immensely grateful for his identity as a college student, which had afforded him the opportunity to engage in physical training under the pressure of school. The sweat he had once begrudged had, in the presence of many physically weak office workers, finally borne the fruit of victory. As Yi Qing ran through the crowd, he suddenly caught sight of a mutated monkey approaching rapidly on all fours, sending his heart racing to the brink of. Seeing a middle-aged man beside him gasping for breath like a dog, Yi Qing made a split-second decision. A dead comrade is better than a dead Taoist. With a sudden burst of speed, he pulled ahead of the middle-aged man by a body length. As long as he maintained this lead, he could soon leave him behind. Just as Yi Qing began to feel a slight relief, someone stepped on his right leg from behind, causing him to lose his balance and stumble to the ground, rolling over 2 or 3 times before landing flat on his back. The middle-aged man, who had been a step behind, effortlessly stepped over him without a glance, his figure quickly disappearing into the distance. In that moment, Yi Qing could not care less about his pain. A surge of anger almost ignited within him. That idiot must have deliberately stepped on me, just to make me his scapegoat. The zombie monkeys pursuing him paid no heed to human machinations. The prey that had once required some effort to catch was now delivered to them on a silver platter, and they could only thank nature for this gift. As Yi Qing watched the bloodstained claws rushing towards him with a foul wind, regret washed over him. Regret for his weakness, regret for his laziness, believing that relying on the army's protection would allow him to live off the fat of the land. While other survivors eagerly signed up for militia duties and construction teams, he had derided them as fools not clever enough for choosing to work hard just to eat more and serve the army. In the apocalypse, why be a mere cow or horse? To be exploited by the army. Isn't that pure insanity? The army is theirs, but life is my own. Does the development of the gathering place have anything to do with my daily vegetarian meals? Recalling the frequent private complaints of his so-called smart friends, Yi Qing felt his own foolishness. If I could start over, I would definitely be braver. As he felt the sting on his skin, Yi Ching instinctively closed his eyes. Facing death was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Instead, he felt a profound sense of calm and liberation. Goodbye, damned apocalypse, I'm logging off. Bang! Blood splattered. The anticipated pain did not come. Instead, he was splashed in the face with a pool of warm foul liquid. As he squinted through his blurred vision, Yi Ching vaguely saw familiar camouflage. In that moment he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. His mouth moved but no sound emerged, only uncontrollable tears pouring forth. The army has arrived. Someone shouted. A beam of light pierced through the despairing darkness of the West District. The army has arrived. The army has arrived. These 4 short words seemed to possess immense power, instantly sweeping away all fear and gloom from the hearts of the survivors. Even those huddled in corners, trembling and afraid to speak, gathered the courage to shout alone. Aiko! Aiko! The army is back. Look! In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Wenwen was so excited she nearly jumped up, shaking Aiko wildly, her voice laced with tears. Zhang Wenwen's excited demeanor infected the 3 trembling in the room, all of whom gathered their courage and came to the balcony, stretching their heads to look. When the monkey horde attacked, the 4 had just reached the dormitory entrance and immediately ran back to their room upon hearing the commotion, thus escaping a disaster. However, the horrific scene made them unable to look, with Feng Jia, usually lively and skeptical, crying on the spot, while the once powerful and aloof campus goddess Tang Jingwen and Aiko turned pale and trembled. When the tragedy unfolded before them, the sudden feeling of helplessness where they could only wait for death made them realize that their long-held pride was worthless in the apocalypse. When true danger arrives, they found themselves no different from ordinary people, powerless to do anything but cower and hope for the mercy of fate. Upon seeing the familiar camouflage from the balcony, the 4 felt as if wrapped in a tremendous sense of security, feeling weightless, and a certain phrase echoed in their minds. There is no mercy from fate, it is merely a group of equally ordinary people who muster the courage to stand in front of them. At this moment, the survivors gathered at the Night University felt an unprecedented admiration and dependence on Gu Chengyuan's troops. As the newly summoned infantry platoon entered the dormitory path, the combat personnel got off the vehicles and moved in behind, relying on 3 brand new armored beasts gleaming with cold metallic luster to advance towards the zombie monkeys. The rapid explosions sounded as the 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine gun unleashed its orange whip of death, and under the careful aim of the gunner, the monkey horde was the first to suffer. The mutant monkeys, still immersed in their wanton plunder and focused on feeding, were caught off guard by this devastating strike. As the bullets swept through the zombie monkeys that were lively a second ago, burst into clouds of blood mist, their remains scattering across the ground, while the large-caliber rounds that easily penetrated their bodies continued to pound the concrete ground, creating a flurry of debris and dust. With the skilled operation of the soldiers, the 3 vehicle-mounted machine guns transformed into the most ferocious farming machinery, plowing through the zombie monkey horde, carving out bloody trenches. The soldiers following behind opened fire simultaneously, and even the monkeys that narrowly avoided the gunfire were not spared, each being precisely shredded into a pile of mush. Inside the cafeteria, the Monkey King was gorging itself on half a person, and the sudden upheaval nearly made its eyes bulge out. Jia! A piercing shriek echoed like nails scraping against a blackboard. In just a few breaths, the group was nearly wiped out. Bang! The tempered glass wall on the first floor of the cafeteria shattered, and the mutated Monkey King, now transformed from grayish-white to bluish-black, crashed out like a cannonball. The soldiers on the right flank reacted instinctively and fired at the Monkey King. Pu. A series of dull thuds sounded from the Monkey King, splattering small bluish-black blood droplets. Roar! The Monkey King's movement was swift, and the rifle bullets that could inflict fatal damage on ordinary monkeys did not hit its head, instead igniting its ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the Monkey King attacked. Instead of targeting the vulnerable ordinary soldiers, it chose to attack the green-skinned monster before it that was ruthlessly slaughtering its kin. In its understanding, the other small beings posed no threat to it, only this trio of monsters did. Ka-la! A sound that grated on the teeth echoed as the armored assault vehicle capable of resisting individual rocket launchers was scratched with a shallow mark half a meter long. The gunner on the vehicle sensed a strong tremor in a particular area. He exerted force at his waist, CSLA 512. The 7mm revolving machine gun swung 90 degrees under his control, with years of training forming muscle memory that allowed him to lock onto the Monkey King, charging at the assault vehicle in an instant. Shwa la la la. As the barrel of the machine gun rotated, the terrifying firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute unleashed a metallic shower upon the zombie Monkey King. In the moment before, the once arrogant and ferocious mutated Monkey King, upon facing the metal storm up close, was shattered into pieces, with black blood splattering onto the vehicle like a layer of apocalyptic paint. As the gunfire gradually subsided, the once clean and tidy entrance of the cafeteria was now littered with shattered glass, severed limbs, and the mingled flesh of zombie monkeys and humans, all smeared across the ground. The black foul blood trickled along the uneven ground, leaving several thin lines of blood on the gray-white concrete. A light breeze swept through the pile of corpses, and the stench of blood assaulted the senses, nauseating like old excrement that had fermented in a cesspool for half a month. Confirming the main force of the monkey horde has been eliminated, the infantry platoon leader arranged a squad of soldiers to stand guard while the other 2 squads began to reload their firearms against the monkey corpses on the ground. Even when faced with the mangled remains of the zombie monkeys, the cautious soldiers would spare no bullet, insisting on thoroughly shattering their heads. Those who have watched sci-fi movies know that such mutated animals possess extraordinarily resilient life forces, and their vital points are highly unpredictable. Only by completely severing the possibility of their immortality on a physical level can these soldiers find peace of mind. As the combat mission officially entered its concluding stage, the infantry platoon leader took out the walkie-talkie to report back to Gu Chengyuan at the first opportunity. Report, sir, the designated combat mission has been successfully completed. The monkey horde including the Monkey King has been annihilated with only a few injured ones fleeing. Please issue the next task directive. Count the personnel casualties and assist the survivors in restoring order. Yes. After ending the call, Gu Chengyuan switched the walkie-talkie to channel 2, the one he used exclusively for communication with civil affairs personnel. Kaianshin, this is Gu Chengyuan. Received. Sir, I am Kaianshin. I am still alive. The troops have cleared the mutated monkey horde, please instruct sir. On the walkie-talkie, Kaianshin's voice trembled, filled with the kind of overwhelming excitement that came from being reborn. Organize the survivors, handle the body's conduct disinfection and restore order. Yes. Please rest assured sir, we will ensure the task is completed. Gu Chengyuan's few brief commands made Kaianshin feel as though he had received a divine decree, inspiring a heartfelt admiration and a desire to excel. This was unimaginable before the attack. Although he had shown great respect prior to the assault, it was for the sake of survival. After all, adults are all actors in some way. Before the apocalypse he could chat and laugh with the military commander, but how respectful he could truly be towards a battalion commander was known only to himself. However, after experiencing this attack he suddenly realized that he was merely a humble ordinary person striving to survive. When danger approached, all he could do was crouch in a corner like an ant praying not to be noticed. What does it matter how great his past achievements were? When danger approached he could only meet his end like an ordinary person. In this moment of shattered Dao heart, the troops appeared like heroes stepping on clouds, violently shattering the danger that had cast him into despair. Thus the once great Kaianshin perished in this attack. Now the one who lives has re-established a shrine in his heart, worshipping the deity of firepower and caliber. In his heart, Gu Chengyuan is the anchor point of this deity of power in the real world. After ending the call under Kaianshin's organization, the survivors emerged from the building shelters, asking each other in search of their relatives and friends. In the crowd, when someone discovered that the person they were looking for was still alive, they embraced each other in excitement, while those who confirmed their loved ones had died in the attack wept in despair. Hope and despair intertwined over the bloody mire, sketching an absurd depiction of a post-apocalyptic world. Gu Chengyuan's armored command vehicle, the Warrior 3, had already emerged from the underground garage, stopped on the wide road next to the dormitory. Through the thick bulletproof glass his gaze crossed the horrific remains on the ground, looking at the excited survivors. The proximity of this human tragedy caused a barely perceptible tremor in his gaze, but he quickly regained his resolve. Yes, he had deliberately allowed the massacre of the zombie monkeys. He could have immediately dispatched a platoon from the Eastern District or summoned one right away. But he chose to remain still and opted for a concealed summoning that would take 10 minutes. Behind this seemingly cold decision was his awareness of the pathological imbalance in the gathering place. People like Yi Qing were increasing and the atmosphere in the gathering place was changing. Some survivors arrived at the gathering place receiving protection from force, gaining stable food supplies and thus revealing the selfish nature of humanity. They began to weigh their own interests. Gu Chengyuan did not oppose people having their own selfishness, but the premise was that it should not hinder the greater. Gu Chengyuan keenly noticed some unfavorable signs, the most telling evidence being that the passive laid-back rhetoric of people like Yi Qing began to gain traction. Directly cleansing them was unrealistic, having just transitioned from a peaceful era. Punishing them for their words would likely backfire, causing other survivors to feel sorrow for the fallen. A great man once said, struggle must be methodical, making many friends and few enemies. Thus the moment he discovered traces of the monkey horde, Gu Chengyuan suddenly realized this was an opportunity to cleanse negative voices, consolidate internal strength and enhance cohesion. True unity, where individuals are willing to fight for the collective, is found among those building in the Eastern District, while the Western District mainly holds laborers who are slacking off or feigning illness, along with some women still awaiting assignments. Chefs and girls generally stay indoors, only those idle men wander outside, and even 10 minutes can help control the expansion of casualties. This is the greatest consideration Gu Chengyuan could make. As for those innocently caught in the crossfire, he could only silently apologize. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to this apocalypse. Since he has obtained the system and taken on the role of the head of the family, his considerations can only be from a global perspective. His father taught him from a young age that there is no perfect solution in the world. As a leader, if one wishes to cater to everyone, they are undoubtedly a fool. Choosing any decision will inevitably cause some harm. What leaders do is ensure the majority benefit. As the saying goes, great love is ruthless. When love is focused on the collective, the choices made are often cold and unfeeling towards a very few individuals. From the feedback at the scene, Gu Chengyuan felt he had made the right decision, enhancing the trust of ordinary people, raising crisis awareness, and believing that for a long time the entire gathering place would be able to unite as one, free from petty calculations, only striving towards progress and improvement. Considering the fatigue of the soldiers and the survivors involved in support work after several days of intense combat, Gu Chengyuan ordered the shutdown of the blood mine for an early rest after 2 rounds of operation. As the sun set, over 600 survivors participating in the construction of the Eastern District walked back to the Western Campus under the protection of an infantry squad. The news of the mutated monkey attacks in the Western District had spread, yet this group of weary survivors did not express much sorrow. Although the apocalypse had only lasted less than 2 weeks, it felt like centuries to them. Their hearts were as cold as the blunt instruments used to dissect corpses on a basketball court for a decade. Except for a few survivors who had lost loved ones in the attacks, the others seemed accustomed to death. With no mood for grief, this group of survivors was more concerned about how to survive under the guidance of the military. Those who harbored ulterior motives had also concealed their thoughts. The attack in the Western District made them realize that it was not yet the time to lie down and give up. In the evening, the dining hall was brightly lit and the survivors sat quietly in their seats waiting for their meal. Although the space had been cleaned, the lingering faint stench of blood continually reminded everyone present of the brutality that had recently occurred. A sense of crisis compelled them to subconsciously move closer to the army. This was evident in their choice of seats, as the tables guarded by the military were particularly sought after tonight. Ahem, please look this way. Gu Chengyuan's calm voice emanated from the loudspeakers around the dining hall, prompting the gloomy survivors to instinctively look towards the front. Gu Chengyuan stood tall and composed in his combat uniform on a makeshift table. His expression was neither overly serious nor relaxed, but it instilled a sense of reassurance, as if one need not worry even if the heavens were to fall. Facing the hopeful gazes of many survivors, Gu Chengyuan did not shy away, attempting to respond with his eyes as he scanned the crowd. In this anxious atmosphere, Gu Chengyuan stood before the unsettled survivors as the lights in the dining hall seemed to focus on him like a sacred light. Comrades, I believe you are all aware of the tragic events that unfolded today. I extend my heartfelt condolences on behalf of the military to every victim. Please rise and observe a minute of silence for today's victims. All rise. Hats off. As Gu Chengyuan's words fell, the entire dining hall of about 800 people rose in unison, bowing their heads and closing their eyes. A sorrowful atmosphere swiftly spread through the air, and some sensitive individuals awakened from their numbness, unable to hold back their tears. The moment of silence is over. As his words ended, Gu Chengyuan did not allow the survivors to sit down but continued speaking under the watchful eyes of many. The deceased have embarked on their own paths, and as the living we must seek our own. To remember the deceased is to cherish life. Being overly immersed is not what the deceased would wish. At this point, Gu Chengyuan's voice gradually became more passionate, the veins on his neck subtly bulging and his right hand raised high. Comrades, do not harbor any illusions. The apocalypse has truly arrived. We, the people of the Zhonghua, have never lacked the courage to fight against the heavens. We also do not lack the determination to fight to the death. In this apocalypse there is no distinction between north and south, nor between young and old. Everyone has the responsibility to resist and must embrace the spirit of sacrificing everything. I ask you all to follow me. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. As his words fell, the entire venue fell silent, with only Gu Chengyuan's hurried breaths and the drum-like beating of his heart resonating in the ears of the more than 800 survivors present. In this moment it was as if a tsunami had reached its peak, about to crash down on the tranquil atmosphere. In the next second the massive wave struck fiercely, and the roof of the dining hall seemed about to be submerged by the rising tide of voices. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Damn this apocalypse. I will punch a hole in the sky. All the survivors turned red in the face, shouting, desperately venting the repression, fear and anxiety within them. They were determined to demonstrate their resolve to fight against the apocalypse. Even the usually quiet and rational Aiko and Tang Jingguan could not help but be swept up by the fervor of the man on the stage, joining the frenzied crowd in shouting. Standing under Gu Chengyuan's table, Kaianxin looked up at the man before him. Under the dazzling lights, Gu Chengyuan's face seemed to be illuminated by a sacred light, and something called faith quietly took root and sprouted in his heart. At this moment every survivor present believed that Gu Chengyuan could lead them to break through the darkness and rebuild civilization. I announced the expansion of the militia by 200. After Gu Chengyuan's uplifting speech last night, the survivors gathered at the Night University showed a noticeable change in spirit the next day, especially with the news of the militia expanding recruitment by 200 people. All survivors eagerly signed up to join, and some women even clamored to be included. Faced with such a high enthusiasm for enlistment, the militia team members could hardly contain their smiles, with several squad leaders getting up without even washing their faces, squatting at the recruitment point. The militia squad leaders, each with a big heavy cigarette in their mouths, sat on the curb pointing at the registration line, their demeanor resembling that of old farmers selecting livestock at a market. Wow, this young man looks good. His legs are strong, perfect for carrying or dragging corpses. That one isn't bad either. Look at those thick arms, he can surely swing a skull-crushing hammer well. Gue Fong, why are you just laughing without saying anything? Hee hee, if they come in I can avoid smashing two heads, hee hee. What are you dreaming about? Even if we swing our skull-crushing hammer and spark fire, it won't be faster than a Gatling gun that spits blue flames, will it? Ah. No more giggling. It's no wonder the militia squad leaders were so jubilant about recruitment, pulling out their heavy cigarettes that they would usually never touch to celebrate. The militia had it too hard. Too many corpses, too few people, and a high workload put a psychological strain that could only be described as extreme. Who would have thought that before the apocalypse one needed the market's help to handle a live chicken, yet now they would open dozens of heads in a day? The gruesome nature of it would make even Hannibal stand at attention and call them master, but fortunately humanity's greatest advantage is adaptability. The apocalypse forced them to act, and gradually their mindset began to change. Through constant self-hypnosis, many of them no longer viewed zombies as fellow beings. In their eyes, zombies were akin to humanoid monkeys. Thus, regarding the act of skull-crushing, the more they did it, the lighter their inner burden became. Conversations between them sometimes felt as casual as asking how many fish they caught today. Of course, not everyone could adapt. Those who found it unbearable could only opt for secondary roles such as driving bulldozers to clear corpses, transporting bodies, or cremating them. Perhaps it won't be long before a hierarchy of disdain emerges within the militia, where those skilled in the bloody extraction of brain cores sit atop while others are looked down upon. The recruitment process for the militia was very swift, with only one standard: first come, first served. Arriving first showed high enthusiasm and a good mindset. Pushing to the front demonstrated good physical condition, and those behind couldn't push past. Why couldn't they push past? Oh, you're being courteous. That's even worse. Survival in the apocalypse is about competition, and such a character isn't suitable. Immediate elimination. It's that simple, straightforward, and uncomplicated. To allow the new militia recruits to quickly engage in work after Zhao Jie reported to Gu Chengyuan waved his hand and elevated the militia to a formal company-level unit. This made Zhao Jie extremely happy. Regardless of whether he received a personal rank appointment, the elevation of the management unit's level meant an elevation for himself as well. At just 22 years old and holding a company-level position, it was a major achievement before the apocalypse that was incredibly impressive. Now old Zhao was officially part of the organization. And it was a company-level position. Excited, Zhao Jie also promoted all the existing members of the militia by one level. Regular members became squad leaders managing 10 people and the 4 squad leaders became platoon leaders managing 50. This wasn't about him getting carried away, it was essential for new recruits to adapt quickly to their roles, and having experienced members mentor them was key. This arrangement ensured that for every 4 new recruits there was one veteran to guide them, saving a lot of instructional time. Due to the collective promotion, the morale of the entire militia was extremely high. After finishing breakfast, Gu Chengyuan intended to give Zhao Jie a few more reminders only to find out. Goodness, under Zhao Jie's leadership the militia had already reached the eastern district, claiming they were striving to increase production and not hold back their brothers on the front lines. If efficiency was lacking, they would make up for it with time. Hearing Zhao Jie express the militia's determination over the radio, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but chuckle, offering a few words of encouragement before putting down the radio. Am I somehow gifted in the art of public speaking, akin to a failed art student? Yi Qing, are you alright? Would you prefer to switch to the corpse transportation team? In the Eastern District's zombie processing area, squad leader He Wei watched Yi Qing struggle to get a hold of the situation and didn't push him. Not everyone can handle the job of a brain core extractor. Don't scare yourself into a problem. It's just as honorable to shine in logistics, there's no need to be on the front lines. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing didn't dwell on logistics or the division between frontline and support within the militia. His mind was solely focused on overcoming himself. If he was to conquer himself, he needed to be in the most challenging environment. Being someone who had died twice already, retreating was not an option. Would he just regret again when the next near-death moment approached? That feeling of helplessness when death loomed, yet being utterly powerless, Yi Qing never wanted to experience it again. With this thought, Yi Qing's gaze hardened, and raising his skull-crushing hammer, he shouted angrily, "Damn it! I fear nothing, not even you, you dead thing. Die for me." Bang 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 bang. After the first blow, it was as if Yi Qing had flipped a switch, going into a frenzy, and with each successive hit the skull-crushing hammer seemed to leave after images. The zombie beneath him was left in a pitiful state with brains splattered everywhere. Damn. Don't torture the corpses, young master. Watching the crazed Yi Qing, squad leader He Wei swallowed hard, hesitating to speak, considering whether or not to report this. This guy did not seem like a good person. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Jie, accompanied by 2 squad leaders, arrived at the military headquarters with familiarity. After a thorough inspection by the guards, they were escorted to the operations room. Report. Come in. Gu Chengyuan, clad in battle attire, stood with his back to them while a massive map of the stream area was displayed on the wall in front. A staff officer at the camp under his command was marking points on the map with various colored markers. Zhao Jie took a quick glance but dared not look around. Given his understanding of military dramas, the marked map was classified information. Though he felt that his caution was unnecessary, after all there couldn't possibly be any zombie espionage and he wouldn't leak secrets to zombies. However, when it came to leaders, whether something was useful was one thing and whether it was done was another. What mattered to them was the attitude. Gu Chengyuan turned around and noticed that the 3 were behaving properly and not glancing around, which raised his opinion of them. People who are honest and obedient are liked everywhere, especially by leaders. Report, leader. We are here to present today's harvest. Saying this, He Wei and another person behind Zhao Jie brought forth 2 bags. They have all been cleaned and disinfected, totaling 4231 zombie brain cores. Not bad. Did the new recruits of the militia team encounter any issues today? Gu Chengyuan inquired about the status of the new recruits after glancing at the bags. To be honest, this yield was somewhat beyond his expectations. Considering that ordinary people were engaging in such restricted work, not causing any incidents on the first day would have been impressive, yet they managed to achieve such an output. Report, Chief. The militia team has successfully implemented a mentorship system where the veterans guide the newcomers. Although there were some initial hiccups, the new comrades quickly adapted to the work. After a slight hesitation, Zhao Jie continued, "Among the new recruits there's a boy named Yi Qing who performed exceptionally well, collecting 40 zombie brain cores by himself today." 40 cores. Gu Chengyuan was somewhat surprised. Setting aside the fact that he was a new recruit, he had allowed them to return early at 4 in the afternoon for a bath and rest, considering their psychological well-being. Sustainable development is key. Having the new recruits work intensely on their first day could lead to psychological issues which would be troublesome and unnecessarily reduce labor. All things considered, the entire militia team had only been at the processing site for 8 hours today. Collecting 40 zombie brain cores meant an average of 1 core every 12 minutes, even without food or breaks. Don't underestimate the time. Collecting brain cores is strenuous work. Zombies won't line up and walk over for you to hit them. Anyone who frequently moves bodies knows that corpses are extremely heavy. Conduct a thorough investigation. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Chengyuan changed his words. Before dinner tonight, make sure to commend them in front of all the gathered survivors. Also arrange for me to sit at their table for dinner tonight. After saying this just before Zhao Jie left, Gu Chengyuan instinctively made a promise. You've led the militia team well, making a great impression. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. I promise to lead the militia team to make even greater contributions. After Zhao Jie left, Gu Chengyuan directly chose to convert the zombie brain cores in the bags. Ding. Money 25386. Current money 26843. Has the money exceeded to 0000? Looking at this large sum of money lying in the system, Gu Chengyuan felt a surge of emotions. His blood-mind plan was indeed correct. After all, this was not a one-time transaction like clearing out a residential area but a sustainable source of income. Considering the increase in the militia team's proficiency and the blood mine's efficiency in killing zombies, estimating both factors together, the blood mine could generate about 5000 brain cores in profit each day. This means barring any unforeseen circumstances he could expect a daily income exceeding 3000 money in the short term. Time to take off. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Chengyuan began to contemplate how to spend this money. Keeping it won't help in gaining strength, he needed to spend it quickly to snowball his power. During dinner following Gu Chengyuan's instructions, Zhao Jie praised Yi Qing in front of all the survivors, urging everyone to learn from him. Standing on the stage, Yi Qing could no longer remember what Zhao Jie had praised him for. He was so excited that his head felt dizzy and his whole body. A tremendous sense of fulfillment enveloped him, tightly lifting him slowly. He felt as if he was about to soar into the sky. It was exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Is this what smashing a zombie's head brings? Tomorrow I must pick up my spike-headed hammer and smash those damn zombies, Yi Qing secretly vowed. No one knew that today's praise had opened a whole new door for him, leading to the birth of an ultimate champion at the night gathering. While dining with Yi Qing, Gu Chengyuan casually chatted with him and offered encouragement before leaving the cafeteria for the military headquarters. Good day, Commander. In front of the military headquarters, armed guards immediately saluted Gu Chengyuan. Good. Gu Chengyuan raised his hand in return. Although the monkey swarm attack in the Western District was something Gu Chengyuan intentionally allowed, it served as a reminder that the apocalypse was full of dangers and one never knew what might be lurking behind. Gu Chengyuan, who always adhered to the principle of survival above all, directly appointed the infantry squad summoned for emergency assistance as the camp's guard squad to protect his safety and guard the military headquarters, the core of the troops. Currently, all external windows on the first and second floors of the military headquarters have been sealed off with survivors who were welders brought in to weld steel bars. Additionally, a squad of infantry was stationed on each of these two floors to serve as daily security forces, with an extra squad available for support and rotation. Gu Chengyuan soon arrived at the operations room on the second floor, and as he pushed the door open, he found Deputy Commander Wu Bin and two other company commanders already seated inside. How old, Wu? You are still the fastest. The Eastern District arrived before me. I'm fast because the commander's vehicle led the way. The Eastern District is a fortification and has meals earlier, so I arrived sooner. Haha, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. After a few pleasantries, Gu Chengyuan took his seat at the head of the long table and officially began today's meeting. Today's meeting has 3 agenda items. The first is the position of the first company commander. The first company is my old unit and I have deep feelings for it. Previously, due to the tightness of the war, the position of the first company commander has remained vacant since my promotion to camp commander, which is detrimental to combat effectiveness. Therefore, I propose that Jia Sanyu, the platoon leader of the first company, be appointed as the first company commander. What do you think? Agreed. X3 The system soldiers who were absolutely loyal to Gu Chengyuan regarding personnel appointments certainly wouldn't voice dissent. This was merely a formality to appear official. Zhou Guihong, draft the appointment document, stamp it with the camp seal and deliver it to Jia Sanyu tonight. Gu Chengyuan casually instructed the camp's clerk. Yes, Commander. Seeing the organization expanding, it was different from when he led 1 or 2 squads. The procedures had to be formalized, otherwise commands could easily become chaotic. Now the second agenda item is the troop configuration adjustment. This adjustment does not involve the most basic squad units, it mainly concerns platoons and companies. Today I discussed with the deputy camp commander. Through recent combat observations, we found that the current platoon and company configurations are somewhat unable to keep pace with the rhythm of apocalyptic combat and firepower demands. Thus, after our discussion and analysis, we have come up with a proposal. A small ship turns quickly and it's better to act sooner rather than later. Now I will let the deputy camp commander announce the specific changes in configuration. Hearing the commander mention him, Wu Bin stood up abruptly and saluted the attendees. Zhu Jun and Li Kuan, the 2 company commanders, looked concerned, waiting for commands that were closely related to them. Now announcing the troop configuration adjustment order from the camp commander. To address the issue of insufficient firepower in our unit when combating zombies, the following adjustments will be made to the company and platoon. The composition of platoon units will be changed to 1 elite infantry squad paired with 2 regular infantry squads plus 1 platoon leader, 2 communications personnel, making the platoon a total of 35 people. The company will increase by 1 infantry platoon on the existing basis with 4 infantry platoons under its command. The company will consist of 1 company commander, 1 deputy company commander, 1 driver, 1 clerk and 2 communications personnel, totaling 146 people in the entire company. The camp commander's order has been read. Is it clear? Clear. Zhu Jun and Li Kuan answered in unison. Good, now let's proceed to the final agenda discussion regarding the choice of troops to rescue my parents. Report. At that moment 2 voices called out simultaneously. Zhu Jun and Li Kuan exchanged surprised glances, seemingly not expecting the other to be so unrestrained. Alright, no need to argue. The opinion of the deputy camp commander and I is to send the first company.
The first company is an experienced unit that has participated in numerous zombie purges, urban warfare and building assaults with rich combat experience. The distance from here to Zaixiang town is nearly 300 kilometers and the task situation is complex, making it more suitable for the first company.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun and Li Kuan gradually sat down.
Although neither wanted to admit their unit was weak, the commander's words left them speechless. After all, they had arrived late.
Ultimately, he arrived before me. Moreover, those are the commander's parents. For a moment of pride, failing the mission could lead to irredeemable consequences. Li Kuan, at that time you should allocate an armored squad to reinforce the first company. Initially thinking he was no longer involved, Li Kuan immediately beamed upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's words and shot a slightly provocative glance at Zhu Jun. Recently this guy always mocks his armored squad for having so few members, as if the armored vehicles were mere recreational vehicles. Seeing Li Kuan's smug expression, Zhu Jun tilted his head, pretending not to see. Alright, do you have anything else to discuss? If not, the meeting is dismissed. Report, Commander, I have something. Second Company Commander, what's the issue? It's just, I want to ask the commander if we could allocate more ammunition. Although it's currently sufficient, we only receive it in emergency situations when we're almost out. The brothers have expressed that without a few boxes of ammunition piled up they feel uneasy and can't fully unleash their potential. Ha ha ha. Are you feeling the fear of insufficient firepower again? Having just received a substantial income today, Gu Chengyuan was in a generous mood and said, fine, allocate it. Starting tomorrow, the Eastern District combat units will maintain a threefold ammunition supply. Have someone come to collect the ammunition early tomorrow. How much could threefold ammunition for 2 companies cost? Just under 3,000. Does that even count as money? Gu Chengyuan thought grandly. Zhu Jun's face lit up upon hearing this. Wow, I old Zhu have never fought such a wealthy battle. Now they can practice freely. The first company has rich combat experience. Oof. I'll just feed them bullets. Let's see who the commander will assign the mission to next time. With that thought, Zhu Jun left with a spring in his step, while Li Kuan scratched his head, somewhat confused about who really lost today, him or Zhu Jun. It seemed he saved face, but Zhu Jun gained the substance. Well, let's call it a draw. Li Kuan consoled himself. Early the next morning, as the militia team arrived at the zombie disposal site, they saw 13 armored assault vehicles lined up in a neat row along the road by the northern side of the Eastern District Stadium. What drew their attention even more were the glossy black mount machine guns and the thick black barrels on the armored vehicles. That was the romance of men. A group of fierce-looking soldiers who walked with an air of bloodshed were preparing to board the vehicles. This was the company led by Jia Sanyu. After receiving the appointment letter delivered by clerk Zhou Guihong from the regiment last night, Jia Sanyu was extremely excited, filled with gratitude towards Gu Chengyuan. To have risen from an ordinary soldier to the position of a company commander was something he would never have dared to dream of before, yet now it had been realized so quickly. Amidst the excitement, there was even more pressure. The fact that the commander entrusted him with the task of rescuing his loved ones clearly demonstrated the commander's trust in him. Determined not to disappoint his commander, Jia Sanyu turned and asked the second company commander Zhu Jun for 1 squad from the second company. In military, unwritten rules of first company is always elite. This was truly a heart-wrenching request, causing Zhu Jun to almost suffocate in pain, and he couldn't even refute it. Jia Sanyu argued that to better complete the rescue mission, the first company should be prioritized for reallocation. Drawing experienced combat forces from other brother units was entirely in line with operational needs. He suspected that Jia Sanyu could hear his inner thoughts. Just last night he had been filled with ambitions to surpass the first company, and now it felt like a knife had been plunged into his heart. The heart of the second company had been ripped away. Ouch. It hurt. Too much. Zhu Jun was more than willing to complete the commander's task, but he still felt a bit gloomy, especially when he saw the second company commander Li Kuan slurping porridge while watching the spectacle. Captain of the first company, captain of the first company. The voice of Vice Battalion Commander Wu Bin came through the intercom. Received, Vice Battalion Commander, please advise. The third company has fully taken their positions and the handover is complete. You may depart. Understood. The third company had been summoned by Gu Chengyuan that morning, and initially he had thought that the reorganization would require assembling it 1 squad at a time, but upon entering the system he discovered that the company structure was actually programmable, allowing for free configuration. 6. Gu Chengyuan could only say that having money was really nice. Whether it could make a ghost push a mill was uncertain, but the system would surely be willing to work hard. First company, start the vehicles, depart. Jia Sanyu's voice was accurately transmitted to every squad in the company through the intercom. The lead vehicle signaled left and slowly began to move. The entire convoy swayed like a long snake heading towards the Western District Gate, with a 04A infantry fighting vehicle trailing behind. According to the commander's instructions, today was the adjustment period for their rescue team, meant to acclimatize to marching on the road and the tactical coordination with the 04A infantry fighting vehicle. This mission would revolve around the Night Ring Road, practicing responses to sudden encounters on the highway and rehearsing potential tactical subjects. Everyone stay alert during the upcoming drill. Safety comes first, and we must prioritize efficiency in our exercises. We should give our all to each subject and strive for a one-time success. The commander said that after we complete the scheduled drills today we can rest. I'm sure no one wants to miss a rest, right? Upon hearing about the possibility of rest, the entire company was instantly energized as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. We guarantee the completion of the task. X-13. Listening to the excited voices of the squad leaders over the intercom, Jia Sanyu couldn't help but smile. The Eastern District Stadium, now the zombie body disposal site, did not quiet down after the troops left. In fact, it became even more chaotic. Captain, where do you think this troop is headed? I see them heading towards the school gate. Are they going out to execute some mission? Who knows? I'm already busy enough worrying about you lot. How can I worry about the army? They're armed and accompanied by armored vehicles. Are they going to execute a mission or are they going to a banquet? Yue shot a glance at Zhang Tao beside him with annoyance. This kid was good at everything except for his overwhelming curiosity and tendency to chatter. But perhaps it was a good thing. Dealing with zombies was inherently a very heavy task. With this kid lightning the mood had made the gruesome work of cracking open zombie skulls a bit more enjoyable. At the very least it was better than that kid Jiqing, right? Thinking this, Yue covertly glanced at Jiqing, who was focused on his task, completely oblivious to the surroundings. Is it really that fun? Seeing Jiqing so engrossed made Yue start to doubt himself. Could there be something about zombies that he had not discovered? Why was he so obsessed? Hey Captain, what do you think we're doing with these zombie cores? Zhang Tao suddenly lowered his voice. Well, the reason we're collecting these zombie cores is that they must be useful. As for how they are useful, that's for sure. Don't think too much. Knowing too much isn't a good thing. Besides, we've discussed this many times before and we never came up with a clear answer. Zhang Tao's clever mind seemed to spark an idea and he immediately exclaimed, Captain, do you think these zombie cores could enable evolution for people, just like in novels with wind, fire, thunder and lightning? So cool and chic. Yue's expression turned serious as he heard this. I'm telling you, don't mess around. Right now we're not lacking food or clothing and there's no danger to worry about. Although it's a bit grim, we've adapted, so don't go looking for trouble. If it really could enable evolution, wouldn't our militia team, having been with the army day in and day out, notice? The units that have collected so many crystal cores haven't evolved and you think you can. From now on you're not allowed to bring this up again. And no matter what others say, the members of our squad are not allowed to discuss zombie crystal cores in private. Only after seeing every member of the squad, including Yiqing, nodding did Yue finally stop staring. What could zombie crystal cores do? It wasn't just these new recruits who were curious. The veterans of the militia had traversed through mountains of corpses and torrents of blood for this thing. How could they not be curious about it? In fact, they had all conducted various experiments in secret to varying degrees, but the results were always inconclusive, so gradually they extinguished those thoughts. Surviving was already a blessing. Thinking too much was not as good as getting a few more minutes of sleep, as there would be plenty of zombies waiting to be dealt with when they got up tomorrow. The heavy workload had gradually worn away their spirits. Exiting the main gate of Night University in the western district, Jia Sanyo led his troops to begin clearing the zombies from the road. Thanks to the university's remote geographical location, the traffic flow was relatively low during the apocalypse and the congestion on the highways was not severe. Out-of-control vehicles crashed into the roadside, and while some lay stranded in the middle of the road, they did not form a massive blockage. Form up in a push formation. With the command given, the Morser 3 armored assault vehicle convoy began to slow down while the 04A infantry fighting vehicle accelerated to overtake and reach the front of the convoy. Weighing 25 tons, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle was undoubtedly more suitable for use as a breaching vehicle compared to the 8-ton Morser armored vehicle. Virum, the 6-cylinder water-cooled diesel engine of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, roared, attracting the wandering zombies on the road. The beast that lay dormant within awakened. The zombies activated from standby mode were exceptionally fierce, running at full speed with their teeth bared, filled with a thirst for flesh. Tat 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 as the cannon turned. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun showed no mercy to the zombie like wild dogs. The gun's muzzle spat fire, mowing down this group of small zombies, scattering severed limbs and broken arms. The cold hard tracks of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle crushed everything in its path, causing severed limbs to burst like tomatoes, with dark foul blood dragged along, staining the streets. Due to the desolate surroundings of Night University, the squad encountered little substantial resistance during their sweep. All the zombies that charged at them became nothing more than mush stuck under the vehicle's tracks. The greatest achievement was that the infantry fighting vehicle, relying on its width and weight, cleared many obstructing vehicles from the roads, restoring the transport lines around Night University. Along the way they encountered zombies trapped inside vehicles, and the vehicle driver kindly ended their suffering. With a press of the accelerator, the fighting vehicle drove over and crushed them into compacted flesh. Jia Sanyo, the playful driver, was not reprimanded. After several days of intense combat, handling zombies in a safe, interesting and stress-relieving manner was not against the rules. Glancing at his tactical wristwatch and then at the fuel station marked on the electronic map, Jia Sanyo decided to refuel before heading back. If they encountered a fuel tanker, they might even be able to stock up on fuel. All units advanced towards the Bamboo Grove gas station. Received. With the command given, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle as the lead vehicle began to accelerate. Its powerful 440 kilowatts engine allowed it to perform admirably on the road, reaching a maximum speed of about 75 km/h despite being a tracked vehicle. At this moment, the Bamboo Grove gas station was home to 2 modified pickups with steel bars welded over the windows and windshields, and the tires were simply protected with wire mesh. The front of the vehicle was fitted with pure steel impact guard bars, reflecting a cold, harsh light clearly ground to a sharp edge like a massive razor-sharp blade. The sound of the generator roared as 2 middle-aged men climbed up and down, working together to fill fuel barrels into the bed of the pickup. At 3 directions of the gas station stood 3 crew-cut men with guns holding police shotguns. Their exposed skin was adorned with tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, and they occasionally glanced at the 2 clumsy middle-aged men with visible impatience. Damn it, move faster. Did you eat too much? Why are you dragging your feet while refueling? Making all this noise will attract zombies and they'll be the first to use you as bait. One of the crew-cut men suddenly shouted angrily.
The two middle-aged men startled, flinched, and one slipped and fell from the pickup bed, dropping the fuel nozzle and spilling fuel everywhere.
Damn it, was that on purpose? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Just doing your job and causing trouble. Chang, just give him a light beating, don't go too hard. Transporting fuel is important, we can deal with him later. Alright Dragon Brother, I promise to handle him comfortably and efficiently.
The young man called. Chang sneered as he approached the middle-aged man, raising his police shotgun and delivering a heavy but stroke. The middle-aged man who was about to get up was knocked back down again, his head bleeding instantly. Turning the gun around, Chang mounted him, unleashing a barrage of slaps to the left and right, and within seconds the man's face was swollen like a pig's head.
Still pretending? Ha! Speak up. Brother Chang, I'm really not pretending. I haven't eaten well for days, I'm thirsty and hungry and I just don't have the strength. Are you saying I'm abusing you? Want to eat? Come on, eat this.
Chang randomly grabbed a handful of unknown stuff from the ground and shoved it into the middle-aged man's mouth.
Has spit.
Finally he pinched the man's chin and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm inside. Consider it a reward, my precious nectar. With that Along threw the man harshly to the ground, standing up with a laugh.
Ha ha ha.
So refreshing.
Dragon Brother. This apocalypse is truly exhilarating. Back in prison that old dog used to ride over us with authority. Now we can do whatever we want. It's a pity we haven't encountered any women on this trip.
The few women at the military factory are all mothers of several children, too old and not appealing at all.
I've heard there's a university nearby. Why don't we refuel and stroll around there? Maybe we can bump into a few female college students, rescue them and have some fun.
Ha ha ha. As they spoke, Chang and the other armed youth's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Dragon Brother, white tender college girls, so fair and juicy.
The other gangly companion licked his lips, also coaxing.
Dragon Brother felt parched and conflicted.
The boss had sent him to gather fuel today. But the school didn't seem too far away, and with their firepower and vehicles they probably wouldn't be in much danger.
All right. Then let's refuel first. Wait. What's that sound? A series of dense vehicle noises erupted as if a convoy was rapidly approaching.
After confirming it was indeed vehicles, Dragon Brother and his companions exchanged glances and revealed a sinister smile. Dragon Brother, maybe we don't even need to go to the school to find young girls to play with.
It's like a pillow falling right into our laps.
The gangly companion grinned lewdly. Let's do it like we did with the guards at the military factory. Hide our guns first, lure them out of the vehicles, and then take action when they get closer.
Good. The prison warden, you better behave, or if you ruin our plans it won't matter if you die. I'll take it out on those two stinking prison guards in the factory.
With those words the flickering-eyed warden Wang turned back into the puppet he was a moment ago. Brother Long and his companions concealed their guns beneath the seats of the pickup truck, standing by the open doors on either side, ready to grab their weapons at a moment's notice. As the sound of the approaching engine grew louder, the three men became increasingly excited, their eyes sparkling as they focused on the corner of the highway and the gas station.
There must be women. And beautiful women. Hee as the sharply edged front of the Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle turned and the deep cannon of the turret pointed towards them.
A chill surged from their souls to their minds. The previously fervent desire suddenly cooled, and the nearly unsheathed burning golden gun felt as if it had turned icy in an instant. All three of them felt their legs turn to jelly. Then a dozen or so M3 armored assault vehicles entered in succession, each equipped with a heavy machine gun which completely deflated the spirits of the trio. One M3 armored assault vehicle stopped not far from the three. The bulletproof window rolled down and a large hand clad in camouflage and black tactical gloves extended out.
Chang, they're calling you. Hurry over, Brother Long whispered to Chang. Really? Brother Long, I think they're calling you.
Chang's calves trembled despite his bravado. Just a moment ago the shadow of the state's violent machinery loomed heavily in his mind.
If I say they're calling you, then they're calling you. Hurry over.
Brother Long scolded Chang in a low voice, not daring to lift his head to look at the window of the M3 armored assault vehicle.
Fine.
Under Brother Long's intimidation, Chang shakily approached the window of the M3 armored assault vehicle, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying.
Smack.
A dull thud rang out as the large hand in tactical gloves slapped him hard, leaving Chang seeing stars.
Did I call you? You just come over. Damn it, get back. Let him come. It's that fat guy with a worm tattoo on his neck.
Lu Chong spoke impatiently, directly cursing at them, seeing that these tattooed figures were no good.
Yes. I'm going right now.
Chang, with tears in his eyes from the slap, quickly walked over to Brother Long, his tone resentful. Brother Long, I told you they're calling you, but you insisted I go and I ended up getting slapped.
What do you mean it's me?
Although I have a dragon tattoo on my neck, I'm not fat, it must be chicken foot you go.
Big brother, I don't have a dragon tattoo.
The thin-faced chicken foot beside him took a step back in fear.
Are they going to hit me too for hitting Chang? Damn it. Enough of the stalling.
Lu Chong from the vehicle directly opened the door and stepped out, followed by soldiers from the vehicle who got out with their guns, and the mounted machine gun on top of the M3 armored assault vehicle turned towards them. Lu Chong, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, strode over to Brother Long and delivered 2 resounding slaps, making Brother Long's chubby face quiver like jelly, shaking violently.
What the hell, can't you hear me calling you? Should I come to invite you? Is it so hard to move a vehicle for you? Smack.
As he spoke, Lu Chong turned around and slapped the thin-faced chickenfoot, who was caught off guard, spinning around from the impact.
And what are you? Looking so ugly. Like a stinky rat from the gutter. Clearly not a good person. Execute them. Execute them. Take them away to be executed.
Hearing Lu Chang mention execution, Brother Long, who had been dazed from the slaps, immediately snapped to attention, kneeling on the ground and grabbing Lu Chang's pants.
Ha! Military sir, we are good people. Please let us go.
The other two also knelt down simultaneously, their eyes going dark. Are these really soldiers? How can they be fiercer than us, even looking like gangsters? Not only did they slap us twice, but they also want to execute us.
Is there still any law left? Is there no justice?
Squad leader, this. Little Aben, as the communications soldier, hesitated upon hearing this. These men indeed did not look like good birds, but to execute them just for their looks, isn't that a case of indiscriminate killing?
Report, squad leader, we found 3 guns in their pickup.
A soldier in the squad excitedly raised a police shotgun he had just retrieved from the driver's seat. Seeing the gun in the soldier's hand, Brother Long and his companions felt a wave of darkness pass over them. They had just been thinking of ambushing and had left the car door open, and now without needing a search they had revealed their own chicken foot.
I could tell at a glance you weren't human. Bring them all over, execute them directly.
Lu Chang waved his hand, calling over a squad of soldiers.
Commander. Commander. I want to report.
At this moment the long silent warden Wang suddenly shouted.
Report, Commander, it is these 5 men.
In the operations room of the military building located at the west campus of Yezhou University, Long Gu and his 3 companions were bound and kneeling on the ground, while 2 other middle-aged men stood nearby, having avenged their grievances. Sitting in a chair, Gu Chengyuan turned his head and rolled his neck after listening to Jia Sania's report, calmly observing the 3 thugs on the ground. According to Jia Sania's interrogation, these 3 men belonged to a criminal gang. Before the apocalypse, they were all serious offenders held in Dongjiao prison. The leader Zhang Gu was even a death row inmate, while Chen Xiaolong, known as Long Gu, was merely a small-time boss inside. When the apocalypse broke out, this gang led by Zhang Gu Su Zheng escaped amidst chaos by violently killing police officers armed with firearms. During their flight they happened to pass by Factory 1411, also located in Dongjiao. Su Zheng sent a few trusted subordinates disguised as survivors to deceive the factory's guards into trusting them, thus tricking them into opening the factory gate. They then easily launched a surprise attack to take control of Factory 1411. Gu Chengyuan did not expect that sending Jia Sania's team out for adaptation training would yield such a big catch. This big catch was certainly not referring to the small fry in front of him, nor that so-called Zheng Gu. In Gu Chengyuan's eyes, these were merely insects that could be crushed with ease. What he valued was Factory 1411. According to the report from the warden Wang, standing nearby Factory 1411 was a subsidiary unit of the Zhoubang Weapons Group established in Yezhou province.
Although the factory in Dongjiao was not the main factory, it still undertook a portion of ammunition manufacturing capacity. Not only could they produce bullets but also small-caliber shells. This was undoubtedly good news for Gu Chengyuan. Although the current daily financial returns meant that ammunition replenishment expenses were not a large proportion of income, if real-world supplementation could be carried out it would save a significant amount. One could save nearly the cost of an infantry squad a day, especially with the expansion of his subordinate forces. In the future, would the combined battalion be fully staffed, expanding to a combined brigade? A group army. How much would the system alone consume in replenishment?
Therefore Gu Chengyuan was determined to obtain this Factory 1411 and even the main factory. The only concern was how many skilled workers remained in the factory and whether they could get the production line up and running. Of course these questions could not be asked of the 3 thugs in front of him. Su Zhang was no fool. Upon realizing they had occupied a military factory, he immediately took control of the entire production line along with the workers. Currently only Su Zhang and his 10 or so trusted subordinates could enter the core production workshop of the factory.
The specifics of the situation were not something outer members like Chen Xiaolong could know.
They had also examined the police shotguns of the 3, which were of very crude quality, more like homemade guns dressed in police shotgun exteriors. It was initially estimated that they were handcrafted using a lathe, possibly experimental products. The 3 kneeling on the ground did not dare to move, yet they could still vaguely feel the oppressive gaze of Gu Chengyuan. In the face of death the 3 were drenched in sweat, their clothes already soaked like loaches pinned to a cutting board, unable to move. It was only during the escort that they realized what kind of group they had encountered. This was a modern army, intact, organized, and possessing a complete command system. What terrified them even more was that the apocalypse not only removed their restrictions but also unleashed the restraints on this tiger of an army. This was vividly reflected in the squad leader, who constantly mentioned execution. Understanding the situation, Gu Chengyuan leaned back, slightly relaxing against the chair's back, speaking in a calm tone. Leave these 2 behind and take the 3 on the ground out to dispose of them.
Yes.
As soon as the words fell, the soldiers waiting in the conference room like wolves immediately stepped forward, each 2 holding one and dragging them out. Chen Xiaolong and the 3 completely lost the ferocity they had when tormenting ordinary people, each crying out for mercy.
Commander, please don't kill me. Spare me. I am still useful. I can act as your insider.
Yes.
Military officer. Please let us go. We will be your dogs. Well, go back and be your insiders.
For the pleas of the 3, Gu Chengyuan did not even raise an eyelid, and soon the 3 were dragged out of the operations room, their cries for mercy gradually fading away.
Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, Chen Xiaolong and the 3 hastily ended their sinful lives. It was only before dying that Chang realized that the era of peace did indeed protect ordinary people, protecting people like them who were so self-righteous. In the past, making a mistake would lead to imprisonment, unlike now where there isn't even a jail to sit in. The gunfire outside did not disrupt the conversation in the command room. After days of bloodshed, Chengyuan and the others had grown accustomed to life and death, neither indifferent to it nor overly concerned. San Nyo, since it was your team that captured them, they'll leave this matter to you to resolve. Make a final push before we depart. Jia San Nyo instinctively straightened up, his eyes shining brightly. Please issue the orders, Chief. You will set out immediately, guided by Warden Wang. Take down this military factory today. Every time I think about how national assets are occupied by these thugs, I am filled with deep sorrow. How many weapons and ammunition can be produced each day? How much profit can these munitions generate? Chengyuan felt some regret that he only received this news now, but it wasn't too late. It would be his by tonight at the latest. As for those thugs, I believe they are already on a path to self-destruction. We must eliminate evil thoroughly. Understood. Report, Chief, if the thugs threaten to take survivors as hostages. Jia San Nyo couldn't help but voice his concerns. Warden Wang and another looked at Chengyuan, their eyes filled with hesitation. Chengyuan did not directly address the issue but shifted the topic. Lu Chong did well today, let's treat him to a special meal tonight. Jia San Nyo felt a jolt at those words. Lu Chang's attitude towards this group today could be described as iron-blooded. It was not that he dismissed Lu Chang's suggestion, but these three would not survive to see the military headquarters. So the chief's stance is to disregard the sacrifice of survivors. Understood, Chief. We guarantee the completion of the mission. Time is of the essence, please follow me. After saying this, the remaining soldiers in the room rushed out, not waiting for Warden Wang and the others to respond. Standing by the window of the second-floor command room, Chengyuan watched the squad speed away from the school until they disappeared from view, his heart showing no sign of disturbance. He knew that innocent survivors would lose their lives because of his words, but so what? He was a man, not a god. Even in Marvel movies, countless ordinary people die every time the superheroes save the world, right? But who cares? Even the ordinary moviegoers do not care. All he needed to do was maintain the upward growth of the overall interest. As for the individuals consumed due to friction, they were merely part of the normal metabolism. In the office of the director of Factory 1411, Su Zhan leaned back in the large boss chair, casually propping his legs on the dark red wooden desk, his expression filled with relaxation and pride. What does it mean to have light after darkness? What does it mean to rise from the dead? Su Zhang, who hadn't even finished elementary school, could not comprehend this before, but now he understood it deeply. Who would have thought that just a week away from being executed, he not only survived but gathered a group of followers and took control of a military factory? The manufacturing of firearms had already achieved preliminary success. With guns and an uninterrupted production line for bullets, wouldn't that be a direct ascent? At that time I would also be a big shot. Thinking of this, Su Zhang's emotions surged and he couldn't help but grin broadly, leaning back in a tactical manner. Brother Zhang Chen Xiaolong and the others who went out early to collect fuel have yet to return. The report from his subordinate interrupted his ongoing planning, leaving him somewhat displeased. After all, he had planned to ascend to the throne and restore the dynasty and was considering what title to use. This troubled him greatly, making him sweat slightly on his forehead. How could he have no title when he was about to ascend? But alas, he had only read a bit of romance of the Three Kingdoms, and young and dangerous, his knowledge was indeed limited. Feeling anxious, Su Zhang spoke with impatience. What's the big deal? It could be that they caught a woman. Mentioning women, Su Zhang suddenly became furious. That son of a BTCH Chen Xiaolong, if I find out he's secretly playing with women behind my back, I'll deal with him. Su Zhang had always looked down on Chen Xiaolong. After all, there was a hierarchy even among criminals. At the top were those like Su Zhang who committed major crimes and had a death sentence hanging over them. At the bottom were rapists who, if discovered in prison, would undoubtedly become targets of bullying and abuse by other inmates. Coincidentally, Chen Xiaolong was a rapist, but he had only just arrived and hadn't yet experienced the prison's brutality before the apocalypse broke out. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, Su Zhang's group would have dealt with him long ago. Thus Su Zhang could openly display his disdain for Chen Xiaolong in front of his subordinates. But Brother Zhang, they each took a gun with them. I'm worried they might run away. Whom? Who allowed them to take? The younger brother awkwardly scratched his head. If it weren't for the 9.5 that Chen Xiaolong had given him and the promise of a beautiful woman in the future, he wouldn't have agreed to let Chen Xiaolong take a gun. Because they were Su Zhang's trusted subordinates, he assigned them the safest guard duties, but because of this they hardly had any opportunity to go out. Usually when they felt the need for a release, they could only direct their desires towards the few female employees of the former Factory 1411, but those women, the youngest among them, who was claimed to be the flower of Factory 1411, only had 5 years left until retirement. Hey Brother Zhang, the outside is full of zombies. If they go out without guns and something happens, I'm worried about our 2 modified pickups. You motherfucker. Su Zhang suddenly exploded, kicking his subordinate in the chest, sending him flying over a meter. Watching the younger brother clutching his stomach and curled up on the ground like a shrimp, Su Zhang's eyes were filled with fierce light. Do you think I'm easy to fool? When I was lying, you were still wearing open crotch pants. Speak. The younger brother, lying on the ground, was sweating profusely from the pain, and knowing Su Zhang's temper, he immediately spilled the whole story. After hearing this, Su Zhang's forehead bulged with veins. He kicked the younger brother hard in the abdomen. You motherfucker. What's most lacking in the apocalypse is guns. Not women. With guns you can have countless women, with women you can only take countless bullets. You idiot. Go call Ertzi and the others. If it weren't for you following me for so long, I would have dealt with you today. Hurry up. Hearing this, the younger brother endured the pain, scrambled to his feet, and just as he was about to go out, he collided head-on with a robust figure. Big brother, the troops have arrived. What the hell? A military force. Su Zhang felt his anger dissipate and confusion spread across his face. After so many days in this apocalypse, he had hardly seen any officials, not to mention the police, who had already killed several. How could a military force suddenly appear? Could it be that they are on the same side as me? Su Zhang couldn't help but think back to when he had people put on uniforms and disguise themselves as prison guards. Yes, brother Zhang, it really is the military. Right now there are dozens of armored vehicles parked outside our factory, and one tank is even equipped with a cannon. It's dark and intimidating. His Su Zhang couldn't help but take a deep breath, pausing for 2 seconds. What did they say they were here for? Su Zhang's mind raced as he pondered the army's intentions. Could it be for resupplying ammunition? Their firepower surely couldn't harm people like them directly, but what if they disguised themselves as factory workers? Given the chaos outside, they probably wouldn't be able to verify anything right. Even if they saw through the ruse, he still had the surviving workers in the factory as hostages. They likely wouldn't dare to launch a full assault. If all else fails, he could always threaten them with the entire factory. With this thought, Su Zhang's confidence instantly returned. Second brother, we all know what we did after we escaped from prison. 100 executions before the apocalypse wouldn't be enough. If we really get caught by the military, none of us will survive. So we have to take decisive action and fight for our lives. You take a few clever and reliable brothers and set explosives all over the factory. Connect them with fuses and ensure they can be detonated instantly. I'll go negotiate with them. If they won't let us live, we can't let them get away with it. Did you hear me? After hearing this, second brother swallowed hard, a hint of madness in his eyes. All right, brother Zhang, if they won't let us live, well, go down with these corrupt officials. Looking at second brother's resolute back, Su Zhang spoke again. Aren't there several types of explosives? Let's use that explosive A4. I've seen in movies that they use it to blow up buildings. Its power is immense. Got it, big brother. I guarantee we'll use A4. As Su Zhang's most trusted aide, he felt completely at ease with second brother handling things. Once the deployment was complete, Su Zhang adjusted his ill-fitting suit and tidied his hair in the full-length mirror behind the door. He spat a couple of times into his hand, rubbed them together, and smoothed his somewhat disheveled crew cut. Pushing open the office door, he found the corridor filled with his loyal subordinates, armed and waiting. Outside Factory 1411, Jia Sanya surveyed the factory gate, growing impatient as he contemplated whether to just have the 04A infantry fighting vehicle crash through. A young man in a factory uniform with a buzz cut timidly approached the entrance. Military gentlemen, please don't shoot. After saying this, the buzzcut youth placed down a loudspeaker and bolted. Just as Jia Sanya, on high alert, thought it might be a bomb, a raspy male voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker. Hello, military gentlemen, I am the factory director of 1411. I wonder what brings you here. This statement made the entire unit burst into laughter. What the hell, these clowns are trying to play Mission Impossible with us. I'm so scared I almost don't dare to shoot him, fearing stupidity might spread. Lu Chon laughed, patting the car door, and said to Xiao Aben, we're here to resupply weapons. Please open the factory gate so the troops can enter. This way we can protect your safety. Jia Sanya did not rush to expose the other party's clumsy lies, but continued the conversation. What if they were able to deceive them into opening the gate? Sorry, military gentlemen, but our factory might not be able to accommodate you. Damn it, hurry up and open the gate for me. Don't force me to blow it open. Hearing half a sentence, Jia Sanya realized that cleverness wouldn't work and was too lazy to argue further. The commander had ordered to take the place before dark. There was no time to waste on idle chatter. It would be better to finish work and rest early. Not far from the main gate in the warehouse, Su Zhang and the others exchanged glances. So aggressive. They would open fire at the slightest disagreement. I'll count to 3. If the gate isn't opened, I'll start shooting. 3. Seeing the panicked expressions of his subordinates, Su Zhang quickly reassured them it won't happen. There are still so many ordinary people inside. The military has discipline, they absolutely cannot fire. Bang! A huge explosion erupted, shaking the 04A infantry fighting vehicle violently and kicking up dust and debris all around. A 100mm high explosive shell was fired from the cannon, effortlessly piercing through the gate of Factory 1411 and almost instantly demolishing the concrete walls of the warehouse. Listening to the explosive sounds coming from the nearby warehouse, Su Zhang and the others broke into a cold sweat. Did they really dare? How could they have the audacity? How could they be so lawless? So reckless? The driver slammed the accelerator to the floor and the fierce 04A infantry fighting vehicle charged in. It headed straight for the warehouse where Su Zhang and the others were. Jia Sanya knew the main target must be there. Did this old fool think he could hide behind a microphone and escape capture? Had he forgotten that his little brother had run back in front of them? Before a group of people could recover from the shock of the shell, the sound of the tracks scraping against the concrete floor echoed in their ears. Bang! The 04A infantry fighting vehicle ferociously crashed through the wall of the warehouse where Su Zhang was located, bricks flying and dust rising. Caught off guard, the vehicle hit its target squarely, crushing through the crowd, barely brushing past Su Zhang. The protruding edges of the vehicle snagged on his suit. Hiss! When Su Zhang regained his senses, most of his subordinates had been crushed into the floor by the steel behemoth with bright red blood splattering everywhere. Su Zhang stared blankly, looking at the torn suit caught on the vehicle's edge, then glanced down at the remaining white tank top on his body. He suddenly felt very cold. Seeing the armored vehicles of the Mengsher 3 following closely behind Su Zhang revealed a grim smile. It's all an illusion. Since that's the case, let these people pay for it. A heavy slap echoed and Su Zhang's laughter abruptly ceased as if a duck had its throat squeezed. Lu Chong had long been holding back a bellyful of anger. According to him, for such a scoundrel he should directly blast him to pieces. What's there to think about? Yet he had to obey the orders of the squad leader Jia Sanyu. The moment the 04A infantry fighting vehicle fired, he was the most excited. The Mengsher 3 armored vehicle he rode in almost rammed into the back of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle. As soon as he got out, seeing this guy grinning made Lu Chong even more furious. What the hell are you laughing for, you bastard? Now that I've caught you, I'll make sure you never get up. You're taking too long to open the door. Execute him. Execute him. Drag him out and execute him. Finish off anyone lying on the ground. If you won't let us live, I won't let you have it easy either. Let's die together. Su Zhang's expression twisted with rage as he shouted, second. Ignite and detonate the C4. Let's all die together. Got it, Zhenggu. Let the corrupt officials die with us. At that moment Lu Chong noticed the communicator strapped to Su Zhang's waist. There are bombs. Retreat. With his mind racing, Lu Chong quickly realized that this old man was about to blow up the arms factory. He quickly pulled Su Zhang and dove into the Mengsher 3 armored vehicle. The news about the bomb explosion was immediately transmitted outward. An explosion at the arms factory is no joke. With such a vast storage of explosives, it's not just about hiding in the vehicle, even fortified structures would be obliterated. The sheer force of the explosion could turn everything inside out. The entire unit evacuated rapidly. The 04A infantry fighting vehicle executed a sharp turn, crashing through 2 walls and escaping. The drivers of the Mengsher 3 armored vehicles were all showing their skills. After several minutes the unit had retreated almost to the outskirts of the monk village, yet the explosion was still nowhere to be seen. Slap slap slap, the sound of slaps echoed again as Lu Chong, his face flushed, cursed at Su Zhang. You bastard, you dare to fool me. Su Zhang could no longer pay attention to the giant hand swatting his face. His mind was filled with thoughts of why it hadn't exploded. Why hasn't it exploded? Lying in the dry land several kilometers from the arms factory, the old second, covered in grass clippings, was equally perplexed. He had locked all the people in the arms factory in the control room, and without a key it was impossible to open. He was afraid that the C4 wouldn't detonate and had several fuses connected, watching as the flames burned down before escaping through a small hole. It doesn't make sense. The old second stroked his stubble. Whatever. If it doesn't explode, it doesn't explode. I guess these corrupt officials are just lucky. It's just a pity that my good big brother died in vain like this. Thinking of how Su Zhang had treated him like a brother after entering prison, the ruthless old second couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. With a solemn expression he slowly knelt towards the arms factory, bowing his head several times. A dull thud echoed across the wilderness as he struck the dry ground, quickly creating a small dirt pit. Big brother, may you and the brothers rest in peace. With my current abilities I will surely be unable to avenge you. But if I cannot avenge you, what face do I have to call myself your brother? So today I will sever all brotherly ties with you. This blood feud I, the old second, will repay in my next life. With that he stood up, covered in dirt, turned and quickly walked away. His strong legs soon moved like wheels of fire. The setting sun cast a bloody hue, stretching his shadow long. Not long after, the elite infantry squad sent by Jia Sanyu to scout the arms factory returned, each face flushed. Report to the squad leader. Our squad went out to scout the arms factory and found that there indeed are bombs, and they are still burning. Then why didn't they explode? Jia Sanyu was also a bit confused. Because that's C4. As he said this, the reporting squad leader couldn't hold back and laughed first, followed by everyone bursting into laughter. As everyone knows, C4 requires a detonator to explode. Burning it is safer than firewood, it won't even spark. Slap, damn it, I told you to study hard and now you're suffering from your lack of education. When the camp clerk came to report to Chengyuan, he was taking a leisurely stroll with Deputy Commander Wu Bin on the vast playground at night. Nearby a sharp infantry squad was responsible for security. Before dinner, Zhao Jie delivered 4455 zombie brain cores, a slight increase compared to the previous day, indicating that everything was developing in a positive direction. Feeling financially secure, he directly replaced the previous guard platoon with a new elite guard platoon composed entirely of sharp infantry. After all, with money, lives are certainly more valuable, thus higher investment in security should naturally follow. The original guard platoon was reassigned to the second company to make up for the shortage of soldiers that Jia Sanyu required. The elite veteran platoon was replaced by an ordinary infantry platoon, and Chengyuan couldn't help but chuckle at Zhu Jun's resentful little eyes when he recalled it. A gentle breeze blew in, bringing a refreshing chill from the woods. Evening walks were truly pleasant. He and Wu Bin took a break from their busy schedule to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. Commander, the first company commander has sent a battle report. The first company has successfully completed its designated mission, annihilating the criminal gang led by Su Zhang and completely reclaiming the 1411 factory. Here is the detailed battle report. After saying this, Zhou Guihong respectfully handed over the report. Chengyuan took it and casually flipped through it, unable to suppress a laugh, which he then passed to Wu Bin, who looked puzzled. Before long the top brass of the military gathered at the night university, all laughing heartily without any regard for their image. In truth, it wasn't that funny, it was just that in this world filled with the eaters and the eaten, finding a bit of joy even if it was stained with blood was still incredibly precious. After a brief relaxation, the two began discussing serious matters. I wonder how the commander plans to handle the 1411 factory. Gazing at the magnificent crimson clouds on the horizon, Chengyuan contemplated briefly. I plan to relocate the ammunition production line from the military factory here. In the current situation of troop shortages, dispersing our forces is unwise. Moreover, according to reports, only 24 workers remain in the military factory and most of the management from the apocalypse have been swept away by the criminal gang, leaving only a solitary workshop director. Bringing it to our headquarters would also better invigorate our operations and quickly restore production. However, it is somewhat regrettable that half of the artillery production line has been dismantled and the most important hydraulic press has also been taken away, otherwise we could have secured a full production line for artillery. However, I see in the battle report that the first company commander mentioned that these two production lines combined have a daily output capacity of 100,000 rounds. This capacity far exceeds our current consumption, and just these two production lines could at least support doubling our troops.
Indeed, this is indeed good news. At present, the bulk of our consumption is ammunition. Securing these two production lines would essentially cover our troops' daily needs. With this thought, Chengyuan felt his spirits lift again, secretly chiding himself for being too greedy. Having made such a significant gain, what more could he possibly want? However, the last piece of information in the battle report is even more noteworthy. It mentioned the 1411 main factory located in Guanshan district. This main factory is extraordinary as it was funded by the Zhoubang weapon group to create a fully automated intelligent factory. The workshop director claimed that the factory's artillery production capacity could reach 50,000 rounds per day and the ammunition could exceed 100,000 rounds daily. If we could obtain it, Chengyuan couldn't even imagine how happy he would be.
If it weren't for the fact that the Shishui district and Guanshan district were separated by a city, and with the current military power even circling around would make it impossible to occupy and control, he would have already been tempted to take action. But thinking that this main factory was right in the night market, Chengyuan felt less urgency.
In the night market, it belongs to me. After all, it won't run away. Even if someone occupies it, I can just take it back. He truly did not believe that any force in the night market could compete with his army. Having sorted through all this, Chengyuan addressed Zhou Guihong, the clerk beside him, saying, "Guihong, draft a command for the camp." Zhou Guihong immediately took out her pen and notebook upon hearing this. Order the infantry 4th company to carry 4 batches of ammunition to the 1411 factory and take over defense duties from the infantry 1st company. Of these, 3 batches of ammunition are to be handed over to the infantry 1st company is carrying ammunition for their mission to Zhaishan town tomorrow. This handover must be fully completed by midnight tonight. Go ahead, Guihong. Yes, Commander. After Zhou Guihong left, Chengyuan opened the system interface. Money 13573. The income for the past 2 days has been around 25000. Chengyuan did not have a habit of saving money other than keeping some for emergencies. He converted everything into troops. The infantry 4th company was the first to be summoned after he converted today's brain core earnings. The unexpectedly appearing military factory disrupted his military reform plans. Realizing that the current economic strength could not support the extended needs of the new military reform, Chengyuan had no choice but to continue building the companies according to the old structure. The 3rd company, including the newly summoned 4th company, despite being the same as the 2nd company with 4 infantry platoons, did not have an elite infantry squad. One could only say that the new military reform plan had a long way to go. It also echoed that saying the only downside to expensive things is that they are expensive. Having been a wealthy man for just one day, Chengyuan suddenly felt poor again. At 5 in the morning, as the distant sky began to turn pale, the headlights on the village road outside the 1411 military factory converged like a dragon. Amidst the buzzing sound of the engine warming up, the soldiers of Company 1 were checking their supplies, making the final preparations before boarding the vehicles. Apart from the row of WZ-551 armored assault vehicles, a solitary 04A infantry fighting vehicle was finally joined by a similarly lonely brother, a Shangxi 6-wheel transport truck loaded with ammunition. The WZ-551 armored assault vehicle has a capacity of 10 people, and fitting 12 elite infantry members is already a bit cramped, let alone carrying an additional batch of ammunition, which is truly a challenge. When the commander ordered 3 batches of ammunition at once, it was a delightful headache for Jia Sanyu. While having plenty of ammunition was indeed a joy, the challenge of transportation was a concern. Fortunately, the battalion headquarters took this issue into account and subsequently dispatched a Shangxi 6-wheel transport truck to accompany them specifically for logistical support for Company 1. Otherwise, Jia Sanyu would indeed have a headache while he could gather civilian vehicles. He was quite uneasy about using them for transporting ammunition. Captain Jia, I wish you a smooth journey. Perfectly complete the task assigned by the battalion commander. At the door of the WZ-551 command vehicle, 4th Company Commander Huang Hailiang came to bid farewell to Company 1. Absolutely. This military factory will be handed over to you. The task is urgent, so I won't delay any longer. We'll catch up when you return. Good. Take care on the road. Take care. ZZZT Company 1, prepare to depart. As Jia Sanyu's voice echoed through the intercoms of the entire company, the long line formed by the headlights began to slowly move along the suburban village road, resembling a sort of light piercing into the darkness ahead. It was not until the convoy completely disappeared from sight that Huang Hailiang turned back to the 1411 factory.
Beep beep beep, get up. Company 1 was on a mission and 4th Company had its own tasks.
Their task was to escort the bullet production line safely back to the Eudaxi campus, so as soon as Company 1 departed he had someone blow the wake-up call.
Why are you up so early?
In the factory dormitory, workshop director Wang Dahai heard the commotion outside and opened his sleep-heavy eyes, still having remnants of sleep in the corners.
Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The urgent knocking echoed at the doors of the dormitory and the corridor was filled with voices urging everyone. Get up. Hurry up. Gather in the empty space in front of the dormitory in 5 minutes. Get up. Stop sleeping. There are 5 minutes until gathering.
Hearing the soldiers urging from outside, the survivors inside the factory did not dare to delay. They hurriedly climbed out of bed, fumbling in the dark to get dressed.
Hey. Where are you pulling my hand? Is this hardness like your soft belt? Where are my shoes? Where are my shoes? Which bastard took my shoes away? Step back, step back. You're pushing against my rear.
After a chaotic scramble, the formation of 28 survivors managed to gather just in time. However, compared to the fully armed and neatly arranged formation of 4th Company beside them, they looked like a group of defeated soldiers. Huang Hailiang glanced over and immediately spotted several people wearing shoes on the wrong feet, clothes inside out, and even one person wearing a short-sleeved shirt as pants. Upon closer inspection, at the back of the formation was a bare-chested youth holding a pair of pants in front of his chest.
Huang Hailiang chose not to reprimand them, pretending not to see.
After all, ordinary people have not been trained, and being able to gather on time within 5 minutes was already a success from Company 1's training yesterday.
More accurately, it was the training of a certain squad leader named Lu Chong.
It was said that this guy forced all survivors to watch when executing the Suzhong criminal gang and made each one present their thoughts afterward. If they did not write at least 500 words, or if their analyses were not deep enough, they would be treated as accomplices.
Accomplices would be shot without hesitation, dragged away, and executed.
After such an ordeal, these survivors suffered greatly from psychological torment, scared like startled quails, resembling young chickens, almost in a state of panic.
Now that everyone was so obedient, how could I find it in myself to make things difficult for you? This is quite hard for me. Huang Hailiang felt a bit disheartened by the obedient behavior of the survivors.
He had been hoping to make an example of some who failed to arrive on time, to discipline them severely, but now that plan seemed to have fallen through. However, he did not remain disappointed for long, as Huang Hailiang quickly entered work mode, first distributing breakfast to each survivor.
A can of 8 treasure porridge, a bag of bread, and a vacuum-packed marinated egg. While everyone was having breakfast, he began to outline today's tasks. Today's mission is very simple. We need to dismantle the bullet production line and all useful equipment from our factory and transport them to Yuzhou University. The transport issue will not require our factory personnel to handle. People will be sent from the gathering place to do that later. You are responsible for providing technical guidance, such as which machines need to be dismantled, how to disassemble the production line, how to transport the raw materials for making bullets, how to categorize them, etc. I won't interfere with professional matters. I'll leave that to you experts. My task is to eliminate any potential threats or terrorists attempting to sabotage the production line. To safely escort the bullet production line to the gathering place intact. Lastly, let me clarify how to define terrorists that need to be decisively eliminated. At this point, Huang Hailiang suddenly raised his voice, his expression turning stern. Anyone who causes damage to the production line is a terrorist. As his words fell, the entire open space became silent. Even the sounds of chewing food ceased. The few survivors who were munching were quiet, as if it were the cold cicadas of autumn. Wang Dahai, sitting among the crowd, seemed to catch a whiff of blood in the air, and the once sweet taste of 8 treasure porridge suddenly turned faintly metallic. The originally relaxed dining atmosphere turned tense due to Huang Hailiang's statement. After the meal, Wang Dahai, eager to prevent his group from becoming terrorists, immediately summoned the workers to prepare for the tasks. However, 4 individuals among them were left behind under the strange gazes of the workers. You are Wang Chuanhua, right? Compared to his earlier stern demeanor, Huang Hailiang's tone was somewhat gentler now. Yes, sir, replied the woman, called forward, about 50 years old, dressed in drab factory attire, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her head bowed. What are your plans for the future? Future. Recalling her miserable experiences over the past few days, Wang Chunhua could hardly think of any plans for the future. All she could do was tilt her head slightly, trying to control the tears welling in her eyes. Can you all cook? Wang Chunhua opened her mouth several times but couldn't find the words. She feared that if she spoke she would cry. Because crying is the most useless act in the world, she never wanted to cry again in her life. I can cook some home-style dishes. One woman among the 4, marked with finger marks on her neck, suddenly chimed in. That's enough. I'll report to the battalion commander and arrange for you to go into logistics. You'll be transferred from the 1411 factory, is that okay? Huang Hailiang tried to control his tone, keeping it as gentle as possible. No objections, no objections. Upon hearing this, the previously somewhat numb expressions of the 4 women finally changed. Every minute and second spent here was excruciating for them, as everything here, every person, was a scar on their souls. It would remind them of those desperate and incredibly long painful experiences. Alright, you don't need to participate in the upcoming work. Later, return with the vehicle to the gathering place and report to Director Kaianshin in logistics. Just say I old Huang arranged it. Don't carry any psychological burdens, it's all in the past. Life must go on, let the past be the past. Alright, you all take a rest, I still have tasks to attend to, so I won't say much more. Watching Huang Haoyang's retreating figure, Wang Chunhua and the others could no longer hold back. They embraced each other, crying together. Report, Commander. This is a report sent by the 4th Company Commander Huang Haoyang. Zhou Guihong walked from the adjacent operations room to Gu Chengyuan's dormitory and handed him the report she had just typed. As Gu Chengyuan enjoyed his breakfast, he perused the report. He had moved from the student dormitory to the military headquarters building to facilitate the command of troops, with his dormitory conveniently located next to the operations meeting room. Taking a bite of the sauced beef bun, the aroma of spices mingled with the unique oiliness of the beef burst onto his palate, and the diced tofu in the filling counteracted the greasiness, making Gu Chengyuan feel particularly satisfied. A beautiful day begins with a delicious breakfast. Gu Chengyuan neither smokes nor drinks, does not enjoy playing cards, and even avoids close contact with women. He has practiced the Tiangang Boyong skill for nearly 20 years, and his only hobby is eating. Since he became the commander of the troops, although he has not deliberately pursued any form of enjoyment or overly expressed his preferences, he has a clever logistics soldier, Pu Guangxiang. Having worked in nightclubs and managed bars, his sensitivity to people's preferences is comparable to that of a military dog. If the leader does not say anything, does that mean it's not wanted? Of course not. Pu Guangxiang, who was dutifully fulfilling his responsibilities as a logistics soldier, subtly changed Gu Chengyuan's meals to small pots, ensuring they were specially prepared. Due to work commitments, Gu Chengyuan has recently seldom eaten in the cafeteria, so he did not think much of it and privately assumed that the overall quality of the cafeteria had improved. However, even if he were to find out, he would not mind. He has been accustomed to the lives of leaders since childhood. Becoming a leader inevitably makes one the target of those around who will seek ways to satisfy their needs or even create demands where none existed only to fulfill them. A glance and expression can be interpreted, understood, and contemplated by countless people as if solving a math problem. So what if he knows? Gu Chengyuan is an ordinary man who simply finds pleasure in it. Power is a man's aphrodisiac. This statement is not just empty rhetoric. Of course, he does not get carried away, as the moment of pleasure is followed by the wisdom of a sage. These are all unfortunate souls. Approve it and inform Kaianshin to arrange for proper placement. Understood. Zhou Guihong took the empty plates from the table with her as she left. With his stomach full, Gu Chengyuan leaned back in his chair, contemplating the issue of troop development. Now Gu Chengyuan once again felt the bottleneck of power development. This feeling mainly stemmed from two aspects. One is that the scale of the troops is limited by the maximum financial returns, and financial gains are further restricted by labor resources. With the blood mine's capacity to process zombies under sufficient troop rotation, killing over 10,000 zombies daily should not be a problem, which translates to approximately 70 to 80,000 in monetary terms. However, currently the daily earnings are only about 26,000, which, although still on the rise, is an insufficient increase. The root cause lies in the insufficiency of labor resources. After all, handling zombie corpses, ensuring troop logistics, maintaining the operation of gathering places, constructing infrastructure in these areas, and the imminent resumption of bullet production all require significant manpower. So where will the people come from? Recapturing zombie-occupied areas is one method, but it's still not fast enough. Suddenly Gu Chengyuan seemed to think of something. He summoned the system panel in his mind and quickly flipped to the unit summoning section. Combat Support Company. Communication Platoon 10000, technical personnel for battlefield connectivity and information exchange, capable of wired and wireless communication, whether by mouth or by legs, always able to establish an information communication network. Yes. This is it. He could completely set up a high-powered radio station to send signals to survivors across the entire city and even within a radius of several hundred kilometers 24 hours a day without interruption. He would inform them that there is plenty of food, clean water, and protection from the troops. This way survivors would definitely come to seek refuge. If he implements this alongside recapturing the zombie-occupied areas, the issue of insufficient manpower should be resolved quickly. Concealed summoning. Ding, summoning successful. The communication platoon is on its way. 10 minutes later, hearing the sound of vehicles outside the window, Gu Chengyuan stood up and walked to the window to look outside. In front of the military headquarters building, a large and two small uniquely shaped special equipment vehicles were parked. The large one was an 8-wheel box-style military truck painted in digital camouflage with a semicircular lid inverted on top of the cargo area and a chimney-like exhaust pipe welded to the rear. His 2 years of service experience had broadened Gu Chengyuan's horizons, and he immediately recognized this as a box-type comprehensive radio access command vehicle used for regional networking and also serving as the command center, also known as a node communication vehicle. The other two smaller vehicles were armored radio access node vehicles, with their main body being an 8x8 wheeled armored vehicle equipped with radio node access modules. With the node command vehicle, it means Gu Chengyuan can achieve interconnectivity among all his troops without the need for a network or satellite signals. It should be noted that whether it is the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, or the future 99A main battle tank, all are equipped with information modules and can connect to the unified network built by the node command vehicle, enabling real-time information exchange, interconnectivity, and battlefield situational awareness. This will provide tremendous convenience for coordinated operations among the troops. It is widely recognized that modern military strength lies in its information capabilities. The appearance of the communication platoon signifies that Gu Chengyuan's troops can almost restore their combat capabilities to pre-apocalyptic levels without relying on the heavy equipment of major powers. When it comes to dealing with zombies, if it involves combating certain wild survivor factions, they could completely overpower primitive people. He initially only wanted to set up an apocalyptic radio show and yet he ended up creating a formidable weapon. Life is indeed filled with surprises. Under Gu Chengyuan's will, the preparations for the radio station at the Night University gathering place progressed remarkably swiftly. After the communication team was in position in the afternoon, they immediately began the setup of the radio station. The establishment of a civilian radio station is basic knowledge for professional communication soldiers. Relying on the powerful antenna atop the box-type command vehicle, the task was successfully completed before dinner. Simultaneously with the construction of the radio station, the selection of radio hosts and related supporting staff was underway. The talent in Gu Chengyuan's unit primarily consists of military personnel who are unafraid of violence and adept at using it. Take someone like Lu Chong for instance. When it comes to fighting, he thrives as if in water, effortlessly delivering powerful slaps to eliminate enemies with 100 different methods. However, if you ask him to speak a few sentences, he can only utter the elegant language of the troops, starting with mama and ending with bitch, which is truly graceful. Clearly the purpose of establishing the radio station is to attract, not to intimidate. Thus selecting a professional and reliable host is of paramount importance. Survivors can supplement the talents lacking in the war system, which is also Gu Chengyuan's objective in gathering survivors at the base. The more people gathered, the greater the talent pool. Human development encompasses a vast array of fields. A singular violent organization, when developed to its limit, can surely not sustain itself. When it comes to matters of human civilization, it ultimately relies on people to resolve them. The system is merely a tool in Gu Chengyuan's hands. In terms of selecting radio hosts, Chengyuan, who was responsible for this matter, is quite diligent, as the radio serves as a calling card for external promotion and the host's performance represents the overall image of the gathering place and its leader. Chengyuan cannot forgive himself if the leader's image is tarnished due to human error. Thus at the outset of the selection process, he established strict standards, not only limiting the relevant majors and work experience for applicants but also personally conducting unknown interviews to ensure quality. Despite such high demands, after dinner the candidates who came to his office were still numerous, competing fiercely for a chance. This is also due to the benefits involved, as Gu Chengyuan's stipulated compensation for the radio host clearly stated that their pay would be on par with frontline combatants. After all, the front line of public opinion is also a battlefield. If the role of public opinion is fulfilled effectively, it is no less powerful than artillery. Of course, the target audience is limited to humans. Zombies do not understand what you are saying and merely express a desire to feast on your brains. In modern military tactics, public opinion warfare has also been clearly identified as a primary approach. A well-known example is how the Eagle Sauce utilized hacking technology in the war against the villagers, broadcasting a prefabricated video of the village leader announcing surrender to their television station. The compensation is on par with frontline combatants with a light workload and no life-threatening risks. This is simply a golden opportunity for survivors. After all, under the current atmosphere and system of the gathering place, to receive the treatment of frontline combatants, one must either sell their body or sacrifice their life. There is no other way. This has also resulted in an exceptionally fierce competition for the position of radio host, lasting well into the late night before a male and a female victor emerged. By the end of the interviews, Chengyuan even began to experience auditory hallucinations, feeling as if someone were reciting tongue twisters in his ear. His auditory system was nearly in knots, tied up like a Chinese knot. However, what brought him comfort was that his efforts were not in vain. He successfully selected the best host from among dozens of candidates. Surprisingly yet unsurprisingly, both hosts came from Night University but were not from the broadcasting major. The only concern was that Chengyuan did not know if Gu Chengyuan would be satisfied after listening to the broadcast the next morning. This was also a concern for the two hosts, as the entire gathering place was aware that the only one who could make decisions here was their senior Gu. Yet this was also a source of pride for them, as the essence of humanity is to admire the strong. Thus almost all Night University students regard Gu Chengyuan as an idol, wishing to follow him, and they consider their identity as Night University students as a point of pride tied to Gu Chengyuan. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future a Night University gang may emerge in the gathering place. Early the next morning, Chengyuan arrived punctually at the military command center. Report. Come in. Hearing Chengyuan's voice, Gu Chengyuan continued to brew his tea without turning around. Old Kai, the tea leaves are next to the kettle. Help yourself, we're close enough that I won't serve you. Gu Chengyuan returned to his office chair, leaning back to find a comfortable position. Upon hearing this, Chengyuan keenly caught the phrase, we're close enough, in Gu Chengyuan's words, feeling a wave of delight in his heart. What does we're close enough mean? It certainly indicates that he is one of their own. The way the commander addresses him shows that he values him and does not see him as an outsider. Thinking this, his tone became even more submissive. Thank you, Commander. Unfortunately, I just had 2 large bowls of soy milk, so I may not be able to enjoy your fine tea today, Old Kai. After saying this, Chengyuan pretended to pat his round belly seriously. Ha, go ahead and say it, you must have a reason for coming here. Hee, indeed nothing escapes your notice. The task you assigned to set up the radio station has been successfully completed on our end. Just give the order and we can broadcast our gathering place's voice within a radius of 500 kilometers. Oh. So soon. Gu Chengyuan, visibly surprised, instinctively scrutinized Chengyuan, only to notice that he had bloodshot eyes, a shiny face, and a somewhat listless demeanor. Chengyuan noticed Gu Chengyuan's scrutiny and slightly adjusted the angle between his face and the light to ensure that Gu Chengyuan could see his pale and exhausted expression. At the same time, he silently urged in his heart, Commander, please ask. Ask me if I've been working all night to carry out your orders. Seeing the gleam in Kai Angsen's eyes, Gu Chengyuan felt something was amiss. Could this kid be experiencing a brief resurgence? How can he be both listless and spirited? Considering he still needed this capable chief administrator, Gu Chengyuan finally asked old Kai, have you been working all night? Upon hearing this, Kai Anxing felt as if he had taken a large sip of ice water on a hot summer day. It was refreshing. It was like listening to celestial music that brightens the ear. Why stay up late? Why work all night? To complete the task. No. It was to show the commander his determination to carry out orders. To show that everything he did was centered around the commander. That is professionalism. Yes, Commander. After all, this is a task assigned by you personally. I simply couldn't sleep until it was completed. Plus the young men and women were also highly motivated, so we worked through the night to fulfill your orders. After hearing this, Gu Chengyuan knew that it wasn't as exaggerated as Kai Anxing claimed, but he still felt a natural sense of pleasure arise within. Even Kai Angsen's somewhat disheveled appearance seemed a bit more endearing. Old Kai. You are still so responsible. But you must take care of your health. This gathering place cannot do without you. I am counting on you to manage it well. You cannot have any problems. Commander. Everything is for your service. My life was saved by you, so naturally I will assist. After the two foxes played out a scene of mutual respect, they finally got to the main topic. Kai Anxing handed over a draft that had been hastily produced by the radio station's editors overnight to Gu Chengyuan. Commander, we have prepared the broadcast script for the first issue of our radio station. Please review it and let us know if there are any issues. Also, when we promote the radio station externally, we will inevitably mention you and the glorious achievements of your troops to inspire and uplift the morale of the human survivors in their struggle against the apocalypse. This raises a question: how should we refer to you and your troops? Or what is the designation or code name of your troops? I do not dare to overstep these two aspects, so I come to consult you, Commander. Gu Chengyuan did not take the draft but casually pushed it back to Kai Anxing. No need to look at the draft, I trust you to handle things. The draft itself was not worth his attention, it was merely a small piece of material and would not affect the larger situation, so it wasn't worth spending energy on. What he was more interested in was the troop designation or name mentioned by Kai Anxing. In no time the system's military scale had reached the size of an infantry battalion, and with time it would soon grow into a formidable force. Naming this future war behemoth was indeed an urgent matter. It couldn't be like a scoundrel where the child is about to be born but still dragging out the naming process right. In fact, Gu Chengyuan had already contemplated the naming of the troops. His hesitation was not about the name itself but rather about how the troops should exist. Should they remain ambiguously cloaked in an official guise to obscure the public, or should they boldly establish a clear identity? This was a question. However, as the troops gradually developed and grew stronger, his thoughts became clearer step by step. Why was he reluctant to let go of the official facade? At its core, it was still his unrecognized insecurity, having suddenly gained wealth. Having just acquired the system, he had not yet established the confidence to control everything. Deep down, he did not believe he had the ability to lead the survivors, nor did he think they would trust someone named Gu Chengyuan, so he could only borrow the official guise. Is this borrowing the power of the tiger? Gu Chengyuan thought not, as he never considered himself a fox. He should be a tiger, a cub learning to roar in the mountains behind the mother tiger. Now this cub had grown claws after experiencing the furnace of blood and fire. He had the most loyal soldiers pledging their allegiance to him. He had also developed his own kingly heart. That is confidence. Confidence. And still more confidence. So let him roar in the mountains, sending forth the true kingly voice that belongs to him. The Black Great Wall. The troops will be called the Black Great Wall. Through hardships and adversity we shall prevail. After breakfast, Aiko, who had tied her hair in a high ponytail to appear more competent, was dressed in a simple khaki work outfit, holding a bun in her mouth and a broadcast script in her hand, walking towards the military building while reading. Although she was not trained in broadcasting, she relied on her rich experience and excellent adaptability gained over the years to carve out a path through last night's selection, successfully standing out. She had secured this coveted golden rice bowl. And this morning she also got to enjoy the big meat bun she had been dreaming. Before this, coming from a wealthy family, she had never thought that a simple meat bun could bring her such overwhelming happiness that it brought her to tears. Standing in front of the building, Aiko silently gazed at this structure that was neither grand in scale nor impressive in design. Even though she had passed by countless times before, she had never observed it so earnestly as she did now. The tall and strong guards, armed and standing erect, resembled statues eternally fixed at the entrance. The fleeting figures inside moved hurriedly like precise gears, each fulfilling their roles within the machinery of power. Under the camouflage of military green, a chilling sense of solemnity emanated from the place. Even the four sharp edges of the building appeared to Aiko as cold and rigid as a sharpened eight-sided sword, making her feel a sense of sharpness just from a glance. After passing the guard's inspection, Aiko finally stepped into the power center of the Night University gathering place for the first time. In a corner of the first floor of the military building, the former multimedia classroom sign had been covered with a simple A4 paper on which the words Military Broadcasting Room were written in a clean and concise manner, exuding a raw minimalist beauty. As the broadcasting room was about to operate, Gu Chengyuan decided to integrate it into the military system, believing that it was better to keep such an important voice of public opinion in his own hands. The broadcasting staff who came to work this morning all had joyful expressions upon hearing about the transfer of affiliation. Who didn't know that the military was the highest authority in the gathering place? Now that they could be affiliated with the military, everyone felt as if they had been promoted by half a level, allowing them to stand taller within the gathering place. Even the staff of the Survivor Management Committee would have to show some deference when talking about working in the military. After going through the process 6 or 7 times, the temporary head Chengyuan finally spoke. The preparation is complete. Let's start the official broadcast soon. Aiko performed exceptionally well, being confident and natural. Keep it up. Huang Juanrui, relax a bit more. You misread a word just now, pay attention next time. Today marks the first broadcast of our military broadcasting room. It must go smoothly. After saying this, Chengyuan gave the equipment operator a knowing glance. 3, 2, 1. As the green indicator light in front of Aiko and Huang Juanrui lit up, the night university gathering place sent forth its voice to the entire apocalypse for the first time. Greetings, fellow human survivors. I am the broadcaster Aiko. I am the broadcaster Huang Juanrui. This is the night university gathering place located in the Yezhou province, Yesui district. We are transmitting our voices to you via wireless broadcast. The night university gathering place spans over 5,000 acres, including over 1,000 acres of cell phone farmland, and can accommodate 100,000 people. We have ample food, clean water sources, a comfortable living environment, and a powerful military. The night university gathering place was established by the Black Wall Army led by Commander Gu Chengyuan, whose powerful combat forces are dedicated to opening up a living space for humanity in the apocalypse and to combating and eliminating threats. As the 20-minute broadcast script was smoothly read by Aiko and Huang Juanrui, the green indicator light turned red. All the staff in the military broadcasting room led by Chengyuan erupted into applause, celebrating the successful completion of the first broadcast. Thanks to the hard work of all the military broadcasting room staff, I announced that the first broadcast has been successfully completed. Clap, clap, clap. The expressions of the broadcasting staff were filled with joy. Although the smooth broadcast was expected and not a big deal, it still marked a good start. At least for the short term, they felt completely stabilized. Thinking about the benefits they could enjoy in the future, the staff clapped even harder, their smiles growing brighter. Aiko also smiled among the crowd, but the corner of her eye was fixed on the door, absurdly wondering, will he come over at this time? After the live broadcast ended, the military broadcasting room did not cease operations but continued to replay the recorded content. Gu Chengyuan's requirement for the military broadcasting station is to ensure round-the-clock 24-hour continuous broadcasting. However, relying solely on carbon-based broadcasters would undoubtedly make this task unsustainable. This is why Chengyuan thought of a method combining live and recorded broadcasts. The choice of all-day broadcasting was also a desperate measure, largely considering the need to maximize the chances of survivors tuning into the broadcasts from the Black Wall. With 24-hour broadcasting, anyone using radio reception equipment is bound to receive it eventually, right? Before the apocalypse, the rapid development of technology made convenient and powerful mobile phones significantly encroach upon the survival space of radio equipment. Aside from radio enthusiasts who still insist on using radio equipment, the only exposure for ordinary people might be the car radio. Thus, theoretically, the method of using radio to gather survivors may not be very efficient. After all, many households no longer even use televisions, let alone the more antiquated radios. However, this is merely theoretical. One should never underestimate human adaptability and resilience. Shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse, many agile-minded individuals and factions began to use radio equipment to gather and disseminate information and establish communication networks after accepting the reality of network disconnection. The regional information network constructed through radio has even become quite prosperous after 2 weeks of development since the apocalypse. The foundation of this prosperity lies in the ubiquitous and easily accessible radio equipment. Although fewer people used them before the apocalypse, their sheer quantity still allows one to dismantle a unit from any car. If one truly cannot dismantle it, listening from the car for a while and then leaving is not too late. This became a spiritual pillar for many survivors determined to endure. In summary, the threshold for using radio communication is very low. People can take technology as a dividing line and play their respective roles in this newly established radio network. Those who understand radio technology send information, while those who do not hide in some corner, faithfully clutching their devices and filtering useful information for their survival like sponges. Located in Qinghe Town's night market, the elderly Ding couple serves as receivers of radio information. During the apocalypse, they happen to be resting at home, avoiding transformation and evading the first wave of zombie attacks. In their 50s, the Ding couple are traditionalists uninterested in the booming internet world. One enjoys mahjong while the other likes fishing. After experiencing the confusion of the apocalypse, old Ding suddenly thought of the radio left by his father, a radio the size of a pillow that could not only play tapes but also receive broadcasts. When his father was alive, it was always by his side like a fawning old servant, disregarding others and loudly catering to his hard-of-hearing father. At that time, old Ding despised the radio, loathing its age and noise which disturbed his peace. So after his father's passing, he couldn't wait to cast it aside into the storage room. With the arrival of the apocalypse, old Ding reactivated it and continuously drew sustenance for survival from the radio information network. The outbreak of the apocalypse united humanity like never before, with many tech experts transmitting the most practical survival knowledge to survivors trapped in various corners of the apocalypse through radio. This was devoid of any ulterior motives, only the simplest hope to see everyone survive. Old Ding did not expect that his father, who had passed away for many years, would once again protect him through such a means. Now old Ding's daily life consists of eating and staying by the radio, collecting useful information. He genuinely reaped the benefits of receiving information, transitioning from the confusion at the outbreak's onset to gradually gaining the confidence to survive. No wonder people often say one should learn for a lifetime. In the past few decades, even during the age of collecting bird eggs, old Ding never craved learning as much as he does now. This morning as usual he sat early in front of the radio, first tuning into several familiar survival knowledge channels, diligently taking notes. During this he discovered that one of the channels had turned silent. Old Ding couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. Several information sharing channels he liked had also disappeared completely from the radio network after going silent. His father's departure once led him to believe that life and death were the most significant matters in this world. But now it seems hardly remarkable. In the apocalypse, human life is like ginkgo leaves hanging on autumn branches. A slight gust of wind can blow down large swathes. After silently praying for the channel's broadcaster, old Ding set the radio to automatic frequency hopping and casually began nibbling on the wild bread he collected from his neighbor yesterday. Yesterday was the first time he killed someone, or rather a zombie. He had utilized the knowledge acquired from the radio broadcasts, DIYing a cardboard armor, and after skillfully memorizing zombie weaknesses and repeatedly practicing killing techniques. At the age of 50 he successfully defeated a zombie athlete in his housing complex. Reflecting on the way his wife looked at him last night, he felt as though he had returned to 30 years ago, becoming that vigorous young man once again. Screech, screech, screech. A series of harsh frequency hopping sounds erupted. Accustomed to the long wait, old Ding was not anxious but instead pulled out a can of black goji berries from under the coffee table. 1, 2, 3. 8. 8 of these good things should be enough. He. After all, old Ding's engine power is high and fuel consumption is low. With that thought, a lewd smile appeared on old Ding's face. Indeed, he felt as if he had returned to 30 years ago. Even the frequency felt the same. His post-apocalyptic physical condition seemed better than before. Just as old Ding turned to fetch some water, the static from the radio suddenly disappeared, replaced by a competent, dignified female voice and a calm, steady male voice. Greetings to all human survivors. I'm broadcaster Aiku. I'm broadcaster Huang Juan. Old Ding sat frozen, listening to the broadcast until the hot water overflowed from his cup and scalded his hand. Hisp! The sound of the glass shattering echoed. Old Ding had no time to grieve for his 8 goji berries and turned excitedly toward the bedroom, shouting, Wife! Wife! Official news! There is finally official news! A shelter has been established. Wife! Hurry here! Our humanity is not doomed. After shouting, old Ding, fearing this broadcast might only be a fleeting moment, hastily grabbed paper and pen, trembling as he scribbled down the address of the gathering place. Old Ding's reaction is just a microcosm of the many survivors after receiving this broadcast. Overjoyed, they had no intention of debating whether it was official or unofficial. Their thoughts were incredibly simple: who could save them? Whoever that is the dawn. And they had been waiting for this dawn for over half a month. Thus, in the night market and within a radius of 500 kilometers centered around it, countless survivors using radio reception equipment were overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the broadcast regarding the gathering place at Ijo University. It is no wonder they were excited. In the short term following the outbreak, all major organizations were too preoccupied with their own survival. It was a feat just to maintain their own stability, let alone save others. This led to a collective silence among the major organizations within the gradually thriving radio network. Such silence intensified the atmosphere of despair in the apocalypse. Humans are social creatures, and in times of danger they instinctively seek to band together. Although only 2 weeks had passed since the outbreak, for those trapped on survival islands it felt like an excruciating eternity. Now, in the midst of despair with no visible hope, they finally welcomed a ray of light. Perhaps due to distance, most survivors may find it hard to reach, but that does not prevent them from establishing a direction in their hearts and having another reason to persist. The Black Wall offers spiritual shelter to survivors that far outweighs any actual refuge. At least a significant human faction has finally stepped up to speak. Humanity's civilization has not yet perished. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Come in. As the captain's aide pushed the door open with the report in hand, a pungent smell of smoke rushed to greet him. The room was shrouded in a thick haze so dense that it felt suffocating. He felt as if he were submerged in the stench of smoke, his pores seemingly clogged. The dim table lamp emitted a murky yellow light and the entire room was soaked in a stifling atmosphere, prompting Luo Cheng to instinctively hold his... Liang Yuming, hunched over his desk, was obscured by the smoke, his silvery white hair standing on end towards the door. The ashtray beside him was piled high with various cigarette butts. Speak, what is it? Report. Cough, cough, cough. Accidentally inhaling a puff of secondhand smoke, Luo Cheng, who was not accustomed to smoking, was soon brought to tears. Report, Commander. The wireless radio equipment at headquarters just received a broadcast. According to the broadcast, a military group codenamed Black Great Wall has established a settlement capable of accommodating 100,000 people in the area of Shishui near the former Yizhou University, and they released news this morning to invite survivors for shelter. What? Liang Yuming suddenly raised his head to look at Luo Cheng, his bloodshot eyes filled with surprise. Seeing this, Luo Cheng hurriedly handed over the report in his hand. Liang Yuming rubbed his blurry eyes vigorously and placed the report under the lamp to read. The report was not lengthy. It primarily recorded the contents of the Black Great Wall's broadcast. Liang Yuming quickly finished reading it. Good, good, good. After reading, Liang Yuming suddenly stood up. Click. The sound of a lighter igniting broke the silence. Hiss. Seemingly to calm his emotions, Liang Yuming took a deep drag and then exhaled through his nose. As far as I know, there shouldn't be a military force capable of supporting such a large settlement in the night market, right? Liang Yuming thought as he slowly paced to the office window. Forget it. As long as they can hold it together, who cares? As long as they aren't zombies, that's all that matters. Xiao Luo. Here. Notify the Chief of Staff about contacting the Black Great Wall troops. Suddenly the room fell into a brief silence. I forgot old Lu just sacrificed. Liang Yuming's voice was low as if he were speaking to Luo Chang, yet also as if he were reminding himself. During the evacuation of civilians from the city Chief of Staff, Lu led the rear guard and was overwhelmed by the horde of corpses. Who? You informed Deputy Chief of Staff Zhao Lei to follow up. Investigate the other side's background and see if the broadcast is just boasting. It would be best to ascertain the origins of the military and avoid any conflicts. All right, go. Yes. After Luo Chang turned to leave, Liang Yuming forcefully pulled open the curtains, letting the bright sunlight flood into the room. Bathed in sunlight, what met the eye was a continuous range of verdant mountains. Embraced within a small stream wound like a jade ribbon, with willows swaying gently in the wind, creating a picturesque natural scene. In a slightly better mood, Liang Yuming wanted to exclaim something, but after a few attempts to open his mouth, he ultimately just cursed. Damn it, it's good to have money. Now the internal security forces have retreated from Jingyang district to the current Wanfik Villa area. Alongside them were over 20,000 ordinary citizens. Although Wanfik Villa area is spacious and equipped with living facilities, squeezing in over 20,000 people is just barely manageable. However, maintaining the operation of the settlement has left him exhausted. Various demands, complex thoughts, conflicts between groups, resource allocation, security issues, and so on. This series of problems has drained him, causing him to stay up late almost every night. In just 2 weeks since the apocalypse, his hair has turned completely white and he looks a decade older. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on once again, and Liang Yuming frowned slightly. Now he was so on edge that whenever he heard a knock, his heart would clench. It was simply because every time the door was knocked on, the news he would receive was always bad. Come in. As soon as he spoke, a middle-aged fat man in a suit squeezed in with agility, wearing a flattering smile. Having seen all sorts of monsters and demons, Liang Yuming saw through the arrogance hidden behind the smile at a glance. However, this guy indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Not only was he doing big business with assets in the billions, but his brother-in-law was also one of the leaders in the night market, wielding immense power. Before the apocalypse, even though he was a colonel with a respectable rank, he truly couldn't compare to this guy in terms of power. However, through this period of interaction, Liang Yuming had already seen through this fat man. He was merely a profit-driven hypocrite. The two had a fierce argument yesterday over the matter of rescuing his brother-in-law from the city center, yet he didn't know why this guy had the audacity to come back. Liang Yuming pondered his intentions and secretly raised his guard. What do you want? Since the facade had already been torn, Liang Yuming showed no signs of politeness. Jia Dio's face paled slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. For so many years everyone had treated him with courtesy and he had never been choked like this. Cough, cough. Commander Liang, after yesterday's incident I reflected deeply and recognized my mistake, so I came here specifically to apologize to you today. I hope Commander Liang can forgive me this once, considering my brother-in-law's face. Don't hold a grudge against me for this. As he spoke, Jia Dio magically pulled out a bottle of liquor, holding it with both hands and offering it forward. Liang Yuming didn't even glance at the liquor, instead pondering where this guy had hidden it. He hadn't seen it when he entered. Could this fat man hide so much? Seeing Liang Yuming sizing him up, Jia Dio thought he was afraid of being found out and didn't dare to accept. Commander, rest assured this gift will definitely not be known to anyone. Old Jia has always been discreet in delivering gifts. He straightened his big belly and added. It was just hidden in here. Even the guards at your door didn't notice. Liang Yuming, after hearing this, made no move to accept it and spoke with an indifferent tone. If Boss Jia has something to say, just get to the point, my time is valuable. Again meeting a wall, Jia Dio's inner anger flared, but he dared not show it. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you. I do have an unpleasant request. If you know it's an unpleasant request, why mention it? Please leave. Liang Yuming had no interest in listening to his ramblings and directly interrupted, refusing him. All right, Commander Liang. Then I shall take my leave. With the conversation reaching this point, Jia Dio could tell that there was no way forward for him here, so he picked up the liquor and turned to leave Liang Yuming's office. In his heart he cursed. Liang Yuming, this rascal really thinks too highly of himself. Once I rescue my brother-in-law, let's see how you pretend to be tough. If I don't make you suffer, then my name isn't Jia Dio. With this thought, after exiting the villa where the internal security forces were stationed, Jia Dio threw the liquor forcefully into the bushes and walked away angrily. However, shortly after he left, a voice came from the guard chief. Young man, pick up that liquor from the bushes for me. Yes, Commander. After nearly 2 weeks of development, the Prime Minister's gathering place has grown from a few thousand inhabitants to over 10,000. This number continues to rise as time progresses and news spreads. Currently, the survivors in the Prime Minister's gathering place mainly reside in the South Ring Road area, which has a large number of completed but unoccupied buildings, allowing for very convenient accommodation directly. The rapid development of the Prime Minister's gathering place is largely due to the leadership and overall planning of Gu Jiangwo, as well as its own advantageous conditions. As the second largest town in the province during the apocalypse, Gu Jiangwo sincerely marvels at its overly favorable conditions. If the armed forces were stronger, it could easily become a central hub in the southwestern part of Yezhou province. The infrastructure here far surpasses that of an average county-level city, allowing it to accommodate a vast number of survivors. Its rural geographical location means a sparse population density and expansive farmland.
This unique geographical advantage ensures that the Prime Minister's gathering place is inherently safer and serves as a large granary compared to other cities of similar size. Gu Jiangwo once had someone estimate that even without planting crops in the short term, simply harvesting the crops already planted would be enough to feed 50,000 people for a year. This estimate is based solely on the administrative scope of the Prime Minister's town. If extended to the surrounding towns and even the entire Fengmao County, this number would multiply several times. So while the survivors in the night market tremble in their rooms and rely on radios for news from the outside, some brave survivors in the Prime Minister's gathering place are already racing around on their motorcycles. Buzzing outside a village a few kilometers away from the Prime Minister's gathering place, several youths with brightly colored hair ride motorcycles adorned with colorful lights, revving their engines as they circle the village entrance. A few elderly zombies with graying hair and dressed in outdated clothes lag behind them, howling in frustration but unable to catch up. Ha ha, non, watch me toy with this old lady zombie. Saying this, the blue-haired youth exerted force at his waist, lifting the front of the motorcycle off the ground, balancing only on the rear wheel as he spun around an old lady zombie, giving her head a light slap as he left. Ha ha ha, am I cool or what? Awesome. Watch me do a real-life version of a violent motorcycle stunt. The yellow-haired youth slowed down, deliberately approaching an old man zombie behind him, and kicked hard with his right foot. The old man zombie in the plaid shirt instantly lost balance and rolled into a water field by the roadside covered in yellow mud. Ha ha ha. My subordinates are truly courageous. Ha ha ha. Let's find a target tonight and have some real fun. With a purple-haired non laughing heartily, he promised Anon, if we get caught by the gathering place, we'll die. The last time that director's nephew was executed. We should keep a low profile. A green-haired youth riding beside Non warned with concern, yes, Non, just play with those girls from the rough crowd. They can twist and have fun. Let's not mess with the good girls this time. Getting caught could lead to real execution. That girl from the day before really scared me. She dared to jump. I thought she was just bluffing. Although we cleaned up, she shouldn't be found, right? The yellow-haired youth who had just kicked the old man zombie rode his motorcycle over to Non, speaking with a hint of fear. The others recalled the girl they had caught on the small hill crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, threatening them that if they dared to mess around she would jump off the hill. She couldn't have really jumped, right? So many people have been coming into the gathering place every day. The officials up top are busy as dogs. When would they have time to manage this? Listening to the discussion among his younger brothers, Non suddenly scolded, "What are you afraid of? Who have we in Carrot Village ever feared? Before the apocalypse, the authorities wouldn't dare to do anything to us, let alone now. Now who doesn't know that we from Carrot Village are the most numerous in the Prime Minister's gathering place and we dare to fight? Want to touch us? You better ask the villagers if they agree." Though Non's words were filled with arrogance, they were indeed backed by confidence. Before the apocalypse, Carrot Village was known as the largest ethnic minority village in the Prime Minister's town, famous for its bravery and unity. Such collective incidents combined with sensitive ethnic issues make local officials avoid them like the plague, so they turn a blind eye to some ambiguous matters. This indirectly fueled the arrogance of the young and strong in Carrot Village, giving Non the confidence to speak these words. And haven't you heard? Word has spread that the leader of the one who executed the director's nephew might be removed. Is that true? I heard he's a big official. Who can take him down? No matter how big an official he is, if he doesn't know how to behave and comes after us locals, we won't let him off. So are we going out tonight? No pressure. If you're timid and scared, you can opt out. Hearing this, several younger brothers struggled for a moment before choosing to join in. Lust is one thing, but the sense of conquest brought by coercion and the satisfaction of trampling the rules made them incredibly addicted. Alright, let's set off and look for targets. Haha, let's have more fun with the old lady zombies than with girls. Buzz, the roar of motorcycles filled the air as Non and the others twisted the throttle all the way, swiftly leaving behind the frail old zombies and heading toward the gathering place. By the time the old man zombie crawled out of the water field, the group had long since vanished without a trace. The waning moon hung high, its light obscured by heavy clouds, when suddenly a strong beam burst forth from the road carved through the mountains. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, 4 beams. Soon a massive convoy composed of light winding for over 100 meters shattered the tranquility of the mountain road. The once quiet National Route 213 roared back to life with the sounds of human civilization. Sitting in the passenger seat of a Mengtian 3 armored command vehicle, Jia Sanyo glanced at the electronic map displayed on the onboard computer. He casually picked up a can of Blue Bull from below his feet. The crisp sound of the pull tab slightly dispelled his drowsiness. Come on, Daji. Give it your all. Daji, whose full name was Yu Daji, was an experienced sergeant driver. After Hu Junping moved to the camp to drive for Gu Chengyuan, he took over the driving duties for the company commander. What the hell? Jia Sanyo exclaimed, startling the 3 resting soldiers in the back seat. Daji, that rascal, was driving with his eyes closed. His steady and calm breathing indicated he was still deeply asleep. You bastard. Jia Sanyo grabbed a crowbar that was resting nearby and jabbed it hard at Daji's side. His Daji's eyes flew open and he gasped in pain. Were you asleep just now? Facing the company commander's inquiry, Daji, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Zhishan, wiped his mouth and repeatedly denied it. No, commander, how could I sleep while driving? I'm an experienced driver. There are 1,000 roads, but safety is the first priority. I will remember that. I saw you with your eyes closed and you weren't asleep. There are so many people in the vehicle. You're driving an armored command vehicle, not a hearse.
Jia Sanyu understood that Da Ji was tired and sometimes fell asleep without realizing it, so he didn't continue to scold him. Get your act together. As Da Ji managed to free one hand to take the blue bowl, he quickly opened another can without drinking, just holding it while looking at Da Ji. Drink, Da Ji, finish this and there's another one. Commander, I can't drink anymore. I've had nearly 10 cans of blue bowl this afternoon. Even my urine smells like blue bowl. Please spare me. Da Ji pleaded with a pained expression. Drink. Under Jia Sanyu's command, Da Ji reluctantly downed another can as if it were medicine. He raised his hand to check his tactical watch 102. It was already early morning, and since they set off yesterday morning they had been on the road for nearly 20 hours, stopping intermittently. The sturdy 04A infantry fighting vehicle pushed through the obstacles on the highway, almost scraping the surface clean. Looking at the markings on the Qixing electronic map, Jia Sanyu encouraged Da Ji, keep it up, we're just 13 kilometers away. As he said this, Jia Sanyu took out a photo from his pocket. The photo was taken at a scenic area with rows of pink peach trees in the background. A couple was closely embracing each other, the wife with her hair styled up wearing a beautiful chipa, while the man with a neatly parted hairstyle and dressed in a formal jacket smiled widely at the camera, both looking very happy. In the corner of the photo, a young man who bore a resemblance to Gu Chengyuan was playfully peeking and seemingly trying to steal the spotlight. I hope the chief's parents are still alive. Jia Sanyu silently thought. Time passed without him realizing how long it had been, and the fatigue from the long journey made him feel somewhat numb. Compared to the ordinary soldiers who could sleep in the vehicle or the drivers who could rest at service areas, he as the company commander had endured since departure. While the troops were on the move, he needed to monitor the overall situation of the convoy in real time, ensuring that personnel and vehicles were safe. During breaks he had to study the route and plan the next steps, while also taking time to inspect the temporary resting area for safety hazards. With the unfamiliar route and dangerous environment, the safety of over 100 people and several vehicles rested on his shoulders, leaving him no room for relaxation. Commander. It seems we've arrived. There are so many houses ahead. Seeing their destination seemingly ahead, Da Ji, who had been listless, suddenly became excited, raising his voice by 8 degrees. After finishing a day's work, Gu Jiangwo casually turned off the desk lamp, took off the coat draped over the chair's back, and holding a black umbrella he walked out while exchanging greetings with the staff. The wind tonight was particularly strong, causing the few osmanthus trees outside the administrative building to rustle, while the lush green leaves were swept down in large swathes by the September gales. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. As Gu Jiangwo dazedly watched the osmanthus trees swing in the wind, the sky suddenly unleashed a gentle rain with thousands of tiny raindrops falling from above, skipping over rooftops, surpassing treetops, and drifting past his eyes. A flash of white light coursed through the heavens and earth amidst the dark, endless mountains, as if a silver dragon had swept by. Tonight will bring a heavy rain, he thought as he opened his black umbrella and walked straight into the rain. With the situation in the gathering place gradually stabilizing as a key figure, his treatment had improved and he was allocated a 2-story building near the administrative office as his residence. He wasn't interested in material possessions, but he didn't refuse the goodwill of the gathering place for a simple reason: just because he didn't like it didn't mean others wouldn't. Without mentioning his own treatment, the treatment of those beneath him was also abysmal. Although the street was pitch black due to a power outage, Gu Jiangwo, with his exceptional sense of direction, still found his new home after taking several twists and turns. Standing before his front door, the lightning flashing in the sky momentarily stunned him as his deep gaze fixated on the center of the door where a bright red had been painted. The slightly pungent smell of fresh paint reminded Gu Jiangwo that this mark must have been made recently. His gaze lingered on the red X for a moment before he casually picked up a half-wet piece of cardboard from the ground and wiped it randomly, ensuring that no original shape was discernible before entering. Creak, back already. As soon as the door opened, a gentle female voice floated from the living room. Quick, wash your hands. After a long day, I'll heat up the dishes for you. Hearing this, Gu Jiangwo felt a warmth in his heart as if all his fatigue had vanished in that moment. After washing his hands, he slipped on his slippers and lazily sat on the living room sofa sipping tea while watching his wife busily move in and out. He cherished this scene as the warmth of family could greatly heal his weary nerves. Gu Jiangwo always maintained a clear boundary between work and home, being serious and upright at work but relaxed and easygoing at home. In their roles as parents, the couple exhibited a stark contrast. Gu's father was more like a gentle mother, never having scolded Gu Chengyuan and his brother throughout their upbringing. In contrast, Gu's mother resembled a strict father. As a high school Chinese teacher who presented herself as gentle and graceful, she provided the paternal love that Gu Jiangwo could not, administering small beatings every 3 days and larger ones every 5. The sight of her made Gu Chengyuan and his brother react like mice encountering a cat. Conversely, Gu's father often defended the two brothers when they were punished. Thus Gu Chengyuan developed a unique understanding of the phrase "a mother is strong for her children" from a young age. No matter how gentle a woman may be when facing her own children, she will become quite tough. Come, dinner's ready. Today the gathering place sent over some pork, all from farm-raised pigs, freshly slaughtered and of excellent quality. I've cooked your favorite twice-cooked pork. I even added fermented black beans. It smells wonderful. After serving Gu Jiangwo, when one sat down beside him, casually letting her hair down and removing her apron to reveal a light yellow floral dress underneath. She transformed back into that elegant and poised mature woman she presented outside, pulling out a bottle of wine from behind her as if performing magic, glancing at Gu Jiangwo with a provocative look in her eyes. Shall we have a drink? Ha ha ha, sure, let's drink. Then I'll get some snacks. There's a bag of drunken peanuts in the kitchen. Watching his wife eagerly head to the kitchen, Gu Jiangwo slowly reined in, his smile, a chill forming in his eyes. This afternoon he had emphasized in the meeting the need to fully restore production. The 2 breeding pigs collected from the countryside yesterday had to be protected at all costs. Yet tonight someone had sent pork over and it was from Feng Wu. Finding live pigs is easy but breeding pigs are hard to come by. Before the apocalypse, farmers would castrate pigs when they were still young to ensure they grew quickly, thrived well and got sick less often. Thus very few farmers raised pigs that could breed. To put it bluntly, these 2 pigs are akin to auspicious omens for the current gathering place of the Prime Minister. They are invaluable assets. They represent endless generations to come. The future source of meat for the gathering place has been slaughtered by these people as a form of protest. Even Gu Jiangwo, who usually maintained his composure, felt a surge of anger. How could they hand the gathering place over to this group of fools without it descending into chaos? However, the current issue is that there is no way to refuse anymore. If it were a struggle based on rules, everyone would still adhere to the bottom line. Even if Feng Wu had already sided with the opposition, Gu Jiangwo had 100 ways to disperse, collapse or defeat them. But now the other side clearly did not wish to play by the rules. They intended to overturn the table and engage in reckless intimidation with threats. The red cross at the door was a warning of force, and Feng Wu sending pork was a signal that he shouldn't expect anyone to protect him. Come, old Gu. A plate of spiced drunken peanuts was placed before him. Glug glug glug, the crystal clear liquor swirled in the transparent glass. Let's have a toast. Looking at his wife, who was all smiles, Gu Jiangwo felt somewhat relieved. Water flows with no constant shape. One must adapt to the situation. For what he could do for the gathering place he had already done. To push further would only endanger their lives without changing the outcome. The difference was essentially whether the leader of the gathering place resigned voluntarily or was attacked and killed by mutated creatures. It would be better to step down, actively gain some tangible benefits, and go to the night market to see his son. Family is the most important thing. Having realized this, Gu Jiangwo raised his glass expressionlessly. Cheers. He could handle matters outside. The only thing he could do was to protect his family as best as he could. Amidst the sudden downpour, Jia Sanyu and his convoy finally arrived at Prime Minister Town. The convoy stopped on the roadside about a kilometer from the town. For safety reasons, all lights were turned off except for the indicator lights on the vehicles. Hearing a light flickering against the window, Jia Sanyu opened the car door. As the door swung open, a refreshing breeze filled with moist rain air rushed in. Report, squad leader. The drone's test flight was not very successful. The rain is too heavy. We crashed one and barely collected some information, making reconnaissance of the entire town impossible. One, you dressed in a military green camouflage raincoat, stood amidst the pouring rain which cascaded down like a waterfall, wiping the rainwater, obscuring his vision from his face every few words. Yes, squad leader, this darn drone just crashed, costing tens of thousands. It pains me to look at it. The rain is too heavy. The drone can't fly steadily. Let me take our 3rd squad to scout. The tall Lu Chon squeezed out from behind Wan Yu, his raincoat bulging with equipment resembling a small mountain. Some information. Jia Sania disregarded Lu Chon's words. It was already nighttime, and with such heavy rain, visibility was down to 2 meters, making it reckless to send someone in for reconnaissance. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to issue that command. Yes, squad leader, look at this. Wan Yu leaned halfway into the car and pulled out a display screen. Although my territorial drone crashed, it wasn't in vain. It captured some footage before it fell. Look at this corner. Wan Yu zoomed in on the lower right corner of the pitch black screen. See these buildings? There are several faint lights. Based on my years of aerial photography experience, I can confidently say that there are lights indicating human activity. Moreover, looking at this distribution and the shadows, I suspect there are quite a few people. Wan Yu eagerly analyzed the situation, with Jia Sanyu desperately wanting to prove his worth. Before the apocalypse, as a drone photography enthusiast, he loved traveling and capturing landscapes with his drone, editing the videos afterward to post online for profit, which made him a small-time blogger with 100,000 followers. With a stable income, he became even more committed to his hobby, even modifying his off-road vehicle into a small drone platform that could carry 12 different types of drones simultaneously. However, 2 weeks ago, while on his way to the next aerial photography point, he temporarily stopped at a service area to rest when the apocalypse broke out. After witnessing the terrible traffic conditions on the highway and the bloody scenes of people being eaten alive through his drone, Wang Yu and his assistant decided to remain still, hiding in the car and waiting for rescue. As a result, they stayed put for 2 weeks. These two truly exhibited what it means to be cautious. To avoid attracting zombie attention, they even sealed their waste inside the vehicle without letting it out. When Jia Sanyu and the others rescued them, as soon as they opened the car door, the smell was quite unbearable. With such a glorious feat, Wang Yu and his companion were discreetly referred to as the dog gods by the team. No matter how the team teased him, Wang Yu did not care. After the apocalypse, his hobby had changed. He no longer aspired to be a free-spirited drone photographer. He wanted to join the army. He wanted to contribute to the Zhou nation. Well, he had been scared into a shadow. In the apocalypse, where could he find more security than staying with the troops? Drones are beautiful, but how would you respond when I bring out a 12.7mm caliber 3,000 rounds per minute vehicle-mounted rotary machine gun? Lu Chong. Here. In the flash of lightning, Lu Chong looked at Jia Sanyu with bright eyes. Take your squad to the place Wang Yu mentioned to scout and see if survivors are active there. Once confirmed, report immediately. This is a crucial mission. Proceed discreetly and do not let your guard down. Understood. Ensure the mission is accomplished. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chong turned around and shouted into the walkie-talkie, third squad. Get on the vehicle quickly if you're still outside. Those who need to relieve themselves put away your weapons. Go in 30 seconds. With that, Luchon yanked down the hood of his raincoat and charged into the downpour like a brown bear. Damn, it's really pouring. Even with an umbrella, I'm soaked. Seeing Zhao Lin drenched and shivering as he walked into the security room, Ji Kong exclaimed in surprise. What the hell, some idiot didn't cover the manhole after the construction. I fell right into it. Why didn't you avoid it? Hearing Ji Kang's question, Zhao Lin got even angrier. Damn it. The road outside is flooded like a river. I saw the puddle and thought, how deep could it be? But then I stepped in and it went right up to my scalp. He raised his hand above his head to indicate the depth. I didn't even have time to shout for help. I just went down. I drank so much water. Zhao Lin cursed while taking off his clothes. I mean, what is Gu Jiangmo thinking? The walls are built so high yet he still wants us to patrol. We're out here drinking cold water in the middle of the night while those idiots in leadership are snoring in their beds. Hey! Lower your voice. Be careful not to be overheard. Ji Kong quickly reminded Zhao Lin as he got more outrageous. So what if they hear? Gu Jiangmo is just a leader, my dad isn't. Zhao Lin got angrier, his frustration turning to fury. This is Prime Minister Town, not Tianzi City. Even if it's the apocalypse, I'm not afraid of him. If he pushes me too far, I'll call my brothers from Luobo village to deal with him. Even Minister Fang isn't standing for him anymore. He'll be done for soon. Beep beep beep, a sudden blaring horn interrupted Zhao Lin's rant. Instinctively both Zhao Lin and Ji Kong turned to look outside the iron gate. The security booth was just a modified mobile guard station, not lightproof. The blinding headlight shone like a small sun right in their faces, making it hard for them to open their eyes. What the hell? It's the middle of the night and you're blaring your horn and shining your lights. Don't you worry about attracting zombies. I'm going to see which idiot survivor is trying to escape. Hey, let me go. You're already soaked, you should rest. Ji Kong saw that Zhao Lin was looking for someone to vent his anger on and hurriedly pulled him back. Get lost. Just because I'm usually nice to you doesn't mean you can pull me around like that. Who do you think you are? Furious Zhao Lin needed a punching bag, and seeing Ji Kong grab him only made him angrier. He shook off Ji Kang's grip, grabbing the sickle used for cutting straw in the security room, and stormed out, leaving Ji Kong pale in shock. What the hell, let me see which bastard is honking. Zhao Lin, bare-chested, displayed the tattoos on his chest and back, holding the gleaming sickle, and charged into the rain under the glaring lights. The rain was heavy. Without any cover, Zhao Lin was getting pelted by the raindrops and struggled to keep his eyes open. The bright light had left him seeing double all around. Fuming, he squinted his eyes as he approached a green off-road vehicle. The brightness created a dark effect under the lights, and all he could see was the cold, hard, menacing front of the vehicle. He sensed something was off but didn't think much of it in his anger. As a local tough guy, he had long since developed a habit of looking down on others. No matter how rich they were, they had to lie low in the Prime Minister's hub. Damn it. Get down here, you bastard. Inside the car, Luchon watched the bare-chested tattooed man waving a sickle in the pouring rain with some confusion and glanced back at the communications officer Xiao Ben. Is he out of his mind? Isn't this local gangster so rude? He dares to wave a knife at me. Does he think I'm driving a bumper car? As the window of the green off-road vehicle slowly rolled down, a black tube extended out. Seeing this, Zhao Lin, who had been excited just a moment ago, suddenly sobered up, standing stiffly in place, a bit at a loss. The heat of anger faded and he suddenly felt the rain hitting him cold and chilly. A flash of lightning flashed overhead. At that moment, Zhao Lin finally saw what horror was lurking in the darkness. An armored vehicle. No, there were three. There were still two more parked behind, lights off. A hand holding a gun remained still at the window, while another hand wearing tactical gloves raised up, gesturing for him to come closer. Trembling, Zhao Lin cautiously handed over the sickle in his hand. The hand waved, indicating that it wasn't right, then beckoned him again. After a moment of thought, Zhao Lin moved closer to the car window. Damn it.